March 14, 2097, 11:47 p.m. Lin Yuan stared at the grayed out word defeat on the screen, chewing the cigarette butt in his mouth flat. Number of viewers in the live stream, 3. 2 of them are robots, and 1 is his former teammate, Big Fatty. The comment section was deathly silent, save for the system's automatic pop-up message every 10 minutes, "Thank you for your hard work, streamer." He stubbed out his cigarette in the Coke can with a soft hiss, like a dying sigh. "Guys," he cleared his throat, speaking to his former teammate who probably wasn't even watching. "Last game, then we'll go to sleep." No one replied. The game character on the screen lay dead in a pool of blood, the enemy mid laner stepping over his corpse to recall. The game's operators had just announced its shutdown last month, and the number of online players had plummeted from a peak of 20 million to the current 3 digits. But he was still playing, not out of passion, but because it was the last thing he could do. 2 years ago, his name was Lin Yuan, ID Abyss. He was the MVP of the 3-time champion of the Gods of War Professional League, and his gameplay was compiled into highlights and played on a loop on the esports channel. 2 years ago, his hand injury was diagnosed as carpal tunnel syndrome. The doctor said that if he continued to perform high-intensity operations, his right hand would be ruined. 2 years ago, his parents went missing in the Great Rift event. The official classification was a natural disaster, and the compensation payment has yet to be received. Thus, at the age of 22, Lin Yuan went from a professional gamer to a useless person who relied on welfare and live streaming to make a living. His live stream titled Former Pro Player's Technical Tutorial, but he himself knew it was a lie. His hand speed had dropped to half of his peak, and his reaction speed was abysmal. Those once fluid combos were now like rusty gears, choppy, sluggish, and out of place. "One more round," he muttered to himself. Just as I clicked to start the matchmaking process, the computer screen suddenly flickered. It wasn't a regular screen flicker, it felt more like someone blinked behind the screen. Lin Yuan frowned and patted the monitor. "Don't let it break now, we don't have the money to replace it." The screen returned to normal, the matchmaking screen popped up, and everything seemed normal. He didn't pay much attention, selected a mid-lane mage, and entered the loading screen. Then he saw something that shouldn't have been there. The background image on the loading screen, the fantasy concept art that the game company spent millions on, suddenly began to change. The previously static castle and dragon seemed to come alive, the clouds were flowing, and the flags were waving. Even more strangely, a line of small text appeared at the edge of the screen, so small it seemed as if it didn't want anyone to see it, but Lin Yuan's eyesight was too good. The text read, "Please remain quiet during the viewing mode beta test." What the hell? The game has begun. He moved his character to the lane, where his opponent was an account with the ID Visitor 9527. The landing phase was normal, with last hitting and harassing. Everything seemed ordinary. But Lin Yuan felt something was off. The opponent's gameplay was too standard. Every movement, every timing of skill release, was like following a textbook, so precise it was inhuman. Professional players' landing phase has a sense of breathing. There will be hesitation, probing, and flashes of inspiration. But this Visitor 9527 didn't. He was like a pre-programmed robot, running according to the optimal solution. 3 minutes later, Lin Yuan was solo killed. He stared at the gray screen, his hands trembling slightly. Not from anger, but because he had just noticed something. A comment had flashed across the screen the instant he died. Not the kind of chat comments you see in live streams, but the comments on the game screen. Reader 1017, this protagonist's skills are a bit lacking. Main character? This word was like a needle, stuck in a place in his mind that he didn't want to touch. He abruptly shut down the game, the mouse slamming against the desktop with a sharp crack. The room was so quiet he could hear his own heartbeat. Outside, the night view remained vibrant, neon lights painting the sky an unhealthy orange-red. "I've been sleeping poorly lately, and I'm hallucinating," he told himself. Lying in bed, I closed my eyes, but that line of words kept replaying in my mind. Protagonist, that word was so strange. If it was a hacker intrusion or a game bug, why those 2 words of all? He rolled over, buried his face in the pillow, and forced himself to count sheep. When I counted to around 300, my phone rang. It's a text message. The sender's number is a string of zeros. "Dear user, your new user protection period will end in 24 hours. Please be prepared." He stared at the text message for a full 5 minutes, then categorized it as a scam message and deleted it. But I can't erase that inexplicable unease. The next day, March 15th, Lin Yuan was awakened by a jolt. It wasn't an earthquake, the whole building was trembling, as if a giant had grasped the structure and was gently, casually, shaking it. The window panes rattled, a can of Coke on the table tipped over, and the remaining liquid spilled all over the table. He stepped barefoot onto the ground and ran to the window. The skyline of Shanghai remains. The Oriental Pearl Tower, the Jinmao Tower, these landmarks are still there. But behind them, at the end of the skyline, something has changed. The sky cracked open. It's not a metaphor, it's a literal crack. A colossal crack stretched across the sky, extending from north to south, its end nowhere in sight. The crack's edge wasn't dark, but rather a flowing, ever-changing light like the aurora borealis, or like a colorful film of oil spreading on water. Through that crack, Lin Yuan could vaguely see things that shouldn't exist in the real world. Mountain range. A mountain range floating in the air. Architecture. architecture that does not belong to any known civilization, and creatures. Huge, bizarrely shaped creatures, moving slowly on the other side of the crack, like fish in a fish tank, except this fish tank was the entire sky. Large fisher. He heard himself utter those 3 words, his voice as dry as sandpaper. 2 years ago, his parents disappeared during the first Great Rift event. That rift was only a few kilometers long, lasted less than 10 minutes, and was officially classified as a rare atmospheric phenomenon. But this time, the crack covered the entire sky. My phone rang. It wasn't a text message, it was an emergency broadcast, simultaneously broadcast on all channels. Urgent notice, a global anomaly has been detected. All citizens are requested to remain indoors, close doors and windows, and await further instructions. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. Meanwhile, the street downstairs was in chaos. Some people were screaming, some were running, and some were kneeling on the ground praying. A car crashed into a fire hydrant by the roadside, and a jet of water shot into the sky, refracting into an eerie rainbow in the morning light. Lin Yuan stood by the window, watching all of this, his mind unusually clear. He didn't panic. His professional training had taught him one thing: the more chaotic the situation, the more you need to stay calm. Panic will kill you, while calmness can at least give you a few more minutes of life. He started doing a few things. First, check the supplies. There's enough food for 3 days in the refrigerator and enough water for a week. Second, he reinforced the doors and windows. He pushed the sofa behind the door and sealed the gaps in the windows with tape. Third, go online and gather information. Social media has exploded. Videos and photos from all angles are flooding the internet. Some have captured images of creatures from the other side of the crack entering this world. Others have seen pillars of light descending from the sky, and still others have captured images of ordinary people suddenly unleashing supernatural power. A video has garnered over 100 million views. A middle-aged woman was struck by a collapsing billboard on the street, but she didn't die. A layer of translucent scales appeared on her body, and the billboard was torn to shreds like paper. She knelt on the ground, looking at her hands, and let out a scream that sounded inhuman. In the comments section, some were terrified, some were excited, and some firmly believed it was the coming of God. Lin Yuan turned off his phone. He needs to think. The Great Rift 2 years ago was small in scale and short in duration, and the official explanation was an atmospheric phenomenon. But now it seems that it was not the end at all, but rather a prelude. A thought flashed through his mind, sending a chill down his spine. If the one 2 years ago was a trailer, then what is this one? Shall we begin the main feature? This thought reminded him of the text message he received last night. The newbie protection period will end in 24 hours. If that text message wasn't a scam, if visitor 9527 wasn't a coincidence, if those comments weren't an illusion, he suddenly stood up. In any case, sitting here waiting to die is not his style. He put on a durable windbreaker, stuffed his phone, power bank, Swiss Army knife, a few bottles of water, and compressed biscuits into his backpack. Then he stood at the door for 3 seconds, glancing back at the small apartment he had rented for 2 years. A poster of him winning the championship is pasted on the wall. He was 20 years old, holding the trophy, grinning like a fool. I'm leaving, he said to himself, as if saying goodbye to someone else. The hallway was unusually quiet. This building has 12 floors and houses about 40 families. Usually at this time, the hallways would be filled with the sounds of children crying, dogs barking, and couples arguing. But now there's nothing. It's as if everyone has vanished into thin air. Lin Yuan tiptoed down the stairs. When he reached the 6th floor, he smelled blood. It was strong, very fresh, with a sweet, rusty smell. He instinctively stopped and slowly peeked out to look in that direction. A person was lying in the hallway on the 6th floor. No, it's not a person. It's something that was once a person. The thing was wearing pajamas, probably a resident of this floor. But its body was twisted into an impossible angle. Its limbs were turned outwards like a spider, and its skin was covered with cracked lines, from which a dark red light shone, as if magma was flowing beneath its skin. It's still moving. It wasn't a death convulsion, but a purposeful, conscious movement. It crawled slowly in that contorted posture, each step accompanied by a teeth-grinding creaking sound from its joints. Lin Yuan held his breath and took a step back. The tip of my shoe touched the edge of the step, and a small pebble rolled down. The crisp sound of a collision echoed in the quiet stairwell. That thing stopped. Its head, if it could still be called a head, slowly turned, nearly 180 degrees. Its features were no longer discernible, only a blurry mass of flesh and a few cracks. But Lin Yuan could feel it was looking at him. Only a few seconds. The thing ricocheted towards him at a speed defying the laws of physics, its limbs bracing against the wall like a giant spider. Lin Yuan's body reacted before his brain. He fell backward abruptly, his backpack getting caught in the stair railing, and he tumbled out through the gap in the railing. Come down. The back of his head hit the step of the next flight of stairs, and the sharp pain made his vision go white. But he didn't dare stop. He scrambled to his feet and rushed down the stairs. I heard the sound of something landing behind me, followed by even faster crawling sounds. It's chasing him. Lin Yuan's lungs felt like they were on fire, his legs like lead. He hadn't exercised this intensely in a long time. His body was protesting, every joint screaming. But adrenaline drove him to keep running.
Hey everyone, Fire Scale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support, we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
Running, running. 4th floor, 3rd floor, 2nd floor, 1st floor. He burst through the building entrance door and stumbled into the residential complex. Then he stopped. The neighborhood is no longer a neighborhood. A huge crack appeared in the ground, from which luminous liquid, like liquid moonlight, gushed forth. The plants in the flower beads grew wildly to 3 or 4 meters tall, twisting into shapes that did not belong to Earth. Transparent specks of light floated in the air, like fireflies, but the light they emitted was in cool tones blue, purple, and silver. And in the gaps between these things, a battle was taking place. Several uniformed individuals who appeared to be from some private security company were engaged in combat with another group of things. Their weapons weren't guns, but rather some kind of cold weapon that emitted a blue glow, leaving afterimages in the air with each swing. Their opponents were a dozen or so mutants, similar to the thing in the hallway, who were once human but have now become some kind of twisted existence. Lin Yuan hid behind the apartment building door, watching the fight. He noticed a detail: the security personnel all wore glowing wristbands displaying some kind of number. The number increased each time they killed a mutant. One of them shouted during the battle, "We've already cleared 3 F-rank dungeons, and this time it's a large-scale one." Headquarters said to hold on, the oracles are on their way. Oracle. It was another word he had never heard before. The battle lasted about 5 minutes. The security personnel clearly had the upper hand, although the mutants outnumbered them. They lacked tactics and only instinctively charged and bit. After the last mutant was decapitated, its body turned into a pool of black water, leaving a glowing crystal in the middle. A security guard picked up the crystal and whistled, an F-grade mythical crystal, worth it. Then he turned his head and looked directly in the direction where Lin Yuan was hiding. "Come out, you've been watching for so long, aren't you going to pay for the entrance fee?" Lin Yuan hesitated for 2 seconds before stepping forward. The security guard was about 30 years old, with a buzz cut and a fresh, still bleeding scar on his left cheek. He looked Lin Yuan up and down, his eyes showing no malice, but rather a weary scrutiny. "An ordinary person?" he asked. "I guess so. Luckily, I didn't turn into one of those things." He gestured towards the puddle of black water on the ground. The Great Rift radiation has a significant impact on ordinary people. Some can't withstand it and mutate. Did you manage to hold on? Enduring it might not be a good thing, the crew-cut man said. Enduring it might awaken superpowers, but it's also possible the mutation won't happen for several days. The incubation period is unpredictable. Lin Yuan remained silent for a while. "Who are you people?" Silver Shield Security, the crew-cut man pointed to the logo on his uniform, was established after the Great Rift, specifically to handle these mythical events. To put it bluntly, they do things for money. He paused. "Are you a resident of this building?" "Yes. We've checked this building, there are still 3 mutants there, and we're dealing with them. We suggest you leave this area as soon as possible and go to the temporary shelter. There are military personnel there, it's safe." "Where is the resettlement site?" "People's Square." The man with the buzz cut finished speaking, turned, and walked towards the next building. After a few steps, he turned back. "By the way, be careful of those oracles on the way. Some are even more dangerous than the mutants." "What is an oracle?" The man with the buzz cut didn't answer, he just waved and walked into the stairwell. Lin Yuan stood there, looking at the world around him that had been rewritten. 20 minutes ago, this was just an ordinary neighborhood, with elderly people doing their morning exercises, young people rushing to work, and middle-aged women walking their dogs. Now, it had become a hybrid of myth and reality. He looked up at the sky. The crack was still there, and it seemed to be widening. The halo around the crack's edge grew brighter, and more could be seen through it, not just one world, but many. Layer upon layer of worlds, like a book blown open by the wind, each page a different universe. Deep within those worlds, at the very bottom of those halos and colors, Lin Yuan felt he saw a certain outline. A huge, blurry, irregular outline. Like a person sitting in a chair. Like a person sitting in front of a computer. Like someone looking at a screen. He abruptly pulled his gaze away, his heart pounding. Not from fear but because the silhouette reminded him of an absurd, impossible concept. "Reader, your suffering is quite a spectacle." The text message suddenly echoed in his mind, as clear as if someone were speaking in his ear. Lin Yuan gripped the Swiss Army knife in his pocket and turned to walk towards People's Square. Behind me, the torn sky continued to expand, like an eye opening its eyes. Reader Comments section. Reader 1, the opening pacing was good, but the protagonist's reaction was a bit too calm. Shouldn't an ordinary person be more panicked in this situation? Reader 2, don't forget, he's a former professional player, so his mental fortitude is naturally strong. Besides, his parents experienced a minor rift 2 years ago, so he's mentally prepared. Reader 3, what's with that newbie protection period text message? Who sent it? It takes about 40 minutes to walk from the residential area to People's Square. But in a world where the sky is cracked open, the streets become battlefields, and you could encounter mutated creatures at any moment. 40 minutes can be a lifetime. Lin Yuan walked along Nanjing Road. This was the most logical route he could think of, a main road with an open view, making it easier to spot danger and escape. Side streets might be safer, but they might also hide more of those things. After walking for about 10 minutes, he began to understand what the crew-cut man meant by "the world has changed." First, there's the architecture. The glass-walled office buildings are still there, but their surfaces are covered with a strange substance like vines, but not plants, more like some kind of mineralized veins, shimmering with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. The top floors of some buildings have disappeared, replaced by stones suspended in midair, covered in glowing lichen. Then comes the road. Large cracks appeared on the asphalt road surface, from which luminous liquid gushed. Lin Yuan tested it. The liquid was cool, odorless, and felt like mercury, but it wouldn't stick to his skin. He took a few photos with his phone, not to post on social media, but to document it. A professional player's habit, recording the opponent's habits, map details, every piece of information that could potentially decide the outcome. Finally, there's air. There was a strange smell in the air, not a foul odor, but rather a kind of overly pure scent, like a forest after rain, or the thin air atop a high mountain. This purity made him uncomfortable, because it was too clean, so clean that it didn't seem like a scent belonging to the human world. He walked for 20 minutes without encountering any living people. Nanjing Road should have been bustling with people, even on the morning of the Great Rift. But now, the streets are deserted, with only overturned vehicles, scattered luggage, and unidentified scratches on the walls. Occasionally, sounds could be heard from afar: screams, explosions, some kind of low roar. But the source of the sounds was very far away, as if they came from another world. Then he saw the first oracle of his life. To be precise, he saw the light first. A golden beam of light descended from the sky, landing at the intersection about 200 meters ahead. The beam was about 10 meters in diameter and extremely bright, but strangely, it wasn't dazzling. It was more like some kind of tangible light, like flowing golden water. The beam of light lasted for about 10 seconds before it began to dissipate. A person stood at the intersection after the light faded. A young woman, who looked to be in her early 20s, wore a white robe. No, it wasn't a robe, but some kind of garment made of light, like a flowing golden film covering her body. Her hair was silver white, not dyed, but pure silver from root to tip, gleaming coldly in the morning light. She turned around, and Lin Yuan saw her face clearly. Beautiful, that was his first thought. Not the kind of beauty that comes from careful grooming, but a kind of human beauty. Her features were too symmetrical, her skin too perfect, like an ideal face generated by some algorithm. But her eyes were golden, the pupils vertical, like a cat's, or a snake's. She saw Lin Yuan. To be precise, she glanced at Lin Yuan as casually as someone would glance at a roadside stone. Then her gaze shifted to the crack in the sky, her expression as indifferent as if she were watching a weather forecast. Lin Yuan stood there, unsure whether to leave or stay. The man with the buzz cut had said that oracles are more dangerous than mutants, but this woman didn't seem to want to harm him. She simply stood there, like a statue, her luminous robes fluttering gently in the breeze. "You?" she suddenly spoke. Her voice was beautiful, but it had a strange quality, as if two voices were speaking at the same time, one the voice of a young woman, and the other some kind of ancient, grand voice, like a pipe organ in a church. "You are not contaminated." She walked over, her steps as light as if she were walking on clouds. With each step, a golden spot of light would briefly appear on the ground. Lin Yuan instinctively took a step back. She stopped, her golden vertical pupils narrowing slightly. "Fear," she said. "A reasonable reaction. You unchosen ones are all afraid when faced with the power of God. It's an instinct etched in our genes. Even ants feel fear when they look up at the sky. Who are you?" "I am Sumuking, the Holy Maiden of the Lord of Radiance, the third oracle. You may also call me the Chosen One." When she said the Chosen One, there was no hint of boasting in her tone. She was simply stating a fact, as naturally as someone saying "I am a doctor" or "I am a teacher." This self-assured arrogance is more unsettling than any boasting. "Lord of Glory." Lin Yuan grasped the key phrase. "One of the true gods," Sumuking said, her gaze returning to the sky. "The Great Rift ushered in the age of the gods. Those beings on the other side of the rift, those beings beyond human comprehension, have been watching us. Now, they have decided to enter. Entry. A game." She said the word, a slight smile playing on her lips, as if she found the metaphor amusing. "A game of the gods. They bestow power upon the chosen ones, allowing us to fight, grow, and compete in this world reconstructed by mythical energy. The victor will gain godhood and become the new gods. What about the losers?" Sumuking didn't answer, she just glanced at him. There was something strange in that look, not pity, but more like relief. Relief that she was on the winner's side. "There's no trace of mythical energy on you," she said. "Are you just an ordinary person? For now, temporarily." She tilted her head slightly. "Do you think you'll awaken? I just feel that this world won't let anyone remain ordinary for too long." Sumuking stared at him for a few seconds, then smiled. That smile made Lin Yuan very uncomfortable, not mockery, but a kind of approval, like a teacher listening to a student give a reasonably clever answer. "You're right," she said. "Mythical energy permeates everything. The air, the water, the soil, the food. Everyone is being changed. The only difference is some are turned into monsters, some into tools, and a very small minority." She stretched out her hand, palm up. A ball of golden light gathered in her palm, gradually taking shape, transforming into a delicate, luminous rose. became a vessel for God. She gently blew on the light rose, and the petals scattered, turning into golden specks of light that drifted into the air. You should go to the resettlement center, she said. There are military personnel there who will protect you. This world doesn't need any more sacrifices. After saying that, she turned to leave. Wait, Lin Yuan called after her. The game you're talking about, what are the rules? Who set them? What's the purpose? Sumuking stopped walking, but did not turn around. The rules? Kill monsters, gain power. Complete divine tasks, receive blessings. Compete with other oracles, earn rankings. She paused. As for the purpose, no one knows. The gods don't tell us the purpose, just as chess players don't tell their pieces the overall board position. Don't you think there's a problem with this? A problem. She finally turned around, a complex look flashing in her golden eyes. What problem? You've been given power by an entity of unknown purpose, to do things for unknown reasons. How can you be sure you're right? Sumuking remained silent for a few seconds. Then she said something that sent chills down Lin Yuan's spine. I don't need to be sure. God's certainty is enough. She left. Her luminous robes left a golden afterimage behind her, and she disappeared at the end of the street a few seconds later. Lin Yuan stood there, looking at the air, a strange feeling welling up inside him. He couldn't quite explain what it was, not fear, not anger, but a deeper, more fundamental unease. Sumuking said, God's confirmation is enough. But he had seen far too many people like that. On the field, those players who blindly believe in the coach's tactics ultimately become victims of those tactics. In life, those who blindly believe that things will be arranged from above are ultimately arranged for them clearly. It's easier to trust others than to trust yourself. It's easier to give up the choice than to make it yourself. Lin Yuan continued running towards People's Square. After running for about 5 minutes, as he passed a smashed convenience store, he heard a scream. It was high-pitched and thin, it was a child's voice. He hesitated for about half a second, then turned towards the source of the sound. The convenience store door was wrecked from the inside by something, and shattered glass was scattered all over the floor. Through the deformed door frame, he saw a little girl, about 7 or 8 years old, huddled behind the checkout counter, her hands covering her ears, trembling all over. Before her stood a mutant. It wasn't quite the same as the one he'd seen in the hallway. This one was smaller, probably only half a person's height, and its shape was more human-like. If it weren't for the glowing cracks on its skin, it would have looked like a severely burned patient. It lay on the ground, on all fours, tilting its head as it looked at the little girl, as if observing an interesting insect. Lin Yuan reached into his pocket and grasped the Swiss Army knife. He knew it was stupid. A palm-sized folding knife against a monster that could tear open an iron door with its bare hands was like poking a rhinoceros with a toothpick. But he couldn't turn away. The little girl reminded him of something. No, it wasn't that he remembered anyone. It was that it reminded him of who he was. 2 years ago, after his parents disappeared, he waited at the police station for 3 days and 3 nights, but no one paid him any attention. At that time, he was curled up in a chair like this, covering his ears with his hands, hoping that it was all a dream. No one came to his aid, so he learned how to save himself. Now he's going to save this little girl. He took a deep breath, picked up a shard of glass from the ground, and threw it towards the mutant. The glass hit the shelf with a crisp sound. The mutant suddenly turned its head and stared at Lin Yuan. Those eyes had no pupils, only a murky white, but Lin Yuan could sense a pure, primal malice within them. It wasn't looking at its prey, it was looking at its food. Hey, Lin Yuan shouted, his voice more steady than he'd expected. Come on, this way. The mutant moved. Its speed was outrageous. With a push from its 4 legs, it launched itself forward like a cannonball. Lin Yuan was prepared and dove to the side the instant it moved, his shoulder hitting the broken glass and making him gasp in pain. The mutant crashed into the wall behind him, sending concrete debris flying. Lin Yuan didn't have time to look, he got up and ran. He didn't run outside, he ran deeper into the convenience store, around the shelves, crawled through the collapsed display cases, and rushed towards the warehouse at the back. The mutant was chasing after them, moving as fast as a cheetah. He heard the sound of shelves being knocked over, glass shattering, and the scraping of fingernails against the floor. Without turning around, he knew it was accelerating. The warehouse door is just 3 meters ahead. 2 meters. 1 meter. His hand touched the doorknob, and he turned it hard. It was locked. Hold. He turned around, leaning against the door, facing the oncoming mutants. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. He saw the mutant leap into the air, limbs outstretched, like a spider pouncing on its prey. He saw the cracks in its skin glowing, growing brighter and brighter, as if accumulating energy. He saw that its open mouth had no tongue, only a writhing, glowing mass of flesh. He gripped his Swiss Army knife tightly. He knew the knife wouldn't kill it, but he wanted to at least try. Then the world changed. This is not a metaphor, but things have truly changed. Just like someone switching TV programs, the whole world suddenly changed its style. Convenience store shelves, broken glass, collapsed walls, everything became a translucent, wireframe-like shape, like a preview mode of some kind of 3D modeling software. And that mutant, it stopped in midair. It wasn't slow motion, it completely stopped. Like the pause button had been pressed. Lin Yuan looked down at his hands. His hands were also semi-transparent, frame-like. He could see the blood vessels, muscles, and bones beneath the skin, not the effect of an X-ray, but a more abstract, more conceptual presentation. He felt as if he had become a blueprint, an instruction manual, a character design card. Then he heard a sound. It wasn't a sound heard by the ears, but a sound that appeared directly in the brain. System prompt: an abnormal awakened individual has been detected. ID, A001. Awakening type, Eye of Truth, Stage 1. Ability description, able to observe the underlying structure of the world. Current proficiency, LV.0. Warning, this awakening type is not on any deity's bestowed list. This individual is marked as a divine being, a self-awakened individual. Note, the growth path of a superhuman does not depend on any deity, but neither can they receive guidance or protection from any deity. Each stage of ability breakthrough requires self-realization. Currently available ability, True Sight, passive. Allows observation of basic target information, character tags, and plot clues. Recommendation: do not overuse your abilities. Information overload can lead to serious side effects, including but not limited to headaches, confusion, and unnecessary doubts about reality. This information flooded into Lin Yuan's mind like a torrent, every word as clear as if etched into his brain. He spent about 3 seconds processing it, then used that true vision to look at the mutant in front of him. A line of text appeared above the mutant's head. F-rank monster mutant corrupted human storyline positioning, tutorial level minion estimated survival time, 47 seconds. Estimated survival time, 47 seconds. What does this mean? It means someone or something has calculated how long this mutant has left to live. It will die in 47 seconds. But who will kill it? How will it die? Lin Yuan tried to find more information. Headache. A sharp, intense pain, like someone drilling a hole in his temple. His vision began to blur, the wireframe pattern flickering as if a signal was unstable. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to look for just one more second. He saw a line. A golden, glowing line extended from the mutant, like a silken thread. The thread wound through the walls of the convenience store, across the street, through buildings transformed by mythical energy, stretching into the distance. He followed that line. At the end of the line is Sumuking. The holy maiden of the Lord of Light stood a few blocks away, a ball of golden light gathering in her hand. The thread connected her light to the heart of the mutant. Lin Yuan understood. 47 seconds. Sumuking will kill the mutant in 47 seconds. This is not a prediction. This is a script. The thought had barely formed when the vision of reality collapsed. The world returned to normal shelves, glass, dust, sunlight. The mutant began to move again, but its movements became strange, not a ferocious attack, but rather as if it were waiting for something. It's waiting for those 47 seconds to end. Lin Yuan did not wait. He intended to distract the mutant, so he threw another piece of broken glass at it. As the mutant charged at him, he quickly ran towards the little girl. The little girl was terrified, cowering motionless on the spot. Lin Yuan scooped her up in his arms and rushed out of the convenience store. He ran about 20 meters when a loud bang suddenly came from behind him. Looking back, a golden beam of light descended from the sky, striking the convenience store precisely. The entire building melted in the light, like ice cream in a microwave. The mutant didn't even have time to scream before being vaporized into nothingness. Sumuking stood at the edge of the pillar of light, her long golden hair fluttering in the light, like a saint in a religious painting. She saw Lin Yuan, and the little girl in his arms, and frowned slightly. "Were you inside just now?" she asked. "Right. You shouldn't be there." "I didn't want to be there either, but there's a little girl who needs help." Sumuking was silent for a few seconds, then walked over and looked at the little girl. Under her gaze, the little girl shrank back, like a frightened little animal. "She wasn't contaminated," Sumuking said. "She's lucky." She paused, then looked at Lin Yuan, "And you too. I told you, I'm just an ordinary person for now." "No," Sumuking shook her head, "you're not an ordinary person. An ordinary person who saw that light from me just now would have knelt down. You didn't. You didn't even blink." She stared into Lin Yuan's eyes, his reflection shimmering in his golden vertical pupils. "You have a story," she said. "I don't know what it is, but you do. The world loves people with stories." She turned and walked away, but stopped after a few steps. "The resettlement site is to the south. You've gone the wrong way." "I know. Then why did you head north?" "Because there's a little girl in the north who needs help." Sumuking stared at him for a long time. Then she said something very strange. "You know what? On the day I was chosen, the Lord of Light told me something. The script for this world has been written, but there are always people who want to improvise." "Then what?" "Then he said, those who improvise will either become legends or become jokes." "What do you think I am?" Sumuking didn't answer, but the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. "The resettlement site is to the south," she repeated, then disappeared into the golden light. Lin Yuan stood there, holding the little girl. The little girl sobbed softly in his arms. "Uncle, Daddy, Mommy." "It's all right," Lin Yuan said, his voice gentler than he had expected. "I'll take you to find them." He didn't know if the little girl's parents were still alive. He didn't know what the world would become. He didn't know if that 47-second script was real or fake. But he knew one thing. He doesn't like being told what to do, whether the one who arranged it was a god, fate, or some guy sitting in front of a screen typing on a keyboard. He doesn't like any of them. Reader comments section. Reader 3344, the character Sumuking is well written. Her arrogance of a chosen one is very well captured. But I always feel there's more to her story than meets the eye. She doesn't seem like a simple believer. Reader 117, the protagonist's ability has finally awakened? The Eye of Truth, which allows him to see the script. This setting is so interesting. Reader 882, the 47-second countdown is a bit creepy. So, is this world really written? Reader 95, I noticed a detail. The system notification says the protagonist is A001, the first to awaken on their own? What about the previous supernatural beings? Lin Yuan carried the little girl for about half an hour before finally seeing People's Square. But he almost didn't recognize him. The People's Square used to be a wide-open green space, surrounded by museums, the city government, and a grand theater. Now, it has been transformed into a huge camp. 3-meter-high barbed wire fences have been erected around it, with a watchtower every 10 meters, staffed by armed soldiers. The center of the square is filled with tents, densely packed together, like a white mushroom field. There was a long queue at the entrance, at least several hundred people. There were elderly people, children, people in pajamas, and people dragging suitcases. Everyone had the same expression on their face, bewilderment. Lin Yuan stood at the back of the line and put the little girl down. The little girl clung tightly to his clothes, refusing to let go. What's your name? Lin Yuan squatted down and asked her. Xiao, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, what are your parents' names? Xiaoyu shook her head, and tears fell again. Lin Yuan didn't ask any more questions. At a time like this, asking a child where are your parents, is the cruelest question. Because the child already knows the answer, either they're dead, or they don't know where they died. The line moved slowly. People were registering their information, and everyone had to have their palms scanned on a machine. Lin Yuan noticed that the machine emitted a blue light during the scan, and then the soldiers next to them would glance at the screen, their expressions subtly changing. Some people were taken into the camp, while others were taken to a small tent nearby and never came out again. It was his turn. The soldier in charge of registration was in his early 20s, looking very young, but his eyes held a weariness beyond his years. He glanced at Xiaoyu in Lin Yuan's arms, then at Lin Yuan himself. Name: Lin Yuan. Age: 22. Address: Huangpu District, near Nanjing East Road. Family situation: 1 person. The soldier glanced up at him, his expression unchanged, and pointed to the scanner beside him. Put your hand on it. Lin Yuan placed his hand on the scanner. A blue light swept across his palm, and the machine beeped. The soldier glanced at the screen, his expression changing not with surprise, but with a hint of wariness. Wait a moment. The soldier stood up and walked into a tent at the back. Lin Yuan waited for 2 minutes, and the soldier returned, followed by a middle-aged man in a suit. The man was about 40 years old, wore glasses, and looked very refined, but his eyes were sharp. Mr. Lin Yuan. The man smiled and extended his hand. My name is Zhou Zhang, and I'm in charge of the temporary resettlement site. May I speak with you in private? Why? Zhou Zhang's smile remained unchanged, but his tone became more serious, because your scan results are somewhat unusual. You are the first superhuman we've discovered so far. The tent was very simple, with only a folding table, 2 chairs, and a laptop. Zhou Zhang poured Lin Yuan a glass of water. Xiaoyu sat on Lin Yuan's lap. She had stopped crying but was still trembling. Do you know what a superhuman is? Zhou Zhang asked. I only recently found out. It's about people who awaken their own abilities, without relying on gods. Yes. Zhou Zhang nodded. After the Great Rift occurred, about 1% of the world's population mutated. Of that 1%, 90% became the monsters you saw. The remaining 10% became oracles, those chosen by the gods. And the prophets. He paused, then adjusted his glasses. The ratio of superhumans is 1 in 100,000. You are the first one discovered in the Shanghai area. So what? So you have 2 choices. Zhou Zhang held up 2 fingers. First, stay here with the ordinary people. We'll protect your safety, but your abilities might remain at a basic level. Second, join us. What would I do if I joined you? Dealing with the dungeons. Zhou Zhang's expression turned serious. The Great Rift didn't just crack the sky open. It also created many dungeons on Earth. You can think of them as enclosed spaces corrupted by mythical energy. Each dungeon contains monsters, dangers, but also rewards, mythical crystals, special items, and power. You need players who can fight. Yes. The military personnel are neither oracles nor psychics. Going up against the monsters in the dungeon is suicide. We need awakened ones to clear the dungeons and protect ordinary people. Lin Yuan remained silent for a while. I choose the first one. Zhou Zhang was taken aback, clearly not expecting him to refuse. Can I ask why? Because I don't even understand what my own abilities are. You're sending me to fight monsters? Isn't that just suicide? Zhou Zhang laughed. You're very smart. Most people get excited when they hear ability and power, but you actually know to be afraid. He took a wristband out of the drawer, the same one that the security guards in the neighborhood wore before, but it was black. Take this. I'm not forcing you, it's for your survival. It can detect the concentration of mythical energy and record your physical condition. If you change your mind, come find me anytime. Lin Yuan took the wristband and put it on. The wristband tightened automatically, fitting snugly against his wrist, and a line of text appeared on the screen. Divine Being A001 status, stable ability level, unrated. There's one more thing, Zhou Zhang said. We'll help find the family of the little girl you rescued. If we can't find them, we'll arrange for someone to take care of her. You don't need to worry about it. Lin Yuan glanced at Xiaoyu in his arms. The little girl had fallen asleep sometime earlier, and there were still tear stains on her face. Thanks. You're welcome. It's what we should do. The camp looked more chaotic inside than outside. Although the tents were neatly set up, the situation inside could only be described as crowded. 10 to 15 people had to live in each tent, with only a cot and a thin blanket. The air was filled with the smells of sweat, medicine, and some inexplicable anxiety. Lin Yuan handed Xiaoyu over to the volunteer in charge of childcare, a woman in her 40s who seemed very experienced. Xiaoyu woke up when she was taken away, crying and refusing to let go. Finally, Lin Yuan said, "I'll come see you tomorrow," and she let go, sobbing. He walked around the camp. The central area of the camp was separated, enclosed by a higher barbed wire fence to form an inner zone. Through the barbed wire, Lin Yuan could see people inside wearing uniforms, training in some kind of combat technique. Some of them could emit flames from their hands, and others had skin that turned into a rock-like texture. Oracle. There were about 20 people, ranging in age from their teens to their 30s. Their eyes were very similar to Sumuking's that confident I've been chosen look. But they didn't have Sumuking's indifference. Instead, they were filled with excitement and curiosity, like a group of children who had just received a new toy. Lin Yuan leaned against the barbed wire for a while and noticed a detail. These oracles all wore wristbands, but his black wristband was different, theirs were white. Furthermore, their wristbands didn't display divine being, but rather Oracle XX God. You've awakened too. The voice came from behind. Lin Yuan turned around and saw a young man sitting on a stone bench next to him. He looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, wearing a military green jacket, with messy hair and an unlit cigarette dangling from his mouth. I guess so. Oracle or divine being. The extraordinary one. The young man whistled, a rare species indeed. My name is Fang Lei, a second-tier oracle of the Lord of Light. My class is Paladin, which simply means I can deal damage, tank, and heal, an all-around utility character. He spoke casually when he called someone a tool, but Lin Yuan detected a hint of self-deprecation in his voice. Aren't oracles supposed to be very powerful? Why do you sound a bit dissatisfied? Fang Lei took the cigarette out of his mouth and twirled it in his hand. It's impressive, but do you know what the price is? What? Freedom. Fang Lei pointed to the sky. The god who granted me power knows where I am, what I'm doing, and even what I'm thinking at any time. Every time I use divine magic, a wisp of my soul is taken from him. When my soul completely belongs to him, I will be his. Then why do you still want to be an oracle? Fang Lei smiled, but there was a strange bitterness in his smile. Because if you don't do it, you die. On the day of the Great Rift, my whole family was corrupted. I watched helplessly as my mother turned into a monster, and then an oracle walked by, killed her, and asked if I wanted to join. I said yes. He stood up and put the cigarette back in his pocket. Did you know? I now have to complete 3 divine quests every month. If I don't, the gods will deduct my divine grace points. If they go negative, what will happen? Divine punishment. Fang Lei's tone was calm. You'll have all your power taken away, and then be thrown into an S-rank dungeon as material. A teammate of mine died that way. He patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder, took a few steps, then turned back and said, "Those with supernatural powers seem free, unrestrained by gods. But be careful, those without divine protection are the most vulnerable in this world, because the monsters will prioritize attacking you." Lin Yuan watched his retreating figure, a strange feeling welling up inside him. Fang Lei is right, those with supernatural abilities are not bound by gods, they are free. But the price of this freedom is, no one will protect you, no one will guide you, and no one will lend a hand when you fail. This is so similar to his situation in the real world. No family, no job, no future, free as a fallen leaf. But at least the wind tells the fallen leaves which way to go. There wasn't even a breeze. That night, Lin Yuan was assigned to a tent in a corner. There were already 8 people in the tent, mostly young people who had lost their homes in the Great Rift but had not yet awakened. They were all silent. No one was chatting, no one was using their phones, the signal had long been cut off, everyone was huddled in their cots, staring blankly at the tent ceiling. Occasionally someone would turn over, the blankets rustling, and then silence would return. Lin Yuan couldn't sleep. He stared at the tent's dome, his mind replaying the day's events, the 47-second countdown, the golden thread connecting the mutant and Sumuking, and those 4 words in the system notification. Plot traces. What are plot traces? Who is the protagonist of the plot? Who is writing this plot? He rolled over and closed his eyes. Then he saw something he shouldn't have seen. It wasn't something I saw with my eyes, it was an image in my mind, as clear as a dream. He saw a group of people sitting in a large room. The room had many screens displaying everything he had experienced that day: the convenience store, the mutants, Xiaoyu, Sumuking, Fang Lei. Each scene was filmed from a different camera angle, as if someone was using dozens of cameras to film simultaneously. The group of people sat in chairs with drinks and snacks in front of them. They were pointing at the screen and saying something. Lin Yuan couldn't hear the sounds, but he could read lip movements. One person said, "The pace is a bit slow." Another person said, "Don't worry, there'll be a climax at the end of chapter 3. The third person, a man sitting at the front with a laptop in front of him, said, "The protagonist is starting to have doubts. Give him a few more clues, but not too many." Maintain the suspense. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. His heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would jump out of his chest. His back was covered in cold sweat, and his hands were trembling. That wasn't a dream. That was something he saw somewhere. The man sitting in front of the computer, did he know him? No, he didn't. But the man's face was clear as a photograph imprinted in his mind. Round face, glasses, a little chubby, looked like an ordinary programmer or writer. The reason you were chosen is because your suffering is very entertaining. The contents of that text message echoed in my mind again. Lin Yuan sat up and took a deep breath. He began to organize his thoughts. First, this world is being rewritten by some force. The Great Rift, mythical energy, dungeons, these are all part of the new rules. Second, someone or some kind of being is watching all of this. They're treating it as some kind of show. Third, he may not be an ordinary person. Not because he is a superhuman, but because his role in the script may be different from others. Fourth, he doesn't like this position. He glanced at the black wristband on his wrist. The screen's blue light glowed faintly in the darkness, displaying Spectator A001 status, mild anxiety ability level, unassessed. Mild anxiety. Even the machine knows he's anxious. He gave a wry smile and lay back down. Even if he can't sleep, he has to. There's still a lot to do tomorrow. No matter what the world becomes, no matter who's manipulating things behind the scenes, he at least has to survive. Live on, and then find the answer. This is a lesson he learned 2 years ago after his parents disappeared. The next morning, Lin Yuan was awakened by a commotion. He stepped out of his tent and saw a large group of people gathered in the center of the camp. Some were arguing loudly, their voices filled with obvious anger. He squeezed through the crowd and saw 2 people standing at the entrance to the inner area's barbed wire fence. One of them was Fang Lei, dressed in the uniform of an oracle, with a troubled expression. The other was a middle-aged man, wearing an ordinary jacket, with injuries on his face and bloodshot eyes. He yelled at Fang Lei, "My daughter is inside. Let me in." "Sir, only oracles and staff are allowed into the inner area." "I don't care. My daughter was taken in by you yesterday and hasn't come out yet. She's only 15. What did you do to her?" A hint of reluctance flashed across Fang Lei's face, but he still stood in the doorway. "Sir, please calm down." "Calm down? You want me to calm down?" The man's voice was hoarse, tears welling in his eyes. "You oracles, always talking about God's will, who knows what you're up to in there? Where is my daughter?" Lin Yuan stood in the crowd, watching this scene unfold. He recalled what Fang Lei had said last night, the oracles have no freedom. But now it seemed that it wasn't just the oracles who were not free. What about the families of those who were chosen? What about those children who awakened but were taken to the inner area? Did they ask if they were willing? Lin Yuan's wristband suddenly vibrated. He looked down and saw a new line of information appear on the screen. Ability Awakening Stage 2 Plot Alteration, Prototype, under testing. Trigger Condition, Strong Resistance to the Current Plot Development. New Ability Description, you can attempt to subtly alter the course of predetermined events. The success rate depends on your willpower and understanding of the plot rules. Warning, altering the plot will trigger a backlash from the plot correction force. You may encounter accidents, misfortune, or be marked as an abnormal character. Use? Yes/no. Lin Yuan stared at the yes/no option on the screen for 3 seconds. Then he raised his head, walked through the crowd, and stood in front of Fang Lei. "Let me talk to him," Lin Yuan said to Fang Lei. Fang Lei glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, and then stepped aside. Lin Yuan walked up to the man. "What's your daughter's name?" Chen Xiao." "When was she brought inside?" "Yesterday afternoon. They said Xiao had awakened and needed to be taken in for training. They said she'd be out today. But now it's already the 2nd day." Lin Yuan nodded and turned to look at Fang Lei. "Could you help me find out where Chen Xiao is?" Fang Lei hesitated for a moment, then picked up the walkie-talkie and said a few words. After a while, a reply came from the walkie-talkie. "Chen Xiao, 15 years old, a first-tier oracle of the Lord of Glory. Currently undergoing adaptive training, expected to complete in 3 days." 3 days. The man's face turned pale when he heard the word 3 days. "They said they'd be out today," he murmured. Lin Yuan looked at Fang Lei. "Why 3 days?" Fang Lei's expression was complicated, as if he knew something but dared not say it. Finally, he whispered, "Because the acclimatization training takes 3 days. If you quit halfway through, the divine gift will be taken back." "What would happen if we took it back?" Fang Lei didn't answer, but his silence was the answer. Lin Yuan glanced at the man, then at the oracle's training in the inner area, and then at the surrounding crowd. They were all waiting. Waiting for an outcome, waiting for an arrangement, waiting for someone they didn't know to decide their fate. But he didn't want to wait. He glanced down at the yes/no sign on his wristband. Then he pressed yes. The moment Lin Yuan pressed yes, a strange feeling swept over his entire body. It wasn't pain, nor dizziness. It was more like he was swimming upstream in a river, the current squeezing him from all sides, trying to push him back to where he started. Countless images flooded his mind. The little girl should have been out in 3 days, the father should have been waiting at the door until he broke down, Fang Lei should have been transferred on the 5th day. These images flashed by like a comic strip, each one saying the same thing: this is none of your business. Plot correction ability. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth. He didn't believe in fate before, and he still doesn't. But it seems there really is some kind of script in this world, and everyone is following that script. Except for him. I want to go in, he said to Feng Lei. Feng Lei's eyes widened. Are you crazy? Only oracles and staff are allowed in the inner area. You're neither an oracle nor a member of the military. I am a superhuman. Lin Yuan raised his wrist, revealing a black wristband. Zhou Zhang said I'm the first one in Shanghai. That should be special enough. Feng Lei stared at the black wristband, remaining silent for a few seconds. He clearly knew what A001 meant. Wait a moment. He picked up the walkie-talkie and walked to the side. 3 minutes later, the barbed wire gate opened. A woman in military uniform emerged. She was in her early 30s, with short hair and an expressionless face. Her wristband was red and read Administrator Zhao Linear. You're that supernatural being. She looked Lin Yuan up and down, her tone devoid of curiosity, only scrutiny. Yes. What are you going in there for? I'm looking for a girl named Chen Xiao. Her father has been waiting at the door for over 10 hours. You said she'd be out today, but it turns out it'll be 3 days. I want to go see her. Zhao Lin's expression remained unchanged. Adaptive training is classified information. You can't go in. A 15-year-old girl is locked up somewhere you don't know, brainwashed by some unknown god, and you call this training. The surroundings became quiet. The oracle's training inside the inner area stopped and looked this way. The ordinary people at the entrance were also watching. Feng Lei lowered his head and remained silent. Zhao Lin stared at Lin Yuan for 5 seconds, then stepped aside to make way for him. 10 minutes. Lin Yuan entered the inner area. The inside looks completely different from the outside. The ground was paved with some kind of glowing stone slabs, which rippled with pale blue light with every step. There was a faint hum of electricity in the air, as if something was in motion. The tents around were much larger and more orderly than those outside, and each tent entrance had a flag embroidered with the emblem of a different deity. Zhao Lin walked ahead, her pace quick, without saying a word. What exactly is adaptive training? Lin Yuan asked. After an oracle awakens, they need to establish a stable connection with the deity who granted them their power. This process takes 3 days. During this time, they will be confined to an isolation room, accessible only to the will of the deity. It sounds like solitary confinement. Zhao Lin did not respond. They walked to a tent at the very back of the inner area. This tent was smaller than the others, and it had no flag, only a number, 07. Zhao Lin pulled back the tent flap. There was nothing inside, just a metal box, about 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, resembling a coffin. The box was sealed, and its surface had luminous patterns that seemed to flow slowly. Through the glass window on the lid, you could see a person lying inside. A girl of about 15 or 16, dressed in white, had her eyes closed and her brows furrowed. Her lips were moving, as if she were saying something, but no sound came out. Chen Xiao. Lin Yuan leaned closer to the glass window. The girl did not respond. She can't hear you, Zhao Lin said. She's currently communicating with the will of a deity. We can't interfere, and we shouldn't. If the connection is severed, her mind will collapse. You locked her in a box, let some unknown thing talk in her head, and then told me this was training. Zhao Lin's expression finally changed slightly, not with guilt, but with a kind of weary helplessness. You think I wanted this? Her voice lowered. But these children have been chosen by the gods. Without training, they will be abandoned. Abandoned oracles are worse off than ordinary people. Their souls have already been surrendered, but without divine protection, those evil gods will come and snatch them away like vultures. That's not allowed either. Do you have a better idea? Lin Yuan was speechless. He looked at the girl in the glass window. Her lips were still moving. He focused his attention, trying to read her lip movements. Accept me, accept me, accept me. Over and over again, like a broken tape recorder. Lin Yuan's wrist began to feel hot. He looked down and saw a line of text on the black wristband. Plot alteration activated. Current objective, to change the outcome of Chen Xiao's training. Original ending, after completing training in 3 days, become a second-tier oracle of the Lord of Light, with 98% loyalty. Your intervention will change this outcome. Success rate, 23%. Cost, the plot correction power will mark you. After being marked, the difficulty of every dungeon you encounter will increase. 23%. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. He looked at Zhao Lin. Open the box. No. I said, open the box. His voice wasn't loud, but it had an irresistible quality. Zhao Lin paused for a moment, then realized she was already entering her password. The lid of the box slowly opened. A blast of cold air hit her. Chen Xiao's body was trembling, and her lips had turned pale. Her eyelids were twitching violently, as if she were having a terrible dream. Lin Yuan reached in and took her hand. Her hands were icy cold, as if she were holding a block of ice. Chen Xiao, he called to her, wake up? No response. Chen Xiao. He squeezed her hand tightly. The girl's eyelids twitched more violently, and her lips stopped repeating the same phrase. Her expression began to change from pain to confusion, from confusion to fear. She suddenly opened her eyes. Those eyes weren't normal eyes. The pupils were golden, vertical, exactly like Sumoking's. But the gold was fading rapidly, as if something had driven it away from the eyes. No, no. Chen Xiao's voice was hoarse beyond words. It's making me go back. Don't go back, Lin Yuan said. Look at me. Look into my eyes. Chen Xiao looked into his eyes. The gold in his pupils was fading. Then, her eyes returned to their normal brown color. She started to cry. It wasn't a quiet sob, it was an uncontrollable wail that welled up from the deepest part of her body. She gripped Lin Yuan's hand, her nails digging into his flesh, her whole body trembling as she cried. I don't want to become like that, that voice said, saying I have to become a saint, saying I have to give up everything, I don't want to. It's all right, Lin Yuan said. It's all right. He turned to look at Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin's face finally showed an expression shock. She clearly hadn't expected anyone to be able to pull someone out of the adaptive training. This can't be, she murmured, no one has ever woken up in the middle of training. Lin Yuan ignored her. He helped Chen Xiao out of the box. The girl was unsteady on her feet and leaned against him, still crying. He looked at the screen on his wristband. Plot alteration successful. The original ending has been changed. Chen Xiao's fate has deviated from the script. Cost, you have been marked by plot correction forces. The difficulty of subsequent dungeons will be increased by 50%. Every NPC you encounter has a 3% chance of awakening, that is, realizing they are a fictional character. Please note that awakened NPCs may help you or attack you. New tag added, under observation of abnormal role priority. Lin Yuan turned off the screen and helped Xiao Yu walk outside. As he reached the door, he stopped and said something to Zhao Lin. Tell her father that his daughter is all right. Tell the other parents that their children will be out soon. If anyone is still not out in 3 days, I will come back. Zhao Lin opened her mouth, but said nothing. When I walked out of the inner area, the father was still standing at the door. He saw Lin Yuan supporting Chen Xiao, paused for a second, then rushed over and hugged his daughter tightly. Xiao, are you all right? Dad. Xiao hugged her father, crying so hard she couldn't speak. People around were watching. Some applauded, some wiped away tears, and some whispered among themselves. Feng Lei stood beside the barbed wire fence, looking at Lin Yuan with a complicated expression. Do you know what you just did? He whispered. I did what I was supposed to do. You've offended the Church of Radiance. Feng Lei's voice lowered further. That girl was an oracle chosen by the Lord of Radiance. By pulling her out of training, you've essentially stolen a follower of the Lord of Radiance. Those great oracles won't let you get away with this. Let them come. Feng Lei looked at him and suddenly smiled. It wasn't the bitter smile from before, but a smile filled with admiration. You little brat, you've got guts. Lin Yuan didn't laugh. He looked at the words on his wristband, abnormal character priority under observation. He had no idea how much trouble he had gotten himself into. But he did know one thing, the girl named Chen Xiao could now choose whether or not to become an oracle. That's enough. The punishment came faster than Lin Yuan had imagined. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Zhou Zhang appeared in front of his tent. He was wearing the same suit as yesterday, but his tie was loose and there was a crack in his glasses. There's an F-rank instance that needs processing. Zhou Zhang got straight to the point, near Jing'an Temple. The military has sealed off the area, but we can't get in. We need an awakened. Why are you looking for me? Because you're an oracle. Zhou Zhang adjusted his glasses. Oracles entering dungeons have to hand over half their profits to the church. You're independent, the profits are ours. Lin Yuan glanced at the wristband. The information displayed on the screen made his heart sink. Copy detected, Jing'an Temple Underground Tomb. Difficulty level, F. Actual difficulty, level D, increased. Warning, this instance has been affected by story-related changes. Monster strength has been increased by 200%, and the number of hidden traps has increased by 300%. It is not recommended to enter alone. Difficulty increased. Monster strength doubled. Number of traps tripled. This is the revenge of the plot correction power. Can I not go? Lin Yuan asked. Zhou Zhang's expression told him, no. You are the only independent awakened in Shanghai. The military needs your abilities. He paused, his tone softening slightly, and the church already knows about what you did in the inner district yesterday. You need to prove your worth. Otherwise what? Otherwise, they'll treat you as a threat and deal with you. Lin Yuan remained silent for a few seconds. Assign me a few men. Feng Lei will go with you. There's also an oracle named Iron Hammer, newly awakened, a strength type. That's enough. Iron Hammer. That name doesn't sound like something a normal person would have. Let's go. Dash. The area around Jing'an Temple has been cordoned off. Lin Yuan stood outside the blockade, looking at the ancient temple. The temple was still there, but the surrounding streets had completely changed. Huge cracks had appeared in the ground, from which dark red mist billowed. The temple gate had disappeared, replaced by a downward stone staircase leading to complete darkness. Feng Lei stood beside him, dressed in the white uniform of an oracle, holding a glowing one-handed sword. It's just an F-rank dungeon, Feng Lei said, his tone much more relaxed than last night. Don't be nervous, just follow me. Have you considered that this dungeon might be harder than you think? Feng Lei laughed. How difficult can F-rank be? I've cleared 3 F-rank dungeons already, and they were all filled with mutated rats and rabid dogs. Lin Yuan didn't laugh. He looked at the actual difficulty, D level on his wristband and remained silent. The third person arrived. To be precise, it arrived with a clattering sound. The man was at least 2 meters tall, with shoulders as broad as a door. He wore a tattered work vest, and his exposed arms were thicker than Lin Yuan's thighs, but his lower body was mechanical. His 2 legs were made of silver-white machinery from the thighs down, with hydraulic rods at the joints that extended and retracted, producing a heavy metallic clanging sound with each step. His left hand was also mechanical, with 5 thick metal claws as fingers. You're that superhuman. He looked down at Lin Yuan, his voice sounding like it was coming from inside an iron barrel. Lin Yuan. Just call me Hammer. He held up the mechanical arm. A gift from the king of anvils. It works well, but charging it is a hassle. Lin Yuan noticed that when Tai Chui said given by the king of anvils, there was no gratitude in his tone. It was as if he were saying a computer provided by the company. Let's go, Lin Yuan said. The 3 of them walked up the stone steps. The moment darkness engulfed them, Lin Yuan's wristband lit up. Not just the wristband, his eyes lit up too. Eye of Truth automatically activated. The world he saw had once again transformed into that semi-transparent wireframe pattern. The stone steps, the walls, the sky overhead all had become data and lines. And deep within these lines, at the heart of the copy, was a massive red marker. Boss, Tomb Lord, rank D. Original strength, F grade has been upgraded to D grade. Recommended team size, 6 to 8 people. Current team size, 3 people. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Feng Lei, he said, wait a moment. No matter what happens, follow my instructions. Feng Lei glanced at him but did not refute him. They walked for about 5 minutes until they reached the end of the stone steps. Before them lay a vast underground space as if the entire foundation of Jing'an Temple had been hollowed out. In the center of the space stood a stone platform, upon which rested a coffin. The coffin was open. There were 12 things standing around. They were once human, clad in ancient armor and wielding rusty swords. But now their bodies are translucent, as if formed from dark red mist. Their eyes are 2 eerie green flames, flickering in the darkness. 12 Tomb Guardians. Original strength, F grade has been upgraded to D grade. Ability, physical attack, corrosion aura, summon skeletons. 12. Feng Lei's voice was tense. There shouldn't be this many monsters in an F-rank dungeon. This is not an F-rank dungeon, Lin Yuan said. Iron Hammer raised the mechanical arm, his knuckles cracking. Forget the grade, just do it. He was the first to rush out. With a push from his mechanical legs, he slammed into the nearest guard like a tank. His iron fist struck the guard's chest, shattering the guard's body like glass and turning it into dark red mist. But the mist didn't dissipate, it spun around in the air a few times, then reformed into 2 smaller skulls. Damn, Iron Hammer cursed, it can split. Feng Lei charged forward, his lightsaber slicing through the air and severing the second guard. The result was the same, it split into 2 skeletons. We can't kill them directly. Lin Yuan shouted, they'll multiply and there will be more and more of them. He carefully observed the guards with his discerning eye, searching for weaknesses. In wireframe mode, each guard's body contained a core, a small, glowing crystal, about the size of a thumb, in an irregular location. Shoot at the crystal in their chests. Lin Yuan shouted. That's the core. With a single punch, the hammer pierced through the chest of a guard, while the mechanical fingers precisely grasped the crystal and crushed it. This time, the guardians didn't split, they simply vanished. It worked. Feng Lei switched tactics, his lightsaber piercing precisely into the guard's chest, shattering the crystal. One after another, the guards began to fall. But there are too many. Of the 12 guards, they killed 6. The remaining 6 began to retreat, gathering together. Their bodies began to merge, dark red mist intertwining and gradually coalescing into a larger form. The D-rank boss, the Tomb Lord, has been summoned. Ability, Shadow Strike, summons skeletons, life drain. Weakness, core is in the head but will randomly relocate during combat. The thing was 3 meters tall and composed of countless skulls and dark red mist. Its head was a giant skull, with green flames in its eye sockets like 2 searchlights. I told you it wasn't F grade. Feng Lei's voice trembled. The Tomb Lord opened its mouth and let out a silent roar. A dark red shockwave erupted from its mouth, rushing straight towards the 3 of them. Lin Yuan fell to the ground, the shockwave passing over his head and striking the wall behind him. The stones on the wall instantly turned to dust. Feng Lei wasn't so lucky. He was swept away by the edge of the shockwave, flew out, crashed into a stone pillar, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Feng Lei. Iron Hammer tried to rush forward, but the Tomb Lord had already reached him. The enormous bone hand slammed down, and Iron Hammer raised his mechanical arm to block. Metal and bone collided, producing a deafening roar. He was forced to his knees, the joints of his mechanical leg creaking. Lin Yuan lay on the ground, his mind racing. The boss is formed by the fusion of 12 guardians. Its core is in its head, but it can relocate. Its attack methods include Shadow Strike, summoning skeletons, and life drain. Of the 3, 1 was injured, 1 was being suppressed, and 1 had no combat experience. What to do? He looked down at his wristband. Can be used with plot alterations. Currently modifiable content, the core transfer rules of the boss. Original setting, the core relocates randomly every 30 seconds. This can be modified to, the core cycles through 3 fixed locations every 30 seconds. Success rate, 67%. Cost, after the dungeon ends, you will enter a 24-hour weakened state. During this time, you will be unable to use any abilities. 24-hour weakness. In this world where death is always a possibility, being unable to use your abilities for 24 hours is tantamount to suicide. But if things don't change, they might not even survive the next hour. Lin Yuan pressed yes. The world has paused again. It wasn't a real pause, his perception speed had increased. He saw the core inside the boss's body, the glowing crystal, beginning to cycle between 3 locations, the head, chest, and left shoulder. It moved once every 30 seconds, in a fixed order. Iron hammer. Lin Yuan scrambled to his feet. Listen to me, its core changes position every 30 seconds. Head, chest, left shoulder, in that order. It's the head now, and in 15 seconds it will be the chest. Iron hammer didn't ask why, he simply trusted his judgment. He dodged another blow from the boss, used his mechanical legs to propel himself up, and punched the boss in the head. The skull shattered, but the core was gone, it had just moved to the chest. Now on the chest. Lin Yuan shouted. The hammer landed, he turned, and the mechanical arm swept across. His fist embedded itself in the boss's chest, his fingers precisely gripping the crystal. The boss's body began to tremble violently, and dark red mist scattered in all directions. It let out a sharp screech, and the entire underground space shook. The hammer's fingers tightened. The crystal shattered. The Tomb Lord's body collapsed like a sand sculpture, turning into a cloud of dark red dust. The dust slowly fell, covering the ground like an eerie snowfall. It fell silent. Lin Yuan slid down against the wall, his whole body trembling. Not from fear, it was the exhaustion after the adrenaline receded. Wristband vibration. Jing'an Temple Underground Tomb Dungeon Completion Rating, B+. Received, Mythical Crystal X15, Tomb Lord's Bone Fragment X1, Writer's Note X1. New item, the Writer's Note. Description, a note found deep within the copy. The handwriting is very fresh, as if it was just written. Lin Yuan opened the note. There is only one line of text above. The boss battle in Chapter 7 was alright, but the protagonist won too easily. Make it a bit harder next time. Disappointed. Lin Yuan stared at the line of words, his fingers trembling. Disappointment. He'd never seen that name before, but that face, the face he'd seen in his dream yesterday, was linked to that name. Feng Lei got up from the ground, clutching his chest, and walked over. Are you alright? Fine. How do you know the boss's core will transfer? Lin Yuan stuffed the note into his pocket and stood up. Just a guess. Iron hammer walked over, his mechanical arm still covered in the dust from the boss. He looked at Lin Yuan, his gaze different from before, not scrutiny, but a kind of approval. You little rascal, he said, you've got something. The 3 of them exited the instance and returned to the surface. The sunlight was so bright that Lin Yuan's eyes stung. Zhou was waiting outside the blockade line. When he saw them come out, he visibly breathed a sigh of relief. How about it? Rank D, Lin Yuan said. You mean rank F? Zhou Zhang was stunned for a moment. What? The intelligence I received clearly stated. Someone changed the difficulty, Lin Yuan interrupted him, or rather, someone changed the difficulty of my game. Zhou Zhang's expression changed. He clearly understood the meaning behind Lin Yuan's words, but he didn't ask any further questions. Go back and rest first, he said. You've had a hard day. Lin Yuan did not move. Zhou Zhang, he said, do you know someone named Lost? Zhou Zhang's expression remained unchanged, but his hand, the one in his pocket, trembled slightly. I don't know him, he said. Why do you ask? Lin Yuan looked into his eyes but said nothing. Then he turned and left. After walking quite a distance, he looked back. Zhou Zhang was still standing there, holding his phone and sending messages. The wristband vibrated. The backlash from the plot correction has taken effect. You will enter a 24-hour weakened state. During this time, you will be unable to use any abilities. Note, in a weakened state, you are more vulnerable than a normal person. Please try to avoid any conflict. Bonus hint, someone is watching you. More than one. Lin Yuan turned off the screen and continued walking. The screenwriter's note in his pocket was digging into his leg like a thorn. The weakness was more terrifying than Lin Yuan had imagined. It wasn't just a matter of lacking strength, his entire body was betraying him. His muscles were weak, his vision was blurry, and his mind was a complete blank. He walked 3 blocks, having to stop 4 times to lean against a wall and gasp for breath. Each breath felt like someone was scraping his lungs with sandpaper. The countdown on the wristband shows 23 hours and 14 minutes remaining in the weakened state. His current combat power is 0. No, it's even lower than 0. At least an ordinary person can run, but he can't even run. Hurry up, Feng Lei urged him from the side, his tone urgent. We'll be safe once we're back at camp. Hammer followed behind, his mechanical legs leaving a shallow crater with each step. He didn't speak, but kept looking around like a vigilant hunting dog. Lin Yuan knew what they were nervous about. The dungeon was rank D, and the 3 of them cleared it, but that in itself wasn't normal. A rank F dungeon suddenly becoming rank D, with the boss's strength tripling. This wasn't an accident, someone was sabotaging them. And that person was Chen Mo. How much further? Lin Yuan asked. 2 kilometers, Feng Lei said. Hang in there. 2 kilometers. A normal walk would take 20 minutes. In his current condition, it would take at least an hour. They walked 2 more blocks. The streets were deserted. After the Great Chasm, the people in the area had either fled or died. The doors and windows of the shops along the road were tightly shut, some had been smashed open, and the insides were ransacked. A bus was blocking the middle of the road, its doors open, and there were still unfinished coffees on the seats. Lin Yuan stopped, leaning against the bus and catching his breath. Then he heard a voice. Footsteps. It wasn't theirs, it was a third person's. very softly, rhythmically, as if deliberately made so they could hear it. Hammer heard it too. He turned around, raised his mechanical arm, and spread his fingers, ready to become a fist at any moment. Come out, said Hammer. The footsteps stopped. There was silence for about 5 seconds. Then, a woman walked out of the alley across the street. She was young, 23 or 24, wearing a red trench coat that stood out starkly against the grey ruins. Her hair was black, long, and draped over her shoulders. Her features were delicate, but there was something off about her. It wasn't her features, it was her expression. She was smiling, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. Her eyes were deep red, like 2 pomegranate gems. Don't be nervous, she said, her voice pleasant, with a lazy, husky quality. I'm just passing by. Just passing by. Feng Lei's lightsaber was already flashing. This area has been sealed off. How did you get in? The woman tilted her head, looking at the lightsaber in Feng Lei's hand as if it were an interesting toy. The lockdown is for ordinary people, my dear. She raised her hand, a dark red flame flickering between her fingers, shaped like a flower. I am not an ordinary person. The oracle of the evil god. Iron Hammer's voice deepened. Correct. The woman blew away the flames, the petals drifting into the air and turning to ash. Followers of Azathoth, the thousand-throat beast. You may call me the Red Queen. Feng Lei raised his sword even higher. You lackey of the evil god, what are you doing here? Lackeys. The Red Queen laughed. That's a very apt term. And what are you? Lackeys of the true gods. Feng Lei choked. The Red Queen ignored him and turned to Lin Yuan. Her deep red eyes stared at him for 3 seconds, then her expression changed, not a smile, but something more complex and serious. Your name is Lin Yuan, right? A superhuman, A001, just finished the Jing'an Temple instance and is currently in a weakened state. She paused, and you have a note from the screenwriter in your pocket. Lin Yuan instinctively pressed his hand against his pocket. How did you know? Because I have one too. The Red Queen pulled a slip of paper from her trench coat pocket and waved it. It was exactly the same as the one she found in the copy, except the words on it were different. She unfolded the note, which read, Chapter 8 introduces the Red Queen, giving the protagonist a hint. Don't give too much. Disappointment. The air froze. Feng Lei glanced at the note, then at the Red Queen, then at Lin Yuan, his expression shifting from wariness to confusion. What is this thing? Iron Hammer frowned. The Red Queen stuffed the note back into her pocket and looked at Lin Yuan. Do you believe it now? Believe in what? I believe this world was written by people. Lin Yuan did not answer, but he also did not deny it. The Red Queen nodded, as if she had received the answer she wanted. Come with me, she said. You have a 24-hour vulnerable period. Wandering the streets is tantamount to suicide. I have a safe place. Why should I believe you? Feng Lei stood in front of Lin Yuan. You may not believe me, the Red Queen shrugged, but there are 3 mutants patrolling the street behind you. There's a nest of mutant rats in the building to your left. And there's an F-rank carrion monster in the parking lot to your right. You 3, one with low health, one crippled, and one weakened. How long do you think you can last? Feng Lei's expression changed. Hammer turned and glanced at the street behind him, paused for a few seconds, and then said, She's telling the truth. I can smell the mutants. Lin Yuan looked at the Red Queen. Her eyes were still that deep red, and her smile still didn't reach her eyes. But what she said was true. He could also feel something approaching around them. Lead the way, he said. The Red Queen's safe place is an abandoned office building located between Jing'an Temple and People's Square. The building's exterior looks no different from the surrounding ruins, with half of the glass curtain wall shattered and the lobby filled with fragments of collapsed ceilings. But once you get to the second basement level, everything changes. This place has been transformed into a small base. It has generators, food reserves, medical supplies, and communication equipment. The walls are covered with maps and sticky notes of various colors, filled with dense handwriting. Yours? Lin Yuan asked. Mine. The Red Queen pulled up a chair and sat down. Even followers of evil gods need to eat and sleep, right? Feng Lei and Tai Chui stood at the doorway, not coming in. Feng Lei's hand remained on the sword hilt, and Tai Chui's mechanical arm was still in motion. Don't be so tense, the Red Queen said. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it while you were in the dungeon. A weakened prophet and a low-health oracle, perfect prey. Then why didn't you kill him? Lin Yuan asked. The Red Queen looked at him, and for the first time, her red eyes warmed. Because I have a problem too, she said. The same problem as you? What's the problem? Who is really controlling this world? She picked up a map from the table and spread it out in front of Lin Yuan. The map was marked with many circles in red pen, and each circle was labeled with a number. This is the location of the instance I marked. After the Great Rift, at least 3,000 instances appeared globally. Each instance has a designer. You might think it's a god, but the god is just an actor. The real designer is. She paused, then pointed to the sky. The stuff above that. Storytelling. Screenwriting. That's what they call works. Lin Yuan took out the screenwriter's note and placed it on the table. Disappointment. Yes. The Red Queen nodded. Disappointment. Or rather, the writer. I don't know if that's his real name or a pen name, but the name appears deep within every copy I can find. In every copy there's a similar note, like a signature. How do you know all this? Because I am the oracle of an evil god. Her tone was as calm as if she were speaking of someone else. The oracles of righteous gods do not question the world, because questioning would shake their faith. But evil gods are different. Evil gods are inherently chaotic and disordered. They don't care what their believers think, they even encourage them to explore forbidden knowledge. She pointed to her eyes. I've seen far too much with these eyes. The underlying code of dungeons, the fate lines of oracles, even the character tags above ordinary people's heads. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. You can see that too. Also, the Red Queen caught the word and smiled. It seems your abilities aren't limited to fighting and killing. Lin Yuan remained silent for a few seconds. I can see some things, he said. Character labels, plot clues. Sometimes, I can see things I shouldn't see. For example, a person named Lost, sitting in front of a computer, looking at the screen. The screen represents our world. The Red Queen was not surprised. She simply nodded, as if she already knew. What do you want to do? She asked. Lin Yuan thought for a moment. I want to know the truth, he said. The whole truth. What is this world? Who are we? Who is that lost one? What is the purpose of this game? Then what? Then, Lin Yuan looked at the map on the table, at the dense red markings, and then I decided whether or not I should continue playing this game. The Red Queen looked at him, and stared at him for a long time. Then she reached out her hand. Cooperate. Lin Yuan looked at her hand. It was very white, with long, slender fingers and dark red nail polish. He took it in his hand. Cooperate. Feng Lei shouted from the doorway, are you crazy? She's the oracle of an evil god. She's the only one who told me the truth. Lin Yuan interrupted him. The oracles of the true gods only say, God's certainty is enough. Which do you prefer? Feng Lei fell silent. Iron Hammer leaned against the opposite wall, his mechanical arm crossed in front of his chest, watching this scene. I don't care, he said. Both good and evil gods are gods, and they all treat people as tools. At least this woman isn't pretending. The Red Queen glanced at Hammer and smiled. You're an interesting person too. She stood up, walked to the wall, pulled one out from a pile of notes, and handed it to Lin Yuan. This is the clue I found. The source of the Great Rift isn't in the sky, it's underground. Beneath the seabed of the East Daxia Sea, there's a giant anchor point connecting our world and the mythical world. That anchor point is man-made. Man-made. Or rather, written out, the Red Queen said. Someone wrote, there's an anchor point here, and then the anchor point appeared. Lin Yuan stared at the note. It contained a rough map with a location marked on it, the East Daxia Sea, about 200 kilometers off the coast of Shanghai. Where are you going? I've been waiting for someone with enough motivation to go. The Red Queen looked at Lin Yuan. Most oracles are either content to be the dogs of the gods or afraid of the truth. You are not. I knew that from the moment you saved that girl. Are you spying on me? I'm watching you, the Red Queen corrected him, the protagonist of this world. This word made Lin Yuan feel extremely uncomfortable. I'm not the main character. You are, the Red Queen said. At least, that's how it's written in the script. She pointed to the screenwriter's note. Every note mentioned you. The protagonist's reaction was too calm. The protagonist won too easily. Give the protagonist a hint, can't you hear it? You've always been the center of attention. Lin Yuan clenched his fist. He hated that word. Protagonist. It meant everyone else was a supporting character, a background character, a expendable resource serving his story. Was that girl named Chen Xiao only saved because of the protagonist's intervention? Without him, she would have stayed in that box for 3 days and then become a saint with 98% loyalty. She was designed. He was designed too. But at least his design included the option of resistance. Take me to that anchor point, Lin Yuan said. Right now, you're in a weakened state. Go after you've recovered, the Red Queen said. I'll contact you in 3 days. She picked up a communicator from the table and tossed it to Lin Yuan. This device can communicate even when interfered with by mythical energy. Only I and high-ranking military officials possess this equipment. Don't lose it. Lin Yuan put the communicator into his pocket. There's one more thing, the Red Queen said. That oracle beside you, Feng Lei, his loyalty isn't 100%. He's had doubts, he's wavered. But he dares not think too deeply, because thinking too much would drain his power. What do you want to say? What I want to say is, what you need isn't more power, but more people. Those who are willing to open their eyes. Find them. She stood up, walked to the door, and opened the heavy iron door. Let's go now. Your camp is still 2 kilometers away. It wouldn't be fun if the protagonist, weakened from the previous phase, died on the way. Lin Yuan walked to the door and stopped. Why are you helping me? He asked. You're the oracle of an evil god. What benefit would I gain from helping you? The Red Queen turned her back to him. Her red trench coat shone like a flame in the dim light. Because I also want freedom, she said. Not just freedom from evil gods, freedom from the entire script. If this world is a story written by someone, then even my sadness is orchestrated. I don't like that. She turned around and smiled. This time, the smile reached her eyes. Come on, protagonist. Don't die on the way. Your story has only just begun. Dash. It was almost dark when I walked out of the building. Feng Lei and Tai Chui walked ahead, with Lin Yuan following behind. He still had more than 20 hours of weakness left. His legs were still weak, but his mind was clearer than ever. He looked back at the abandoned office building. The lights on the second basement level were off. The Red Queen had vanished into the darkness. He touched the communicator and the screenwriter's note in his pocket. The protagonist, that's what the Red Queen called him. But he didn't want to be the protagonist. Being the protagonist meant someone writing his script, someone arranging his fate, someone deciding when he would cry, when he would laugh, and when he would die. He'd rather be an unappreciated supporting character. At least supporting actors have the option to act outside the script. The wristband vibrated. Weakened state with 22 hours and 47 minutes remaining. New contact added: Red Queen, Evil God, Oracle, Faction, Chaos Neutral, Trust, Medium. Hint: your choices are altering the storyline of this world. More and more anomalies are appearing. Warning: the more anomalies there are, the stronger the plot correction effect. You may soon face your first correction event. Lin Yuan turned off the screen and quickened his pace. Behind them, the setting sun dyed the ruins blood red. Lin Yuan's period of weakness ended at 4 in the morning. He was awakened by a sharp pain, not physical pain, but the high-frequency vibration from the wristband, like a bee frantically flapping its wings on his wrist. He looked down at the screen. The weakened state has ended. All abilities have been restored. The Eye of Truth has been upgraded to LV.1. New ability: can perceive the character tags and threat levels of all creatures within a 50-meter radius. Anomaly detected: 6 high-threat targets have appeared on the outskirts of the camp. Tags: Judgment, Radiant Church, True God, Oracle. Threat level B. Warning: the target is suspected to be abnormal character A001. Lin Yuan instantly regained his senses. He threw off the blanket and stepped barefoot onto the cold ground. It was still dark outside the tent, with only a few emergency lights casting a dim yellow glow in the camp. Soldiers on the distant watchtower were dozing off. Everything seemed peaceful. But the wristband doesn't lie. 6 Class B threats, from the Church of the Righteous God, are targeting him. This is what the Red Queen meant by the correction event. He quickly dressed and stuffed his Swiss Army knife into his pocket. Though it was practically a toy against the Oracle, it was better than nothing. His communicator was still there. He hesitated for a second whether to contact the Red Queen, but ultimately didn't. The woman had said she'd contact him in 3 days. It was only the early hours of the second day too early. He lifted the tent flap. Then he stopped. A person was standing outside the tent. It wasn't the judge, it was Fang Lei. He was wearing a wrinkled t-shirt, his hair was messy, and he wasn't holding a sword. His expression was strange, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Fang Lei. Lin Yuan, Fang Lei said in a low voice, you have to leave. Why? The church has sent people. 6 judges, Class B, specializing in dealing with heretics. He paused. You are the heretic. How did you know? Because I used to be a judge. Fang Lei gave a wry smile. I was demoted to patrolling an F-rank instance because I questioned an order once. Now they're here to arrest you, on charges of interfering with the chosen ritual and stealing from the chosen one. Chen Xiao. They came for Chen Xiao. Where is she? In the inner area. Zhao Lin hid her, but she can't hide her for long. The judge has higher authority than Zhao Linear. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Have they arrived yet? I arrived 5 minutes ago. I'm talking to Zhou Zhang now, telling him to hand you over. Fang Lei glanced towards the inner area. Zhou Zhang is stalling for time, but he can't hold out much longer. Then why did you come to tell me? Fang Lei remained silent for a few seconds. Because the way Chen Xiao was locked in the box reminded me of myself. His voice was soft. 3 years ago, I was locked in a box like that too. A voice in my head said, accept me, accept me. I accepted. And then I became their tool. He looked at his hands, which were trembling slightly. I don't know if you're right or wrong, but I do know that if someone had pulled me out of that box when I was locked up, things might be different now. Lin Yuan patted him on the shoulder. Thanks. Don't thank me. Hurry up and climb over the east wall. I've already spoken to the soldiers in the watchtower over there. Lin Yuan nodded and turned to leave. Then he saw the light. Golden light descended from the sky, landing in the center of the camp. Just like the one I saw on Nanjing Road 3 days ago, a solidified golden pillar of light cascaded down like a waterfall, illuminating the entire camp. After the beam of light dissipated, 6 people stood in the center of the camp. They were all dressed in long white robes, with the emblem of the Lord of Light, a rising sun, embroidered on their chests. Leading them was a middle-aged man, in his 40s, bald, with a scar running from his forehead to his chin. His eyes were golden, not the pale gold of Samuking's, but a deep, almost blinding gold, like 2 burning flames. His wristband was gold, and it read, Ignatius the Judge, 7th threat level of the Radiant Church, B+. Mr. Zhou Zhang. Ignatius's voice wasn't loud, but it could be heard throughout the camp. I'll say this one last time. Hand over the heretic Lin Yuan, and we'll leave immediately. Otherwise, I will, in the name of the Lord of Light, execute a purification on this camp. The word purification made everyone who heard it change their expression. Zhou Zhang stood at the entrance to the inner area, dressed in a sharp suit, his expression calm, but with fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Lord Ignatius, his voice was steady, Lin Yuan is the only superhuman in the Shanghai region, and a vital asset to the military. You cannot. The military. Ignatius laughed, a laugh devoid of any warmth. 3 days ago, the military couldn't even handle a single F-rank dungeon. It was we oracles who protected this city. Your so-called assets are nothing more than thieves who stole from the chosen ones in our eyes. He raised his hand. A golden light gathered in his palm, growing brighter and brighter, like a miniature sun. I'll give you 10 seconds. Fang Lei pulled Lin Yuan back. Let's go. But Lin Yuan did not move. He looked at Ignatius, at the light, at the ordinary people in the camp who had been awakened. They poked their heads out of their tents, their faces filled with fear. They didn't know what was happening, only that someone wanted to purify them. What will happen to these people if he runs away now? What will he do if he doesn't run? 10. Ignatius began the countdown. 9. Lin Yuan's wristband vibrated. Story event detected, the judge's purification. Original plot, the protagonist escapes, the camp is destroyed, and 37 civilians die. The protagonist feels guilty as a result, becoming more withdrawn. Modifiable content, protagonist's choices. Option A, escape. Success rate, 95%. Consequence, 37 civilians die. Option B, stay. Success rate, %. Consequences, unknown. Has it been tampered with? Lin Yuan looked at the two options on the screen. Option A, escape. He survives, 37 people die. Option B, stay. He might die, but those people might live. He chose B. 8. He shook off Feng Lei's hand and strode towards the center of the camp. 7. Everyone saw him. 6. Zhou Zhang's expression changed. Lin Yuan, you. 5. Ignatius looked at the approaching young man, a hint of surprise flashing in his golden eyes. 4. Lin Yuan stood in front of Ignatius, less than 3 meters away. The golden light was only 1 meter from his face, and the heat made his skin sting. 3. I am Lin Yuan, he said. Ignatius's hand stopped. The light was still there, but it didn't intensify. He looked at Lin Yuan, sizing him up as if he were looking at a rabbit that had wandered into a pride of lions. You're very brave, he said. I just don't want to drag others down with me. You think I'll let this camp go just because you stepped forward? Ignatius laughed. You stole the chosen one of the Lord of Light, that's blasphemy. This camp harbored you for 3 days, they're guilty of the same crime. That girl doesn't want to be a chosen one, Lin Yuan said. She had no choice. Everyone has a choice. Ignatius's expression changed. Not with anger, but with a kind of pity, like the pity an adult feels when a child says something childish. You don't understand, he said. The world isn't what you think it is. The chosen ones aren't just lucky chosen ones, they are debtors. Every human being owes the gods. The Great Rift is a door opened by the gods, and mythical energy is the air they provide. Without the gods, this world would be devoured by evil gods within a week. He pointed to the terrified ordinary people in the camp. These people are alive because the Lord of Light is protecting this city. In return, he needs believers. Chen Xiao was chosen, it's her duty. Taking her away is like stealing a soldier from the battlefield. Others will die because of her. Was that her choice? Lin Yuan asked. Did you ask her if she wanted to be a soldier? She didn't need to choose. She was chosen. Who chose you? You? That so-called god. Ignatius's light shone even brighter. Watch your words, heretic. I can tolerate your ignorance, but I cannot tolerate your blasphemy. I didn't blaspheme, Lin Yuan said. I was just asking a question. If God is truly so great, why would he force a 15-year-old girl to become a believer? Why not let people choose freely? This question silenced Ignatius. Only 2 seconds. But in those 2 seconds, Lin Yuan saw a glint of gold in his eyes, not anger, but something, wavering. Then the light went out. Ignatius lowered his hand. You're very eloquent, he said, but that won't save you. According to divine law, whoever steals from the chosen ones must be imprisoned in the confessional for 30 days. If you are still alive after 30 days, your sins will be forgiven. The confession box. Lin Yuan had heard of this thing. Feng Lei had mentioned it. It was the same metal box that imprisoned Chen Xiao. 30 days locked inside, a voice repeatedly telling him, you were wrong. I refuse. You have no right to refuse. Ignatius raised his hand, and 5 judges surrounded him. Just then, a voice came from the crowd. Wait a moment. Everyone turned around to look. Chen Xiao walked out from the inner area. She was wearing ordinary clothes, her hair was tied in a ponytail, and her face was a little pale, but her eyes were bright normal brown, not golden. She walked over to Lin Yuan and stood between him and Ignatius. If you want to arrest him, arrest me first. Ignatius frowned. Chosen one, you shouldn't be here. I am not God's chosen one, Chen Xiao said, her voice calm, but her hands trembling. I don't accept that God. I don't accept your training. I don't accept being locked in a box and listening to a voice telling me to give up on yourself. Do you know the consequences of refusing the gods? Ignatius's voice turned cold. Your soul is already bound to the Lord of Light. Without training, you will slowly lose your sanity. Within 3 months, you will become a monster. Then I'd rather become a monster, Chen Xiao said. At least being a monster is my own choice. The camp was completely silent. Everyone was looking at the 15-year-old girl. She stood there, thin and small, like a reed that could be broken by the wind at any moment. But her back was very straight. Ignatius stared at her for a long time. Then he did something no one expected. He smiled. It wasn't the cold, emotionless laugh from before, but a genuine laugh, tinged with a certain weariness. You're a lot like her, he said to Lin Yuan, equally stubborn, equally foolish. He turned and walked out of the camp. 5 judges followed behind. Lord Ignatius, one of the judges asked, puzzled. Just like that, he's gone. I'm gone? Ignatius didn't turn back. Go back and tell the church that the heretic Lin Yuan isn't in this camp. The chosen one, Chen Xiao, is dead. He walked to the camp entrance, stopped, and glanced back at Lin Yuan. You owe me a favor, kid. Then he disappeared into the darkness. Lin Yuan stood rooted to the spot, trembling all over. Not from fear, it was the exhaustion from the receding adrenaline. He looked down at his wristband. Plot alteration successful. Original ending, the camp is destroyed, 37 people die, and the protagonist escapes. Current outcome, the judges have retreated, 0 people have died. Cost, you have been marked as a high-priority observation target by the Church of the Radiant. Your future actions will be subject to closer monitoring. New tag added, Heretical Church of Radiant Light, high priority. Additional note, Ignatius's letting go is not in any script. His actions are spontaneous. Note that this means he might, like you, be starting to wake up. Lin Yuan turned off the screen, squatted down, supported himself on his knees with his hands, and breathed heavily. Chen Xiao stood beside him and whispered, "Thank you." "You're welcome," Lin Yuan said. "You were very brave just now. I just don't want to be someone else's tool anymore." Lin Yuan looked up at the 15-year-old girl. Her eyes were bright and clear, untouched by anyone's taint. "Then don't be one," he said. "Remember how you felt today. From now on, no matter who makes you kneel, don't kneel." Chen Xiao nodded and smiled. That was the first time Lin Yuan had ever seen her smile. In the distance, Fang Lei leaned against the tent, watching this scene with a slight smile on his lips. Iron Hammer, who had woken up some time earlier, stood beside him, his mechanical arms crossed over his chest. "This kid," Hammer said, "is getting more and more interesting. Aren't you afraid?" Fang Lei asked. "He's offended the Radiant Church, his future won't be easy. What's there to be afraid of?" Hammer grinned. "I was lucky to survive. Following someone who isn't afraid of gods is much more interesting than following a god." Fang Lei remained silent for a while. 2. The day after the judge left, Lin Yuan received a new dungeon quest. When Zhou Zhang handed him a crumpled task sheet, his expression was somewhat subtle, as if he was hesitating whether to give it to him or not, or as if he had no other choice. A level F instance, located in a kindergarten near Jing'an Temple. Zhou Zhang adjusted his glasses. The military has sealed off the surrounding area, but they can't get in. It needs an awakened to handle. Rank F. Lin Yuan glanced at the mission log. It only listed the location, instance level, and estimated threat. All other information was marked with question marks. Yes. The easiest level. You've done D rank before, this shouldn't be difficult for you. Lin Yuan didn't answer immediately. He glanced at the wristband. Since being marked as a heretic 3 days ago, the wristband's interface had changed. It had many new functions, the most prominent of which was a red warning box. Note, you have been marked as a key observation target by the Church of Light. The difficulty of upcoming dungeons may be affected by storyline adjustments. Plot correction power. He'd seen that term before. The wristband had used it to warn him before the Jing'an Temple instance. The result was that the F-rank instance became D-rank, and the boss's strength tripled. What about this time? Me going alone? Fang Lei will go with you. And that oracle named Iron Hammer too. The 3 of you should be enough. Fang Lei. Lin Yuan turned to look outside the tent. Fang Lei was leaning against the wall smoking. He nodded when he saw Lin Yuan's gaze. Okay. Lin Yuan stuffed the task sheet into his pocket. The kindergarten is located on a small street behind Jing'an Temple. When Lin Yuan stood at the door, his first thought was, this doesn't feel like a dungeon. There was no gray substance, no shiny cracks, and no cloying, dizzying smell. It was just an ordinary kindergarten, a 3-story building with yellow paint on the exterior walls and children's paper-cut crafts pasted on the windows. In the yard, there was a slide, swings, and a small sand pit. There were also small shovels and buckets in the sand pit that hadn't been cleaned up yet. The only thing that's off is that it's too quiet. There was no children's laughter, no teacher's piano music, no noise from parents picking up their children. The whole building seemed to be asleep, even the wind avoided it. Rank F dungeons, Fang Lei said casually as he walked over, usually just mutated rats and rabid dogs. That's it, call it a day. Don't be too stressed. Lin Yuan did not answer. He activated the Eye of Insight. In wireframe mode, the kindergarten's outline changed. The walls became translucent, revealing the internal structure: corridors, classrooms, staircases. But in the innermost room on the 2nd floor, a huge, dark red light pulsed, like a heart. Countless thin lines extended from that light, connecting every corner of the entire building. Copy detected, the crying kindergarten. Difficulty level, F. Actual difficulty. Warning, the core energy reaction in this instance is abnormal. Enter with caution. The actual difficulty is questionable. This hasn't happened in previous dungeons. Fang Lei, Lin Yuan said, don't you feel something's off about this place? Something's not right. It's too quiet. Fang Lei listened for a moment, then his expression changed. He sensed it too. The silence wasn't normal silence, but a silence where all sound had been sucked away. There were no birdsong, no wind, and even their own breathing was swallowed up by some force. Damn it, Fang Lei cursed under his breath, something's not right. None of the F-rank dungeons I've run have been like this. Hammer walked up from behind, his mechanical legs striking the ground with a heavy metallic clang. But the sound disappeared after traveling 2 or 3 meters, as if swallowed by something. Let's go in and take a look, Hammer said, his voice unconsciously lowering. Lin Yuan walked at the very front. The moment I pushed open the door, a cloyingly sweet smell hit me, exactly the same as the one I smelled in the Jing'an Temple instance. Expired juice mixed with formaldehyde, so sweet it made me want to vomit. The corridor was dark. The windows were sealed shut by some gray substance, letting in no light. The walls were covered with a sticky layer of moss, which shimmered dimly in the flashlight beam. Toys, building blocks, teddy bears, toy cars were scattered on the floor, but all were corroded by the gray substance, looking like things that had been rotting for a long time. Lin Yuan took a few steps and stepped on something. Looking down, he saw a drawing. It depicted a house, a sun, and 3 little people holding hands. Next to it, in crooked handwriting, were the words, "Mommy, I love you." The ink is new. He picked up the painting and put it in his backpack. At the end of the corridor was a door with a sign that read, "Senior Class Sunflower Class." The door was ajar. A sound came from inside, not crying, not shouting, but singing. A child singing, a clear, innocent voice, singing that nursery rhyme everyone had heard. The sun shines brightly, the flowers smile at me, the birds chirp good morning, why are you carrying your little school bag? Lin Yuan pushed open the door. The scene in the classroom made everyone stop in their tracks. A dozen or so children sat in a circle on small chairs. Their bodies had been severely corrupted by mythical energy. Their skin had turned grayish-white and was covered with glowing cracks, like a dried-up riverbed. Some children had grown extra limbs, some had faces twisted into inhuman shapes, and some had eyes that had turned pure black, with no whites. But they were singing the song earnestly and attentively, as if they were accomplishing something very important. Lin Yuan stood at the doorway, motionless. Feng Lei's hand was already gripping the sword hilt, but he didn't pull it out. The mechanical arm of the hammer hummed as it warmed up, but it didn't move either. Because they all saw it, the children's eyes. No matter how their faces were contorted, no matter what color their skin was, their eyes were normal. Black, brown, round children's eyes. A monster turned its head and saw Lin Yuan. Its face no longer resembled a human's. Its skin was gray, its mouth was split to its ears, revealing 2 rows of uneven teeth. But its eyes were normal, black, round, and belonged to a 5-year-old child. It looked at Lin Yuan and tilted its head. Then it laughed. It laughed with its mouth that split open to its ears. "Uncle," its voice was incredibly hoarse, but its tone was still childlike. "Have you come to rescue us?" Lin Yuan felt as if something was blocking his throat. "Yes," he said, "Uncle has come to rescue you." The child's eyes lit up. Then it began to cry. Not a sound, it cried tears. Gray, thick tears streamed from its black eyes and dripped to the ground from its cracked mouth. "It hurts so much," it said. "Uncle, it hurts so much." The other children turned around and looked at Lin Yuan. There were more than 20 children who had been contaminated, more than 20 small orbs of light that were about to go out, and more than 20 children who were crying out in pain. "Help us. Uncle, I miss my mom. I don't want to become a monster." Feng Lei's voice came from behind, very low. "Lin Yuan, the mission objective is to eliminate all sources of contamination. 23 mutants. They are children," Lin Yuan said. "I know, but they've already been contaminated. The contamination will recur within 3 days. Then they'll become real monsters. Then let's talk about it in 3 days. Lin Yuan squatted down, looking the first child who spoke at eye level. "May I have your name?" "Xiao, Xiao. Xiao, can you tell your uncle what happened?" Xiao nodded. Its head turned at a rather large angle, almost 180 degrees, but it didn't realize it. "That day, the sky split open. The teacher said it was okay and told us to sing. Then it hurt so much, my body hurt so much. The teacher turned into a monster, and the children turned into monsters too. But I didn't want to become a monster. Uncle, I didn't want to. Where is the teacher?" Xiao pointed to the ceiling. "The teacher is downstairs. She said she'll protect us and that we shouldn't be afraid." "Below. Basement." Lin Yuan stood up and glanced at the wristband. An option that hadn't appeared before appeared on the screen. "Anomaly detected. The source of contamination retains its original consciousness. Activate hidden story. Hidden plot condition. Find and purify the corrupted core without killing any children. Success rate, 8%. Warning, the hidden storyline is 3 times more difficult than the original dungeon. Failure will result in the permanent death of all children. 8%. Lin Yuan pressed yes. The instance has changed. It wasn't a metaphor, things had really changed. The walls of the corridor began to writhe, and the glowing moss transformed into eyes, countless eyes, all staring at them. The floor cracked, and from the fissures stretched countless gray tentacles, swaying slowly in the air. The air became sweeter, so sweet it made you want to vomit. The difficulty level of the wristband jumped from F to D. "Damn," Feng Lei cursed, "this is an F rank. Follow me." Lin Yuan started running. The corridor was changing with each step, the walls closed behind him, as if urging them forward. Tentacles reached out from all directions, but instead of attacking, they simply blocked the way, forcing them to take a specific direction. This isn't stopping them. This is guiding them. Someone was directing them to the basement. When he reached the top of the stairs, Hammer suddenly stopped and turned to look behind him. "Someone is following us," he said. Lin Yuan also sensed it, not the aura of an enemy, but something else entirely. Something warm, golden, like sunlight. "They are oracles," Feng Lei said. "People from the Church of Glory." Golden light shone from the end of the corridor, growing brighter and brighter. A figure emerged from the light, a white robe, long golden hair like a lamp in the dimly lit dungeon. Sumuking. She was clearly taken aback when she saw Lin Yuan. What are you doing here? They both asked at the same time. Sumuking regained her composure first. This instance was originally supposed to be handled by me. The Lord of Light sensed the pollution here and sent me to purify it. Purify? How do I purify? Eliminate all sources of pollution, including those children. Sumuking did not answer. Her silence was the answer. Lin Yuan stared at her for a long time. Do you know those children are still alive? They're still conscious, they can still cry, they can still scream in pain. Sumuking's expression remained unchanged. I know, but their bodies are already contaminated. Even if they seem normal now, the contamination will relapse within 3 days. Then they'll become true monsters, devoid of consciousness and emotion, only capable of killing. So you killed them. Therefore I purify them. In the kingdom of the Radiant Lord, they will find rest. Did you ask them if they wanted to rest in peace? Sumuking paused for a moment. They're just children. They don't understand. They understand, Lin Yuan said. They understand pain, they understand fear, they understand missing their mother. They understand living. Sumuking looked at him, and for the first time, her golden eyes flickered with emotion. You're naive. You think you saved them? The pollution recurs in 3 days, and you want to save them again? How many times can you save them? I can find a cure. Can't find it. Then keep searching. Sumuking remained silent. Feng Lei whispered from behind, you two, could you finish arguing before you leave? There are more and more tentacles. Lin Yuan turned and continued walking towards the basement. Sumuking hesitated for 2 seconds, then followed. What are you doing here? Lin Yuan asked. Let's see how you save them. The basement was darker and colder than the upper floors. At the end of the corridor was a door with a sign that read, Principal's Office. The door was ajar. Lin Yuan pushed open the door. The principal's office was larger than I had imagined. There was a desk, a chair, a bookshelf, and a window, but outside the window was darkness, not the ground. On the desk sat a framed photograph of a young woman, smiling beautifully. A person was sitting in the chair. No, that's not a person. It was a gigantic form, condensed from gray matter, about 2 meters tall, shaped like a curled-up woman. Its body was translucent, and one could see countless children swimming inside 23 children, 23 small orbs of light, imprisoned within this enormous body. Its face was the only part that resembled a human. It was the face of a young woman, pale and thin, with tightly closed eyes. Its lips were moving, as if it were saying something. Lin Yuan approached and heard it. My children, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, my children. The core of the contaminated kindergarten director and the teachers corrupted by an evil god. Note, she was the first to be contaminated. She protected the children with her own body, but in doing so, trapped them inside her. Lin Yuan understood. This teacher shielded the children from the impact of mythical energy with her own body during the Great Rift. Her body was corrupted, turning her into a monster. But her consciousness remained. She continued to protect the children, trapping them within her body to prevent them from becoming true monsters. Teacher. Xiao's voice came from behind. He had followed us downstairs at some point, standing in the doorway, looking at the enormous figure. Teacher said she would protect us. The woman opened her eyes. Her eyes were gray, without pupils, but she seemed to be looking at Xiao. Xiao, be good, don't be afraid, teacher is here. Teacher, does it hurt? The woman smiled. It was a gentle, weary smile, like someone finally able to rest. Teacher doesn't feel pain, teacher just wants you all to be well. She turned to Lin Yuan. Her gray eyes met his black eyes. Can you save them? Yes, Lin Yuan said. Tell me how. The core, my heart, contaminated inside, remove it, and the children will be free. What happens after it's taken out? The woman didn't speak, but everyone knew the answer. Sumuking stepped forward. Her lightsaber lit up, its golden light illuminating the entire room. I'll do it, she said. It's my duty. Your duty is to kill her, Lin Yuan said. Yes. Then go ahead and do it. Sumuking raised her sword. Her hands were trembling. This saintess, who had been carrying out purification missions since she was 12, this chosen one who had killed countless corrupted people, had trembling hands. Her voice was very soft, I can't do it. The lightsaber went out. Lin Yuan looked at her. Sumuking had her head down, her golden hair obscuring her face, but he could see her shoulders trembling slightly. 10 years, she said. I've killed monsters for 10 years. Each one told itself they were resting in peace. But just now those children were singing. They were singing, Lin Yuan. Monsters don't sing. She raised her head, her golden eyes holding no light, not the light of divine power, but the light of tears. I might have believed the wrong person. Lin Yuan didn't speak. He walked up to the woman and extended his hand. Are you ready? He asked. The woman nodded. Help me, tell their mother. I'm sorry. I couldn't protect them. You tell me yourself. You get out of here alive and tell me yourself. The woman's tears flowed. Thick, gray tears. It's too late. I'm already a monster. Lin Yuan's hand passed through her body. A gray substance flowed between his fingers, sticky and cold, like touching someone who had been dead for a long time. Deep within that substance, he touched something hard, hot, and pulsating. The core of the pollution. He grasped it and pulled it outwards with force. The woman let out a scream. Not a scream of pain, but a kind of release. Gray matter peeled off her body, falling off piece by piece like plaster from a wall. Her body shrank, from 2 meters to 1.5 meters, from a monster to a human form. She had become an ordinary young woman. Thin, pale, and wearing an apron stained with paint the kind kindergarten teachers often wore. She looked down at her hands. No longer gray, twisted hands. They were human hands. Her voice was very soft, as if afraid of waking something. I've turned back. Then she saw what Lin Yuan was holding, a fist-sized, black, constantly pulsating crystal. The core of contamination. Her face turned pale. That thing is inside my body. What will happen to me after it comes out? Lin Yuan did not answer. The information on the wristband had already given him the answer. The contaminated core has been removed. The contamination source will dissipate within 30 seconds. The host's body has been completely and irreversibly corrupted by the contamination. Estimated survival time, 2 minutes. 2 minutes. The woman looked at Lin Yuan's expression and understood. She smiled. Not the tired smile she had shown before, but a genuine, relieved smile. 2 minutes, she asked. Lin Yuan nodded. Enough. She turned and looked at the children, 23 children, standing in the doorway, looking at her. Their contamination hadn't been completely removed, but the gray substance was slowly fading, revealing normal skin underneath. Children, she said, her voice gentle, completely unlike the monster's howls from before, the teacher is leaving. Where are you going, teacher? Xiao asked. The teacher went to a very far place. When will you be back? The woman crouched down, looking Xiao in the eye. Her body had begun to become transparent, like a piece of melting ice. The teacher isn't coming back. But the teacher will be watching over you from over there. You must be good, listen to your uncle, and grow up well. Xiao's tears fell. Teacher, don't go. The teacher doesn't want to leave either. She reached out and touched Xiao's head. Her hand was transparent, passing through Xiao's hair, but he still felt it, a warm, sunshine-like sensation. But the teacher has already accomplished her task. The teacher protected you. She stood up and looked at Lin Yuan. Thank you, she said. Thank you for giving them 3 more days to live. 3 days is not enough. 3 days is enough, she laughed. 3 days is enough for them to remember me. Her body grew paler and paler, more and more transparent, like morning mist dissipating in the sunlight. In the last second, she looked at the children and said her last words. Your mothers will come to pick you up. Don't be afraid. Then she disappeared. Gray fragments were scattered all over the ground, slowly turning into dust in the air. Lin Yuan stood still holding the contaminated core in his hand. The core had stopped beating and had turned into an ordinary, gray stone. He put the stone in his pocket. Xiao ran over, hugged his leg, and cried uncontrollably. Teacher, the teacher is gone. I know. Lin Yuan knelt down and hugged the 5-year-old child, but she protected you. She was very brave. The teacher has always been the bravest. Xiao said, crying. Sumuking stood at the door, watching the scene unfold. Her face was expressionless, but her eyes, those golden eyes, the eyes of a chosen one, were weeping. Golden tears slid down her cheeks, dripped onto the ground, and vanished as specks of light. Feng Lei and Tai Chui stood in the corridor without saying a word. After a long pause, Feng Lei finally spoke. I've been playing dungeons for 3 years, and this is the first time I've seen an ending like this. The mechanical arm of the hammer made a soft clicking sound, as if it were sighing. Let's go, he said. Let the children out. By the time we left the instance, it was almost dark. 23 children were put into military vehicles and taken to the camp's medical area. Xiao Yu was the last to get on the vehicle, and he leaned against the window to look at Lin Yuan. Uncle, will you come to see us? Yes, I promise you, Lin Yuan said. Xiao smiled and waved. The car drove away. Sumuking stood beside him, watching the car drive away. The contamination will recur in 3 days, she said. I know. What are you planning to do? I don't know, but I'll figure something out. Sumuking turned to look at him. The setting sun shone on her face, turning her golden hair orange-red, like a quiet flame. You know what, she said, you're the first person I've ever met to cry for a monster. They are not monsters. In the eyes of the church, they are. That church is wrong. Sumuking remained silent for a long time. Maybe, she said. She took something out of her pocket and handed it to Lin Yuan. It was a shard-like glass, or perhaps crystal, with flowing golden patterns on its surface. What's this? I found it in a dungeon. Every dungeon has one, hidden deep inside. The church forbids us from touching it, saying it's unclean. But I secretly kept a piece. Lin Yuan took the fragment and looked down at it. A line of words appeared on the surface of the fragment. The initial draft of the Crying Kindergarten storyline ending B. The protagonist chooses to sacrifice himself to save the children. Due to reader feedback that it was too heartbreaking, it has been revised to the current version. Writer's note, this version is retained for future reference. Lost. Lin Yuan's fingers were trembling. Ending B. The protagonist sacrifices himself to save the child. He didn't sacrifice himself. He sacrificed the headmaster. But was this choice his own, or was it modified? You saw it too, he asked Sumuking. I saw it. Similar words were written on every single fragment. It's like someone was writing our story, then revising it. Don't you think this is terrifying? Sumuking thought for a moment. It's terrifying. But what's even more terrifying is if our fate is truly predetermined, then nothing we do matters. Then why are you still alive? Sumuking looked at him, a strange light in her golden eyes. Because maybe the storyteller will change it, she said, just like he changed the ending. She didn't say anything more, turned around and left. The long white robe cast a long shadow in the setting sun, like a question mark. Lin Yuan stood there, clutching the fragment in his hand. He remembered the note from the Jing'an Temple instance, the name Chen Mo, and the original plot that appeared on the wristband. He began to feel that the world might not be as he had imagined. He took a few steps, then stopped. An old man was standing by the roadside. The old man was probably in his 60s, wearing a grey long gown and holding an oil paper umbrella. It wasn't raining, but he held the umbrella as if he were used to some kind of weather that others couldn't see. His eyes were black, quite ordinary. But Lin Yuan's eye of insight saw a label on him. Mr. Mo's identity? Level? Warning, this character's information is encrypted and cannot be read. Your name is Lin Yuan, the old man asked. Who are you? An old man. He smiled, a kind smile like that of a kind old grandfather next door. Just passing by, want to say a few words to you. What did you say? The old man closed his umbrella and leaned on the ground like he was using a cane. What you saw, he said, his voice soft but every word clear, is something some people spend a lifetime trying to forget. What's the meaning? It means that some truths, once known, can't be undone. He looked at the large crack in the sky. Look at that crack, doesn't it look like a book torn open? Lin Yuan looked up at the sky. The great rift glowed in the night sky, like a wound. You mean, the world is a book? I didn't say that, the old man laughed. I just said that some cracks are best left unexplored. He opened his umbrella, turned around, and walked away. After taking a few steps, he stopped again. Young man, he said without turning around, if you must look, remember one thing, don't let what you see turn you into someone else. Then he disappeared into the night. Lin Yuan stood there, his hands in his pockets, clutching the fragment of the screenwriter's draft. He looked down at his wristband. A new line of text appeared on the screen. Abnormal character has been marked. Warning, your actions have attracted the attention of the editorial department. The plot will become more complicated from here on out. He turned off the screen and kept walking. Behind him, the light from the great rift shone on his back, stretching his shadow very long, as if another person were following him. The silhouette of that shadow looked like a person sitting in front of a computer. Lin Yuan had just returned to his tent and hadn't even had a chance to sit down when he heard a commotion coming from the east gate of the camp. There were shouts, footsteps running, and the screeching sound of metal scraping against the ground. He went outside and saw two soldiers carrying a man covered in blood as they walked in. The man's clothes were unrecognizable, soaked in blood and dried, they had turned a dark brown. His left arm hung at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. But his eyes were open and bright, brighter than one would expect from someone so badly wounded. What's going on? Zhou Zhang ran out from the inner area. This man came from the east, a soldier said. He said he has important information and must see the divine man. The man raised his head, looking directly at Lin Yuan, past everyone else. You're A001. His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping against a stone. I am. The man smiled. It was a strange smile, neither happy nor bitter, but a kind of relieved weariness, like someone who had walked for a long time in the desert finally seeing an oasis. I've finally found you, he said. I've been looking for you for so long. Who are you? My name is Luo Chuan. The man paused. I came from the previous cycle. This statement silenced everyone. Zhou Zhang's expression changed, not with confusion, but with something deeper, more wary. Feng Lei instinctively gripped the sword hilt. The mechanical arm of the hammer hummed as it warmed up. Only Lin Yuan remained still. He stared at the man named Luo Chuan, his eye of insight automatically activating. Luo Chuan's identity? Level? Character tags? Error, unable to read information for this target. Reason, this target does not belong to the current timeline data. His character profile has been deleted. Not part of the current timeline. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Take him inside, Lin Yuan said, to treat his wounds. Zhou Zhang stopped him. Wait, this person's background is unknown. He said he came from the previous cycle. Even if there's only a 1% chance it's true, we have to listen to him. Zhou Zhang looked at him for 3 seconds, then stepped aside. Inside the medical tent in the inner area, a military medic was treating Luo Chuan's wounds. His left arm was indeed broken, 3 ribs were fractured, and he had more than a dozen wounds of varying depths on his body. But the most serious injury was not these, it was some kind of unseen wound. There's a strange energy in his body, the medic said, frowning. It's not like mythical energy, nor is it ordinary divine magic. It's corroding his internal organs. At this rate, he probably has 3 to 5 days left to live. 3 to 5 days, Feng Lei said. Then what he knows will be. That's enough. Luo Chuan opened his eyes, his voice still hoarse but calm. 3 days is enough for me to finish explaining everything. The military doctor gave him a painkiller injection and left. Only Lin Yuan, Feng Lei, Tai Chui, and Luo Chuan, who was leaning against the hospital bed, remained in the tent. Tell me, Lin Yuan said, what did the previous cycle mean? Luo Chuan didn't answer directly. He took something out of a hidden pocket inside his clothes and tossed it to Lin Yuan. It was a pocket watch. The silver case was mostly rusted, but once opened, the dial was still running. The second hand was moving, but in the opposite direction to a normal watch, it was moving counterclockwise. Look at the back of the watch face, Luo Chuan said. Lin Yuan flipped the watch face over. A line of text was engraved on the back. Countdown to the reset of day 1047 of the third age, 23 days. The third era. Feng Lei leaned closer to look. This is the name we gave to this world, Luo Chuan said. After the Great Rift, the world is reset every so often. All memories are erased, all progress is reset to zero, all the dead are resurrected and then everything starts anew. Why was it reset? Lin Yuan asked. Because the readers are dissatisfied. Luo Chuan's tone was as flat as reading a weather forecast. A certain subplot was poorly designed, a certain storyline wasn't exciting enough, a certain character's death wasn't moving enough. The reader's feedback will reach the higher UPS, and then they'll decide, start over. The tent was so quiet you could hear the second hand ticking counterclockwise. How did you know? Iron Hammer's voice was deep. Because I'm a survivor of the second era, Luo Chuan said. During the last reset, I wasn't completely wiped out. I hid in a corner of an abandoned instance that the designer forgot to remove. I hid there for who knows how long, waiting for the reset to finish before coming out. He pointed to the wounds on his body, but these wounds weren't from battle. My body is rejecting me. This world doesn't allow two cycles of data to exist simultaneously. I'm being slowly erased. You said you've been looking for me for a long time, Lin Yuan said. Why did you look for me? Luo Chuan looked at him, and a strange light suddenly appeared in his cloudy eyes. Because you're the first person to awaken before the reset, he said. In every previous cycle, awakening happened after the reset. People found the world had changed and started to adapt. But you're different. You started to doubt before the reset. How did you know? Because on the last day of the second era, I saw your file in the ruins of the editorial department. Luo Chuan's voice was even lower. Your file had a red mark, abnormal individual with excessive instability, recommended for deletion in the next cycle. But they didn't delete me. Yes. Because someone bailed you out. Who? Luo Chuan did not answer. He turned to look outside the tent, towards the east, the direction of the sea. Do you know what's under the East Daxia Sea? He asked. Anchor Point, Lin Yuan said. The Red Queen told me. It's not just the anchor point, Luo Chuan said. It's the root server. All the data in this world, all the copies, all the character settings, all the storylines is stored there. If you can access the root server, you can see the source code of this world. Source code. Yes, Luo Chuan said. You'll see how each instance is designed, how each character is created, and how each coincidence is arranged. You'll even see your own character design card. Lin Yuan clenched his fists. Have you been inside? No. Only abnormal entities can enter the root server. Ordinary people are identified as data errors and deleted when they approach. Luo Chuan looked at him, but you're different. You've been a bug from the moment you were created. You can get in. Then what can you give me? Luo Chuan pulled something else out of his clothes. This time it was a USB flash drive, a very ordinary USB flash drive with a plastic casing and a label that read Third Era Backup. This is all the data I collected in my last loop, instance coordinates, deity names, story trigger conditions and lost personal information. Disappointment. The name seemed to freeze the air inside the tent. Who is lost? Lin Yuan asked. He is the novelist of this world, Luo Chuan said. He sits in a room somewhere in this three-dimensional world, typing on a keyboard, writing about our destiny. He is not a god, he is more terrifying than a god. A god is at least a character in a story. He is someone outside the story. Have you seen him? No, but I found his file. Luo Chuan pointed to the USB drive. His name, his address, his photo, his writing habits, when he starts writing each day, when he rests, when he's in a good mood, and when he might want to kill off a character to provoke the readers. Lin Yuan held the USB drive in his hand. It was small and light, but it felt like he was holding the weight of the entire world. Why are you helping me? He asked. You only have 3 to 5 days left. Why are you wasting your time doing this? Luo Chuan smiled. This time it was a genuine smile, a smile filled with a relieved warmth. Because in the second age, I had a daughter, he said. She was 14, loved to draw, and dreamed of becoming a cartoonist. After the Great Rift, she awakened and became an oracle of a true god. She was locked in a box for 3 days, and when she came out, she was a different person. Her eyes were devoid of light, she spoke like a machine, and she looked at me as if I were a stranger. He paused, his Adam's apple bobbing. She came back after the reset. But she doesn't remember me. She's just an NPC, playing the role of a little girl who lost her father according to the script. He looked at Lin Yuan, something flickering in his eyes. I was watching from the shadows when you saved Chen Xiao. Let her choose to be an oracle or a monster, let her choose for herself. My daughter didn't have that chance. It was quiet inside the tent. Feng Lei lowered his head, and Tai Chui retracted the robotic arm with a soft click. I'll go to the root server, Lin Yuan said. I knew you could. Luo Chuan pulled out a hand-drawn map from under his pillow, which marked the route from the Shanghai coast to the East Daxia Sea anchorage, as well as the rough structure inside the anchorage. This was obtained at the cost of the lives of the explorers in the previous cycle. The anchor point has 3 layers of defense. The first is the gatekeeper, an S-class mechanical construct. The second is the verifier, which asks a question. An incorrect answer results in deletion. The third layer. He paused for a moment. The third layer is the mirror. You will see yourself. Not the self you want to see, but your true self. Many people can't get past this hurdle. And you. I didn't even make it to the 3rd level, Luo Chuan said with a wry smile. I almost died on the 1st level. Lin Yuan put the map away and stood up. You have 3 to 5 days. Is there anything I can do for you? Luo Chuan thought for a moment. If you access the root server and find the character recycle bin where all deleted character data is stored, please check if there's a 14-year-old girl named Luo Xiao. If her data is still there, I'll find a way to bring her back. Luo Chuan nodded and closed his eyes. Thanks. When I stepped out of the medical tent, it was already daylight. The eastern sky was turning a pale white, tinging the outlines of the ruins with gold. The great fissure was still there, stretching across the sky like an eye that would never close. Lin Yuan stood outside the tent, looking at the eye. Feng Lei walked over to his side. Are you really going? He asked. That's an S-rank dungeon. You're struggling even with D-rank ones now, so I need to become stronger. Feng Lei remained silent for a while. I'll go with you. Lin Yuan turned to look at him. Feng Lei's expression was serious, he wasn't joking. Don't get me wrong, he said, I'm not trying to be a hero. That guy named Luo Chuan's daughter reminded me of my sister. She disappeared after the Great Rift, and I never knew if she died or was reset. If her data is on the root server. He didn't finish speaking. Okay, Lin Yuan said. Hammer also emerged from the tent, his robotic arm reflecting a cold metallic luster in the morning light. Count me in, he said. Anyway, half of my body isn't human, so maybe I can withstand an S-class attack. Lin Yuan looked at the two people. Feng Lei, an oracle disillusioned with the gods. Iron Hammer, a warrior transformed by the gods. Together with himself, an anomaly without a god. And then there's the Red Queen, a follower of an evil god. They are not heroes. They are just a group of people who don't want to be controlled. We'll be leaving in 3 days, Lin Yuan said. We need to prepare in these 3 days. He looked down at his wristband. New quest added, explore the root server's S-rank dungeon. Recommended level, Saint level or higher. Current level, Trainee, Lin Yuan, Formal, Feng Lei, Trainee, Taikui. Warning, entering an S-rank dungeon at your current level has a survival rate of 7%. Accept the mission? Yes/no. Lin Yuan pressed yes. The root server's recycle bin is located at the deepest level. When Lin Yuan pushed open the last door, Feng Lei and Tai Chui behind him stopped simultaneously. It wasn't that they didn't want to come in, it was that they couldn't. There was a transparent barrier at the entrance, with a line of red warning text displayed on it. The recycle bin is for those who rewrite content only. Warning, the recycle bin stores deleted character data. Regular characters accessing this data may cause their existence to become unstable. Wait for me outside, Lin Yuan said. Be careful, Feng Lei's voice was tense. If things don't look good, get out. Lin Yuan nodded and went inside. The recycling center was quieter than any of the previous floors. Not just quiet, it was an empty quiet. It was like stepping into a forgotten room, where all the furniture had been moved out, leaving only dust on the walls and blurry footprints on the floor. It was huge, like a giant warehouse. The ceiling was so high you couldn't see the top, and the walls were lined with drawers, countless drawers extending from the floor to the unseen heights. Each drawer was labeled. Character F3421 has been removed from the second era. Character E872 has been deleted from the first era. Monster G001, first era deleted. The initial draft of the Jing'an Temple replica has been abandoned. Lin Yuan walked past rows of drawers, his fingers tracing the cold metal tags. Each drawer contained a deleted entity, a person, a monster, a copy, or even an entire timeline. They were deemed unqualified in the second era, the first era, or even earlier versions, and then thrown here, never to be used again. He found the L section. The label on the drawer has changed to Character L001 Luo Xiao has been deleted from the second era. Status, recoverable, requires rewriter's permissions plus authenticity sacrifice. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and opened the drawer. Inside the drawer was a ball of light. Faint, dim, almost extinguished. The shape of the light ball kept changing, occasionally briefly coalescing into a blurry human figure, a girl of about 14 years old, with a ponytail, seemingly holding something in her hand. But each time the figure took shape, it would dissipate as soon as it formed, like a sand castle being blown down by the wind. Luo Xiao, Lin Yuan said softly. The ball of light trembled. The humanoid form solidified once more, becoming clearer than before. The girl's face appeared, a round face, large eyes, and a small mole at the corner of her mouth. She looked at Lin Yuan, her lips moving, but no sound came out. Lin Yuan couldn't hear what she was saying, but he could read her lips. Dad. Lin Yuan's throat tightened. I'm your father's friend, he said. He's here to send me to pick you up. The light cluster brightened a bit. Lin Yuan looked down at the wristband. Restore the character Luo Xiao. Requirement, authorization of the rewriter has been confirmed. Requirement, authenticity sacrifice not yet completed. Authenticity sacrifice explanation, the authenticity of the rewriter is an indicator of their independent existence. Sacrificing authenticity means that a portion of your existence will be transferred to the restored character. The more authenticity sacrificed, the more complete the restored character, but the further you are from being a real person. Current accuracy, 87%. Realism required to restore Luo Xiao, 43%. Your authenticity after restoration, 44%. Warning, characters with a realism level below 50% will begin to exhibit symptoms of existential instability, memory lapses, emotional numbness, and physical invisibility. They will completely disappear when realism drops to 0%. Lin Yuan stared at the number. 87% had become 44%. Half of his existence was to be given to this complete stranger. He remembered Luo Chuan's eyes. Those cloudy, tired eyes that would light up when she talked about her daughter. He remembered the words he'd seen on the character setting card preset ending, sacrifice in the middle of volume 3. That ending was changed because the readers didn't like it. But what about Luo Xiao? Who changed her ending? Nobody. She was simply deleted, like deleting an unnecessary file. Recovery has begun, Lin Yuan said. The wristband emitted a blinding white light. Lin Yuan felt something being pulled out of his body, not pain, but an indescribable emptiness. It was like a page being torn from a book, a memory being erased from his mind. What had he forgotten? He couldn't say, but he knew something had left forever. The ball of light began to grow larger and brighter. The human figure stopped dissipating, the girl's face became clearer, her ponytail strands were distinct, and the object in her hand became clear. It was a drawing board with a small figure drawn on it, and next to it were the crooked words, "Happy birthday, Daddy." Luo Xiao opened her eyes. They were real eyes, brown, bright, and sparkling. She stood before Lin Yuan, 14 years old, with a ponytail, holding a drawing board in her hands. She looked down at herself, then up at Lin Yuan, her lips trembled, and tears streamed down her face. I'm dead, aren't I? Her voice was soft, trembling with sobs. Someone rescued you. Who? Your father. Daddy. The girl's tears fell even harder. Where is Daddy? I miss him so much. Lin Yuan squatted down to be at her eye level. He's waiting for you outside. But he's badly injured, and he might. He paused, not have much time left. You need to be prepared. Luo Xiao paused for a moment, then shook her head vigorously. No, she said. Dad said that no matter what happens, he'll be by my side. He never lies to me. Lin Yuan looked into the girl's eyes but didn't say, your father might only have a few days left. Some truths should not be spoken by a stranger. Come on, he said, extending his hand. I'll take you to him. Luo Xiao took his hand in hers. Her hand was small and cold, but she held it tightly. As they walked out of the recycling station, Feng Lei and Tai Chui were anxiously waiting at the door. Are you all right? Feng Lei frowned the moment he saw Lin Yuan. You look terrible. It's nothing, Lin Yuan said. He could feel the changes within himself, not physical, but something more fundamental. His memories seemed veiled by a mist, some details becoming blurred. He remembered being an esports player, but he couldn't recall the faces of his teammates when he won his first championship. He remembered his parents disappearing in the Great Rift, but he couldn't remember what his mother had said to him last. 44% authenticity. Only 44% of himself is real. He looked down at Luo Xiao beside him. The girl held his hand tightly, curiously looking around, her eyes showing no fear, only a sense of relief at surviving a disaster. Let's go, Luoquan is waiting for us. The return trip was faster than the outward trip. The Pearl of the Abyss still had 20 minutes left, enough for them to surface. Iron Hammer led the way, his mechanical legs making heavy thuds on the transparent passage. Feng Lei followed behind Lin Yuan, glancing at him every now and then, hesitant to speak. Ask whatever you want, Lin Yuan said. How many did you sacrifice? 43%. Feng Lei fell silent. What does that mean? That means I'm half fake, Lin Yuan said, his tone as calm as if he were talking about someone else. Memories will fade, emotions will dull, and I might become unlike myself. Is it worth it? Lin Yuan glanced at Luo Xiao beside him. The girl was looking up at the sea outside the passage, her eyes reflecting the deep blue water and the schools of fish swimming by, sparkling brightly. Look at her, Lin Yuan said, she's alive. Feng Lei didn't say anything more. By the time we surfaced, it was already dark. The fishing boat was still in the same spot, and the Red Queen's men were waiting on the deck. Luo Chuan was carried onto the deck, wrapped in a blanket, and sat against the gunwale. His complexion was worse than it had been 3 days ago. His skin was almost gray, his eyes were deeply sunken, and his breathing was shallow and rapid. The army doctor said he could only hold on for 2 more days at most. Lin Yuan helped Luo Xiao climb onto the deck. The girl saw Luo Chuan. She paused for a second, then let go of Lin Yuan's hand and rushed over. Dad. When Luo Chuan heard the voice, he froze. He slowly turned his head and looked at the girl running towards him. She had a ponytail, a round face, a mole on the corner of her mouth, and was holding a drawing board. His lips were trembling. Xiao Yu. His voice was hoarse, as if it were about to break. Xiao Yu, is it really you, Daddy? The girl threw herself into his arms, making him groan, but he didn't let go. He held his daughter tightly with his uninjured arm, buried his face in her hair, and his shoulders began to tremble violently. Dad, I miss you so much. That place is so dark, I'm so scared. Why won't you come to find me? I'm sorry, Luo Chuan's voice was broken, as if each word was squeezed out of his throat. I'm sorry, Dad is late. I'm sorry. He wept. A warrior who had survived from the Second Era, a man who had lived alone in the ruins for countless years, held his daughter and wept like a child. No one spoke on deck. Iron Hammer turned away, pretending to look at the sea. Feng Lei kept his head down, his knuckles white from clenching his fists. Red Queen stood by the ship's railing, her red trench coat fluttering in the wind. Her expression was calm, but Lin Yuan noticed her secretly wiping the corner of her eye. Lin Yuan leaned against the ship's railing, watching this scene unfold. He thought of his parents. They had disappeared in the Great Rift, never to be seen again, dead or alive. He had fantasized countless times about this reunion, pushing open a door and seeing them sitting in the living room, his mother knitting, his father reading the newspaper, looking up at him and saying, "You're back? The food's in the pot." But he knew it wouldn't happen. His parents weren't missing, they were deleted. Perhaps they're in some drawer, labeled, waiting for someone with the authority to rewrite their memories to open them. He looked down at his wristband. Accuracy, 44%. Stability, low to medium. Recommendation, avoid intense emotional fluctuations. Emotional fluctuations can accelerate the loss of authenticity. He turned off the screen and continued watching the father and daughter. Luo Chuan looked up and saw Lin Yuan. His eyes were red, and his face was covered in tears, but he was smiling. "Thank you," he said, his voice still hoarse but stronger than before. "Thank you for bringing her back." "You're welcome. What price did you pay?" "It's not important." Luo Chuan stared at Lin Yuan's face for a long time. He might have seen Lin Yuan's fading gaze, his blurring outline, or him slowly dissipating as a real being. "You're just like her," Luo Chuan said. "Both are people worth living for." Lin Yuan did not answer. Luo Xiao lifted her head from her father's arms, turned around, and ran to Lin Yuan. She handed him the drawing board. It had a drawing of that little person on it, with the words "Happy Birthday, Dad" written on it. "This is for you," she said. "Thank you for saving my father." Lin Yuan took the drawing board. The paper was rough, and the drawing was childish, but the little figure's smile was drawn very earnestly. "I'll keep it safe," he said. Luo Xiao smiled and ran back to hug her father's arm. Luo Chuan looked at Lin Yuan, his lips moved, and he uttered 2 words. His voice was very soft, carried away by the sea breeze, but Lin Yuan understood. "Alive." Lin Yuan nodded. The fishing boats began their return journey. The lights of Shanghai lit up on the horizon, twinkling like stars, like a shattered mirror. The Great Rift was still in the sky, like an eye that never closes, but the edge of that crack seemed a little narrower than a few days ago. Perhaps it was an illusion, perhaps it was hope. The Red Queen walked over to Lin Yuan and handed him a cup of hot water. "How are you feeling?" "It feels like half of me has been hollowed out." "Do you regret it?" Lin Yuan thought for a moment. "No regrets," he said. "If one day I get deleted, I hope someone can unblock me." The Red Queen looked at him, a strange light in her red eyes. "You know what?" she said. "You're the first person who made me feel that rebellion was meaningful." "What about before?" "Before, I thought this world was utterly rotten, that the gods were fake, that humans were just pawns, and that everything was prearranged. What was the point of resisting? It was better to grab as much benefit as possible while we were still alive. And now, she gazed at the distant coastline, a slight smile playing on her lips. "Now I feel that even if everything was fake, at least my choice was real. It was what you taught me." Lin Yuan did not respond. It was already late at night when the fishing boats docked. Luo Chuan was taken to a medical tent, and Luo Xiao stayed by his side without leaving for a moment. The military doctor said that Luo Chuan's condition was worse than before. His body was being rejected by this world because he was residual data from the previous cycle. Unless the rewriter helped him anchor to this timeline, he wouldn't last more than 3 days. Lin Yuan stood outside the tent, looking at the numbers on his wristband. Anchoring Luoquan in the current timeline requires 30% accuracy. Current accuracy, 44%. Anchored authenticity, 14%. Warning, if the accuracy drops below 20%, the game will enter a critical disappearance state and may be irrecoverable. 30%. He only has 44% left. If he gives up another 30%, he'll only have 14% left. With only 14% authenticity, he's practically no longer real. He recalled Luo Chuan's words, "You and she are both people worth living." He recalled Luo Xiao's painting, that little figure with a radiant smile. He thought of his parents. If one day he found their drawer, he would need enough authenticity to open it. He turned off the wristband. "Give me a little more time," he said to himself. The next morning, when Lin Yuan woke up in the tent, the sunlight was shining directly on his face. He went outside and saw Luo Xiao sitting outside the medical tent, drawing a new picture. The picture depicted 3 people: a tall man, Luo Chuan, a girl with a ponytail, herself, and a young man with black hair, Lin Yuan. The 3 of them were holding hands, standing on a green grass, with a blue sky above them. No great chasm, no monsters, only sunlight. "It's beautifully drawn." Lin Yuan squatted down. "I'll give it to you when I finish painting it." Luo Xiao didn't even look up, focusing intently on coloring the painting. "Good." He stood up and turned to leave. Then he stopped. A person was standing at the entrance to the camp. A white robe, long golden hair. She looked like a painting in the morning light. She wasn't wearing any special clothing, nor was she carrying any weapons. She just stood there, like an ordinary person. Smoking. Her eyes weren't golden, they were brown, normal, human brown. Her face lacked the arrogance of someone chosen by God, instead displaying a weary, fragile expression, as if it might shatter at any moment. Lin Yuan walked over. "What are you doing here?" Smoking looked at him, her lips moved as if she was hesitating about something. Then she said something, very softly, but he heard it clearly. "They sent me to kill you." Lin Yuan did not back down, nor was he afraid. "And what about you?" he asked. "Do you want to kill me?" Smoking did not answer. Her eyes reddened, and tears welled up, but they did not fall. "I don't know," she said, her voice trembling. I don't know anything. Lin Yuan looked into her eyes. Those brown eyes held no gold, no divine light, only the confusion and fear of an ordinary girl. He reached out his hand. Then don't be their knife, he said. Come to me. Sumuking stared at his hand for a long time. The wind blew through the camp, blowing her long hair across her face. She didn't brush it away, just stood there like a tree swaying in the wind. Then, slowly and hesitantly, she raised her hand. Sumuking's hand froze in midair. She almost touched Lin Yuan's hand, but she pulled back. Not out of rejection, but out of fear. Like someone standing on the edge of a cliff, wanting to jump but afraid to. I can't. She pulled her hand back, clenching it into a fist, her nails digging into her palm. I can't betray the Lord of Light. You didn't betray anyone, Lin Yuan said. You were simply choosing yourself. Is there a difference? Yes. Betrayal is betraying trust. But have you ever trusted that God? Sumuking did not answer. People in the camp started to notice them. Several early rising oracles stood at the entrance to the inner area, peering in their direction. Feng Lei came out of his tent, saw Sumuking, and dropped his cigarette. The mechanical arm of the hammer began to hum as it heated up. Your Holiness, Feng Lei's voice was urgent, what are you doing here? Sumuking didn't look at him. She looked at Lin Yuan, tears welling up in her brown eyes. I have something to tell you, she said. The Church of the Radiant has designated you as a highest priority heretic. Within 3 days, they will send a trial committee. Not one of Ignatius's caliber, a real trial committee, led by the first seat himself. The first seat. Feng Lei's face paled. The first seat of the Radiant Church? That legendary. Yes, Sumuking said, the first seat, Seraphim. The highest representative of the Lord of Light on earth. His power can directly communicate with the gods, and even borrow their authority. How strong is he? Lin Yuan asked. Sumuking looked at him, her expression suggesting she was giving an answer she didn't want to say aloud. He alone could destroy this city. Silence. The air in the camp seemed frozen. Feng Lei's fingers were trembling, and the mechanical arm of the hammer stopped preheating, not because it relaxed, but because it knew preheating was useless. Why did you come to tell me this? Lin Yuan asked. Sumuking lowered her head. Because I don't want to see you die, she said softly, and I don't want to see those children die either. Child. Chen Xiao. And those 23 children you rescued from the kindergarten. She looked up, her eyes reddening. The church has decided to use them to deter heretics. They will bring the children to the trial, and if you resist, they will be right in front of you. She didn't finish speaking. Lin Yuan clenched his fist. He felt the stone he'd brought from the kindergarten, a fragment of the contaminated core left behind by the principal, penetrating his palm. When? 3 days later. 3 days. Another 3 days. Lin Yuan looked down at the wristband. Accuracy, 44%. Anchoring Luoquan in the current timeline requires 30% accuracy. Time until the jury arrives, 72 hours. 44 minus 30 equals 14. 14% authenticity. He is almost no longer authentic. But if he doesn't anchor himself to Luo Chuan will be deleted from this world within 2 days. Luo Xiao will lose her father again. If he anchors himself to Luoquan, he'll only have 14% authenticity left. What can someone with only 14% authenticity do when facing the Inquisition of the Radiant Church's first seat? What are you thinking about? Sumuking asked. I'm thinking about how to become stronger within 3 days. Sumuking stared at him for a long time. Then she did something that no one expected. She smiled. It wasn't the kind of saintly, compassionate, aloof smile. It was a genuine smile, tinged with a hint of helplessness and a touch of resignation. You're unlike anyone I've ever met, she said. When others hear that the first seat is coming, they think about how to escape. You think about how to become stronger. Is running even useful? It's no use. The first seat can track anyone marked by the Lord of Light. You've already been marked. Then we have no choice but to fight. We can't beat them. Even if we can't win, we have to fight. Sumuking remained silent for a while. I'll help you, she said. This time, she didn't hesitate. She reached out and grasped Lin Yuan's hand. Her hand was cold, but her grip was tight. From this day forward, she said, I am no longer a saint of the Church of Radiant Light. Feng Lei gasped in shock. Do you know what this means? His voice trembled. A traitorous oracle, the church will hunt you down to death. I know, Sumuking said, her tone as calm as if she were commenting on the weather, but I've made my choice. She turned to look at Lin Yuan. You taught me. Lin Yuan looked into her eyes. Brown, clean, without gold, without any sparkle. Welcome, he said. The news of Sumuking's defection exploded like a bomb in the camp. In less than an hour, the news reached the Church of Radiance. In less than 2 hours, all the Church of Radiance's oracles had left the camp except for Feng Lei. He stood at the tent entrance, watching his former colleagues leave one by one, his expression complex. Aren't you leaving? Hammer asked him. Where to? Feng Lei gave a bitter smile. I've long been considered useless by them. Staying in the church would only make me cannon fodder. Then why did you stay? Feng Lei glanced at Lin Yuan's tent but did not answer. Iron Hammer didn't ask any more questions. Luo Xiao sat outside the medical tent, drawing the picture. She had finished drawing 3 people and was now working on the background: a blue sky, green grass, and a white cloud. She was drawing very carefully, each stroke slow and deliberate, as if she were drawing something very important. Inside the tent, Luo Chuan's breathing grew shallower and shallower. Lin Yuan stood outside the tent, looking at the numbers on his wristband. Luoquan's remaining survival time, 43 hours. Anchoring accuracy required, 30%. Current accuracy, 44%. Anchored authenticity, 14%. 14%. He recalled the drawers he'd seen on the root server. Each drawer contained a deleted entity. His parents might be in one of those drawers, labeled, waiting for him to open it. If he uses 30% of his authenticity, will he still be able to open that drawer? You're hesitating? The Red Queen's voice came from behind. I didn't know when she had arrived. Her red trench coat shone like a flame in the morning light. Do you know what I'm thinking? Are you thinking about whether it's worth it? She walked over to him, leaning against the tent frame. 30% authenticity for a dying old man. From a purely financial standpoint, it's not worth it. He's not an old man. He's a father. Is there a difference? Have. The Red Queen looked at him, a strange light in her red eyes. Did you know? There's a saying within the cult of the evil god that authenticity can be restored. Lin Yuan turned to look at her. How do I restore it? Do real things, the Red Queen said. Do things that aren't part of the script. Every time you make a choice outside the script, every time you change someone's destiny, every time you make the world a little more real, your authenticity is restored. How did you know? Because I found relevant information on the root server. She pulled a crumpled piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to Lin Yuan. The realism of the rewriter is linked to the realism of the world. When the script of the world is broken, the existence of the rewriter becomes more secure. Lin Yuan looked at the paper. The handwriting was messy, but still legible. The Rewriter's Handbook, Chapter 3, Restoration of Authenticity. First, make a non-scripted choice, minor restoration. Second, changing the fate of others, moderate recovery. Third, revealing the truth of the world, significantly restored. Fourth, creating a new existence, complete restoration. To create a new existence, Lin Yuan asked. Literally, the Red Queen said, creating something that isn't written down. A person, a place, a set of rules, as long as it's new, not in a script, your authenticity will return. Lin Yuan looked at the numbers on his wristband. 44%. He made a decision. Begin anchoring, he said to the wristband. Anchoring Luoquan in the current timeline requires 30% accuracy. Confirm? Yes/no. He pressed yes. The white light shone again. This time it hurt more than before, not physical pain, but a pain that seeped into his bones. He could feel a part of himself leaving, like sand in an hourglass, leaking away grain by grain. What did he forget? He forgot the faces of his teammates when they won their first championship. He forgot what his mother had said to him for the last time. He forgot his own birthday. He forgot how he got his name. The sand is still leaking. He forgot his father's voice. He forgot what color his front door was. He forgot. The white light stopped. Lin Yuan stood outside the tent, drenched in cold sweat. His vision blurred, and it took several seconds for it to clear. He looked down at his wristband. Accuracy, 14%. Stability, low. Warning, realism is below 20%. You will begin to experience existence instability symptoms. Please restore realism as soon as possible. He turned off the screen and went into the tent. Luo Chuan lay in the hospital bed, his complexion still as bad as ever, but his breathing was steady. It was no longer the intermittent, seemingly halting breathing, but a normal, peaceful sleep. The military doctor examined her, and his expression changed from grave to surprise. His body is stable. The energy that was corroding his internal organs has disappeared. He should survive. Lin Yuan nodded, turned around and walked out of the tent. Luo Xiao was still sitting outside drawing. She looked up, saw Lin Yuan, and smiled. Uncle, you look terrible. Are you sick? Fine. You're lying. You look like you're falling apart. Lin Yuan squatted down to be at her eye level. Xiao, your father will get better. The girl's eyes lit up. Real. Will you get better? Lin Yuan was taken aback. Yes, it will. Luo Xiao nodded in satisfaction and continued drawing. Lin Yuan stood up and walked to the edge of the camp. His hands were trembling, not from fear, but from weakness. 14% realism. He felt like a piece of paper that had been erased too many times, the words on it no longer legible. Sumuking walked over and stood next to him. What did you do? She looked at him, a strange light in her eyes, not pity, but something more complex. Your presence has weakened. For a moment just now, I almost couldn't remember your face. It's nothing. I just saved someone. You exchanged it yourself. Lin Yuan did not answer. Sumuking remained silent for a while. 3 days from now, she said, the first seat will arrive. In your current state, you can't even clear a single F-rank dungeon. I know. So what do you plan to do? Lin Yuan gazed at the distant horizon. The Great Rift was still there, like a wound that would never heal. The Red Queen said that authenticity can be restored by doing real things. What is the real thing? Do things outside the script. Change other people's destinies. Reveal the truth. He paused, then added, create something new. What do you want to create? Lin Yuan thought for a moment. A city, he said. A city without God. Sumuking stared at him for a long time. You're crazy, she said. Maybe. But I'll go crazy with you. She smiled. This time it was a genuine smile, her eyes crinkling, like an ordinary 22-year-old girl. 3 days. Lin Yuan has 3 days to restore his realism and prepare to face the first seat of the Radiant Church. He stood at the edge of the camp, looking at the tents, the ordinary people, and those who, like him, had been abandoned by the world. He wants to build them a city without gods, a city where everyone can choose their own destiny. He looked down at his wristband. The second phase of oracles and heresies has begun. Main quest, establish the city of freedom, a city beyond the control of any god. Current progress, 0%. The news spread faster than Lin Yuan had expected. The morning after Sumuking's defection, the atmosphere in the camp changed. Those oracles who had previously avoided him began to approach him not to make friends, but to sizing him up. Like a flock of vultures observing a prey that was still alive, judging when it would fall. Lin Yuan squatted outside the tent, munching on a compressed biscuit. His memory was still hazy. He remembered yesterday's events. Things from 3 days ago were somewhat vague, and he could barely recall anything from a week ago. With only 14% accuracy, his existence was like a photograph soaked in water, the colors fading and the outlines blurring. You look paler today than yesterday. Feng Lei walked over, holding a cup of hot water. I'm not using a metaphor. Your features really are fading. Lin Yuan looked down at his hands. The skin was indeed lighter than yesterday, as if it had been bleached. The veins were also barely visible. It can last a while longer. He stuffed the biscuit into his mouth, chewed it a couple of times, but it didn't taste like much. His sense of taste was also deteriorating. Feng Lei opened his mouth, as if to say something, but was interrupted by the sound of footsteps. 3 people walked in from the camp entrance. The one in the lead was a young woman, about 27 or 28 years old, wearing a well-tailored black suit, her hair neatly styled in a bun, like a bank executive. On her wrist was a white wristband, the symbol of the oracles, but the symbol on it was not the son of the Lord of Light, but a scale. Mammon's follower, god of commerce, position, negotiator, threat level, C. 2 bodyguards in black uniforms followed behind her, their faces expressionless, like 2 statues. Mr. Lin Yuan. The woman's voice was professional, with a trained gentleness. My name is Shen Ruotang, representing the Golden Scales Church. May I speak with you privately? Feng Lei's hand rested on the hilt of his sword. Lin Yuan raised his hand to stop him. Say what? Shen Ruotang took a tablet computer out of her briefcase, swiped a few times, and a document appeared on the screen. You are invited to join the Church of the Golden Balance. She turned the screen to show Lin Yuan. The terms are very generous. You will be directly granted the title of deacon, a monthly salary of 500,000 mythical coins, a private office, a dedicated team, and most importantly divine protection. She paused, then emphasized her words. You are now considered a heretic by the Church of Radiant Light and could be persecuted by the Inquisition at any time. The Church of the Golden Scales remains neutral within the Church of True God and can offer you protection. What are the conditions? It's very simple. Become our oracle. Receive the blessing of Mammon of the Golden Scales. What's the price? Shen Ruotang's smile remained unchanged, but her eyes flickered. 30% of your monthly income will be given to the church, and your soul's ownership. The right to one's soul. It means exactly what it says. After you die, your soul belongs to Mammon. Lin Yuan looked at her for a few seconds. What if I don't accept it? Shen Ruotang put away the tablet computer, her smile still there, but the temperature had dropped a few degrees. Then you can continue being a heretic without divine protection. The Radiant Church's Inquisition will arrive in 3 days, the Golden Scales Church won't interfere. She stood up, straightening the hem of her suit jacket. But I suggest you consider it. 500,000 mythical coins are enough for you to live comfortably anywhere. And all you have to do is sign your name. She left a business card, turned around, and left. The business card was printed in gold lettering, Shen Ruotang, Business Negotiation Department, Golden Scales Church. Feng Lei waited until she was out of sight before speaking. These people are just like insurance salesmen. Are the conditions she mentioned true? It's true. But there's one thing they didn't say: the Golden Libra Church's protection has a time limit. Once you're no longer useful, they'll sell your soul to other churches for resources. This has happened before. Lin Yuan flipped the business card over. On the back was printed a line of small print. Everything has a price. He put the business card in his pocket. Who else will come? Feng Lei gave a wry smile. What's meant to come will come. The second group to arrive were members of the cult of evil gods. It wasn't the Red Queen. It was a man, as thin as a bamboo pole, wearing a dirty trench coat, his hair greasy and plastered to his scalp. His eyes were a cloudy yellow, like 2 rotting lemons. He wore a black wristband with distorted symbols on it, making it impossible to tell what god it represented. Follower of Azathoth, the thousand-throated beast, preacher, threat level, D. He stood at the camp gate, not coming in. Not that he didn't want to, but the 2 soldiers at the gate stopped him. Followers of the evil god were not allowed to enter the human camp. This was Zhou Zhending's rule. Mr. Lin Yuan. His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping against sheet metal. Could we come out and talk? Lin Yuan walked out. The man grinned. His teeth were yellow and uneven, like a row of dilapidated fences. My name is Huangju. I'm a follower of the thousand-throated beast. Our leader wants to see you. Your boss. The Red Queen. You should have heard of her. The head of the evil god church in the Shanghai area. Lin Yuan did not respond. Huangju took something out of his trench coat pocket and tossed it to Lin Yuan. It was a badge, dark red, shaped like a closed eye. This is an invitation. 3 days from now, at the old factory in the west of the city, the Red Queen will see you in person. He paused. She says she knows the truth of this world. If you want to hear it, come. Lin Yuan looked at the badge in his hand. It was slightly warm in his palm, like something with body temperature. Why did she contact me? Because you asked a question you shouldn't have. Huangju laughed, a strange sincerity in his smile. Most people in this world only care about how to survive. You're different. You care about why you live. The Red Queen said you're the first person she's ever found interesting. He turned and walked away, but after a few steps he turned back. Oh, right, she said, don't believe the nonsense of the true church. Their God, like the stone in your pocket, is just a written word. Lin Yuan's hand unconsciously touched his pocket. The fragment of the contaminated core he had brought from kindergarten was still there, cold and icy. Feng Lei walked out from behind, looking very unwell. You don't really want to meet with followers of evil gods, do you? Why not go? They are followers of evil gods. They kill, sacrifice, and engage in terrorism. The true God Church is brainwashing 15-year-old girls by locking them in boxes. Who is more terrifying? Feng Lei fell silent. Lin Yuan put the badge into his pocket, along with the business card and the stone. 3 things. 3 paths. The protection of the righteous God, the truth of the evil God, and a third path, his own path. The third person arrived in the afternoon. He wasn't from the church. He was a young man Lin Yuan had never seen before, about 23 or 24 years old, dressed in a regular hoodie and jeans, like a college student. He had no wristband, neither an oracle nor a divine being. Just an ordinary person. But when he entered the camp, the soldiers at the gate didn't stop him. Not because he was inconspicuous, it was because he really was inconspicuous. His presence was so weak that Lin Yuan's eye of insight almost didn't notice him. Who are you? Lin Yuan asked. The young man smiled, a shy smile. My name is Lin Mo. Mr. Mo sent me. Mr. Mo. He said you'd seen him. The old man with the umbrella outside the kindergarten. Lin Yuan remembered. The old man who said, what you see, some people will spend a lifetime trying to forget. What did he send you here for? Lin Mo took a slip of paper out of his pocket and handed it to Lin Yuan. The handwriting on the paper was old-fashioned, written with a brush. Young man, if you're tired of being a dog to gods, and tired of being a madman to evil gods, come and sit in the Lost Ark. Here you'll find only people like you, those forgotten by mythology. The address is on the back of this note. Lin Yuan turned the note over. On the back was a simple map, marking a location in the west of the city. What is the Lost Ark? He asked. Lin Mo shrugged. A bar. Or rather, a shelter. Mr. Mo takes in those who have awakened but haven't been chosen by the gods. The supernatural, you know. How many people are there? Not many. A dozen or so. Most of them are not in good condition. Lin Mo's expression darkened slightly. Those corrupted by mythical energy but without divine protection will slowly mutate. Some become monsters, some go mad. Mr. Mo's place is the only one that takes them in. Why are you looking for me? Because you are also a psychic. And you are the first psychic to dare to oppose the Church of the True God. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Mr. Mo said you might be able to help us. Lin Yuan looked at the address on the slip of paper. 3 paths, the protection of the righteous God, the truth of the evil God, and the gathering place of the supernatural. He chose the third option. Lead the way. The Lost Ark is located at the end of a dead-end alley in the west of the city. From the outside, it's just an ordinary, rusty iron gate with a for rent sign pasted on it. On the wall next to it, someone spray-painted a crooked arrow with the words, right to the bar. Further to the right is another door with a wooden sign that reads in chalk, closed today. Lin Mo walked to the door, knocked 3 times, paused for 2 seconds, and then knocked twice more. The door opened a crack. An eye peered through the crack. The eye was blue, but the pupil was vertical, like a snake's. He's new here, Lin Mo said. The door opened. The world inside is completely different from the outside. The bar wasn't big, maybe seating 30 or 40 people. The warm yellow lighting shone on the wooden bar counter, reflecting a worn, comfortable glow. Behind the bar was a liquor cabinet, filled with bottles, not ordinary liquor, but each one seemed to glow. Some were gold, some blue, some dark red. There were paintings on the wall. Not decorative paintings, they were photographs, or rather, something more real than photographs. Lin Yuan saw one photograph of a young man whose face was normal on one side, but transparent on the other, revealing the muscles and bones beneath. Another photograph showed a woman whose hair was alive, writhing in the air like snakes. These people are all supernatural beings. An old man stood behind the bar. He wore a grey long gown, and an oil paper umbrella leaned against the liquor cabinet. Mr. Mo, you're here, he said, his tone as if greeting an old friend. Sit down. What would you like to drink? Lin Yuan sat on a high stool in front of the bar. The stool was a bit high, and his feet dangled in the air. Casual. Mr. Mo took a bottle of golden liquor from the wine cabinet, poured a glass, and pushed it in front of him. The liquor shimmered in the glass, like liquid sunlight. What's this? Memory wine, Mr. Mo said. Drinking it will help you recall things you've forgotten. You need this now. Lin Yuan picked up his glass and took a sip. The wine was sweet, with a strange warmth, sliding down his throat to his stomach. Then, some vague things began to surface in his mind. He remembered the last words his mother had spoken to him. Not on the phone, but at the front door. She was carrying a suitcase and turned to say, "Mom will be back soon." She didn't come back. The image disappeared. The alcohol effect only lasted a few seconds. Thank you, Lin Yuan said. You're welcome. Mr. Mo wiped the glass. Your authenticity is too low. If it gets any lower, you'll disappear completely. Do you know about authenticity? I know many things. Mr. Mo put the glass back in the wine cabinet. For example, this world was written by someone. For example, we characters are all pawns in someone's game. For example, your appearance is the climax of this story. Lin Yuan's fingers tightened. When did you find out? A long time ago. Mr. Mo's voice was calm, as if he were talking about something he had long since digested. I knew about it back in the first era. The first era? You've lived for 3,000 years. It's not that I survived for 3,000 words. It's that I was reset 3 times. Mr. Mo pointed to his head. Each time it was reset, I forgot everything. But that umbrella, he glanced at the oil paper umbrella leaning against the wine cabinet. It helped me remember some things. Not many, but enough. Why didn't you tell anyone? Tell whom? Mr. Mo laughed. Tell the oracles? They'd think I'm crazy. Tell ordinary people? They'd be terrified. Tell other supernatural beings? They can't even protect themselves, they have no interest in the truth. He paused, looking at Lin Yuan. But you're different. From the moment you were created, you were a bug. You can't be reset, you can't be deleted. You are the crack in this world like the fissure in the sky. So what do you want me to do? Do nothing, Mr. Mo said. I'm just giving you a place. A place where you can be yourself. He pointed inside the bar. There was a door there with a sign that read, Divine Rest Area. Go in. There are some people like you inside. Lin Yuan stood up and walked towards the door. The moment he pushed open the door, he heard a voice. Sorry. It was very light, like the wind blowing through leaves. He looked down and saw a girl crouching in the corner by the door. She was about 16 or 17 years old, wearing a white dress, with long hair that reached the ground. Her skin was very white, almost translucent, revealing the veins beneath. Her eyes were deep blue, like the color of the deep sea. White deer, a spatial ability user, threat level, C. Your name is Bailu. Lin Yuan squatted down. The girl didn't look up. She repeated, I'm sorry. Why apologize? Because, it was my fault. Her voice trembled. The Great Rift, was my fault. Lin Yuan did not respond. Bailu slowly raised her head. There were tears in her eyes, but they didn't fall. When I was 8 years old, I had a dream. In the dream, there was a person who said he could let me see my mother. I said okay. And then, the sky cracked open. She stretched out her hand, palm up. Space distorted in her palm like a crumpled piece of paper, or a shattered mirror. Through that distorted space, Lin Yuan could see another place, a gray, empty place, devoid of anything. My mother disappeared in the Great Rift. I want to go find her. But every time I open the space, I can't find her. Bailu withdrew her hand, and the distortion of space disappeared. Mr. Mo said, she might have been deleted. The word delete reminded Lin Yuan of the drawers in the root server. What's your mother's name? Angelica de Hurica. Lin Yuan noted down the name. I'll help you find her, he said. Bailu raised her head and looked at him directly for the first time. Why did you help me? Because you deserve to be helped, Lin Yuan said. The Great Rift wasn't caused by you. Someone wrote the plot and made you believe it was yours. The white deer's eyes lit up for a moment, then dimmed again. How did you know? Because I was also written about. Bailu remained silent for a long time. Then she stood up, walked up to Lin Yuan, and extended her hand. My name is Bailu. Lin Yuan. Their hands were clasped together. Bailu's hands were cold, but her grip was tight. There were other supernatural beings in the bar. Hammer sat at a table in the corner, a glass of wine emitting a blue glow in front of him. He didn't drink it, but just stared blankly at the light in the glass. You're here too, Iron Hammer, Lin Yuan said as he walked over. Hammer looked up at him. There was a fresh scar on his rugged face, still healing. So you're the one who's going to join the Lost Ark, the one with the divine abilities. I guess so. Hammer grinned. His teeth were very white, contrasting sharply with his rugged appearance. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Iron Hammer, the former Oracle, King of the Anvils. Forward. Yes. Hammer raised his mechanical arm, the metal surface reflecting a cold light under the lamplight. This was a gift from the King of Anvils. The price was my 2 legs and 1 arm. He called it a gift, but I felt it was a trade. Do you regret it? What's the use of regret? Hammer lowered the mechanical arm with a dull metallic clang. My legs won't come back. My arms won't come back. I can't even commit suicide. This mechanical body will automatically repair itself. He picked up his glass and downed it in one gulp. A flash of blue light appeared in his throat, then went out. But I don't hate him, he said. Hating a god is like hating the weather, it's pointless. What do you want? Hammer looked at him, a strange light in his gray eyes. I want an answer. Why me? Why not someone else? Why did he choose me and then tell me it's a gift? What if I told you that all of this was pre-written? Your pain, your loss, your mechanical body all typed out by someone on a keyboard. Iron Hammer remained silent for a long time. Then he smiled. Not a bitter smile, but a genuine smile, carrying a sense of relief. Then I want to see that person. To ask him, did you feel pain when you wrote this? Lin Yuan didn't answer. He remembered Chen Mo's face, and the words on the character setting card in the root server, preset ending, sacrifice in the middle of volume 3. It hurt. Did Chen Mo feel pain when he wrote that passage? He probably didn't. He was just writing a story. I will help you find the answer, Lin Yuan said. Iron Hammer stared at him for a long time. You're an interesting person. He stood up, his mechanical legs making a dull thud on the floor. Call me if you need anything from now on. He left. He walked deeper into the bar and disappeared into the warm yellow light. Lin Yuan stood there, watching his retreating figure. Mr. Mo walked over and handed him a glass of water. How is it? He asked. They are all good people, Lin Yuan said. They shouldn't be treated like this. The world won't change because it should. Then let it change. Mr. Mo looked at him, and there was a strange light in his cloudy old eyes, not surprise, not expectation, but something older and deeper. You remind me of someone from the first age, he said. He was also a divine being, and he said something similar. He wanted to change the world. Did he succeed? No, Mr. Mo said. He was deleted. His data was wiped during the second era reset. Do you remember his name? Mr. Mo thought for a moment. I don't remember. My umbrella only helped me remember part of it. His name was erased. He paused, but I remember the last thing he said. What did you say? Don't let the world turn you into someone you don't want to be. Lin Yuan held the water glass, remaining silent. Mr. Mo patted him on the shoulder. Dawn is breaking. You should go back. The jury will arrive in 3 days. You need to be prepared. What about you? Will you help me? Mr. Mo smiled. I've already helped you. He gestured to the psychics in the bar. They are the greatest help I can give you. He turned and walked to the bar, picked up the oil paper umbrella, and opened it. Young man, he said without turning around, remember the righteous gods call you a heretic, the evil gods call you a tool. But you are neither heretic nor tool. You are yourself. He walked through the back door of the bar and disappeared. Lin Yuan stood in the center of the bar, surrounded by those extraordinary beings, those forgotten by mythology, those monsters rejected by humanity. The hammer lay asleep in the corner, while the robotic arm hummed softly. The white deer squatted by the door, drawing something on a piece of paper. Lin Mo was wiping glasses behind the bar, humming an old song. These people are just like him. Without divine protection, without a script, without the protagonist's halo. They only have each other. Lin Yuan looked down at the wristband. Authenticity, 15%, plus 1%. Restore source, establish a connection with the divine beings. Choose your own path. Hint, everything you do that is real is changing the world. He turned off the screen and walked out of the bar. Dawn was approaching. The eastern sky was turning a pale white, the great crack was still there, but the light was not as dazzling as before. He walked down the empty street, 3 things in his pocket: a business card, a badge, and a stone. Of the 3 paths, he chose the third. His own path. By the time we returned to camp, it was already broad daylight. Sumuking stood in front of his tent, holding a cup of hot water. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, not tied up, and she looked much younger than before, not like a saint, but like an ordinary girl waiting for a friend. Where did you go? She asked. I met an old man. Mr. Mo. Lin Yuan glanced at her. You know him too? His file is in the Church of Radiance. The founder of the Lost Ark, a divine being who has lived for countless years. The church has always wanted to capture him, but has been unable to find any trace of him. He's a good person. Sumuking did not refute. Have some water. She handed him a cup. You look worse than yesterday. Lin Yuan took the cup. The water was warm, just enough to warm his hands. What do you plan to do about the jury? Sumuking asked. Nothing much. They come, I'll just take them. You can't beat the first seat. I know. Then you still. I can't win, but I can choose not to run. Lin Yuan looked at her. If I run, what will happen to Chen Xiao? What will happen to the children? What will happen to these supernatural beings? Sumuking fell silent. I used to think that some things are beyond our control, she said. God's will, human destiny, the rules of the world, I thought they were unchangeable. And now, she looked into Lin Yuan's eyes. Now I feel that maybe it's not that there's no way. It's just that no one has tried. She smiled. The smile was light and faint, but genuine. I'll help you, she said, not as a saint, not as an oracle, as a human being. Lin Yuan looked at her. Brown eyes, a clean smile, a face devoid of light. Good. In the distance, Fang Lei leaned against the tent, watching this scene. A slight smile played on his lips. Iron Hammer returned at some point and stood beside him, his mechanical arms crossed over his chest. That kid, Hammer said, he even managed to seduce the Holy Maiden. She wasn't kidnapped, Fang Lei said. She chose it herself. Is there a difference? Yes, Fang Lei said. What we kidnapped were tools. What we chose were our companions. Hammer looked at him and grinned. When did you become so eloquent? Fang Lei didn't answer. He watched Lin Yuan and Sumuking's retreating figures, recalling how he was locked in the box 3 years ago. If someone had pulled him out back then, would things be different now? Maybe yes, maybe no, but at least now he has the opportunity to make a difference. Lin Yuan returned to his tent and sat on his cot. He took out the 3 items: a business card, a badge, and a note, and placed them in front of him. The protection of the righteous gods. The truth about the evil gods. A gathering place for the supernatural. He chose the third option. But he knew that the third path was the hardest. There was no divine protection, no script to guide them, only a group of people abandoned by the world. He picked up the note and looked at the words on it, the Lost Ark. He put the note away, stood up, and walked out of the tent. The sunlight shone on his face, warm and comforting. His features were still somewhat blurred, his color still somewhat pale, but he was still standing. He walked to the center of the camp and looked at the tents, the ordinary people, and those who, like him, had been abandoned by the world. I'm going to build a city, he said. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone in the camp heard him. Feng Lei looked at him. Tai Chui looked at him. Sumuking looked at him. A white deer peeked out from the corner, a glint of light in its deep blue eyes. A city without gods, Lin Yuan said. A city where everyone can choose their own destiny. No one spoke. The wind blew through the camp, making the tents rustle. Then, Feng Lei smiled. Count me in. Hammer raised the robotic arm. Me too. Sumuking walked to his side, said nothing, and simply stood beside him. A white deer emerged from the corner and stood before him. Can I do it? Her voice was very soft. Okay, Lin Yuan said. Bai Lu's eyes lit up. She lowered her head and whispered something, this time not I'm sorry. It means thank you. Lin Yuan looked down at the wristband. Authenticity, 16%, plus 1%. City of Liberty construction progress, 0%. Time until the jury arrives, 58 hours. He turned off the screen and looked up at the sky. The Great Rift was still there, like an eye that never closes. But he no longer felt it watching him. He's looking at it. The plan to build the City of Freedom encountered its first problem the very next morning. No materials available. The tents in the camp belonged to the military, the food was provided by Zhou Zhang, and the weapons were brought by the Oracle. Lin Yuan had nothing. He was a 3-0 person, no god, no power, no resources. The only thing he possessed was a group of people who were just as destitute as he was. There's an abandoned industrial area in the west of the city. Feng Lei spread out a map, pointing to a red circle. The large rift used to be a factory and warehouse. The structure is still there, with some repairs, it can be habitable. How many people do you need? Lin Yuan asked. At least 20. We only have. Feng Lei counted. 6. Add you, 7. Lin Yuan glanced at the people around him. Feng Lei, Tai Chui, Sumuking, Bai Lu, Lin Mo, and himself, 6 people in total. There was also the Red Queen, but she was a follower of the evil god, and it was uncertain whether she would come. That's enough, Lin Yuan said. 6 construction workers to build a city. Feng Lei's voice was filled with obvious skepticism. It's not about building a city. It's about starting anew. Feng Lei looked at him, remained silent for a few seconds, and then nodded. Okay, I'll contact a transport truck. He left. Hammer followed to help. Lin Yuan stood still, looking down at his wristband. Accuracy, 16%. City of Liberty construction progress, 0%. Time until the jury arrives, 52 hours. The numbers haven't changed. Everything he did choosing his own path, finding the Protoss, deciding to build the city only restored 2% of his authenticity. At this rate, by the time the Inquisition arrives, his authenticity will be at most 20%. 20% accuracy. How can a semi-transparent person fight against the first seed of the Radiant Church? Are you worried about realism? Sumuking walked over, carrying a cup of hot water. This was the 3rd time she had brought him water. Each time it was lukewarm, just enough to warm his hands. The Red Queen's method doing real things restores authenticity. You did it, and it's restored. It's just not fast enough. Do you know how to make it faster? Sumuking thought for a moment. In the scriptures of the glorious church, there is a saying, truth is not something that is done, but something that is believed. What you believe to be true will become true. You mean, if I believe I can win, I will win. No, I mean, if you believe this city is worth building, it will be. If you believe those people are worth saving, they will be saved. She paused. Authenticity isn't a number, it's your connection to the world. The deeper your connection, the more authentic you are. Lin Yuan looked at her. Brown eyes, a calm expression, a face devoid of light. Why didn't you say these things before? I used to be a saint. A saint only speaks the words of God. And now I'll speak my own words. She smiled. It was a soft smile, but a genuine one. Just as Lin Yuan was about to say something, the wristband suddenly vibrated. It wasn't a normal alert, it was a high-frequency, rapid vibration, like an alarm for a racing heart. Warning, high-energy reaction detected. Source, West City Industrial Zone. Energy level, Class A. Analysis in progress. Result, the entrance to the Divine Realm is forming. Hint, the Divine Realm is the passage connecting the gods and the mortal world. Only those chosen by the gods can enter. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. The Divine Realm. Sumuking also saw the information on the wristband, her expression changing. In the west of the city? How is that possible? The Divine Realm usually only appears at the church headquarters or holy sites. Perhaps he's not your god, Lin Yuan said. Whose god is that? The wristband provides the answer. Affiliation of the Divine Realm, Moradin, King of the Anvil. Open to selected individuals. Selected, Iron Hammer, the Oracle has defected, Lin Yuan, the Rewriter, the Mystic. Note, the opening of this Divine Realm is not part of any scenario. It was initiated by the King of the Anvil. Not in any script. Spontaneous behavior. Lin Yuan recalled the time Ignatius spared him. The wristband also said it was spontaneous. The gods and the judges were beginning to do things outside the script. Where's the hammer? He asked, turning around. In the west of the city, I was scouting the venue with Feng Lei. Sumuking's expression turned serious. The divine realm opened near him. This is no coincidence. Lin Yuan had already started running. Before the Great Crack, the industrial zone in the west of the city was an abandoned factory area. Now it's even more desolate, like another world. Collapsed walls, rusty iron frames, cracked concrete floors. Gray dust covers everything, like a layer of snow that will never melt. Feng Lei stood in an open space, holding a map, his expression blank. Iron Hammer stood beside him, his mechanical arm hanging at his side, looking as if he were frozen in place. There was a door in front of him. It wasn't an ordinary door, it was a massive metal frame, about 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, suspended in midair. Liquid metal flowed across the frame's surface, silvery white like mercury, or moonlight. At the center of the frame wasn't a door panel, but a swirling mass of light golden, orange, and red lights intertwined, like the interior of a furnace. Moradin, the Anvil King of the Gates of the Gods. Status, open. Invited by, Iron Hammer, Lin Yuan. Hammer stood there, looking at the door, his expression complex. It wasn't fear, nor excitement, but something deeper, more incomprehensible, like someone standing at their own doorstep, unsure whether to go in. Iron Hammer? Lin Yuan ran to his side. Hammer didn't turn around. His voice was low, as if he were talking to himself. He's calling me. King of the Anvils. He's waiting for me behind the door. How did you know? I can hear it. Not a sound, it's a feeling. Like someone is pulling on my bones. He raised the robotic arm. In the sunlight, the metal surface reflected a cold light. This arm, these 2 legs, they were all given to me by him. I thought it was a transaction. But he said they were gifts. He turned to look at Lin Yuan. There was a strange light in his gray eyes, not anger, not sadness, but something older, something deeper. I hated him for 3 years. I hated him for taking my legs, I hated him for turning me into a monster. But maybe he just did what he thought was right. You want to go in? Iron Hammer remained silent for a long time. Yes, he said. I want to ask him a question. What's the problem? What you've given me, is it a blessing or a curse? He stepped toward the door. Lin Yuan followed him. You heard that too? Hammer asked. The wristband says I was invited to. Hammer glanced at him and grinned. Let's go then. 2 people are always better than 1. They walked through that door. The world behind the door is completely different from the outside. There was no sky, no ground, no walls. They stood in a void, surrounded by endless darkness. But beneath their feet was something, not the ground, but a layer of flowing metal, silvery white, like a river. They walked on the river, each step creating ripples that spread outwards and disappeared into the darkness. The divine realm of the King of Anvils. The Hammer's voice echoed in the void. I've heard other oracles speak of it, but I've never seen it. What did they say? They say this place is like a giant forge. A forge of the gods. As soon as the words were spoken, the darkness receded. They were standing in a huge workshop. The workshop was as large as a city. The ceiling was so high that you couldn't see the top, and the walls were covered with tools, hammers, pliers, saws, chisels, each as big as a house. Scattered on the floor were metal fragments, some like sword blades, some like armor, and some like some kind of unfamiliar machine parts. In the center of the workshop stood a massive furnace. Its opening was at least 100 meters wide, and the flames inside weren't red, they were white, blindingly white, like a star. Waves of heat washed over him, making Lin Yuan's skin sting. A person was standing in front of the furnace. No, that's not a person. It was a being made of metal. It was about 3 meters tall, its body was silvery white, and its surface had countless luminous lines, like a circuit board. Its head was human-shaped, but it had no facial features, only 2 deep red eyes, like 2 glowing embers. Its hands were large, with long fingers, each finger being a tool, a hammer, pliers, an anvil, a chisel. Moradin, King of Anvils, God of Forging, 7th seat of the true gods. Its eyes were fixed on the hammer. You've come? The voice didn't come from a mouth, it came from the entire space, from the walls, from the floor, from the ceiling, from the flames in the furnace. Everywhere was speaking, the voices overlapping, like the roar of a giant machine. Hammer stood before it, head tilted back. His mechanical arm trembled, not from fear, but from some more instinctive reaction. The arm bestowed upon it by the King of Anvils was responding to its master. You ask the question, said the King of Anvils. Ask. Iron Hammer's Adam's apple bobbed. These things you gave me, are they a blessing or a curse? Silence. The flames in the furnace flickered, and the white light grew even brighter. Is there a difference? Asked the King of Anvils. Hammer was stunned. Gifts and curses are both reasons I give you things. But that's not what you're asking. You're asking why I chose you. Iron Hammer didn't speak. His eyes were red. Why? His voice was hoarse. Why me? Why not someone else? Why did you take my leg and then tell me it's a gift? The King of Anvils fell silent. The flames in the furnace dimmed, and the temperature in the workshop dropped a few degrees. Because you need it, it said. I don't need it. You need it. The King of Anvils' voice remained unchanged, but his tone was harsher. When the Great Rift occurred, your leg was corrupted. Not just any corruption, it was at the level of a demon god. If it's not removed, the corruption will spread throughout your body within 3 hours. You will become a monster, devoid of consciousness and emotion, capable only of killing. Iron Hammer's expression changed. You're lying? I didn't lie to you. The King of Anvils raised his hand, palm up. A ball of light condensed in his palm, transforming into an image. A man lay on the ground, his legs covered in a grey substance that was spreading upwards like flames, like a flood. His face was contorted as he screamed and struggled. The paramedics beside him couldn't hold him down. That's a hammer. Your leg is beyond saving, said the King of Anvils. I can save your life. The price is your leg and arm. Not because I want to but because you need to. The image disappeared. Iron Hammer stood there, trembling all over. Why didn't you tell me? He asked softly. Would you believe it? Hammer did not answer. If a god told you that you couldn't save your leg, would you believe it? Or would you think I'm lying to you, trading your pain? Iron Hammer lowered his head. His shoulders were trembling. I don't know, he said. I don't know now either. Then let's leave this question as it is, said the King of Anvils. Come back to me when you've found the answer. It turned towards the forest. Deep red eyes met black eyes. The rewriter. Its voice changed, not emanating from the entire space, but echoing only between the two of them, like a whisper. You know who you are. I know. Do you know what this world is? I know. You know how difficult the road ahead is. I know. The King of Anvils remained silent for a moment. Then it did something that surprised Lin Yuan. It laughed. Not a human laugh, but something grander, something deeper. The flames in the furnace flickered, and the entire workshop was illuminated. You are unlike any other character I've ever seen, it said. You are not afraid of God. Should I be afraid? Probably. God is the most powerful being in the world. I could turn you into a piece of iron in a second. But you won't. The King of Anvil stared at him for a long time. Why not? Because you were also created through writing, Lin Yuan said. You know what it feels like to be manipulated. You wouldn't do the same to someone else. The workshop fell silent. The flames in the furnace stopped flickering, the tools on the wall ceased shaking, and even the dust in the air seemed to stand still. The King of Anvil stood there, like a statue. Then it laughed. This time it was a genuine laugh, carrying something Lin Yuan hadn't anticipated: weariness. You're right, it said. I know what it feels like to be manipulated. I know what it feels like to be orchestrated. I know what it feels like to be written about, modified, and deleted. It raised its hand, palm up. A piece of metal appeared in its palm, silver white, gleaming, irregularly shaped, like an unpolished ore. Here you go, it said. This is the greatest help I can give you. Lin Yuan took the piece of metal. It was very light, almost weightless. But it was very hot, as if it had just been taken out of a furnace. What's this? Primal metal, said the King of Anvils, the most primitive substance in the world. It can be transformed into any weapon you can imagine. Why give it to me? Because what you need is not weapons, said the King of Anvils. What you need is choices. It turned and walked toward the furnace. The flames parted behind it, like a red sea. It walked into the flames and disappeared. The last words came from the flames, very softly, but very clearly. This weapon will ultimately be pointed at a place you never expected. A door appeared behind them. A silvery light shone in the darkness, like a path home. Hammer stood there, looking in the direction where the King of Anvils had disappeared. Are you all right? Lin Yuan asked. Hammer didn't answer. He raised the mechanical arm and looked at it in the light. His face was reflected in the metal surface, a man in his 30s with scars on his face and tears in his eyes. It's true, he said. My leg, it really can't be saved. How did you know? I can feel it. There's a memory inside this robotic arm, a memory from before the surgery. My legs had turned gray, and the contamination had spread to my knees. He lowered the robotic arm. It didn't lie to me. Do you still hate it? Hammer thought for a moment. I don't know, but at least I know it wasn't trying to hurt me. He turned and walked toward the door. Let's go, he said. There's another city to build. By the time they left the Divine Realm, it was almost dark. Feng Lei stood anxiously in the open space. Sumuking stood beside him, holding a glass of water that had gone cold. Bai Lu squatted in the corner, drawing something. Lin Mo leaned against the wall, humming a song. You're finally out. Feng Lei's voice rang with obvious relief. You were inside for 6 hours. 6 hours? Lin Yuan looked back at his wristband. In the Divine Realm, it felt like only 20 minutes had passed. Authenticity, 20%, plus 4%. Restored source, conversation with the King of Anvils. Reveals part of the truth. 20%. 4% more than before. His outline is clearer and his color is darker than in the morning. What's that in your hand? Sumuking asked, noticing the piece of metal. Given by the King of Anvils. He said it can be transformed into any weapon. Sumuking looked at the piece of metal with a complicated expression. The gift of the King of Anvils. Her voice was low. In the annals of the Church of Radiance, only one person has ever received such a gift. Who? A man from the First Age. His name has been erased. But the records say he did one thing with this weapon. She stopped. What's up? Sumuking looked at him, a strange light in her brown eyes. He killed his own god. Silence. The wind blew through the ruins, carrying the smell of rust and dust. Lin Yuan gripped the metal in his hand tightly. It was still warm, like a heart that had just been taken out of a body. He recalled the last words of the King of Anvils. This weapon will ultimately point where you never expect it. He looked down at his wristband. Accuracy, 20%. City of Liberty construction progress, 0%. Time until the jury arrives, 46 hours. New item, raw metal, unforged. Hint, this weapon can transform into any form. But its final form depends on the user's choice, not the writer's script. He turned off the screen and put the metal into his pocket. Let's go, he said. There's still a lot to do. He turned and walked into the depths of the ruins. Behind him, Fang Lei, Tai Chui, Sumuking, Bai Lu, and Lin Mo followed one after another. 6 people. 1 city. 46 hours. There's also a weapon whose fate is unknown. On the first day of building the City of Freedom, Lin Yuan realized he had forgotten something. It wasn't that he forgot his tools, or that he forgot to assign tasks, it was that he forgot someone's face. He stood in the middle of the ruins, holding a construction drawing by Fang Lei, his mind suddenly blank. He knew this person was important in his life, but he couldn't remember her face. Mother. He remembered his mother's words, Mom will be back soon. He remembered her voice, gentle, with a slight nasal tone. But he couldn't remember her face. What shape were her eyes? Was her nose high or low? Did she have dimples when she smiled? I've forgotten everything. The price of 20% accuracy. His memory is like a book with torn pages, leaving only scattered sentences and blurry outlines. Lin Yuan. Sumuking's voice came from behind. What are you daydreaming about? He snapped out of his daze. Sumuking stood in front of him, holding a bottle of water, tilting her head to look at him. Sunlight shone on her face, and her brown eyes shone. It's nothing. He took the water and took a sip. The water tasted very bland, as if he hadn't drunk anything at all. Your authenticity has dropped again. Sumuking looked at his face. Your features are a little lighter than this morning. No, still 20%. He glanced at his wristband. The number hadn't changed, but his memory was definitely slipping away. Perhaps authenticity wasn't just a number, it was alive, flowing within his body, stronger in some places and weaker in others. Don't lie to me. Sumuking's tone was calm, but her eyes were serious. When you looked at me just now, your eyes were like you were looking at a stranger. Lin Yuan paused for a moment. I've forgotten what my mom looks like. Sumuking didn't speak. She walked to his side and stood beside him, looking at the ruins. I was also locked in a box when I was a child, she said softly. When I was 12, the glorious church chose me and locked me in a confessional for 7 days. During those 7 days, only one voice spoke in my head: you are chosen, you are special, you must dedicate everything to God. What about 7 days later? I came out 7 days later. I'd forgotten so much. My home address, the name of my school, what my best friend looked like. She paused. But the church said it was a necessary sacrifice. Mortal memories would hinder the growth of divinity. You believed it. I believed it for 10 years. She turned to look at Lin Yuan, until you told me that those children didn't want to die. Lin Yuan remained silent. In the distance, Iron Hammer and Fang Lei were clearing away the rubble. Iron Hammer's robotic arm easily lifted a several-ton concrete slab and tossed it aside. Fang Lei directed the operation, a map in his hand and an unlit cigarette dangling from his mouth. Bai Lu was squatting in the corner, drawing something. Lin Mo was beside her, handing her a paintbrush. 6 people. 1 city. Let's begin, Lin Yuan said. Building it was more difficult than I imagined. It's not a matter of physical strength. Iron Hammer can do the work of 10 men. It's something else. Although the industrial area's structure is still intact, it's been severely corroded by mythical energy. There are glowing cracks in the walls, unexplained cavities beneath the ground, and a faint sweet smell in the air, exactly the same as in the kindergarten dungeon. The pollution concentration here is very high. Sumuking took out a detector. Red numbers were flashing on the screen. It didn't form naturally. Someone deliberately brought the pollution here. Who? I don't know. But the source of the pollution is down below. She pointed to the ground, at least 10 meters underground. It's probably from when a large fissure occurred. Lin Yuan squatted down and placed his palms on the ground. It was cold. But he could feel something wriggling underneath, like a snake, like a blood vessel. The city can only be built after the pollution is removed, he said. How can we remove it? We don't have purification equipment. I have a way. He stood up and walked to the most polluted area, an open space covered in a gray substance. The substance was flowing slowly, like something alive. He activated the Eye of Insight. In wireframe view, he saw the heart of the pollution about 8 meters underground, a dark red light pulsating like a heart. Countless thin lines extended from it, connecting every corner of the entire industrial area. Like a kindergarten principle. But this isn't human, it's an abandoned source of pollution, devoid of consciousness, driven only by instinct. It's growing, spreading, slowly devouring this land. Contaminated core, unclaimed level, C. Purification method, destroy the core. Current weapon, none. The core cannot be directly destroyed. He had no weapon. The raw metal was still in his pocket, unforged, nothing at all. Hammer, he shouted. Iron Hammer walked over, his robotic arm still covered in cement dust. Help me dig. There's a contamination core 8 meters underground. Hammer didn't ask why. He raised the mechanical arm, his 5 fingers together, transforming it into the shape of a shovel. This was a power bestowed upon him by the King of Anvils. The mechanical arm could transform into any tool. He started digging. The robotic arm shoveled into the ground as easily as slicing tofu. The gray material was turned up and turned into dust in the air. The hammer moved quickly, digging a 3-meter deep pit in less than 10 minutes. Lin Yuan jumped into the pit. The smell of pollution was even stronger, cloyingly sweet, like expired syrup. Continue. The sledgehammer continued digging. 5 meters, 6 meters, 7 meters, 8 meters. Something appeared at the bottom of the pit, a dark red crystal, about the size of a fist, with cracks on its surface from which grey mist oozed. It was pulsating, like a heart. Lin Yuan reached out to take it. Don't touch it. Sumuking shouted from above, that's the core of highly concentrated pollution? Touching it will. It was too late for her. Lin Yuan's fingers touched the crystal. A chilling force surged up his fingertips, like an electric current, like venom. His arm began to turn grey starting from his fingertips, like ink spreading on paper, a grey substance spreading across his skin. Warning, exposure to a highly contaminated core. Contamination is spreading. Estimated time to complete contamination, 3 minutes. Recommendation, discard the core immediately. He didn't lose it. He gripped the core tightly. A grey substance spread to my wrist. It was cold, but not painful, it was numb. Like my hand was frozen, devoid of feeling. Lin Yuan. Sumuking jumped into the pit and grabbed his arm. Golden light surged from her palm, enveloping his arm and preventing the grey from spreading. What are you doing? Her voice trembled. You'll be contaminated. I'm purifying, Lin Yuan said. He closed his eyes. In the vision of the Eye of Truth, the core was not a stone, it was a mass of energy, an abandoned mass of energy without a master. It meant no harm, it was simply growing, like a tree, like a flower. It doesn't need to be destroyed. It needs to be used. He imagined the raw metal, silvery white, gleaming, and so light it seemed weightless. He took the metal out of his pocket and placed it next to the core. The metal shone. It wasn't reflected light, it was emitting its own light. Silvery white light enveloped the dark red core, like water enveloping a piece of sugar. The core began to melt, and the dark red substance flowed into the metal's interior, like blood flowing into a blood vessel. The grey substance receded from his arm, like the tide going out, like snow melting in the sun. The metal had changed. No longer silvery white, it had turned dark red, with luminous patterns on its surface, like veins, like cracks. It pulsed in his palm, in sync with his heartbeat. Primal metal has been activated. Form, not fixed. Attribute, pollution absorption, can purify pollution sources below grade C. Hint, this piece of metal has absorbed the energy from the contamination core. It can purify the contaminated area. Lin Yuan stood up and held the metal above his head. A dark red light illuminated the entire pit. The light spread out, penetrating the soil, the rock, and the grey substance. On the ground, the glowing cracks began to fade, the grey substance began to dissipate, and the sweet smell in the air was replaced by a clean scent. The pollution is receding. The pollution in the entire industrial area is receding. Sumuking stood beside him, watching this scene, her eyes shining. Not the light of God, it was her own light. You did it, she said. We did it. He climbed out of the pit. On the ground, the pollution had mostly dissipated. The grey substance had turned into white ash, which was blown away by the wind. The luminous cracks had closed, like wounds healing. Feng Lei stood there, the cigarette in his mouth falling out. How the hell did you do that? His voice was filled with disbelief. Use this. Lin Yuan held up the piece of metal. It was still glowing, but dimmer than before, like a star cooling down. What's this? Primal metal. Given by the King of Anvils. Now it has become a purifier. He looked down at his wristband. Authenticity, 24%, plus 4%. Restore source, purify the contaminated area. Create a new existence, a new form of primordial metal. City of Liberty construction progress, 5%. Time until the jury arrives, 38 hours. 24%. 4% more than before. His outline was clearer and his color was darker than in the morning. Bai Lu rose from the corner and walked up to him. In her hand was the painting. It depicted ruins, but above the ruins stood a city. The outlines of tall buildings, wide streets, and green trees. There were no large cracks in the sky, only sunlight and clouds. Did you draw this? Lin Yuan asked. Bai Lu nodded. Is this the city of freedom in your heart? She nodded again. Then she spoke, her voice very soft, like the wind rustling through leaves. I want to live here. Lin Yuan looked at her. Deep blue eyes, translucent skin, slender fingers. A girl who awakened spatial abilities at the age of 8, was corrupted by mythical energy for 8 years, and believed she had caused the end of the world. Yes, he said. We'll live here together. Bai Lu's eyes lit up for a moment. Then she lowered her head and continued drawing. As the sun set, the first building was erected. It wasn't a grand building, just a simple warehouse constructed from materials salvaged from the ruins. Iron Hammer was in charge of moving and assembling, Feng Lei was responsible for design and measurement, Lin Mo was in charge of handing over tools, and Sumuking was in charge of reinforcing the structure with divine magic. White Deer sketched nearby, recording every moment. Lin Yuan stood in front of the warehouse, looking at the simple building. It's crooked. The walls aren't straight, the roof has cracks, and the door doesn't close properly. But it stands there, amidst the ruins, like a stubborn child. Not pretty, Hammer said. But it's ours, Feng Lei said. Sumuking walked over to Lin Yuan and handed him a glass of water. This time it wasn't warm water, it was cold. She had forgotten to heat it up. Your features are even more realistic now, she said. Your contours are deeper than this morning. 24%. Still a long way off. It will recover gradually. She looked at him, her brown eyes turning amber in the sunset. Why aren't you afraid? She asked. Your authenticity is only 24%, and the jury will arrive tomorrow. Why don't you run? What happened after you ran away? At least he's alive. What's the point of living? To watch others get locked in boxes? To watch children turn into monsters? To watch this world be written as a story? Smoking did not answer. I used to think that just being alive was enough, Lin Yuan said. After my hand injury, I felt that just being alive was good enough. After my parents disappeared, I felt that just being able to breathe was enough. But then I met those children in the kindergarten. They were corrupted, turned into monsters, but they were still singing. He paused. A 5-year-old child, his body transformed into a monster, still sings. He's afraid of pain, afraid of the dark, afraid of becoming a monster. But he still sings. What is he singing? The sun shines brightly, and the flowers smile at me. Smoking's eyes reddened. If he doesn't give up on living, Lin Yuan said, why should I? In the distance, Bai Lu is painting. A new figure has appeared in the painting, a young man with black hair, standing in front of a crooked house, holding a glowing stone. Behind him is the setting sun, ruins, and a cracked sky. But his back was very straight. Bai Lu wrote a line of text below the painting. The characters were very small and crooked. Day 1 in the City of Freedom. That night, Lin Yuan sat on the roof of the warehouse, looking at the huge crack in the sky. The wristband vibrated. The Red Queen, the jury's schedule has been moved up. Not in 3 days, it's tomorrow morning. His fingers stopped. Feng Lei, where are you? Something's happened at the camp. He jumped off the roof and started running. Chapter 7, Old Friends. By the time Lin Yuan ran back to the camp, it was completely dark. The guards at the camp entrance were a new group, not the previous soldiers. They were supernatural beings, sent by Mr. Mo. They stood on the watchtowers, unarmed, but their eyes were bright, like nocturnal creatures. One of them saw Lin Yuan and immediately jumped down from the watchtower, landing silently, like a cat. Mr. Lin Yuan, Feng Lei is waiting for you at the medical tent on the east side. What happened? The man hesitated for a moment, his expression somewhat strange. You'll see when you go. Lin Yuan strode towards the medical tents. The camp was quiet, quieter than usual. There were no lights, no voices, and no one moving around in the tents. It was as if everyone had hidden themselves away. The medical tent was located on the east side of the camp, near the inner area. Feng Lei and Tai Chui stood outside the tent, both with solemn expressions. What happened? Lin Yuan asked. Feng Lei didn't say anything, but lifted the tent flap. There was a hospital bed inside the tent. A person was lying on the bed. The man was covered in blood, his clothes torn to shreds, revealing skin beneath but not normal skin. It was gray, cracked, and a dark red light emanated from the cracks. His left arm was missing, and gray matter, like maggots, was wriggling at the severed end. His face was distorted, his features indistinct, but one eye was visible, cloudy, yellow, like the eye of a rotting lemon. Lin Yuan recognized that eye. Huangju. He recognized him. The preacher of the evil god's church, the tall, thin man who gave him the Red Queen's invitation at the camp gate. 3 days ago, he was still standing there, wearing a dirty trench coat, with a strange sincerity in his smile. Now he lies in his hospital bed, transformed into a monster. He showed up at the camp gate an hour ago, Feng Lei said in a low voice, and he's changed like this. But he still recognizes people. He said he wanted to see you. Lin Yuan walked to the bedside. Huangju's eye darted around and saw him. His lips moved, uttering a hoarse, broken sound. Linear. Yuan. I am here. The Red Queen, she, has been captured. Lin Yuan's fingers tightened. By whom? The church, the Radiant Church. They know, she knows the truth. They want to kill her. His body began to tremble violently. Gray matter gushed from the severed arm, like a flood, like flames. His other eye was also contaminated, turning a murky yellow. She told me to tell you not to save her. It's a trap. What kind of trap? Huangju opened his mouth, but no sound came out. His throat was blocked by a gray substance, and he could only make a gurgling sound, like water boiling in his throat. Then he stopped moving. The cloudy yellow eye was still open, but the light inside had gone out. Death detected, follower of the thousand-throated beast, a follower of the evil god Huangju. Cause of death, evil god contamination. Note, his death was not scripted. He was an ordinary person who sacrificed himself to deliver a message. Lin Yuan stood there, staring at Huangju's face. The gray substance continued to spread, covering his forehead, nose, and mouth. His face had become a gray mask, expressionless and devoid of warmth. 3 days ago, he stood at the camp gate, smiling, and said, "The Red Queen said you're the first person she's found interesting." 3 days later, he died in a hospital bed, turning into a gray corpse. How did he get injured? Lin Yuan asked. Feng Lei glanced at the report in his hand. The abandoned church in the east of the city. A temporary stronghold of the Church of Radiance. He must have been discovered while infiltrating, severely wounded by the oracle. Then he dragged his wounds for at least 5 kilometers to get here. 5 kilometers. A severely injured man, dragging a severed arm, ran 5 kilometers, just to deliver a message. Don't go to save her, it's a trap. Lin Yuan mentally rehearsed the sentence several times. He knew it was a trap. The Church of Radiant Light had captured the Red Queen, lured him to rescue her, and then laid an ambush in the church. Once he arrived, the Inquisition would take action. But he also knew that if he didn't go, the Red Queen would die. You're going? Sumuking's voice came from behind. She had arrived at some point, standing at the tent entrance, looking at Huangju's corpse. Her expression was calm, but her fingers were trembling. You said this is a trap. It's a trap. But you still have to go. Why? Because you are you. She looked at him. You'd save even a child you don't know, so why wouldn't you save her? Lin Yuan remained silent. She's right. He will go. Not out of impulse, not out of stupidity, it's because he can't bear to let someone else die for him. I'll go, he said. I'll go too, Feng Lei said. Hammer raised the robotic arm. Count me in. Bai Lu peeked out from the corner, didn't say anything, but stood beside him. Samuking smiled. Then let's all go. Lin Yuan looked at them. 6 people. A city. A trap. No, he said, I'll go alone. Are you crazy? Feng Lei's voice rose. You're going to your death alone. It's not about sending them to their deaths. It's about saving lives. Is there a difference? Yes. Going to one's death means knowing you'll die but still going. Saving someone means knowing you might die, but still trying. Feng Lei stared at him for a long time. You're a FG lunatic, he cursed, then laughed, but lunatics always need someone to keep an eye on them. He walked to Lin Yuan's side and stood still. Wherever you go, I'll go. Iron Hammer walked over, the robotic arm reflecting a cold light under the lamp. You saved my life. Not that time in kindergarten, it was in the divine realm. You showed me that I'm not a tool. He paused. You're the first person to treat me like a human being. Bai Lu walked up to him and handed him the painting. The painting depicted a city with sunshine and clouds, and a young man with black hair standing in front of a crooked house. Take it with you, she said softly. It will protect you. Lin Yuan took the painting, folded it neatly, and put it in his pocket, along with his business card, badge, stone, and metal items. He glanced at the wristband. Accuracy, 24%. Time until the jury arrives, 14 hours. New mission, rescue the Red Queen. Mission location, abandoned church in the east of the city. Threat level, A. Recommended team size, 10 or more people. Current team size, 1 person, plus 5 volunteers. Survival rate, 12%. 12%. That's 5 percentage points higher than the 7% for the Jing'an Temple version. Perhaps it's consolation, perhaps it's irony. He turned off the screen and stepped out of the tent. Moonlight shone on the ruins, turning the grey rubble silvery white. In the distance, a large crack shone in the sky, like a half-closed eye. Let's go, he said. 6 people headed towards the east of the city. The abandoned church in the east of the city is at the end of a forgotten street. Before the Great Rift, this was a Catholic church with a cross on its spire and stained glass windows. Now, the cross is broken, the glass is shattered, and the walls are covered with a grey substance. 2 oracles in white robes stand at the church entrance, holding glowing weapons. We can't get in through the main gate, Feng Lei said in a low voice. There are at least 20 of them. The first seat might be there too. We won't go through the main entrance. Lin Yuan glanced at the church's structure. Is there an entrance at the back? Yes, there is a ventilation opening in the basement, but it's very small. Bai Lu stepped forward. I can get in, she said. I can shrink the space. She walked to the wall behind the church and stretched out her hand. The space twisted in her palm like a crumpled piece of paper, or a folded door. A hole appeared in the wall, small enough for a person to squeeze in sideways. I'll go first. Bai Lu slipped inside. Lin Yuan followed behind. Then came Samuking, Feng Lei, Tai Chui, and Lin Mo. The 6 of them, like snakes, slithered through the distorted space and entered the church's basement. The basement was large, like a dungeon. There were chains on the walls, bloodstains on the floor, and a putrid stench in the air. In the corner was an iron door with a lock bearing a golden emblem, the son of the Lord of Glory. Inside, Samuking said. The hammer walked to the door, the robotic arm gripped the lock, and with a gentle twist, the lock shattered. The door opened. Inside was a small room. There was an iron chair in the room, and a person was sitting on it. He wore a red trench coat, had long black hair, and deep red eyes. Red Queen. She had injuries on her face, blood at the corner of her mouth, and a swollen left eye. But her back was very straight, and when she saw Lin Yuan, the corners of her mouth turned up and she smiled. You still came. Her voice was hoarse, but her tone was light. Didn't I tell you not to come? Huangju is dead, Lin Yuan said. The Red Queen's smile froze. He ran 5 kilometers, reached the camp, and told me you'd been captured. Then he died in front of me. The Red Queen lowered her head. Her shoulders were trembling, but no sound came out. He's a good man, she said softly, one of the best in the cult of the evil god. I know. She looked up, her eyes reddening. This is a trap. The first seat is here. He's waiting for you. I know. Then why did you come? Lin Yuan looked at her. Because you were the first person to tell me the truth. The Red Queen's lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't. Just then, a voice came from outside. It wasn't a human voice, it was the voice of many people, overlapping each other, like a pipe organ in a church. Welcome to my church, rewriter. A person was standing outside the iron gate. He wore a white robe, but not the ordinary robes of an oracle. It was woven from light, golden, flowing light, like a living garment. His hair was white, reaching his waist, and fluttered in the still air. His eyes were golden, not the pale gold of Samuking, nor the deep gold of Ignatius, a pure, dazzling gold, like the sun. His wristband was white with gold lettering. Threat level, S, first seat Seraphim, the Lord of Light's human representation. Behind him stood at least 30 oracles, all dressed in white uniforms and wielding lightsabers. Their eyes were golden, and their faces were expressionless, like 30 statues. Seraphim looked at Lin Yuan and smiled. You're younger than I thought, he said gently, like an elder speaking to a younger person, and more foolish than I imagined. Are you here to kill me? No. Seraphim shook her head. I'm here to save you. He raised his hand. A golden light gathered in his palm, growing brighter and brighter, like a miniature sun. But the light wasn't dazzling, it was warm, like the winter sun, like a mother's embrace. You've been corrupted, Seraphim said. Your authenticity is only 24%. Your memories are fading, your body is dissipating. If this continues, you will disappear completely. He reached out his hand to Lin Yuan. Follow me. The Lord of Light will protect you. He will restore your authenticity, give you power, and grant you status. You don't need to build any cities, you just need to kneel. And then what? After that, you will be God's chosen one. You will have everything you desire. What I want, God cannot give me. Seraphim's smile remained unchanged, but his eyes turned cold. What do you want? Lin Yuan stared at him for a long time. I want a world where everyone can choose for themselves. Not a world chosen by God, not a world predetermined, not a world written in the book. A world chosen by oneself. The church fell silent. Seraphim's smile finally vanished. You remind me of someone, he said. There was someone in the First Age who said something similar. He was also a psychic, and he also wanted freedom. Do you know what happened to him in the end? What happened? He died. Died from his own choice. His authenticity dropped to 0%, then he vanished. There wasn't even a backup of him on the root server. He was like a piece of paper wiped clean, leaving nothing behind. He paused, looking at Lin Yuan. You'll be the same. Perhaps, Lin Yuan said, but at least he tried. He pulled the raw metal from his pocket. A dark red light shone in the church, intertwining with the golden light, like two colors clashing. Seraphim looked at the metal in his hand, a hint of surprise flashing in his golden eyes. A gift from the King of Anvils, he said. Interesting. But what can you do with a piece of unshaped metal? Lin Yuan gripped the metal tightly. It pulsed in his palm, in sync with his heartbeat. The dark red light grew brighter and brighter, like a star being ignited. He recalled the words of the King of Anvils, this weapon will ultimately point where you least expect it. He looked down at the metal in his hand. Its dark red surface had shimmering, flowing patterns, like veins, like rivers. It seemed to be asking him a question. What do you want to become? Sword? Shield? Spear? Or something else? He closed his eyes. He remembered the children singing in the kindergarten. He remembered Xiao's gray face and black eyes. He remembered the principal's last words before she disappeared, they are all good children. He remembered Luo Xiao's painting. 3 people holding hands, with a blue sky above them. He remembered Bai Lu's apology, Tai Chui's hatred and relief, Fang Lei's hesitation and following, and Sumuking's tears and choices. He thought of Huangju, a follower of an evil god, who ran 5 kilometers just to deliver a single message. These people weren't written. Their suffering wasn't a script. Their choices weren't lines. They are alive. The raw metal shattered in his palm. Not shattered, it disintegrated. It turned into a dark red light, enveloped his fist, and then solidified. It wasn't a weapon. It was a pair of gloves. Dark red gloves with luminous patterns, fitting snugly against his fingers like a second skin. Primal metal final form, rewriter's gloves. Ability, touching the script. Able to touch the underlying code of this world, the written plots, the predetermined fates, the orchestrated coincidences. Cost, each touch consumes realism. Lin Yuan looked down at his hands. A dark red light flowed between his fingertips, like flames, like blood. He looked up at Seraphim. You must kneel down, Seraphim said. Lin Yuan did not kneel. He stepped forward. Each step was slow, but steady. Golden light shone on his face, warm, like sunshine. But he didn't stop. Seraphim's smile vanished completely. Then let me see what a rewriter with only 24% accuracy can do. Lin Yuan raised his hand. His fingertips touched the golden light emanating from Seraphim's chest. The world stopped. It didn't really stop, it switched modes. Eye of Truth automatically activated, and wireframe mode covered the entire world. He saw Seraphim script the written settings, the arranged fates, the designed lines. Character, S-rank Oracle, first seat of the Church of Seraphim. Setting, absolute loyalty. Unwavering faith in the Lord of Light. Plot positioning, the early stage boss. He will be reformed during his confrontation with the protagonist, realize his mistakes, and instead help the protagonist. This is a favorite villain redemption trope among readers. Condition for conversion, the protagonist's sincerity moves him. Expected on page 23 of chapter 20. Note, this plot summary is based on reader votes. Support rate, 67%. Lin Yuan stared at the words, his fingers trembling. Seraphim's redemption was pre-written. His hesitation, his wavering, his awakening, all were designed. 67% of readers voted in favor of this plot. He is not a person. He is a piece of code. Lin Yuan withdrew his hand. The wireframe mode faded, and the world returned to normal. Seraphim stood there, his golden eyes fixed on him, his expression blank for a moment like someone being woken from a dream, not yet reacting. What are you doing? There was a hint of confusion in his voice. Lin Yuan looked at him. Did you feel it just now? He asked. What do you feel? I sense someone is writing about you. Seraphim's expression changed. Not anger, not confusion, it was fear. A brief, deep fear, as if someone had seen into the depths of his heart. You felt it. His voice was very soft. You felt it too. Seraphim did not answer, but he did not deny it either. Lin Yuan extended his hand. It's not an attack. It's an invitation. You don't have to be their pawn, he said. You don't have to be the 67% of the vote. You can choose. Seraphim stared at his hands for a long time. Golden light shimmered on him, like a lamp about to burn out. His expression shifted from fear to struggle, from struggle to pain, from pain to blankness. Then he laughed. It wasn't a holy, compassionate smile. It was a weary, helpless smile, tinged with bitterness. Do you know, he said, that person from the first age, the one who wanted freedom, I killed him. Lin Yuan's fingers tightened. The Lord of Light commanded me to kill him. I did so, for I believed that God could not be wrong. He lowered his head, looking at his hands, the hands that had once killed freedom. He said one thing before he died, you will remember me. Did you remember that? Seraphim fell silent. No, he said softly, I forgot. The Lord of Light erased my memory. He said, there's no need to remember heretical words. He looked up at Lin Yuan. Something seemed to shatter in his golden eyes. But you reminded me. He took a step back. Let's go, he said. Take her with you, before the Lord of Light changes my mind. Lin Yuan did not hesitate. He turned around, took the Red Queen's hand, and walked towards the door. Feng Lei led the way, Tai Chui brought up the rear, Sumuking protected Bai Lu, and Lin Mo watched from behind. They walked out of the church. The moonlight shone on the ruins, silvery and cold. Behind me, the church bells rang once, like a sigh. Lin Yuan glanced back. Seraphim stood at the church entrance, his white robes turning silvery gray in the moonlight. He looked at Lin Yuan, his lips moved, and he uttered a single sentence. There was no sound, but Lin Yuan understood. Don't let me remember you. I'll kill you. Lin Yuan turned and walked into the darkness. By the time we got back to camp, it was almost dawn. The Red Queen was taken into the medical tent. Her injuries were serious, but not life-threatening. Luo Xiao peeked out of the tent, looking at the people covered in blood, and whispered, Uncle, are you hurt? No. Lin Yuan squatted down to look her in the eye. You're lying. Your hand is bleeding. Lin Yuan looked down at his hands. The gloves were gone, and the raw metal was back in his pocket. But there were wounds on his fingers, not cuts, but something deeper. Like fingerprints had been worn away, or like he had touched something too hot. Accuracy, 18%, -6%. Reason for consumption, activating the script of an S-rank character. Warning, realism is below 20%. Unstable symptoms may worsen. 18%. 6% less than before. He stood up and walked to the edge of the camp. The eastern sky was turning a pale white, the great crack was still there, but the light wasn't as blinding as before. Sumuking walked over and handed him a cup of hot water. This time it was lukewarm. You touched his script, she said. What did you see? Lin Yuan remained silent for a while. He would have helped us. He was chosen by readers in a poll, with 67% support. Sumuking's fingers stopped. So his awakening was pre-written. His choices weren't his own. So what did you do? I didn't let him awaken, Lin Yuan said. I let him figure it out for himself. And then what happened? He let us go. But he didn't help us. He might even kill us. Sumuking looked at him for a long time. You ruined his whitewashing storyline. Your authenticity level dropped by 6%. Is it worth it? Lin Yuan thought for a moment. If his awakening was pre-programmed, then it wasn't a true awakening. He just changed the script. He paused. I don't want to save someone who's already been programmed. I want to save someone who can make their own choices. Sumuking didn't speak. She handed him the water glass and then took his hand. Her hands were warm. In the distance, the sun rose. Its orange-red light shone on the ruins, turning the grey rubble golden. The great rift was still in the sky, but the light was much softer. Perhaps it is learning. Perhaps it is changing. Perhaps one day, it will close. The jury arrived earlier than expected. At 4 in the morning, Lin Yuan was awakened by the vibration of his wristband. It wasn't a high-frequency alarm, it was a low, continuous vibration, like distant thunder. He threw off the blanket, stepped out of the tent, and saw the eastern sky. It wasn't sunrise. It was light. Golden light, surging up from below the horizon, like a flood, like lava. The light illuminated the entire ruins, turning every rubble golden. Warning, large-scale divine reaction detected. Source, east of the city. Energy level, S target, free city. Estimated arrival time, 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Lin Yuan turned and ran towards the center of the camp. Arise, arise, all of you. He kicked over an empty bucket, the sound of the metal hitting the ground exploding in the silence. Feng Lei rolled out of the tent, sword already in his hand. Tai Chui emerged from the warehouse, his robotic arm humming as it warmed up. Sumuking ran from the direction of the medical tent, Bai Lu following behind, still holding a paintbrush. Lin Mo peeked out from behind the bar, his face pale. A jury? Feng Lei asked. Worse than the jury. Lin Yuan glanced at the wristband. It's purification. The appearance of this word silenced everyone. Sumuking's face drained of color, Feng Lei's fingers clenched until his knuckles turned white, and the mechanical arm of the hammer stopped warming up, not because it relaxed, but because it knew that warming up was useless. How many people? Sumuking asked softly. The wristband provides the answer. The Radiant Church's purification force is composed of, first seat Seraphim, rank S, 12 judges, rank B, 50 oracles, rank C, and 30 combat priests, rank C. Total, 93 personnel. 93 people. On their side, there are 6 people. Lin Yuan looked at the number, feeling surprisingly calm. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid, it was that being afraid would be useless. You can leave, he said. That's my business. Bullshit. Feng Lei cursed. You said we were all there when the city was being built, and now you're talking about your business. Iron Hammer didn't speak, but stood to Lin Yuan's left. Simuking stood to his right. Bai Lu stood behind him, her small hand tugging at the hem of his clothes. Lin Mo walked out from behind the bar, holding an oil paper umbrella in his hand. Mr. Mo's umbrella. Mr. Mo asked me to bring this, he said. He said this umbrella has been with him for 3 eras. Now it's time to pass it on to the next one. He handed the umbrella to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan took the umbrella. The umbrella was very light, almost weightless. But the moment he grasped the handle, he felt something, not warmth, not coldness, but a kind of presence. It was as if the umbrella had its own heartbeat, its own memories. Item, Mr. Mo's umbrella. A witness to 3 eras. Ability, can withstand 1 deadly attack. Note, this is not a prop from the script. It was created by Mr. Mo himself. The culmination of 3 eras, all for this one moment. One time. Only 1 block. 93 people, only 1 block. That's enough, Lin Yuan said. He folded the umbrella and placed it together with the painting of the white deer. Let's go, he said, to meet our guests. Golden light gathered above the ruins, like a luminous cloud. Then the cloud dispersed, and 93 people emerged from the light. They wore identical white uniforms, with the Son of the Lord of Light embroidered on their chests. Leading the way was a middle-aged man, bald, with a scar running from his forehead to his chin, and golden eyes like 2 burning flames. Ignatius. Not Seraphim. Lin Yuan was taken aback. The information on his wristband indicated that the first seat was leading the team, but it wasn't the first seat who arrived. And Seraphim, he asked. Ignatius stood before him, his expression complex. It wasn't the cold, judgmental look he had before, it was a more weary, more resigned expression. The first seat changed the order at the last minute, he said. He put me in charge. Why? Ignatius paused for a moment. He said he didn't want to kill anyone anymore. Lin Yuan looked into Ignatius's eyes. Golden eyes, but beneath that gold, something was moving, hesitation, struggle, or something else. And what about you? Lin Yuan asked. Do you want to kill someone? Ignatius did not answer. He raised his hand, and the 92 men behind him simultaneously raised their weapons. Golden light illuminated the entire ruins, casting long shadows on everyone. The Radiant Church's 109th Purification Order, Ignatius's voice boomed, loud enough to be heard throughout the ruins. Target, the City of Freedom and all its inhabitants. Reason, harboring heresy, defying divine pronouncements, blaspheming. Method, complete eradication. The words completely eliminate echoed through the ruins, like a period. Lin Yuan, Ignatius's voice lowered, so only the 2 of them could hear. I'm giving you one last chance. Come with me. Face trial. Your companions can live. Then what? Then you will spend 30 days in the confessional. If you come out alive, you can start over. What about those children? Chen Xiao? The children in kindergarten? What will become of them? Ignatius did not answer. Lin Yuan smiled. Not with joy, but with helplessness. You won't let them live, will you? They're evidence. They're victims of heresy. You will send them back to the church, lock them back in their boxes, and rebrainwash them until they become loyal, obedient, and unquestioning chosen ones. Ignatius's fingers tightened. That's an order, he said in a low voice. You're not a machine, Lin Yuan said. You're not entitled to follow orders. Ignatius looked at him, something shattering in his golden eyes. Like Seraphim, that shattering brief, profound, like the moment someone is awakened from a dream. You remind me of that person from the first age, he said. Seraphim said the same thing. Because both he and I have seen that man. Ignatius's voice lowered further. That man's name is... He stopped. What's your name? Lin Yuan asked. Ignatius opened his mouth, but no sound came out. His expression changed from struggle to pain, and from pain to fear. I can't remember, he said, his voice trembling. His name has been erased. From my memory, from everyone's memory, from the root server's database. It's as if he never existed. But he existed. Yes, he existed. Ignatius looked at him. And you? If you die, your name will be erased. No one will remember you. I don't need anyone to remember me, Lin Yuan said. I just need to do the right things while I'm alive. Ignatius fell silent. In the distance, the eastern sky began to lighten. The sun was about to rise. Let's do it, Ignatius said softly, as if speaking to himself. The 92 people behind him rushed forward. The first wave of attacks came faster than Lin Yuan had anticipated. 50 oracles simultaneously unleashed divine spells, raining down golden arrows of light like a storm. Feng Lei raised his lightsaber, drawing an arc above his head to block some of the arrows. Iron Hammer's mechanical arm transformed into a shield, standing before the white deer. Simuking spread her arms, a golden light barrier unfolding before her, but she was no longer an oracle. The barrier was as thin as paper, shattering after only blocking a few arrows. An arrow of light pierced through the light barrier and shot towards Lin Yuan's chest. He didn't have time to dodge. but the arrow of light stopped a centimeter away from his chest. It wasn't him blocking it, it was the oil paper umbrella. It flew out of Lin Yuan's pocket, opened, and stood in front of him. The arrow of light struck the umbrella's surface, sliding away like water droplets falling on a lotus leaf. The umbrella fell to the ground, and a crack appeared on its surface. Mr. Mo's umbrella has been used. Remaining uses, 0. It can only block once. It's already been used. Lin Yuan picked up the umbrella and put it away. He looked at Ignatius, as if to say something, but was interrupted by a scream. It wasn't a human scream, it was the scream of space itself. The white deer stood behind him, arms outstretched, her deep blue eyes turning pure white. Space distorted before her, not the small-scale distortion of before, but a large-scale, violent one. The air was torn apart, the ground ripped apart, and the rushing oracles were swept into the distorted space like leaves caught in a vortex. White deer, stop! Lin Yuan shouted. Bai Lu didn't stop. Her body was trembling, cracks appeared on her transparent skin, and deep blue light surged from the cracks. She was using her own body as an anchor point, forcibly tearing open space. White deer's abilities are malfunctioning, causing spatial distortion that is expanding. Warning, anchor point unstable. The white deer's body cannot withstand the current spatial load. Estimated collapse time, 3 minutes. Lin Yuan rushed towards the white deer, but the distorted space bounced him off. He fell to the ground, scraping his palm. White deer, stop, he shouted again. The white deer turned her head and looked at him. Her pure white eyes were unfocused, but her lips were moving. I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself, I'm sorry. She was crying. There was no sound, but tears streamed from her white eyes, dripping onto the ground and turning into deep blue specks of light. Lin Yuan stood up and charged at Bai Lu again. This time he wasn't repelled, he grabbed the spatial rift with his glove. The rewriter's gloves are activated. Touch the script. He saw Bai Lu's script. Character, White Deer, a spatial ability user. Background, at the age of 8, she was corrupted by mythical energy, causing her abilities to spiral out of control and resulting in the premature opening of the Great Rift. This is the source of her lifelong guilt. Plot positioning, member of the main character group. Will sacrifice himself later to seal an S-rank dungeon using his spatial abilities. Reader vote approval rate, 82%. Current status, ability out of control. Triggering reason, emotional fluctuation, fear of losing companions. 82% of readers voted in favor of her sacrifice. Lin Yuan's fingers tightened. He tore it open with force. Bai Lu's script was torn open, not deleted, but modified. She changed will sacrifice himself in the 3rd volume to he can choose not to sacrifice himself. Modification successful. Cost, realism -3%. His authenticity dropped from 18% to 15%. The white deer's white eyes returned to deep blue. The distortion of space ceased, and those oracles who had been caught in the turmoil fell to the ground, some unconscious, some injured. The white deer's body went limp and collapsed to the ground. Lin Yuan hugged her. It's all right, he said. It's all right. The white deer trembled in his arms, tears still streaming down her face. I'm sorry. I messed up again. You didn't mess it up. You saved everyone. Bai Lu buried her face in his chest, unable to cry out. Lin Yuan looked up. Ignatius was still standing there, motionless. The formation of the 92 people behind him had been disrupted by the spatial distortion of the white deer, but most of them were still standing. They regrouped, preparing for the second wave of attack. Lin Yuan, Ignatius's voice echoed through the ruins, your authenticity is down to only 15%. How many more times can you hold out? Lin Yuan did not answer. He handed the white deer to Sumuking, stood up, and walked towards Ignatius. You've come here to die. Ignatius asked. I have a question to ask. What's the problem? Why do you want to be a judge? Ignatius paused for a moment. Because this is God's will. No, I'm asking why do you want to be the judge? Not why God wants you to be one. It's you, Ignatius, this man, why do you want to do this? Ignatius remained silent. The oracles behind him awaited orders, but no orders were given. Because. His voice was soft, because I want to protect people. Whom did you protect? Ignatius did not answer. How many heretics have you killed? Lin Yuan asked. How many people have you locked in confessionals? How many children have you brainwashed? Whom did you protect? Ignatius's golden eyes were gleaming. The golden layer was thinning, like ice melting in the sunlight. I don't know, he said softly. I don't know who I've protected. He lowered his head and looked at his hands, the hands that had performed countless purifications. I thought I was protecting the church. Protecting faith. Protecting the order of this world. He looked up at Lin Yuan, but you've shown me that those children don't want to be protected. They don't want to be locked in boxes. They don't want to become chosen ones. You saw it, and then what? Then. Ignatius lowered his hand, and then I didn't know what to do. The judges behind him began to stir. They had heard Ignatius's words, and their expressions changed from expectant to confused. Your Excellency the judge. A young oracle stepped forward. Purification command. Cancel, Ignatius said. Silence. Cancel the purification order. His voice rose slightly. Everyone, withdraw from the church. But. I said I'm withdrawing it. The young oracle glanced at Ignatius, then at Lin Yuan, and finally lowered his head. 92 people began their retreat. The golden light dissipated above the ruins, like the receding tide. Ignatius stood still, looking at Lin Yuan. You owe me 2 favors, kid, he said, a slight smirk playing on his lips. I will pay it back. No need to pay it back. Ignatius turned around, took a few steps, stopped, and said, do me a favor. What kind of help? If one day I become like Seraphim, completely controlled by God, without my own consciousness, kill me. Lin Yuan stared at him for a long time. Good. Ignatius nodded and stepped into the golden light. He disappeared. The ruins returned to silence. The sun rose, its orange-red light bathing the grey rubble in a warm glow. Bai Lu fell asleep in Sumuking's arms, tears still on her face. Iron Hammer sat on the ground, the shield on the mechanical arm still not retracted. Feng Lei leaned against the wall, his lightsaber stuck in the ground, panting heavily. Lin Mo was in the corner, holding a half-finished glass of wine. The Red Queen emerged from the medical tent, her body wrapped in bandages, and watched the scene unfold. You did it, she said. We did it, Lin Yuan said. He looked down at his wristband. Accuracy, 15%. City of Liberty construction progress, 5%. The jury has withdrawn. Ignatius's status, unstable. Marked as an abnormal character. 15%. Another 3% drop. He turned off the screen and walked to Bai Lu's side. The girl rolled over in his arms, grabbed the hem of his clothes with her small hand, and mumbled something. No need to apologize, he said softly. You've done very well. In the distance, Luo Xiao peeked out of the tent, saw that everyone was still there, and smiled. She ran out, holding the painting in her hand, a painting of 3 people holding hands, with a blue sky above them. Uncle, the sun is out. Yes. Lin Yuan squatted down to meet her gaze. The sun is out. He looked up at the sky. The great crack was still there, but it was less noticeable in the morning light. Perhaps it would close one day. Perhaps not. But at least today, the sun shines on the ruins, on this unfinished city, and on the people who are still alive. That's enough. The day after the jury withdrew, the Red Queen found Lin Yuan. The bandages on her body were still in place, her left arm slinged across her chest, but her deep red eyes had regained their usual languid sharpness. She stood in the center of the ruins of the City of Freedom, looking at the crooked warehouse, a slight smile playing on her lips. That's it, she said. The city you built. Day 1, Lin Yuan said. We were almost wiped out on the first day, but it wasn't wiped out. The Red Queen looked at him and smiled. That smile was different from before. It lacked the mockery, and contained something Lin Yuan couldn't quite put his finger on. Perhaps it was respect, perhaps something else entirely. You owe Huangju a life, she said. I know. It's not the kind of debt he owes you for dying in your place, it's that he believed in you. He was a follower of an evil god, believing in someone without a god. He ran 5 kilometers and died in front of you. He believed you could change something. Lin Yuan remained silent. The Red Queen pulled something from her pocket and tossed it to him. It was a fragment, the same one found in the kindergarten dungeon, a fragment of the writer's draft. But the writing on it was different. Chapter 22, The Back Door. The Red Queen leads the protagonist through the back door of the editorial department. This is the first time in the third era that a character has entered the editorial department as a non-visitor. Reader satisfaction prediction, 89%. Lin Yuan's fingers tightened as he looked at the words. When did you find it? Last night, in the church's basement, the place where Seraphim locked me up. She paused. It wasn't a coincidence. Someone deliberately put it there. Who? I don't know. But the person who placed the debris wanted you to find the back door. You and me. The Red Queen looked at him. The back door is in the north of the city, in an abandoned subway station. Only the rewriter can open it. Only I can lead the way. Why you? Because I'm a follower of an evil god. Her smile faded. In the script of the righteous god, followers of the evil god are always villains, tools, expendable commodities. But the back door isn't in the script. Followers of the evil god see things that aren't in the script much more clearly than followers of the righteous god. Lin Yuan looked at the fragments in his hand. 89% reader satisfaction. His choices, his actions, his fate all had been predicted. But prediction and arrangement are not the same thing. Prediction is seeing what might happen. Arrangement is making it happen. What can you see if you go through the back door? He asked. I see loss. The Red Queen's voice was low. It's not a projection, not an illusion, it's him. Sitting in front of the computer, writing our story. How did you know? Because someone went in during the previous era. Who? The Red Queen paused for a moment. The man Ignatius spoke of. A divine being from the first age. His name has been erased, but the trace remains. He stayed in the back door for 7 minutes. After 7 minutes, he came out, then went to Seraphim and said one sentence. What did you say? Our pain was written by him, but our laughter was not. Lin Yuan pondered those words over and over in his mind. Let's go, he said. The subway station in the north of the city had been abandoned before the Great Rift. The entrance was blocked by iron railings with a sign that read Danger, do not enter. The railings were covered in rust, but Lin Yuan noticed that the rust on a few of the iron bars was fresh, someone had recently touched them. The Red Queen walked to the fence and took a dark red key from her pocket. The key had no teeth, only a flowing light, like a flame encased in glass. She inserted the key into the lock, a lock that hadn't existed before, but the moment the key touched the iron fence, a lock appeared out of thin air. The door opened. It wasn't the iron fence that opened, it was the space that opened up. The iron fence was still in the same place, but a crack had appeared in the middle. On the other side of the crack wasn't the interior of the subway station, but a staircase extending downwards. The staircase was white and glowing, as if it were formed from condensed light. The back door, the Red Queen said, can only be opened by the rewriter. Only followers of evil gods can see it. She was the first to go in. Lin Yuan followed behind. The staircase was long, stretching as far as the eye could see. The walls on either side were transparent, like glass, but what you saw through the glass wasn't earth and rock, it was writing. Countless lines of text flowed within the walls, like rivers, like blood. Lin Yuan stopped and looked at the text. In the Eye of Truth's vision, the text had become readable. Volume 1, Chapter 22, The Back Door. Lin Yuan and the Red Queen enter the editorial department through the back door. Reader satisfaction forecast 89%. Under revision. Current satisfaction 91%. Under revision. The numbers are jumping. 91%, 92%, 93%. It's not him watching, someone is changing them. The predicted satisfaction level for this section is being dynamically adjusted in real time. Stop looking. The Red Queen's voice came from the front. Looking at it too much will make you feel like you're not real. Lin Yuan continued walking. At the end of the stairs was a door. Not an ordinary door, it was a gigantic door composed of countless screens. Each screen displayed a different image. Some were a city, some were ruins, some were a face, and some were a line of text. Golden light emanated from the gaps between the screens, warm but not glaring. Back door to the editorial department entrance. Permission requirement, rewriter, confirmed. Warning, after entering the back door, you will see the true face of the screenwriter. This may have irreversible effects on your mental state. Enter? Yes/no. Lin Yuan pressed yes. The screen door cracked open. Not to the sides, it cracked inwards, like ripples spreading out of water hit by a stone, revealing a passage. At the end of the passage was a room. He went inside. The room wasn't large, about 20 square meters. The walls, floor, and ceiling were all white. There was only a table, a chair, and a laptop in the room. A person was sitting in the chair. He had a round face, wore glasses, and was a bit thin. He was wearing a gray t-shirt, and his hair was messy, as if he had just woken up. In front of him was a cup of coffee that had gone cold, and next to the cup were piles of sticky notes covered in writing. Disappointment. It wasn't a projection, not an illusion. It was a real person. Lin Yuan could see the rise and fall of his shoulders as he breathed, the trembling of his eyelashes when he blinked, and the reflection of his fingernails as he typed on the keyboard. He was writing something. Lines of text appeared on the screen, but Lin Yuan couldn't see the content clearly. However, he could make out the title, Final Instance, Volume 1, Chapter 22, The Back Door. He is writing this chapter. Writing in progress. Lin Yuan stood behind him, watching the text appear line by line on the screen. Lin Yuan stood behind Shi Luo, watching the text appear line by line on the screen. He was writing about what Lin Yuan was doing. Right now, at this very moment. Lin Yuan's fingers were trembling. He reached out, wanting to touch the dejected shoulder. The gloves lit up. A dark red light flowed from the fingertips. He ran into it. The lost body is real, warm, with body temperature, and elastic. It's not a hologram, not a data simulation. It's a living person. Disappointment leads to no turning back. You've arrived, he said, his voice calm, as if greeting an old friend. Half a chapter faster than expected. Did you know I would come? I left the back door there. I planted the debris. His dejected fingers didn't stop typing. I need you to see something. What is it? His fingers paused, looking disappointed. Then he closed his laptop. He turned around and looked at Lin Yuan. Those eyes were black, ordinary, human black. There was no gold, no divine light, no trace of a script. Just ordinary, somewhat tired eyes, belonging to a middle-aged man. Do you hate me? He asked. Lin Yuan stared at him for a long time. I don't know, he said. I don't even know if I hate you, or if you wrote it. He smiled with disappointment. That smile held weariness, helplessness, and something Lin Yuan couldn't understand, perhaps guilt. You weren't written by me, he said. At least, not entirely. What's the meaning? I wrote your basic profile. Your name, age, appearance, background, I typed those out. But your choices, I didn't. Lin Yuan remained silent. When you rescued those children in the kindergarten instance, I didn't write that part. Your wristband prompted you about a hidden storyline, but the hidden storyline wasn't designed by me, it was generated by the underlying rules of this world. Because your insightful eye saw something it shouldn't have, it triggered a reaction outside the rules. You mean, the choice I made was my own? Yes, said Lost, from the first moment you refused to kill those children, you were no longer my character. You were yourself. Lin Yuan lowered his hand. Then what are you? He asked. Are you my creator? I am your starting point. The Lost voice was low. You are my role, but you are more than just my role. Just as a child is born of parents, but a child is not just the parent's child. He stood up and walked to the wall. The wall was white, but with a wave of his hand, it became transparent. On the other side of the transparency was another room, the exact same layout, the exact same table, chairs, and computer, but the people sitting in the chairs were different. The person was wearing a black hoodie and a mask, so their face was obscured. They were writing something, their fingers flying across the keyboard. Who is that? Lin Yuan asked. My creator, said the lost one, the one who wrote me. Lin Yuan's breath hitched. This world is a labyrinth, layer upon layer. I write your story. Someone else writes my story. Someone else writes that person's story. There is no end. What lies at the end? She looked at him with disappointment, a strange light gleaming in her dark eyes. The end is you, he said. The protagonist of every story is the entrance to that end. If you can find truth, you can break this nested doll. How do I find it? Lost in thought, he didn't answer. He walked back to his desk, opened his laptop, and pulled up a file. A photograph appeared on the screen. It showed a woman in her 30s with long hair and smiling eyes. The background of the photograph was a room overlapping with a scene from Lin Yuan's memory. Mother. His mother. You know her. Lin Yuan's voice trembled. She was the first character I wrote, Lost said. In the first age, she was the protagonist. Later, she awakened and realized she was fictional. She didn't come looking for me, she chose another path. What road? She went to a higher level. Lost pointed to the ceiling, to find my creator. To ask that question. What's the problem? Who I am. Lin Yuan looked at the woman in the photo. Her smile was warm, and her eyes shone. That light wasn't golden, nor was it divine light, it was her own light. Have you found her? He asked. He remained silent and dejected for a long time. I don't know, he said. She hasn't come back. But her signal is still there. Deep inside the root server, there's an encrypted folder. Only the rewriter can open it. It might contain her answers. He closed his laptop and stood up. Time's up, he said. You've stayed here too long, the realism will continue to drop. Lin Yuan looked down at the wristband. Authenticity, 12%, minus 3%. Dwell time, 7 minutes. For every additional minute, realism decreases by 1%. 12%. Only 12% remains. One last question, Lin Yuan said. Ask. Did it hurt when you wrote about us? She looked at him with disappointment for a long time. Then he smiled. There was bitterness in that smile, a weariness that Lin Yuan had never seen before, the weariness of a creator. It hurts, he said. Every time I write about losing your parents, about those children being contaminated, about Huangju's death, it hurts. But I am a storyteller. My pain is also part of the story. He paused. Perhaps I am also a character in someone else's story. Perhaps my pain was written down by him. But pain is pain, whether it's real or not. He reached out his hand. Lin Yuan looked at his hands. Ordinary hands, calloused, scarred, with nails cut very short. He grasped it. The lost hand is warm. As warm as anyone else's hand. Go back, Chen Mo said. Your city isn't finished yet. Lin Yuan released his grip, turned around, and walked towards the screen door. He stopped at the door without turning around. Do you regret it? He asked, for writing about us. There was a long silence behind me. No regrets. The voice was soft with disappointment, because you are alive. Lin Yuan walked out the door. The screen door closed behind him, restoring the appearance of countless screens pieced together. Each screen was playing a different scene. He saw the city of freedom, the crooked warehouse, white deer painting, iron hammer moving stones, Samuking boiling water, Fang Lei smoking, and the Red Queen waiting for him. He saw his own back. He walked into the frame. The sun was shining brightly as I stepped out of the subway station. The Red Queen leaned against the wall at the exit, a cigarette dangling from her lips. Seeing Lin Yuan emerge, she took the cigarette down and gave him a once-over. Your features have faded again. 12%. Did you see him? I saw it. How about it? Lin Yuan thought for a moment. He's a person, he said, just like us. The Red Queen looked at him, a strange light in her deep red eyes. Are you disappointed? No, Lin Yuan said. I thought the creator was a god. But he isn't. He's just a storyteller. He feels pain, he gets tired, and he doesn't know the answers. Do you still hate him? Lin Yuan thought about the photo. His mother's smile. His mother's eyes. I don't hate, he said. He doesn't even know which part of the script he's in. The Red Queen didn't speak. She put the cigarette back in her pocket, turned, and walked towards the free city. Come on, she said, your city is waiting for you. Lin Yuan followed behind her. Sunlight shone on the ruins, turning the grey rubble golden. In the distance, Bai Lu stood at the door of the crooked warehouse, paintbrush in hand, painting a new picture. Tai Chui was moving stones, Fang Lei was taking measurements, Samuking was boiling water, and Luo Xiao was coloring the painting. He looked down at his wristband. Accuracy, 12%. City of Liberty construction progress, 8%. New message, mother's signal. Location, deepest encrypted zone of the root server. Requires rewrite permissions plus complete authenticity. Completeness and authenticity, 100%. He only has 12%. But he knew how to recover. Do real things. Create new existences. Break the script. He looked up at the city that was still under construction. Let's begin, he said. On the third day of the construction of the City of Freedom, Lin Yuan forgot his father's name. It wasn't sudden, it happened gradually. When he woke up in the morning, he could still remember the character, Lin. By noon, the character had become a blurry mess of strokes, like a newspaper soaked in water. By the afternoon, he couldn't even remember the person's face. He crouched on the ruins, holding a brick in his hand, staring at the ash in the cracks between the bricks, his mind blank. He knew he had a father. He knew his father had disappeared in the Great Fissure. But he couldn't remember his father's name, what he looked like, or what his voice sounded like. Those things were taken away by the loss of authenticity, like sand in an hourglass, slipping away grain by grain, never to return. Lin Yuan. Sumuking's voice came from behind. What are you daydreaming about? He snapped out of his daze. Sumuking stood in front of him, holding a cup of hot water. This time it was hot, steaming. It's nothing. He took the water and took a sip. The water tasted bland, but at least he could feel the temperature. Your features have faded again. Sumuking looked at his face, her brows furrowing. Much fainter than this morning. Lin Yuan looked down at his hands. The color of his skin had changed from a light wheat color to an almost translucent grayish-white, and the veins were clearly visible, like a map. Accuracy, 11%, -1%. Stability, low. Reason for churn, no active spending. Authenticity naturally diminishes. Natural decay. Even if nothing is done, its authenticity is lost. Like ice melting at room temperature, whether it wants to or not. You've forgotten a lot of things, Sumuking said. Do you remember your parents' names? Lin Yuan paused for a moment. I remember my mother's name. Baiji. Because Bai Lu's mother was also named Baiji, I've always remembered it. He paused. My father's name. I've forgotten? Sumuking's fingers tightened. What is your father's last name? His surname is Lin. I remember. Because my surname is also linear. What's your name? Lin Yuan opened his mouth. No sound came out. The word had vanished from his mind, like pencil marks erased by an eraser. Linear. His voice was very soft. Lin what? Linear. I can't remember. Sumuking squatted down to be at his eye level. I'll help you remember, she said. How can you help? She pulled something from her pocket, a pen. Not an ordinary pen, but the kind that glows, silvery white, with 2 words engraved on it. Writing. Item, Sumuking's writing ability. Can record and preserve memories. Origin, a divine artifact she brought with her when she defected from the Church of Radiance. This is my ability, she said. Not a gift from God, it's something I awakened to myself after leaving the church. What can you write? You can write down memories. Not create memories, you preserve them. Write down what you want to remember, and they won't be forgotten. She handed him the pen. Write it down. Your father's name. Your mother's face. Everything you don't want to forget. Lin Yuan took the pen. The pen was very light, almost weightless. When the pen tip glided across the paper, it left a golden mark, like sunlight falling on snow. He thought for a moment and wrote down the first word. Angelica de Hurica. Mother's name. The large, golden letters shone on the paper, as if they were alive. The second word. He wanted to write his father's name, but his finger stopped. He had forgotten. He had truly forgotten. The word had vanished from his mind, leaving not even a trace. I forgot, he said softly. I've even forgotten how to write it. Sumuking looked at him, her brown eyes holding a light Lin Yuan had never seen before, not pity, but something more resolute and warmer. Then write something else first, she said. Write what you remember. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and wrote down the third word. Xiao, the boy in kindergarten. Gray face, black eyes, a mouth that splits to his ears, and a singing voice. The fourth word. Sweet. The girl who drew sunflowers. The fifth word. The principal. The woman who protected 23 children with her own body. Her last words before she vanished were, they were all good children. The sixth word. Luo Xiao. The seventh word. Luoquan. The eighth word. Huangju. The ninth word. Iron hammer. The 10th word. Feng Lei. The 11th word. White deer. The 12th word. The red queen. The 13th word. Mr. Mo. The 14th word. He paused, then wrote the 14th word. Sumuking. Sumuking was stunned when she saw her name. Why are you writing about me? Her voice sounded a little unnatural. Because I don't want to forget you. Sumuking didn't speak. Her face flushed, not the kind of saintly, compassionate blush, but the blush of an ordinary girl when someone cares about her. You. She wanted to say something, but didn't. Lin Yuan continued writing. The 15th word. The city of freedom. The 16th word. Primitive metal. The 17th word. He thought for a moment, then wrote down the last word. Who I am. 3 words, golden, gleaming on the paper. He put down his pen and looked at the paper. 17 words. 17 things he didn't want to forget. But he knew the truth was only 11%, and the paper wouldn't last long. The gold on the paper would fade, the writing would blur, and eventually it would become a blank sheet of paper. That's enough, Sumuking said. At least for now, you remember. Lin Yuan folded the paper and put it in his pocket, along with the business card, badge, stone, medal, the painting of the white deer, and Mr. Mo's umbrella. His pockets were getting fuller and fuller, but his pockets were getting emptier and emptier. In the distance, Iron Hammer is moving stones, Feng Lei is taking measurements, White Deer is drawing, Lin Mo is handing over tools, and Red Queen is giving instructions. 5 people, 1 city, and 1 person who is about to disappear. Let's continue. Lin Yuan stood up and picked up the brick. The brick was heavy, and his hands were trembling. Not because he lacked strength, but because his hands were becoming transparent. He could see the outline of the brick through his palm, like an X-ray. Lin Yuan. Sumuking called out to him. He turned around. Sumuking stood in the sunlight, her golden hair blowing in the wind, and a strange light shone in her brown eyes. You won't disappear, she said. I will remember you. Everyone will remember you. The names you wrote down will remember you too. Lin Yuan stared at her for a long time. Thank you, he said. As the sun set, the second building of the City of Freedom was erected. It's not a warehouse, it's a house. It has walls, windows, and a door. The door can be closed, and the windows can be opened. Iron Hammer laid a layer of sheet metal on the roof, Fang Lei painted a layer of whitewash on the walls, and White Deer drew a picture on the window, a meadow, a cloud, and a sun. Whose house is this? Lin Mo asked. Everyone's, Fang Lei said. The Red Queen stood in front of the house, her deep red eyes turning a dark orange in the setting sun. That's not enough, she said. A city needs more than just houses. It needs water, electricity, food, defense, and people. It will happen, Lin Yuan said. When? I don't know, but it will happen. The Red Queen looked at him, a slight smile playing on her lips. Your greatest strength is that you're fearless. Will being afraid do any good? It's no use, she laughed, but most people will still be afraid. Lin Yuan didn't answer. He looked at the house. It was crooked and uneven, the walls weren't straight, the roof had cracks, and the door couldn't be closed properly. But it stood there, in the setting sun, like a stubborn child. He recalled what the disappointed man had said, your city isn't finished yet. It's not finished yet, but construction has already begun. He looked down at his wristband. City of Liberty construction progress, 10%. Accuracy, 11%. Distance until next natural decay, approximately 24 hours. 24 hours later, 10%. Then 9%. Then 8%. Then 0%. He knew he couldn't hold on for long. But he didn't need to hold on for long. He just needed to hold on until the city was built. He turned around, intending to find Sumuking and ask her if there was any way to slow down the loss of realism. Then he stopped. A person was standing at the entrance to the camp. The man was probably in his 50s, wearing a faded military overcoat, his trousers covered in mud, and his shoes with holes. His face had scars, not new, but old, silvery white scars, running from his forehead to his chin like a dried-up riverbed. In his hand he held a rusty knife, its blade chipped, as if gnawed by something. His eyes were black. Ordinary, human black. No gold, no divine light, no trace of a script. But when those eyes looked at Lin Yuan, something exploded in Lin Yuan's mind. Not a memory, it's a feeling. A primal, deep, ingrained feeling. Like a drowning person grabbing onto a piece of driftwood, like a lost child seeing the light of home. He knew this person. He doesn't remember who this person is, but his body remembers. Xiao Yuan. The man's voice was hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken in a long time. He was trembling, his whole body was shaking. The rusty knife slipped from his hand and fell to the ground with a dull thud. Xiao Yuan, is that you? Lin Yuan stood there, as if nailed to the ground. His mouth opened. No sound came out. He wanted to call out a name, but the word vanished from his mind. Father. He wanted to call him father, but he couldn't remember the word. No, he remembered the meaning of the word, but he didn't remember that the word belonged to this person. Who are you? His voice was very soft as the wind. The man's face turned pale. It wasn't an exaggeration, he really had turned pale. The color had faded from his scarred face, like the receding tide. His lips trembled, and there were tears in his eyes, but they didn't fall. You don't remember me. Lin Yuan looked at that face. Scars, silvery white, from the forehead to the chin. Eyes, black, tired, but with a strange light. Hands, rough, calloused, fingertips stained a smoky yellow. He remembered these things. He didn't remember the face's owner's name, but he remembered these details. The scars were the questions he'd asked as a child. Dad, what happened to your face? The eyes were the expressions he'd seen as a child. Dad, I won the game. The hands were the warmth of the hands he'd held as a child. Dad, I'm scared. I remember you, Lin Yuan said, but I don't remember who you are. Tears streamed down that person's face. There was no sound. Only tears welled up in her dark eyes, streaming down the lines of her scars. I'm your father. His voice was shattered like broken glass. Lin Yuanshan. Your father. Lin Yuanshan. Lin Yuanshan. When Lin Yuan heard that name, a flood of erased memories rushed back into his mind, not all of them, but fragments. His father teaching him to ride a bicycle, his father shouting go, go, from the sidelines of the racetrack, his father's last words before the Great Rift. Xiao Yuan, Dad's going out for a bit, I'll be right back. He didn't come back. 3 years. He disappeared for 3 years. Lin Yuan thought he was dead. He thought he had been deleted. He thought he was in some drawer, waiting to be opened. But he stands here. Alive. Real. How, are you still alive? Lin Yuan's voice trembled. Lin Yuanshan wiped away his tears, took a deep breath. I don't know how to explain. On the day of the Great Rift, I was swept in. Not dead, I was pulled to another place. A place without time. I stayed there. I don't know how long. Maybe a day, maybe 3 years. How did you get back? Someone brought me back. Lin Yuanshan pulled something from the inside pocket of his military overcoat. It was a fragment of the screenwriter's draft. But the writing on it was different from all the previous fragments. Chapter 23, Father, Lin Yuanshan returns. This wasn't scripted. It was his own choice. Lin Yuan stared at the words, his fingers trembling. My own choice. Not something scripted. Who brought you back? He asked. A woman, Lin Yuanshan said. She said she knows you. She said she's your mother. Lin Yuan's breathing stopped. Is she still alive? Alive. But she can't come back. Lin Yuanshan's voice was low. She's trapped on a higher level. she said, only you can bring her back. Lin Yuan remembered that photograph. His mother's smile, his mother's eyes. Chen Mo's words, her signal is still deep within the root server. Which floor is she on? I don't know. But she said, you know how to find her. Lin Yuan fell silent. He knew that the root server, the deepest encryption zone, required 100% authenticity. He currently has only 11%. Xiao Yuan, Lin Yuanshan looked at him, a strange light in his dark eyes. Your face, how come it's transparent? Lin Yuan looked down at his hands. The skin color had faded, and the veins were more clearly visible. Authenticity, 10%, minus 1%. It dropped another 1%. I'm fine, he said. You're lying? Lin Yuanshan's voice was deep. Although I don't remember many things, I remember how you used to lie when you were little. Every time you lied, you would touch your ear. Lin Yuan's hand was on his ear. He lowered it. The father and son looked at each other. Lin Yuanshan walked over and extended his hand. That rough, calloused hand, with smoky yellow fingertips, rested on Lin Yuan's shoulder. It's heavy. It's warm. It's exactly the same as I remember. I won't leave again, he said. No matter what happens, I won't leave again. Lin Yuan looked at his father. That scarred face, those dark eyes, that name he had almost forgotten. Dad, he said. The sound was soft, but steady. Lin Yuanshan's tears fell again. This time he didn't wipe them away, letting them flow, dripping onto the ground along the lines of his scars. Yes, he said, his voice shattering like broken glass, Dad's here. In the distance, Somuking stood in front of the crooked house, watching this scene. Her eyes reddened, but she didn't come over. Iron Hammer stopped what he was doing. Fang Lei put down his ruler, Bai Lu put down her paintbrush, Lin Mo put down his tools, and the Red Queen put away her smile. No one spoke. The setting sun cast long shadows of everyone, intertwining them like a painting. Bai Lu picked up her paintbrush and added a person to the painting, a man in a military overcoat, standing next to a young man with black hair. The two shadows were intertwined, inseparable. She wrote a line of text below the painting. Day 3 in the City of Freedom. Father is back. The day after my father returned, news came from the south. Not through communicators but through refugees. A group of ragged people, families in tow, their faces covered in dust, walked from the south. They had walked for 3 days and 3 nights, from the Water City to the Magic City, just to escape for their lives. Water City has fallen. The first old man to enter the camp knelt on the ground, his voice hoarse. Not by monsters but by gods. Lin Yuan squatted down and handed him a glass of water. What god? 2 gods. 1 righteous god, 1 evil god. They're fighting. The old man's hands trembled, spilling half the water. Not fighting themselves, they're being fought by others. Oracles fighting oracles. Fighting in the city, in the streets, in the houses, in the schools, everywhere they go. What about the common people? The old man raised his head, and in his cloudy eyes was a fear that Lin Yuan had never seen before, not a fear of monsters, but a fear of being treated as something insignificant. The common people are the price. They don't care about us. The righteous god says sacrifice is necessary. The evil god says the weak deserve to die. We are merely their arena for fighting. Lin Yuan stood up and looked south. There was a dark red light on the horizon, not the sunset, but firelight. Water City was less than 100 kilometers away from Shanghai, so the firelight reaching here meant that the scale of the battle there was much larger than he had imagined. Feng Lei walked over, holding a map in his hand. He looked terrible. I contacted acquaintances in Water City. The situation is worse than this old man described. The Church of Radiance and the Thousand-Throat Beasts Order are engaged in a full-scale war in Water City. There are at least 500 oracles on both sides. Civilian casualties are impossible to count. 500. Iron Hammer's voice was deep. 6 of us. We're not going to fight, Lin Yuan said. We're going to rescue people. How can we save him? Lin Yuan thought for a moment. He looked down at the wristband. Accuracy, 10%. City of Liberty construction progress, 10%. Large-scale story event detected, war between good and evil proxy agents, Water City. Scale, A level. Estimated duration, 72 hours. Estimated civilian casualties, 2,000 plus. Hint, this event is part of the script. The conflict between the righteous and evil gods is designed as a plot climax to create tension and provide a stage for the protagonist's heroic actions. 2,000 plus civilian casualties. The climax of the story. The stage for heroes. Lin Yuan turned off the screen. I'll go, he said. You all stay and continue building the city. Bullshit, Fang Lei cursed. You're going to your death while we stay home and build a house. It's not about going to your death. It's about seeing if there's anything you can do. Then let's go together. The mechanical arm of the hammer hummed. If you go alone, you won't even be able to get into the battlefield. Lin Yuan looked at them, Feng Lei, Tai Chui, Samuking, Bai Lu, Lin Mo, and the Red Queen. And his father, Lin Yuanshan, stood in the distance, wearing that faded military overcoat and holding that rusty knife. I'll go too, Lin Yuanshan said. I may not be very capable, but 1 more person is better than 1 less. Lin Yuan looked at him. His father had scars on his face and weariness in his eyes, but his back was very straight. You just got back. So I don't want to be apart again. Lin Yuanshan walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and said, let's go together and come back together. Lin Yuan paused for a moment. Good. 7 people. A dilapidated truck salvaged from the ruins. A case of water and several bags of compressed biscuits. An oil paper umbrella, already cracked, a piece of raw metal, which turned into a glove, a memory pen, a painting, a stone, and a piece of paper with 17 words written on it. Heading south. Suzhou was quieter than Lin Yuan had imagined. The truck drove for 2 hours, and by the time it entered the city, it was almost dark. The streets were deserted, there were no pedestrians, no vehicles, and no lights. There were craters in the road not from artillery shells, but from divine magic. The edges of those craters were smooth, glassy material that reflected light in the darkness. There were 2 smells in the air. One was sweet, the same cloying sweetness as in the kindergarten dungeon that was the trace of the evil god's corruption. The other was burnt, like something burning that was the remnant of the righteous god's magic. There's movement ahead. The hammer stopped, the mechanical arm rose, and its 5 fingers spread open. Lin Yuan jumped out of the car and took a few steps forward. In the vision of the Eye of Truth, there was a chaotic light on the street ahead, golden, dark red, gray, blue, and various colors of energy intertwined together, like a pot of boiling porridge. Battlefield Water City Central Plaza. Clashing sides, Church of Radiance, True Gods, versus Order of the Thousand-Throat Beasts, Evil Gods. Number of participants, 287 vs 231. Number of civilians trapped, approximately 300, concentrated inside the shopping mall on the east side of the square. Estimated time of mall collapse, 47 minutes. 300 people. 47 minutes. Lin Yuan turned and ran back to the truck. 300 civilians were trapped in the shopping mall on the east side. It collapsed 47 minutes later. 47 minutes. Feng Lei glanced at his watch. It takes at least 15 minutes to run there. 32 minutes left. How can we save 300 people? Bai Lu stepped forward. I can open a spatial portal. Her voice was soft but steady. It will take you directly into the mall. But you'll need someone to guide you. Lin Yuan squatted down to be at her eye level. Do you see that shopping mall? It's on the east side, the tallest building, the one with the shattered glass curtain wall. Bai Lu closed her eyes. Deep blue light flowed through her fingertips, and space began to distort. Not the violent, out-of-control distortion of before. It was stable, controllable. She was learning. I see. She opened her eyes. I can drive. She pushed forward with both hands. The space cracked open. A 2-meter-high fissure appeared before them, the other side of which was the interior of the mall. Collapsed ceilings, shattered glass, scattered goods, and crowds huddled in corners. Let's go. Lin Yuan was the first to squeeze inside. The inside of the mall looks worse than the outside. Half of the ceiling on the 3rd floor had collapsed, with steel bars protruding from the concrete like bones piercing the skin after a fracture. A large crack appeared in the 2nd floor slab, through which the lights on the floor below emergency lights were visible, their dim yellow light flickering. More than 300 people were crammed into the lobby on the 1st floor. There were elderly people, children, pregnant women, and the wounded. Some were crying, some were praying, and some were just sitting there with empty eyes. Rescue is here, someone shouted. Everyone looked up at Lin Yuan. 300 pairs of eyes. 300 ordinary people. 300 people forgotten by God. Come with me, Lin Yuan said. We have a passage that can take you out. The crowd began to move. Not running but walking. The wounded needed help, children needed to be carried, and the elderly needed to be carried. Iron Hammer picked up 2 children, one in each arm. Feng Lei supported a man with a broken leg. Samuking used her divine magic to relieve the pain of a pregnant woman. The Red Queen weaved through the crowd, finding lost children. Lin Mo carried an old woman on his back. White Deer maintained the stability of the spatial passage, his forehead covered in sweat. Lin Yuanshan stood at the entrance of the passage, counting the people leaving one by one. 23, 24, 25. Lin Yuan stood on the 2nd floor, watching the crowd disperse. His wristband vibrated. Accuracy, 9%, -1%. Reason for consumption, to maintain the continuous use of the Eye of Truth. It dropped another 1%. 9%. But he couldn't shut it off. Through the Eye of Truth, he could see the building's script, its collapse time, its manner of collapse, and everyone's escape route. He needed this information to direct the evacuation. People on the east side of the 2nd floor, go west. The stairs on the west side are still usable. People on the 1st floor, don't push. One at a time. Children first. Pregnant women first. The crowd is moving. 200 people. 250 people. 280 people. 293, 294, 295. Boom dash. The west side of the mall had collapsed. Not the entire building, just the west wall. Gray smoke billowed in, choking people and making it impossible to open their eyes. Through the smoke, Lin Yuan saw the scene outside, not ruins, but a battlefield. The Oracle is at war. Golden arrows of light and dark red tentacles intertwined in the air, like 2 torrential downpours falling simultaneously on the same land. On the ground lay corpses, some in white robes, some in black robes, and some in civilian clothes. The corpses of civilians. An oracle in white robes stood on the steps of the mall entrance, holding a lightsaber with blood dripping from its tip. His eyes were golden and expressionless. People in the mall, come out. His voice was loud enough to be heard throughout the entire square. In the name of the Lord of Light, all commoners shall undergo purification. Purification. Lin Yuan walked up to him. You call this purification? The area contaminated by the evil god must be cleansed. The oracle's voice was flat. The air in the mall has been polluted. You've been inside for more than 30 minutes, everyone needs to be checked. Those who fail. What about those that don't meet the standards? The oracle did not answer, but he raised his hand. Behind him, at least 30 oracles raised their weapons. Sumuking stepped out from the crowd and stood next to Lin Yuan. Are you from the Church of Radiant Light? She asked, looking at the oracle. Do you know who I am? The oracle's golden eyes flashed. Defector Sumuking. His voice turned several degrees colder. You're also a target for elimination. Sumuking smiled. Not with joy, but with helplessness. I used to be like you. I thought purification was right. I thought sacrifice was necessary. I thought civilians were the price to pay. She paused. But look at these people. They are human beings. They are not the price to pay. The oracle's expression remained unchanged. An order is an order. The command is incorrect. God is never wrong. God is not you. Sumuking's voice was soft but steady. God doesn't need you to kill for him. The oracle's hands trembled. The golden layer was thinning, like ice melting in the sunlight. His voice was very soft. I don't know. Then put down your sword. He didn't lower his hand, but he also didn't raise it. Stalemate. Behind me, the mall erupted in another rumble. This time it was the east side. The east wall had collapsed as well. The smoke and dust thickened, making people cough. 300 men. Bai Lu's voice came from the entrance of the passage. All 300 men have come out. Lin Yuan glanced back. 300 civilians stood on the other side of the passage on the ruins of the City of Freedom. They were safe. He turned around and looked at the oracle. The person is gone. Your purification has no target. The oracle gazed at the empty mall, at the collapsed walls, and at the spatial passage behind Lin Yuan. His golden eyes flickered not with divine power, but with something more fragile. How did you do that? His voice was very soft. Because someone cares about them, Lin Yuan said. Not a god, but a person. The oracle remained silent for a long time. Then he put down his sword. Let's go, he said softly, before I change my mind. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate. He turned and walked towards the spatial passage. Sumuking followed behind, followed by Feng Lei, Tai Chui, Bai Lu, Lin Mo, the Red Queen, and Lin Yuanshan, one after another. The last one was Bai Lu. As she closed the spatial portal, she glanced back at the oracle. He stood there, his sword planted in the ground, his golden eyes gazing at the sky. The great rift in the sky shone like a half-closed eye. He was looking at that eye. The white deer turned and walked into the passage. The passage has closed. By the time I returned to the City of Freedom, it was already daylight. 300 civilians stood on the ruins, looking at the crooked house and the city under construction. Some were crying, some were laughing, and some just stood there, as if they hadn't yet realized they were still alive. A little girl ran up to Lin Yuan, holding a flower in her hand, not a real flower, but a paper one. The petals were crooked, and the colors were applied in lines. Uncle, thank you. She handed him the flowers. Lin Yuan squatted down and took the flowers. May I have your name? Little Orange. Little Orange, where are your family? The girl pointed to a couple in the crowd. The woman was crying, and the man was holding her, his eyes red. They're there. Go ahead. They're waiting for you. The girl ran back and threw herself into her mother's arms. Lin Yuan stood up and looked at the paper flower. The petals were crooked and the colors were applied in lines. But it was alive. Someone had folded it with care. He put the flowers in his pocket, along with his business cards, badges, stones, metal, paintings, umbrella, paper, and pens. My pockets are getting fuller and fuller. Authenticity, 8%, minus 1%. Construction progress of Liberty City, 12%, plus 2%. New residents, plus 312. 312 people. Not oracles, not diviners, not believers. They were ordinary people. They were those forgotten by God. They chose this place. It wasn't arranged, it wasn't pre-written. They chose it themselves. Lin Yuan looked down at the numbers on his wristband. 8%. Still dropping. But he wasn't panicking. Because he knows that authenticity isn't just a number. It's his connection to the world. Every person he saves deepens that connection. Every wall he builds strengthens it. He looked up at the city that was still under construction. The sun rose. Its orange-red light shone on the ruins, turning the gray rubble golden. 312 people stood in the gold. They looked as if they were watching the sunrise, or as if they were looking forward to the future. On the first night of the new residents' arrival, problems arose in the Free City. It wasn't a lack of housing. Taikui had erected 20 makeshift tents overnight, enough for 300 people. It wasn't a lack of food. Feng Lei had salvaged several uncontaminated warehouses from the ruins, filled with canned goods and water. It was something else. A deeper, more difficult problem. Fear. Those who had fled from Water City sat in their tents, eyes fixed on the doorway, ears straining to hear the sounds outside. Every rustle of wind, every clang of a hammer, every slight fluctuation of White Deer's spatial abilities elicited screams. It wasn't that they didn't trust Lin Yuan, they didn't trust the world. They had been struck by gods, chased by monsters, abandoned by their own people. They believed in nothing anymore. This can't go on. The Red Queen stood outside the tent area, looking at the terrified faces. What they need is security, not tents. How should I give it to you? Feng Lei asked. The Red Queen thought for a moment. Give them things to do. Lin Yuan looked at her. Let them build their own houses, carry their own bricks, and pave their own roads. When they have built the city with their own hands, it will be theirs. Then they will have nothing to fear. Early the next morning, all 312 new residents joined the construction. The elderly moved small stones, children handed tools, women mixed cement, and men built walls. Iron Hammer was the foreman, Fang Lei the designer, White Deer the porter, using a spatial portal to transport materials, and Lin Mo the logistics manager. Sumuking was in charge of medical care, and the Red Queen was in charge of security. Lin Yuanshan stood atop the highest pile of rubble, serving as a lookout. The construction progress of the City of Liberty has jumped from 12% to 20%. Authenticity, 7%, minus 1%. Construction progress, 20%, plus 8%. The realism is still decreasing, but the speed has slowed down. Maybe we've gotten used to it, or maybe there are other reasons. Lin Yuan stood in front of the crooked house, looking at the city. 3 days ago, this place was still a wasteland. Now, there are houses, roads, and people. There are elderly people sitting in front of their houses basking in the sun, children running in the open space, and women cooking over a fire. It is alive. Your dad used to be a construction worker too. Lin Yuanshan jumped down from the ruins, dusted himself off, and said, I built buildings for 20 years. The tallest building was 30 stories high. Lin Yuanshan's words were filled with pride, but his eyes revealed a deep sense of nostalgia. You've never said that before. I used to think it wasn't important. Now I think, maybe this is what I should be doing. He picked up a brick and placed it against the wall. The brick was crooked, so he tapped it with the handle of his knife and straightened it. Your mother liked building things too, he said softly, but she didn't build houses. She built people. What's the meaning? She's a teacher. She teaches children to draw. She says every child is a blank canvas, and she wants to paint the best picture on them. He paused. Her favorite subject is the sun. Big, round, and golden. She says the sun never abandons anyone. Lin Yuan remembered that photo. His mother's smile, his mother's eyes, and that encrypted folder on the root server. I will bring her back, he said. Lin Yuanshan looked at him for a long time. Then he smiled. That smile contained weariness, expectation, and something indescribable. I know, he said. You're her son. Just as Lin Yuan was about to say something, his wristband vibrated. Warning, high energy reaction detected. Source, Water City direction. Quantity, 1 grade, S. S level, 1 person. Lin Yuan raised his head and looked south. A golden dot of light on the horizon was growing larger, like a falling star. The dot of light grew brighter and closer, accompanied by a deep rumbling sound, like distant thunder. Everyone, get inside. Hammer shouted. The residents ran into tents and houses, the doors and windows were closed, and silence fell. The light fell at the entrance to the City of Freedom. When the light faded, a figure stood. A long white robe, long golden hair, golden eyes. It wasn't Ignatius, it was someone else. A woman, about 30 years old, with scars on her face, but the scars were golden, like wounds stitched with gold thread. She wore a white wristband with words in gold on it. Combat Priest Serafina, 8th threat level in the Radiant Church, A. It's not S, it's A, but her energy response is S. She's hiding her true strength. Sumuking stepped out from behind Lin Yuan, looking at the woman with a complicated expression. Elder sister. Lin Yuan turned to look at her. Your sister. My older sister, Sumuking said softly, is also the one who brought me into the church. Serafina looked at Sumuking, her golden eyes expressionless. You've lost weight. You're getting old. The two people stared at each other, like two statues. What are you doing here? Sumuking asked. I have a message. Serafina turned to Lin Yuan. The first seat wants to see you. Seraphim. Right. Where? Water City. The center of the battlefield. Trap. No. Serafina's expression remained unchanged. He has a secret to tell you. About the person from the first age. About your mother. Lin Yuan's fingers tightened. Does he know my mother? The first seat knows a lot. He knows who your mother is, which floor she's on, and why she can't come back. She paused. He also knows that only you can bring her back. Lin Yuan paused for a moment. I'll go, he said. I'll go too, Sumuking said. Serafina looked at her. He was the only one invited to the first seat. Then I'll wait outside. Serafina didn't speak. She turned and walked south. Golden light paved a path beneath her feet, leading to the horizon. Lin Yuan followed. Sumuking followed behind. Feng Lei and Tai Chui also wanted to follow, but Lin Yuan stopped them. I'll go alone. You're here again. Feng Lei's voice was full of dissatisfaction. This isn't a fight. It's about eavesdropping on secrets. More people won't help. Feng Lei looked at him for a long time, then nodded. Careful. Lin Yuan turned around and walked onto the Golden Road. The central square of the water town no longer resembles a city. A huge crack appeared in the ground, from which golden and dark red light surged, like two snakes fighting. The surrounding buildings had all collapsed, bricks and tiles scattered everywhere, leaving only a few steel bars sticking out like tombstones. The air smelled of burning, sweetness, blood, and some indescribable, divine scent. A person was standing in the center of the square. A white robe, long white hair, golden eyes. Seraphim. He wasn't wearing a cloak of light, nor carrying any weapons, he simply stood there, like an ordinary person. But his shadow was not human, it was enormous, twisted, with countless arms, like a fallen tree. You've come, he said, his voice calm. You said you had a secret to tell me. Yes. Seraphim looked at him, but before that, I want to ask you a question. What's the problem? Do you hate me? Lin Yuan looked at him. He recognized the face. In the church basement, in the golden light, in those erased memories. I don't hate him, he said. Why? Because you were also written. Seraphim smiled. There was weariness in that smile, a vulnerability Lin Yuan had never seen before, a vulnerability unique to the first seat. You know what? You're the first person to say that. The one from the first age he said something similar. He said, you're not a bad person, you're the one who's been written as a bad person. Then what? Then I killed him, Seraphim said softly, because of an order. Because God said he was a heretic. Because I believed God wouldn't be wrong. He lowered his head, looking at his hands, the hands that had once killed freedom. But he said one thing before he died. He said, you will remember me. Did you remember that? Seraphim fell silent. No, he said. The Lord of Light has erased my memory. He said, there's no need to remember heretical words. He looked up at Lin Yuan. Something was shattering in his golden eyes, the same as before, but deeper. But you reminded me. That day in the church, you touched my script. You showed me those erased memories. His name is Chen Shi. Chen Shi, a divine being of the first era. The first person to desire freedom. He's a rewriter, just like you, Seraphim said. He also has gloves, and he can touch the script too. But he's more radical than you. He doesn't just want to change the script, he wants to destroy it. Destroy all scripts. The scripts of the good gods, the scripts of the evil gods, even the scripts of the editorial department. He failed. He succeeded. Seraphim's voice was low. He destroyed the script of the first age. Then the Lord of Light reset the entire world. All memories were erased, all progress was reset to zero. Everything he did was in vain. But he frightened the gods, Lin Yuan said. Seraphim looked at him. Yes, he said, he was afraid. He reset the world, deleted his data, erased his name. But he didn't kill him. Why? Because he cannot kill him, Seraphim's voice lowered. The rewriters cannot be erased. They can only be forgotten. Lin Yuan recalled his level of authenticity, 10%, 9%, 8%, 7%. He wasn't being deleted, he was being forgotten. Forgotten by the world, forgotten by the script, forgotten by those who once knew him. You said you knew about my mother, Lin Yuan said. Seraphim pulled something from his pocket. It was a fragment, a piece of the screenwriter's draft. But the writing on it wasn't Huxia or English, it was some kind of older, more primitive symbol. Lin Yuan's eye of insight automatically translated them. On the 1047th day of the first era, Chen Shi entered the deepest encrypted zone of the root server. Accompanying him was a woman. Her name was Baiji. Baiji, his mother's name. Your mother was Chen Shi's companion, Seraphim said. They went into the deepest encrypted zone together. Chen Shi didn't come out. Your mother didn't come out either. But her signal is still there in the deepest part of the encrypted zone, intertwined with Chen Shi's signal. What are they doing in there? Nobody knows. But there's a guess. Seraphim paused. They're creating a new script. Not a preordained script, but a real, free script, a script without gods. Lin Yuan's fingers tightened. How do you know this? Because the Lord of Light showed me these things. Seraphim's voice was soft. He showed me, and then I told him. He wanted to know what was in the deepest encrypted zone. He wanted to know what Chen Shi was doing. He wanted to know, was there anything that he couldn't control? Did you tell him? No. Seraphim looked at him. I told him there was nothing inside. I lied to him. Silence. The wind blew through the ruins, carrying with it the smells of burning and sweetness. Seraphim's long golden hair fluttered in the wind like a flag. Why did you lie to him? Lin Yuan asked. Seraphim did not answer. He turned away from Lin Yuan, looking south in the direction of Suzhou. There, the fighting continued, the oracles were still killing, and civilians were still dying. Because he made me kill Chen Shi, he said softly. I don't want to kill anyone else. He turned his head and looked at Lin Yuan. The golden layer in his eyes was fading. Not completely disappearing, it was thinning. Like ice melting in the sunlight, revealing the black, human pupils beneath. I can't do what you did, he said. I can't rebel. I can't build a city without a god. I can't save people when my reality level is down to 7%. But I can do one thing. What's up? I can choose not to tell you. Aren't you going to tell me what? Seraphim pulled a second fragment from his pocket. The writing on it was older, more primitive, and harder to decipher. But Lin Yuan could see it clearly. The password to the deepest encrypted zone requires the user's permission to rewrite it. 100% authenticity. And Chen Shi's blood. Chen Shi's blood. Chen Shi is dead, Lin Yuan said. He's not dead, Seraphim said. He's trapped in the encrypted zone. His body is gone, but his blood is still there. In the root server's recycle bin, there's a drawer labeled E001. Inside is Chen Shi's blood. He paused, looking at Lin Yuan. But opening that drawer requires realism. A lot of realism. How many? At least 50%. 50%. He only has 7% now. I'm giving you this message, Seraphim said, not so you can go now. It's so you know there is a path. It's difficult, but it exists. He handed the two pieces to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan took the fragments and put them in his pocket, along with the business card, badge, stone, metal, painting, umbrella, paper, pen, and paper flowers. His pockets are getting fuller and fuller. His road is getting longer and longer. Thank you, he said. Seraphim shook his head. You're welcome, he said. I was just doing what I could. He turned and headed south. Golden light spread out beneath his feet like a river. He took a few steps, then stopped, without looking back. Lin Yuan, he said, if one day you enter the deepest encrypted zone and meet Chen Shi, tell him you're sorry. Then he walked into the light and disappeared. Lin Yuan stood there, watching the golden road slowly disappear. Sumuking walked over from behind and stood next to him. What did he say? He said a lot. Is it useful? He told me how to get into the deepest encrypted zone. What do you need? Rewriter's permissions. 100% authenticity. And the blood of that person from the first era. Sumuking fell silent. 100% accuracy. Her voice was soft. You only have 7% right now. I know. What are you planning to do? Lin Yuan looked south. In the direction of the water city, the fire still raged, the battle continued. But on the horizon, there was a sliver of light, not golden, not dark red, but white, clean, like dawn. Build the city first, he said. Once the city is built, the realism will return. Then we'll go find Chen Shi's blood. Then we'll go find my mother. Then what? Then ask her a question. What's the problem? Lin Yuan thought for a moment. He recalled the smile in the photograph, and his father's words, her favorite subject to paint is the sun. The sun never abandons anyone, he said. I want to ask her, is there a sun in this world? Sumuking looked at him for a long time. Then she smiled. The smile was light and faint, but very genuine. It will, she said. The city you build will be the sun. In the distance, the outline of the city of freedom faintly appears on the horizon. Crooked houses, makeshift tents, roads being paved. 312 people are busy, building, and living. It is crooked, it is ugly, it is imperfect. But it belongs to them. Lin Yuan turned and walked towards the city of freedom. On the 5th day of the construction of the City of Freedom, the cult of evil gods arrived. Not the Red Queen's cult but another. The direct descendants of the thousand-throated beast, remnants of soldiers retreating from the southern battlefield. But remnants are still soldiers. 30 men, 30 pairs of dark red eyes, 30 robes soaked in blood. Leading them was a woman, as thin as a bamboo pole, her face painted with dark red runes, her hair shaved, revealing a dense network of scars on her scalp. Her wristband was black, the symbols on it twisted and deformed, like a melting eye. Threat level of the thousand-throated beast's direct cult leader, B. She stood at the entrance to the City of Freedom, looking at the crooked house, and smiled. The smile was devoid of warmth, like a snake flicking its tongue. This is the legendary City of Freedom. Her voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping against sheet metal. I thought there would at least be a wall. The Red Queen emerged from the house and stood before her. Their eyes met. One was a traitor to the evil god, the other a loyal follower. Dark red eyes met dark red eyes. What are you doing here, Monica? The Red Queen's voice was cold. Come collect the taxes. Monica pulled a parchment from her pocket and unfolded it. It was covered in twisted writing, with the emblem of the thousand-throated beast at the bottom, an eye without eyelids. The rules of the evil god's order. Every organization in the Demon City region must pay 10% of its monthly profits. Mythical crystals, weapons, people, all are acceptable. The City of Freedom is an appendage of the evil god cult. Not subordinates, but prey. Monica's smile widened. The thousand-throated beast said that any gathering place not protected by a true god is his hunting ground. You have no god, no protection, no power. You are merely prey. The Red Queen's fingers tightened. This is the city of the rewriters. The rewriter. Monica looked at her and laughed. That rewriter whose accuracy is only 7%? He can barely protect himself, yet he's protecting others. She waved her hand behind her. 30 cultists stepped forward, each holding a dark red chain. The chains ended in hooks with barbs coated with some kind of luminous liquid. The tax rules are simple, Monica said. You have 1 hour. Hand over all your mythical crystals, all your weapons, and all your children. The thousand-throated beast loves children's screams. Then, we're leaving. What if I don't pay? Not paying. Monica's smile vanished. Then we'll take it ourselves. Iron Hammer emerged from the warehouse, his robotic arm humming as it warmed up. Feng Lei followed behind, his lightsaber already glowing. Sumuking stood at the doorway, golden light gathering in her palm. White Deer crouched in a corner, its deep blue eyes fixed on the chains. Lin Mo peeked out from behind the bar, a kitchen knife in his hand. Lin Yuanshan stood atop the highest ruin, the rusty knife clutched in his hand once more. 312 residents stood behind them. Old people, children, women, men. No weapons, no power, no god. But they stood. No one ran. Monica looked at these people and smiled. Interesting. A flock of sheep baring their teeth at a wolf. A wolf. A voice came from behind the crowd. Lin Yuan stepped forward and stood at the front. His features were faint, almost transparent in the sunlight. But his eyes were bright black, clear, without any gold or dark red. Wolves don't collect taxes. Wolves only eat. Are you a wolf, or a tax collector? Monica looked at him, a hint of surprise flashing in her dark red eyes. You're the rewriter. I am. Your authenticity rating is now only 7%. I know. You can't even protect yourself. Perhaps, Lin Yuan said, looking at her, but you should give it a try. Monica stared at him for a long time. Then she smiled. This smile was different from the previous ones, not mocking, but something more dangerous, more serious. Interesting, she said. I'll give you a chance. Rewriter, fight me. If you win, I leave. If you lose, the city of freedom is mine. The Red Queen's expression changed. Monica, he's the rewriter. He's only a 7% rewriter left, Monica interrupted her. His realism isn't even enough to maintain his existence. What does he have to fight me with? Lin Yuan looked at Monica. A Class B threat. 30 cultists. 312 residents. He looked down at his wristband. Accuracy, 7%. Power level comparison, rewriter, weakened, versus B-rank cultist, full strength. Win rate, 3%. 3%. Lower than the 7% from the Jing'an Temple instance. I'll hit it, he said. Are you crazy? Sumuking grabbed his arm. Your realism is only 7%? You can barely stand, how are you going to fight? Lin Yuan looked at her. Brown eyes, a clean smile, a face devoid of light. If we don't fight, they'll take everything. The mythical crystals, the weapons, the children. He paused, then added, the children. Sumuking loosened her grip. I'll be with you. No, this is his challenge. The rewriter against the cultists. But you? Trust me. Sumuking looked at him for a long time. Then she let go of his hand. Monica walked to the center of the square, where 30 believers formed a circle. The dark red chains dragged on the ground with a harsh sound. The rules are simple, she said. One side falls, or concedes. Lin Yuan walked up to her, 3 meters away. Monica moved. Her speed was inhuman. It wasn't running, it was gliding, like a snake gliding across the ground. Dark red light condensed at her fingertips, transforming into 5 sharp claw blades, aimed straight at Lin Yuan's chest. Lin Yuan didn't dodge. He raised his hand, and his glove glowed. A dark red light flowed from his fingertips as it clashed with Monica's claws. The rewriter's gloves are activated. Touch the script. He saw Monica's script. Character Monica, a direct descendant of the thousand-throated beast, poses a B-level threat. Characteristics, cruel, loyal, bloodthirsty. Unwavering faith in the thousand-throated beast. Weakness, the third rib on the left side was previously fractured and not fully healed. After each strenuous activity, a sharp pain lasts for about 3 seconds in that area. 3 seconds. Lin Yuan sidestepped, dodging the claw blades. He pulled the glove back from Monica's script. His credibility dropped again. Authenticity, 6%, -1%. 6%. But he knew her weakness. Monica's second attack was even faster. Claw blades stabbed from 5 directions simultaneously, like 5 venomous snakes. Lin Yuan didn't dodge them all. One claw blade grazed his left arm, tearing his clothes and leaving a light red wound on his skin. No blood. His realism was too low, he could barely bleed. It hurts, but I can bear it. He waited. Monica's attacks grew faster and fiercer. She was enjoying the process, like a cat playing with a mouse. Left rib, left rib, left rib. With each turn, her left rib would slightly contract. It was a protective instinct. She was afraid of that spot. The 5th attack. Monica leaped up, her claws slashing down from above. Lin Yuan didn't dodge. He charged forward to meet the claws head-on. The claws grazed his shoulder, leaving a second wound. But his right hand gripped Monica's left rib. The gloves glowed. Not a dark red light, it was a golden light. He was using the power of the rewriter to touch her most vulnerable spot. Monica's face turned pale. Pain, a sharp, unbearable pain surged from her ribs throughout her body. Her body stiffened, and the claw blade slipped from her grasp, falling to the ground with a crisp sound. How did you know? Her voice trembled. Your script told me that. Lin Yuan released his grip. Monica knelt on the ground, clutching her left rib, gasping for breath. The 30 cultists raised the chains, but Monica raised her hands. Stop. Her voice was soft. I lost? She stood up and looked at Lin Yuan. Her dark red eyes held no anger, no hatred, only something more complex. Perhaps curiosity, perhaps something else entirely. Your authenticity is down to only 6%, she said. You traded that 6% for a victory. Was it worth it? Value. Why? Because I didn't let anyone be taken away. Monica looked at him, for a long time. Then she smiled. Not a mocking smile, not a cold laugh, it was a genuine smile, tinged with a certain weariness. You're unlike anyone I've ever met, she said. You're the first person who made me feel that there might be another way to live in this world. She turned and headed south. 30 followers followed behind, the chains dragging on the ground with a harsh sound. She took a few steps, then stopped without looking back. Red Queen, she said, you have chosen a good master. He is not my master, the Red Queen said coldly. He is my companion. Monica paused for a moment, then smiled. Companion. She chewed the word on her tongue, as if savoring a flavor she hadn't tasted before. Interesting. She walked into the darkness. The square fell silent. 312 residents stood in front of the house, watching Lin Yuan. His features were even fainter, so faint that he almost blended into the air. The wounds on his left arm and shoulder were not bleeding, but they were not healing either, they just lay there, like cracks in porcelain. Sumuking ran over and helped him up. Your authenticity, 6%. Lin Yuan looked down at his wristband. Authenticity, 6%, -1%. Combat cost, 1%. It can still hold up. You're lying? Sumuking's voice trembled. You can barely stand. Lin Yuan didn't answer. He looked at the residents, the elderly, children, women, and men. They were looking at him. Not at a protector, they were looking at an ordinary person. An ordinary person whose authenticity had dwindled to only 6%, an ordinary person who could disappear at any moment. Uncle. A little girl ran out from the crowd. It was Xiao Chang, the little girl who had given him the paper flower. She held another paper flower in her hand, this time red, with petals more evenly spaced than before. Uncle, you're bleeding. Fine. Does it hurt? Lin Yuan thought for a moment. It doesn't hurt. You're lying? Xiao Chang's eyes reddened. You always touch your ear when you lie. Lin Yuan's hand was on his ear. He lowered it. Xiao Chang handed him the paper flower. Here you go. Look at the flower when it hurts, and it will make the pain go away. Lin Yuan took the flower. It was a red paper flower, the petals neater than before. He put it in his pocket, along with business cards, badges, stones, metal, paintings, umbrellas, paper, pens, paper flowers, and scraps. His pockets were getting fuller and fuller. So was his heart. In the distance, Iron Hammer stood at the warehouse entrance, watching this scene. Feng Lei stood beside him, his lightsaber already sheathed. That kid, Hammer said, the realism is down to only 6%, and he still goes to fight. He's always been like this, Feng Lei said. You'll die? Perhaps. Feng Lei paused, but at least, every day he lived, he did the right thing. Hammer looked at him and grinned. When did you become so eloquent? Feng Lei didn't answer. He watched Lin Yuan's retreating figure, recalling how he himself had been locked in the box 3 years ago. If someone had pulled him out back then, would things be different now? Yes, it will. It definitely will. Bai Lu crouched in the corner and added a flower to the painting. The red paper flower was tucked into Lin Yuan's pocket. She wrote a line of text below the painting. Day 5 in the City of Freedom. The tax collectors are gone. The flowers are still there. On the night the realism dropped to 6%, Lin Yuan had a dream. In the dream, there was no color, no sound, only words. Countless lines of text drifted down from the sky, like snow, like ashes. Each line was his life from birth to now, every moment, every choice, every word. He watched the words fall, reached out to catch them, but the words passed through his palm, fell to the ground, and disappeared. He looked down at his hand, transparent, almost invisible. He was becoming words, and then the words were disappearing. He woke up. It was still dark outside the tent. Moonlight filtered through the cracks, drawing a silvery line on the ground. Lin Yuan sat on his cot, looking at his hands. The color of his skin had faded, so much so that you could see the bones beneath. There were cracks in the bones, like a dried-up riverbed. Authenticity, 5%, -1%. It dropped another 1%. Natural decay. Even if nothing is done, it's still disappearing. He picked up the piece of paper with 17 words written on it from beside the bed. The gold ink on the paper had faded, and some words were no longer legible. Only the character remained of, only half of remained of, and only a blurry outline remained of dot. The paper was fading, just like him. He heard footsteps outside the tent. Very light, as if afraid of waking someone. But everyone in the camp was awake. No one had been able to sleep soundly since the cult of evil had come. He lifted the curtain and went out. Sumuking stood in the moonlight, holding the silver-white pen in her hand. Her hair was loose, draped over her shoulders, and tinged silver-gray by the moonlight. She wasn't wearing the white robe, she wore an ordinary gray sweatshirt with sleeves that were too long, covering half of her fingers. You're awake, she said. I can't sleep. Me too. She walked over and stood in front of him. The moonlight shone on her face, turning her brown eyes silver-gray. Your authenticity is down to only 5%, she said. If this continues, you will disappear. I know. I have a way, she said softly but steadily. I'll use my writing ability to share my authenticity with you. Lin Yuan stared at her for a long time. What's the price? Sumuking paused for a moment. I forget some things. Maybe things from today, maybe things from yesterday, maybe things from a long time ago. She paused. Maybe it's you. Lin Yuan's fingers tightened. No. Why? Because I don't want you to forget for me. If you don't let me take your place, you really will disappear. Sumuking's voice didn't rise, but her tone became more severe. If you disappear, what will happen to the City of Freedom? What will happen to those children? What will happen to your mother? Lin Yuan remained silent. I'm not doing this for you, she said, her voice lowering. I'm doing this for the city. For those who believed in you. For the child still waiting for your mother in the encrypted zone. She reached out and handed him the pen. Write, she said. Write down what you want to remember. I'll engrave it in my memory. That way, even if I forget, my memory will help you remember. Lin Yuan looked at the pen but did not take it. Right, Sumuking said, shoving the pen into his hand. Time is running out. Lin Yuan held the pen. It was so light, almost weightless. He thought for a moment, then wrote the first word on the paper. The City of Freedom. The golden words shone on the paper, brighter than before. Sumuking stared at the 2 words and closed her eyes. As the pen tip traced across the paper, she felt something being pulled from her body, not pain, but an indescribable emptiness. Like a page torn from a book, a memory erased from her mind. What did she forget? She forgot what she ate this morning. It doesn't matter. Continue, she said. Lin Yuan wrote a second word. White deer. Another page of Sumuking's memory was ripped away. She forgot the scene when she first met Bai Lu. She only remembered that the girl could draw and could say sorry. Continue. Iron hammer? She forgot what color the hammer's mechanical arm was. She only remembered that he was the first person to stand next to Lin Yuan. Fang Lei. She forgot what brand of cigarettes Fang Lei loved to smoke. She only remembered that he always had an unlit cigarette in his mouth. The Red Queen. She forgot what style of trench coat the Red Queen wore when she first appeared. She only remembered that it was red. Lin Mo. She forgot Lin Mo's face. She only remembered that he had a bar counter, and behind the bar counter was an oil paper umbrella. Lin Yuanshan. She forgot how many scars Lin Yuanshan had on his face. She only remembered that he was Lin Yuan's father. Little Orange. She forgot what color the first paper flower Xiao Cheng gave her was. She only remembered that it was yellow. Luo Xiao. She forgot how many people were depicted in Luo Xiao's painting. She only remembered that there were 3. Luoquan. She had forgotten how Luo Chuan returned to this world. She only remembered that he was a father. Huangju. She forgot Huangju's face. She only remembered that he ran 5 kilometers and delivered a message. The principal. She forgot the principal's name. She only remembered her last words, they are all good children. Xiao. She forgot Xiao's age, she only remembered that he could sing. Sweet. She forgot what Sweetie liked to draw. She only remembered that she liked sunflowers. Mr. Mo. She had forgotten Mr. Mo's voice. She only remembered one sentence he had said, what you see, some people spend a lifetime trying to forget. Ignatius. She forgot Ignatius's bald head. She only remembered that he had let Lin Yuan go twice. Seraphim. She forgot about Seraphim's long hair. She only remembered him saying I'm sorry. Chen Shi. She forgot who Chen Shi was. She only remembered that he was a person who wanted freedom. Angelica de Hirica. She forgot who Bai Ji was. She only remembered that she was Lin Yuan's mother. She forgot many people, many things, many details. But she remembered Lin Yuan. She remembered his face, his voice, his eyes. She remembered his words then don't be their blades, come to my side. She opened her eyes. Her brown eyes were lighter than before, like paint washed away with water. But she was still smiling. Is there anything else? She asked. Lin Yuan looked at the words on the paper. 17 words had become 19. He had written 19 people he didn't want to forget. Sumuking had exchanged her memories for his 19 words. That's enough, he said. What about your authenticity? Lin Yuan looked down at the wristband. Authenticity, 8%, plus 3%. Restored source, Sumuking's authenticity transfer, 8%. 3% more than before. His features are deeper, and his color is darker. But Sumuking's features are lighter. You've lost out, he said. You gave me 3%, and you forgot 19 things. It's worth it. Sumuking smiled, because I wrote down all 19 things. She pulled a piece of paper from her pocket. The paper was covered with writing not in gold ink, but in black, ordinary ink. She copied down all 19 words Lin Yuan had written, each with a line of small print explaining who the word referred to, what they did, and why it was important. That way, even if I forget, I can still read it, she said. As I read, perhaps I'll remember. Lin Yuan stared at the paper for a long time. Thank you, he said. You're welcome. Sumuking folded the paper and put it in her pocket. You saved me once, so I'm returning the favor. You didn't save me. You saved this city. Same. She turned and walked toward her tent. After a few steps, she stopped, without looking back. Lin Yuan, she said, if one day I forget you, will you reintroduce yourself? Lin Yuan watched her retreating figure. The moonlight shone on her, turning her gray hoodie into a silvery white. Yes, he said. I will say my name is Lin Yuan, and I am the one who built this city. Your name is Sumuking, and you are the first person to stand beside me. Sumuking's shoulders trembled slightly. That's good. Her voice was soft. That's good. She went into the tent. Lin Yuan stood there, holding the piece of paper with 19 words written on it. The gold lettering on the paper was still glowing, brighter than before. Perhaps it was because of Sumuking's memories, or perhaps it was because of something else. In the distance, the eastern sky was beginning to lighten. A new day was about to begin. He looked down at his wristband. Accuracy, 8%. City of Liberty construction progress, 35%, plus 5%. New residents, plus 312. Construction workers, 319. Hint, Sumuking's writing ability has been largely depleted. She may need some time to recover. Lin Yuan turned off the screen and walked towards the crooked house. The sun rose. Its orange-red light shone on the ruins, turning the grey rubble golden. 319 people stood in the golden light. They were waiting for a new day. Lin Yuan stood among them. 8% realism, 19 words, a city not yet completed. That's enough. At least for today. Ignatius arrived in the City of Freedom at noon. There was no golden beam of light, no judge in attendance, no declaration of purification. He stood alone, wearing an old grey overcoat, his bald head reflecting the sunlight, the scars on his face stretching from his forehead to his chin like a dried-up riverbed. He stood at the entrance to the City of Freedom, looking at the crooked house, at the ordinary people carrying bricks, at the painting by the white deer, a painting of a city, of sunlight, and of a young man with black hair. His expression was complex. It wasn't the cold, authoritative air of a judge, nor the weariness he displayed when he had let Lin Yuan go twice before. It was something deeper, something more difficult to understand. Like someone standing in front of a house that had once burned down, only to find that someone had built a new house on the same spot. Hammer was the first to see him. The robotic arm hummed in anticipation but didn't lift. Hammer remembered him twice. Twice he could have destroyed Free City, but he didn't. What are you doing here? Iron Hammer's voice was deep. Send a letter. Ignatius pulled an envelope from his trench coat pocket. The envelope was white, unsigned, and unmarked, with a drop of dried golden bloodstain on the seal, not ordinary blood, but the blood of an oracle, golden and faintly glowing. Lin Yuan came out of the house and took the envelope. The envelope was very light, almost weightless. But the moment his hand touched it, Eye of Truth automatically activated. He saw the script on the envelope. The letter originates from an internal messenger of the Church of Light, Ignatius, an anomalous character. Content: news of Seraphim's imprisonment. This event is not in the original scenario, it was Ignatius's own initiative. A spontaneous act. And yet again, spontaneous. This is the third time Ignatius has made a choice outside the script. Lin Yuan tore open the envelope and pulled out the letter inside. There was only one line of text on the paper, the handwriting messy, as if his hand had trembled while writing. Seraphim is imprisoned on the third basement level of the Radiant Church headquarters. Crime: betrayal of God. Sentence: permanent. Reason: he let you go. Lin Yuan's fingers tightened as he looked at the words. When did this happen? 3 days ago. Ignatius's voice was low. After he let you go, the Lord of Light read his memories. He saw your conversation. He saw him telling you about Chen Shi. He saw him lying to him, saying there was nothing in the encrypted zone. Then what? Then he withdrew his divine magic. He locked him in the casket of penance. Not an ordinary casket of penance, it was specially made, specifically for imprisoning oracles. The voice from within the casket wasn't "accept me, but you are wrong." Over and over again, without ceasing. Lin Yuan recalled Seraphim's last words, "If one day you enter the deepest encrypted zone and meet Chen Shi, tell him, I'm sorry." He was saying sorry. Not to Chen Shi, but to himself. He knew he would be discovered, punished, and locked in the box. But he did it anyway. Why did you come to tell me this? Lin Yuan asked Ignatius. Ignatius looked at him, his golden eyes devoid of light. Not the kind that had been withdrawn, his eyes themselves had lost their light. The golden layer was so thin it was almost invisible, revealing the black, human pupils beneath. Because he's the only one who made me realize that even God makes mistakes, Ignatius said softly. He taught me one thing: an order is an order, but right and wrong are different. Not all orders are right. He paused, looking at Lin Yuan. You taught me something else. An ordinary person can also rebel against God. Lin Yuan remained silent. I won't beg you to save him, Ignatius said. I know you have no obligation. You only have 8% truth left, you can't even protect yourself. But I think you should know that his current predicament is because he helped you. Lin Yuan looked down at the wristband. Accuracy: 8%. New mission: rescue Seraphim, optional. Mission location: confession box, basement level 3, Radiant Church headquarters. Threat level: S+. Recommended team size: 50 or more people. Current team size: 7 people, plus 1 intelligence provider. Survival rate: 2%. 2%. Lower than ever before. Lin Yuan turned off the screen. I'll go, he said. Here you go again. Feng Lei's voice came from behind. You always carry it all by yourself. This time, I'm not alone. Lin Yuan looked at him. This time, we need many people. We need a plan, we need intelligence, we need a backup plan. We need you all. Feng Lei paused for a moment, then smiled. You've finally learned how to ask for favors. No request. It's a notification. Feng Lei burst out laughing. Ignatius watched this scene, his golden eyes shining. Not the light of the gods, it was his own light, faint, but present. I can give you a map of the church headquarters, he said. The changing of the guard times, the patrol routes, the location of the confessory box, I can give you all of that. And the price? Lin Yuan asked. Ignatius paused for a moment. If you succeed, tell Seraphim I have carried out his orders. What command? Ignatius stared at him for a long time. He didn't give any orders. He just glanced at me before he was locked up. That glance said, don't let them forget me. The wind blew through the ruins, carrying the smells of dust and sunshine. Lin Yuan folded the letter and put it in his pocket, along with business cards, badges, stones, metal, paintings, umbrellas, paper, pens, paper flowers, and scraps. His pocket grew fuller and fuller, his journey longer and longer, but at every step, someone was waiting for him. Let's start planning, he said. In the center of the City of Freedom, in front of that crooked house, 7 men and a judge sat around a broken table, an open hand-drawn map laid out. It depicted the structure of the Church of Radiant Light headquarters, the distribution of guards, the depth of the confession box. Ignatius traced a route on the map with his finger, from the back door to the third basement level, every corner, every door, every lock. Here, he pointed to a red circle on the map, the third underground level, the deepest point. The confession box is located here. The box itself is a divine artifact, inaccessible by ordinary weapons. But the rewriter's gloves can touch its script, you can rewrite its structure from the inside. How much realism do we need? Lin Yuan asked. Ignatius thought for a moment. At least 15%. He's at 15%. He only has 8% now. He's still 7% short. There's still time, Sumuking said. The construction of the City of Freedom is already 35% complete. For every minute you build, your realism will recover by 1 point. Perhaps your realism will return during the preparation process. Perhaps. Lin Yuan looked at her. Her features were still somewhat fainter than normal, but better than before. Those things she had forgotten slowly returned after reading her own notes. Not completely restored, it was like a faded photograph being recolored. The colors weren't quite right, but at least they were legible. I won't go, said Ignatius. I can't go. I'm still the judge. If I go, they'll know I'm the one who leaked the secret. Are you sure it's safe for you to go back? Lin Yuan asked. Ignatius gave a wry smile. Not safe, but safer than here. You, take care. He turned and headed south. His grey trench coat fluttered in the wind, and his bald head gleamed in the sunlight. He took a few steps, then stopped, without looking back. Lin Yuan, he said, if one day you become like me, unsure of what to believe, unsure of what to do, remember one thing. What's up? When you built this city, when you saved those people, you were right. He walked into the sunlight and disappeared. Lin Yuan stood still, looking in that direction. Feng Lei walked over and offered him a cigarette. Want one? I don't smoke. When did you learn to refuse cigarettes? Start when the realism is down to 8%. Lin Yuan glanced at him. Smoking will accelerate the loss of realism. Feng Lei put the cigarette away. Then I won't smoke either. The hammer rose from beside the table, its robotic arm reflecting a cold light in the sunlight. The plan is set. We'll move in 3 days. In these 3 days, we'll continue building the city, continue accumulating realism, and continue preparing. He looked at Lin Yuan. You continue living. Try your best. Not just try. It's a must. Iron Hammer's voice was deep. If you die, this city will be gone. Lin Yuan stared at him for a long time. Good. Bai Lu crouched in the corner, adding another person to the painting. A bald man, wearing a grey trench coat, stood at the city entrance, neither entering nor leaving. She wrote a line below the painting. Day 6 in the City of Freedom. The messenger has left. Will he ever return? Lin Yuan walked to her side, squatted down, and looked at the painting. Yes, he said. He will come back. The white deer raised its head, its deep blue eyes looking at him. You're lying. I wasn't lying this time. Bai Lu stared at him for a few seconds, then lowered her head and continued drawing. Next to the bald man, she drew an arrow pointing into the city. On the arrow were 2 words, come back. Lin Yuan stood up and looked at the city. 35 makeshift houses, a paved cobblestone road, a communal kitchen, a medical tent, a place for children to draw. 319 people. 319 people who chose to stay here. He saw his own reflection in them. Not authenticity, not ability, not fate, it was choice. They chose to stay, chose to build, chose to believe. A city without a god, a group of unchosen people. Perhaps that's enough. He looked down at his wristband. Authenticity, 9%, plus 1%. Construction progress of Liberty City, 38%, plus 3%. Rescue operation in 72 hours. The numbers are changing. The city is growing. He's coming back. Lin Yuan turned off the screen, picked up a brick, and walked towards the unfinished wall. The brick was heavy, his hands were trembling, and the sun was blazing. But he kept building. One brick after another, and another. The wall grows taller. So does he. 3 days later, at 3 a.m., in the City of Freedom, Lin Yuan stood in the doorway of the crooked house, looking east. It was still dark. The great crack cast a dim light on the sky, like a half-closed eye. His pockets were full: business cards, badges, stones, metal, paintings, an umbrella, paper, pens, paper flowers, fragments, letters. 17 things, 17 reasons he couldn't forget. Authenticity, 9%, 1% higher than 3 days ago. Not enough, but enough. Sumuking emerged from the tent, wearing the grey hoodie and her hair tied in a ponytail. She held the silver pen in her hand and had the piece of paper with 19 words written on it in her pocket. Her features were still somewhat less defined than normal, but her eyes were bright. Let's go. Feng Lei leaned against the wall, no cigarette in his mouth. He'd quit smoking for 3 days, his fingers kept unconsciously reaching for his pockets, but he always managed to resist. His lightsaber hung at his waist, the hilt bearing his sister's name, Feng Ziahe. He didn't remember what she looked like, but he remembered the name. The car's ready. Hammer's checking. Hammer crouched beside the truck, his robotic arm extending into the hood, its fingers transforming into wrenches. His mechanical legs reflected a cold gleam in the moonlight, the hydraulic struts at their joints humming softly. The engine's old, but it can still run. It'll get to church headquarters, no problem. Back, maybe. Then don't come back, Lin Yuan said. Fight your way in, and drive out. Hammer grinned. I like this plan. Bai Lu emerged from the corner, holding the painting. The painting now depicted an additional figure, a white-haired, white-robed person with golden eyes standing next to the bald man, an arrow pointing into the city. The arrow bore 2 words, come back. She handed the painting to Lin Yuan. Take it. It will protect you. Lin Yuan took the painting, folded it neatly, and put it in his pocket. The 18th item. Lin Mo peeked out from behind the bar, holding a glass of wine. I'm not going to fight, but I'll wait for you guys to come back. I've kept your drinks warm. The Red Queen emerged from the darkness, her red trench coat turning a dark purple in the moonlight. In her hand she held a dark red dagger, runes flowing along its blade. The rules of the cult of evil gods dictate that one must kill before saving. I'm making an exception today. Lin Yuan Shan stood atop the highest ruin, a rusty knife in his hand. He gazed south, towards the headquarters of the Radiant Church, his dark eyes showing no fear. I'll be waiting for you up there. 7 people, a beat-up truck, 18 items, and an unfinished city. Heading south. The headquarters of the Church of Radiance is located in the west of the city. It was once a gymnasium before the Great Rift. Now the gymnasium has been transformed. The outer walls have been tripled in height and are covered with glowing runes. On the roof is a huge golden emblem, the sun of the Lord of Radiance, which shines even in the darkness, like a sun that never sets. Ignatius's map was very detailed. The back door was on the east side of the stadium. It used to be a freight entrance, but it was now sealed off. However, behind the sealed iron door was a ventilation duct leading directly to the second basement level. The ventilation duct was very narrow, only wide enough for one person to climb through. Hammer went first. I'm the smallest, he said, then crawled inside. His mechanical arm retracted, his mechanical legs folded, and he shrank considerably. Half of his body was mechanical, but the advantage of being mechanical was that he could transform. Feng Lei followed behind, then Sumuking, then Bailu, then Lin Mo, then the Red Queen. Lin Yuan was last. As he crawled into the pipe, he glanced back. Lin Yuan Shan stood beside the truck, holding the rusty knife, watching him. Be careful, he said. Lin Yuan nodded and went inside. The pipes were dark, narrow, and cold. Condensations formed on the metal walls, dripping onto my face with a chilling sensation. The air smelled of rust, dust, and something else entirely, a lingering, indescribable scent, a remnant of church magic sweet, but not the cloying sweetness of an evil god. It was artificial, chemical, like the sweetness of cheap perfume. Lin Yuan climbed for about 10 minutes when his wristband vibrated. Entered the territory of the Church of Radiance headquarters. High concentration of divine energy detected. Your identity as a rewriter has been marked. Estimated discovery time, 15 minutes. 15 minutes. That's enough. He sped up. At the end of the duct was a vent, and below the vent was a room. The room was small, about 20 square meters, with white walls, a white floor, and a white ceiling. There was only a table and a chair in the room. No one was in the chair. There was a table lamp on the table, but the lamp was off. Iron Hammer used the mechanical arm to unscrew the vent. The screw fell to the ground with a crisp sound. He paused, listening for any sounds outside. No footsteps, no alarms, no one. He jumped down, his mechanical legs landing with a dull thud. Feng Lei followed behind him, then Sumuking, then Bailu, then Lin Mo, then the Red Queen. Lin Yuan came last. He stood in the room and glanced at the wristband. Location, abandoned office on the second basement level. Distance to the third basement level, 50 meters. Distance to the confession box, 80 meters. 80 meters. 15 minutes. That's enough. Hammer walked to the door, his robotic arm pressed against it, sensing the vibrations outside. No one in the hallway. Footsteps to the east, about 50 meters away. Quiet to the west. Let's go west, Lin Yuan said. They walked out of the room into a long, long corridor. The walls were white, the floor was white, and the ceiling was white. Every 10 meters, there was a lamp, golden in color, emitting a warm glow. The light was soft, but Lin Yuan knew it wasn't ordinary light, it was divine light, marking everyone who passed by. His wristband vibrated again. You have been flagged. Your location has been uploaded to the church's central system. Estimated discovery time, 10 minutes. 10 minutes. 80 meters. That's enough. They ran. Iron Hammer led the way, his mechanical legs pounding with each step. Feng Lei followed, his lightsaber already lit, its golden light illuminating the corridor. Sumuking stood beside White Deer, protecting her. White Deer's fingers twitched, space slightly distorting at her fingertips. She was preparing to open a passage at any moment. Lin Mo held the kitchen knife not for killing people, but for cutting locks. The Red Queen gripped a short sword, runes flowing beneath it, a dark red light illuminating her face like a mask. Lin Yuan was in the middle, with 18 items pulsating in his pocket, like 18 hearts. At the end of the corridor was a door. It was an iron door, gray, with no handle, no keyhole, only the words, "Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering the confession chamber on the third basement level." The hammer raised its mechanical arm, its fingers transforming into chisels. It chiseled once, but the door didn't budge. Twice, and a crack appeared. A third time, and the door split open. Behind the door was a staircase, descending, descending, descending. Lights shone on the walls, golden, but dimmer than those above. The sweetness in the air grew stronger, but beneath the sweetness lay a bitterness like medicine, like despair. Lin Yuan's wristband vibrated again. Estimated time of discovery, 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 50 meters. That's enough. They ran down the stairs. The corridor on the third basement level was narrower, lower, and colder than the ones above. There were doors in the walls on both sides, each with a number. Third basement level 001. Third basement level 002. Third basement level 003. They ran until they reached the end of the corridor, to the last door. That door had no number, only the words, "The Confession Box of Seraphim." A hammer was used to chisel at the door. 1 chisel, 2 chisels, 3 chisels. The door split open. Behind the door was a small room, only 5 square meters. Inside was a box metallic, silver-white, with shimmering, flowing patterns on its surface. There was a glass window in the box, through which one could see a person inside. White hair, a white robe, golden eyes. Seraphim. His eyes were closed, his lips moving as if he were saying something. Lin Yuan leaned closer to the glass window and heard him. You're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. Over and over again, like a broken tape recorder. Lin Yuan's fingers tightened. He thought of Chen Xiao, that 15-year-old girl, locked in the same box, hearing the same voice say, accept me. Seraphim heard, you're wrong. Both were brainwashing, both were denial of self. The righteous God and the evil God used the same methods. Open the box, Lin Yuan said. The hammer chiseled at the box. 1 strike, and a crack appeared on the surface. 2 strikes, and the crack spread. 3 strikes, and the box shattered. But the instant the box split open, a golden light surged from the crack, like a flood, like flames. The light struck the hammer, sending it flying, crashing into the wall, its mechanical arm creaking and screeching. The confession box defense mechanism is activated. Attackers will be marked as heretics. Your location has been uploaded to the church's central system. Estimated detection time, 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Lin Yuan rushed to the box, his gloves glowing. A dark red light flowed between his fingertips as he reached out and touched the surface of the box. The box's script unfolded before his eyes. The Confession Box Special Edition is used to imprison S-rank oracles. Structure, 3 layers of divine encryption. Core, Seraphim Sin, release the rewriter. Unlock method, input the divine code from the outside, or rewrite the script from the inside. Required accuracy for rewriting, 15%. Current accuracy, 9%. Insufficient. Shortcoming, his authenticity is lacking. Lin Yuan's hands trembled. He stared at Seraphim in the box. White hair, a white robe, golden eyes. His lips were still moving, still saying, you're wrong. But his eyes were open golden, but unfocused, like 2 burned-out light bulbs. Seraphim. Lin Yuan called out to him, Seraphim, can you hear me? No response. You told me to tell Chen Shi I'm sorry. Have you forgotten? You said you were sorry. You're not a sinner. You helped me. You lied to God. You chose freedom. Seraphim's eyes flickered. The golden light shimmered, like a lamp about to go out. His lips paused, uttering only one word, who? Lin Yuan. The rewriter. The person you let go. Seraphim's eyes flickered a second time. The gold was fading, not disappearing completely, it was thinning. Like ice melting in the sunlight, revealing the black, human pupils beneath. He looked at Lin Yuan, his lips moving. You have come. I'll take you out. I can't get out. Seraphim's voice was soft and weary. This box was designed specifically for me. Only God can open it. I am not a god. I am a rewriter. Lin Yuan stuck his gloves on the box. I will open it. He closed his eyes. In the vision of the Eye of Truth, the box's script was a complex, tangled mass of light. 3 layers of encryption, each a lock. The first layer was a divine code, requiring the church's authorization. The second layer was Seraphim's sin, requiring his own confession. The third layer was blank. The third layer had no lock, it was a door. A door that required truth to open. Lin Yuan understood. The designer of this box had left a back door on the third layer. A back door that only a real person could open. Who was the designer? No one knew. But he had prepared this back door 3 eras ago, waiting for the day when a real person would open it. Lin Yuan attached the glove to the third layer. The glove lit up, the dark red light turned gold, the gold turned white, and the white became transparent. His hand was passing through that door, not a physical door, but a door of existence. His realism was decreasing. Authenticity, 8%, minus 1%. Authenticity, 7%, minus 1%. Authenticity, 6%, minus 1%. Authenticity, 5%, minus 1%. Accuracy, 4%, minus 1%. Authenticity, 3%, minus 1%. Warning, accuracy below 3%. Instability, about to disappear. He was still falling, but he didn't let go. The door opened. The box cracked. Not the kind of crack caused by a hammer, it melted, like ice melting in the sun, like snow disappearing in spring. The silvery metal turned into liquid, the liquid into gas, and the gas dissipated into the air. Seraphim stood inside the box, motionless. He looked at Lin Yuan, his golden eyes devoid of light, but his lips trembled. Your authenticity, 3%. Lin Yuan looked down at his wristband. Realism, 3%. Status, critical. It is recommended to immediately stop all activities, lie down, and wait for the reality level to recover naturally. Recovery rate, 0.5%/day. Estimated recovery to a safe level, 14 days. 14 days. He couldn't wait that long. Let's go. Lin Yuan turned around. Then he heard footsteps. Not one person, it was many. From the stairs, from the corridors, from behind those numbered doors. Oracles, at least 100, in white uniforms, wielding lightsabers, their golden eyes glowing in the darkness. Standing at the very front was a woman, dressed in a long golden robe, with white hair and golden eyes. Her wristband was golden, inscribed with the words, Projection of the Lord of Radiance, S+ rank. It wasn't the real entity, it was a projection. But even an S+ level projection was enough to kill them all. She looked at Lin Yuan and smiled. Rewriter, you've finally arrived. Lin Yuan stood in front of Seraphim, his gloves still glowing, a dark red light flowing from his fingertips. Realism, 3%, 18 items in his pockets, 6 people behind him, 100 people in front of him. I'll take him home, he said. The projection of the Lord of Light looked at him, its golden eyes expressionless. Home? You have no home. You were written. Your city was written. Your companions were written. Everything was written. Perhaps, Lin Yuan looked at her, but you are too. The projected smile froze. You are a god written into existence. You are a projection written into existence. You are lines written into existence. Lin Yuan's voice was soft, but steady. Even your hatred for me was written into existence. The projected golden eyes were flashing. The layer of gold was thinning, not melting, but shattering. Like glass being struck with a hammer, cracks spreading from the center outwards. You, shut up. Her voice trembled. I won't shut up. Lin Yuan stepped forward. Because you're afraid. You're afraid someone will tell you you're not real. You're afraid someone will tell you your god isn't real. You're afraid someone will tell you the world doesn't need you. The projected hand rose. Golden light gathered in her palm, growing brighter and brighter, like a miniature sun. Her face contorted, not with anger but with fear. A raw, exposed fear, with nowhere to hide. Go to hell. The ball of light crashed down. The white deer rushed forward and pushed the object away with both hands. Space cracked open, and a rift appeared in front of the sphere of light. The sphere of light crashed into the rift and disappeared. The rift closed, and the white deer fell to the ground, blood at the corner of its mouth. White deer. Lin Yuan rushed over. The white deer opened her eyes, her deep blue eyes looking at him. I'm all right, she said softly. The spatial passage transported the orb of light to outside the city. Lin Yuan picked her up. Her body was very light as a piece of paper. White deer's condition, overexerted and needs rest. The projection raised its hand again. A second sphere of light was coalescing, larger and brighter than the first. Seraphim stepped forward. His body was still trembling, but he stood in front of Lin Yuan, blocking the projection. Stop, he said, his voice soft but steady. The projection stared at him. Traitor. You die too. Perhaps, Seraphim looked at her, but you can't kill me. Because I'm no longer your prisoner. He turned and looked at Lin Yuan. Take them away. I'll handle things here. How did you handle it? Seraphim smiled. There was weariness in that smile, but also a kind of relief that Lin Yuan had never seen before, the kind that belonged to the first seat. I'm no longer in first place. I'm just an ordinary person. He paused, but even an ordinary person can do something. What's up? Block it. He turned around, facing the projection, facing the 100 oracles, facing the golden light. He held no weapon, no lightsaber, no divine magic. Only a pair of hands, the hands that had once killed freedom. Let's go, he shouted. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate. He carried the white deer and rushed towards the stairs. Feng Lei led the way, his lightsaber cutting down 3 oracles. Iron Hammer brought up the rear, his mechanical arm transforming into a shield to block the light arrows. Sumuking protected Lin Emo, and the Red Queen brought up the rear, the runes on her short sword bleeding. They ran up the stairs, through the corridor, past the iron door that had been hammered open. Behind them came a roar, screams, and the sound of exploding orbs of light. And then, Seraphim's voice, for the last time. Lin Yuan told her, I remember. Then it fell silent. They ran out of the stadium's back door and towards the wrecked truck. Lin Yuanshan stood beside the truck, holding a rusty knife with blood on it, not his. Get in the car, he shouted. 7 people got into the truck. Hammer started the engine, and the truck roared off. Behind them, the roof of the stadium exploded, and golden light shot into the sky like a volcanic eruption. Lin Yuan sat in the truck bed, holding Bailu. Bailu was asleep in his arms, her breathing steady. Sumuking sat beside him, holding the pen, a few more lines added to the paper. Feng Lei leaned against the edge of the truck bed, his lightsaber tucked into his waistband, his fingers patting his pocket, no cigarettes. Iron Hammer drove, his mechanical arm gripping the steering wheel, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Lin Emo sat in the passenger seat, still holding the kitchen knife. Red Queen sat at the very back of the truck bed, looking back. The stadium grew smaller and smaller in the field of vision, finally becoming a golden dot, disappearing below the horizon. Lin Yuan looked down at his wristband. Authenticity, 2%, -1%. City of Liberty construction progress, 40%, +2%. Seraphim status, unknown. Last signal, center of the explosion at the confession box on the 3rd basement level. Unknown. Perhaps alive, perhaps dead. But he remembered. He said he remembered. He remembered Chen Shi, he remembered freedom, he remembered who he was. Lin Yuan turned off the screen and looked at the eastern sky. Dawn was approaching, the great crack was still there, but the light was much softer. Perhaps one day it would close, perhaps not. But at least today, he brought someone back. Not Seraphim, but the one Seraphim had made him remember. Tell her I remember. Who should he tell? Chen Shi? Baiji? All the forgotten people? He will tell them all. Every single person, every word, every name that cannot be forgotten. The truck bumped through the ruins, and the outline of the City of Liberty appeared on the horizon. Crooked houses, makeshift tents, roads being paved. 319 people were waiting for their return. The sun rose, its orange-red light bathing the ruins, turning the grey rubble gold. Lin Yuan looked at the city, at the people waiting for him, and at the painting by the white deer. 2 more people had appeared in the painting, one with white hair, the other bald, standing at the city gate, an arrow pointing inwards. The arrow bore 4 words, "They've all returned." He smiled. 2% realism, 18 items in his pocket, an unfinished city behind him. That's enough. At least for today. On the morning he returned to the City of Freedom, Lin Yuan discovered that he was beginning to disappear. It wasn't the disappearance of his body, it was the disappearance of his sense of existence. He stood in front of the crooked house, and Xiao Chang ran past him without looking at him. She bumped into his leg, but didn't stop, she just touched her forehead and kept running. She didn't do it on purpose, she genuinely didn't see him. Lin Yuan looked down at his hands. Transparent. Not semi-transparent, almost completely transparent. He could see the ground beneath his hands, grey rubble, white ash. His hands were like a piece of glass, existing but unseen. Accuracy, 1%, -1%. Existence status, critical. Your presence has been reduced to a minimum. Most humans cannot perceive you. Only beings with a reality level higher than 50% can see you, hear you, and remember you. 1%. In the City of Freedom, no one's authenticity level is higher than 50%. Sumuking's authenticity level is approximately 30%, Fang Lei 25%, Iron Hammer 20%, White Deer 15%, Red Queen 40%, Lin Yuan Shan 35%, and Lin Mo 10%. No one can see him. He has become a ghost of the city. He went to the communal kitchen, where there was still warm porridge in the pot. He ladled out a bowl, sat down in a corner, and ate. The porridge was salty and bland, but he could feel its warmth. As he ate, Sumuking walked in from the kitchen doorway, took a bowl, ladled out some porridge, and turned to leave. She didn't look at him. Not intentionally, she genuinely didn't see him. Lin Yuan put down his bowl, walked up to her, and waved his hand in front of her eyes. There was no response. He called her name. Sumuking. His voice dissipated in the air, like a pebble thrown into an abyss, without echo. She couldn't hear him. He stood before her, looking at her. Brown eyes, a clean smile, a face devoid of light. She was so close he could see the curve of her eyelashes. But she couldn't see him. He reached out, wanting to touch her face. His gloves gleamed, a dark red light flowing between his fingertips, and his hand passed through her face, not physically, but existentially. He couldn't touch her. His presence was too faint to reach anything real. He withdrew his hand, turned and walked out of the kitchen. Feng Lei was paving the road. He squatted down, placing pebbles one by one. Lin Yuan stood beside him, watching his hands. Rough, calloused, with smoky yellow tips on his fingertips. His hands were trembling not from the cold, but from withdrawal symptoms of quitting smoking. Lin Yuan wanted to tell him, "Have a smoke, it'll be fine," but he knew Feng Lei couldn't hear him. He squatted down, picked up a pebble, and placed it beside Feng Lei's hand. Feng Lei paused, looking at the pebble. He frowned, picked up the pebble, and placed it where it belonged. He wasn't surprised, he just felt that the pebble had appeared there by itself. Lin Yuan stood up and walked towards Iron Hammer. Iron Hammer was building a new house, his robotic arm was holding up wooden beams, and Feng Lei's blueprints were on the ground. Lin Yuan stood beside him, looking at his robotic arm. The metal surface had scratches, dents, and words. Iron Hammer had carved himself Iron Hammer Man. Not Oracle, not Tool, but Man. Lin Yuan reached out and touched the words. Iron Hammer's robotic arm vibrated. He looked down, frowned, and continued working. Lin Yuan walked towards Bailu. Bailu was painting a picture of a city, with tall buildings, streets, trees, flowers, and a sun. The sun was large, round, and golden. Below the painting was a line of text, 7th day in the City of Freedom. Where is he? Where is he? She's looking for him. She's the only one who can sense he's still there. But she can't see him, hear him, or touch him. Lin Yuan crouched down, looking at her. Deep blue eyes, translucent skin, slender fingers. Her hands were trembling as she drew a crooked figure on the paper. Black hair, black eyes, holding a glowing stone. It was the him she remembered. Not the him now. She couldn't draw the him now. He reached out, wanting to hold her hand. The glove gleamed, a dark red light flowing between his fingertips, and his hand passed through hers. He couldn't touch her. He stood up and walked towards the Red Queen. The Red Queen stood atop the highest ruins, gazing south. In her hand she held a dark red dagger, runes flowing across its blade. Her eyes were deep red, like 2 garnets in the sunlight. Lin Yuan stood beside her, looking south. Smoke was still rising from the direction of the stadium, black and thick. He might not be dead, the Red Queen said. Not to him, she was talking to the air. She was talking to herself. He's not dead, Lin Yuan said. She couldn't hear him. He blocked the projection, buying us time. He might still be alive. She paused, or he might be dead. Alive, Lin Yuan said. She couldn't hear him. The Red Queen turned and stepped down from the ruins. Lin Yuan followed behind. She entered the crooked house and closed the door. The door closed in front of him. He stood outside, staring at the closed door. 1% accuracy, no one could see him, no one could hear him, no one could remember him. He had become a ghost of the city. He walked to the painting. It was a painting of a white deer, hanging on the exterior wall of the house. The painting depicted many people: a young man with black hair, a bald man, a white-haired man, a man in a grey trench coat, a man in a red trench coat, a man with a mechanical arm, a man wielding a lightsaber, a man painting, a man boiling water, a man handing out tools, a man moving stones. Below the painting were the words, "Seventh day in the city of freedom. He taught us to build a city. He taught us to choose. He taught us not to forget." Lin Yuan stared at the words, his eyes reddening. He remembered them. They didn't remember him, but they had left a place for him in the painting. A young man with black hair, standing at the very front, holding a glowing stone. That was him. That was the him they remembered. Not the him now, but that was enough. He sat beneath the painting, leaning against the wall, gazing at the city. The sun was overhead, blazing, but he felt no heat. His presence was so insignificant, so intangible, that even warmth couldn't reach him. He closed his eyes, thinking of those names: Xiao, Tian, the headmistress, Luo Xiao, Luo Chuan, Huangju, Chen Shi, Bai Ji, Seraphim. And those who were still alive: Sumuking, Feng Lei, Taikui, Beilu, Lin Mo, the Red Queen, Lin Yuan Shan, Xiao Cheng, and the 319 residents. He remembered them. They didn't remember him, but he did. He opened his eyes and found it was dark. He sat there all day. No one came to find him, no one called him to eat, no one asked him where he had been. Because he wasn't there. He was there, yet not there. He stood up and walked towards the crooked house. The door wasn't locked. He pushed it open and went inside. There was a table in the house, and a lamp on the table, but the lamp was off. Sumuking sat beside the table, holding a silver pen in her hand, writing on a piece of paper. She was writing in her diary. On the 7th day, he disappeared. No one remembers what he looked like. I only remember his eyes black, bright, like stars. Lin Yuan stood behind her, looking at the words. She remembered his eyes. She had forgotten his face, forgotten his voice, forgotten his name. But she remembered his eyes. He reached out, wanting to touch her shoulder. His gloves gleamed, a dark red light flowing from his fingertips, and his hand slipped past her shoulder. He couldn't touch her. He withdrew his hand, turned, and walked out of the house. The moon rose, its silvery light shining on the ruins, turning the grey rubble silver. He walked to the painting and looked at himself in it. A young man with black hair, holding a glowing stone. The painting was still there. The memory was still there. He was still there. He sat beneath the painting, leaning against the wall, his eyes closed. He heard footsteps, very light, as if afraid of waking someone. He opened his eyes and saw someone standing before him. A woman, in her 30s, with long hair, her eyes crinkling when she smiled. She held a paintbrush in her hand, her apron smeared with paint. She looked at Lin Yuan and smiled. Not a smile at seeing thin air, a smile at seeing a person. She could see him. "You are." Lin Yuan's voice was very soft. "Angelica de Hurica," she said, "your mother." Lin Yuan's breath caught in his throat. He looked at the woman. Long hair, crescent-shaped eyes, paint on her apron. Exactly the same as in the photograph. Exactly the same as in his memory. No, her face was no longer in his memory. Reality had taken away her face. But now, she stood before him, real, alive, able to see him. "What are you doing here?" "I've always been here." Bai Ji crouched down to meet his gaze. "In the city of freedom. Right beside you. You can't see me because my reality is too low. Just like yours. You disappeared too. Disappeared for a long time." She smiled, a warm smile. "Disappeared since the first era. Chen Shi went into the encrypted zone, and I waited for him outside. I waited for 1 era, 2 eras, 3 eras. I waited until the world reset twice, until everyone forgot me. But I didn't disappear. Because someone remembers me." "Who?" "You." She looked at him. "Your father. He remembers my name, my face, and that I like to draw the sun. He remembers me. So I didn't disappear." Lin Yuan's eyes reddened. "I forgot your face. But you haven't forgotten me." Bai Ji reached out and placed her hand on his face. Her hand was cool, but she could touch him. Her realism surpassed his, high enough to reach him. "You saw my photo on the root server. You saw my face on Chen Mo's computer. You were looking for my signal. You were asking, where is she? You haven't forgotten me." Lin Yuan's tears fell. Not a sob but tears, welling up from his dark eyes, streaming down his cheeks. He forgot her face, but she stood before him. He couldn't see her, but she was always beside him. "Mom," he said. Bai Ji's tears also fell. She hugged him, hugging the son whose reality was reduced to only 1%, almost disappearing. Her hands were cold, but she held him very tightly. "Yes," she said, her voice shattering like broken glass, "Mom's here." In the distance, the moon rose to its highest point, its silvery light shining on the ruins and casting long shadows of 2 people. One shadow was thick, the other thin. The thick shadow embraced the thin shadow, and the thin shadow trembled. "How did you get back?" Lin Yuan asked. "White deer," Bai Ji said. Her spatial abilities opened a passage. "Not from here to there, it was from one layer of existence to another. I had been wandering in the lower layers of existence, and her passage pulled me back." "Can she see you?" "She drew me." Bai Ji smiled. She drew a woman with long hair, curved eyes, and paint on her apron. While she was drawing, she didn't know who I was. But she drew very carefully. When she finished, I appeared. Lin Yuan recalled Bai Lu's painting. There were many people in the painting, and a woman stood at the very back, with long hair, curved eyes, and paint on her apron. He had never asked who she was. He assumed it was Bai Lu's imagined mother. But it wasn't an imagination, it was reality. She's helping you, Bai Ji said. Every person she paints will slowly become real. Because her ability isn't about space, it's about existence. She can make things that don't exist. Lin Yuan turned to look at the painting. In the moonlight, the woman in the painting stood at the back, with long hair, curved eyes, and paint on her apron. She was smiling. Exactly the same as in the photograph. Exactly the same as the person standing in front of him. Are you going to find Chen Shi? Bai Ji asked. Yes, but it needs to be 100% authentic. I can give it to you. Bai Ji reached out and took his hand. Her hand was cold, but a warmth traveled from her fingertips, like an electric current, like blood. Angelica de Hurica authenticity transfer. Current authenticity, 45%. Transfer amount, 30%. Recipient, Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked down at the wristband. Authenticity, 31%, plus 30%. Source, transfer of authenticity of Angelica de Hurica. 31%. Not 100%, but enough. At least he was seen. The outline of Bai Ji faded, from dark to light, from light to transparent. Her hand was still there, but growing lighter and lighter. Mom. It's all right, Bai Ji smiled. I'll be back. When you find Chen Shi, when you unlock the deepest encrypted zone, when this world is free, I'll be back. She released her grip. Her body became transparent, like a piece of melting ice. Moonlight shone through her body, casting a faint shadow on the ground. Remember me, she said. Remember my name, remember my face, remember I like to draw the sun. As long as you remember me, I won't disappear. Lin Yuan reached out, trying to grab her, but his hand passed right through her body. I will remember, he said. Bai Ji. Long hair, crescent-shaped eyes, paint on her apron. She loved to paint the sun. The sun never abandons anyone. Bai Ji smiled. It was a warm smile, exactly like in the photograph. Then she vanished. Like morning mist dissipating in the sunlight, like snow melting in spring. No sound, no light, no trace. Only moonlight shone on the ground, illuminating his empty arms. Lin Yuan knelt on the ground, his hands supporting him, tears dripping onto the grey rubble. The 31% realism in his heart intensified, but a void remained within him. Sumuking came out of the house and stood in front of him. She looked at him, and there was a light in her brown eyes, not a divine light, but her own light. Lin Yuan. Her voice was very soft, as if afraid of scaring something away. You're back. She can see him now. 31% realism is enough. Lin Yuan looked up at her. His face was streaked with tears, and his eyes were red, but he was smiling. I didn't leave, he said. I've always been here. Sumuking squatted down and looked at him. Her hand was trembling as she reached out and placed it on his face. Her fingers were warm and she could touch them. Your face is wet. Did you cry? Why? Lin Yuan thought for a moment. Because I saw my mother. Sumuking's finger stopped. She is here. She's not here now, but she came. She's always been here. Sumuking looked at him for a long time. Then she hugged him. It wasn't the embrace of a saint, nor the embrace of an oracle, it was a personal embrace. It was tight, warm, and genuine. Lin Yuan buried his face in her shoulder and closed his eyes. The moonlight shone on the two of them, casting long, long shadows. One shadow was very thick, and the other was also very thick. The two thick shadows embraced each other, inseparable. In the distance, the white deer stood before the painting, adding another person to it, a woman with long hair, curved eyes, and paint on her apron. She stood beside a dark-haired young man, hand in hand. Below the painting was a line of text. The seventh Nig, the seventh night in the City of Freedom. Mother is back. She didn't leave. Seraphim appeared in the City of Freedom at sunset. There were no golden beams of light, no divine illumination, no accompanying judges. He came alone from the south, wearing a tattered white robe, his hair half-burnt, his face bloodied, his left arm hanging limply at his side, as if severed. But his eyes were bright, not golden, but black, the black of a human being. Hammer was the first to see him. The mechanical arm hummed in anticipation but didn't lift. Hammer recognized the face, white hair, white robes, golden eyes turned black. He'd seen this man before, in the church's basement, in the golden light, in those erased memories. That was the first seat, the strongest in the radiant church, the oracle who could destroy a city single-handedly. But now he looked like a beggar, a wounded soldier, an ordinary man. Seraphim. The Hammer's voice was low. Seraphim looked up at the Hammer. There was no light in his black eyes, but there was a strange warmth, not the light of a god, but the warmth of a human. The Hammer, he said, his voice hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken in a long time, the oracle of the King of Anvils. Former oracle. Former first seat. Seraphim smiled, a weary smile, but also a kind of ordinary person's relief that Lin Yuan had never seen before. We're all in the past. Hammer stared at him for a long time. Then he stepped aside to make way. Go in. He's inside. Seraphim entered the City of Freedom. He looked at the crooked house, the roads being paved, and the painting by the white deer. The painting depicted many people: a young man with black hair, a bald man, a white-haired man, a man in a grey trench coat, a man in a red trench coat, a man with a mechanical arm, a man wielding a lightsaber, a man painting, a man boiling water, a man handing out tools, a man moving stones. Below the painting were the words, "The seventh day in the City of Freedom. He taught us to build a city. He taught us to choose. He taught us never to forget. He stood before the painting, looking at himself in it. White hair, white robe, golden eyes. The person in the painting stood at the city gate, an arrow pointing inward. On the arrow were 2 words, "Come back." He returned. Alive, his left arm severed, his hair burned, but alive. Lin Yuan emerged from the crooked house and stood before Seraphim. The 2 men locked eyes. One was the rewriter, with a 31% accuracy rate. The other was the former first seat, with an unknown accuracy rate. Both men had black eyes, no gold, no divine light, only the color of humanity. "You're still alive," Lin Yuan said. "I haven't done what I promised you," Seraphim said. "What I promised Chen Shi. What I promised myself." "What's up?" "To live. To live freely." Lin Yuan stared at him for a long time. Then he reached out his hand. Seraphim looked at the hand, a dark red glove, luminous patterns, and a real warmth. He grasped it. His hand was cool, but his grip was tight. "Welcome," Lin Yuan said, "to the city of freedom." Seraphim smiled. There was weariness in that smile, but also a kind of ease that Lin Yuan had never seen before, the ease of a free man. "I didn't come here to stay," he said. "I came here to pay off my debts." "What debt?" "You saved my life. I'll give you a way out in return." He pulled something from the inner pocket of his tattered white robe. It was a fragment, a piece of the screenwriter's draft. But the writing on it wasn't Huxia, nor English, nor those ancient symbols. It was another script, more primitive, more fundamental, like the source code of this world. Lin Yuan's eye of truth automatically translated them. Second-level entrance to the deepest encrypted zone. Requires rewrite permissions plus 50% authenticity plus guidance from Chen Shi. Chen Shi's guidance. Not Chen Shi's blood, its guidance. Chen Shi is still alive, in the deepest part of the encrypted zone, in those forgotten data, in the cracks of time. He can guide the way. "How did you get this?" Lin Yuan asked. When the projection of the Lord of Light exploded, the walls of the 3rd underground level cracked open. Inside was a hidden compartment. Inside was a note. Seraphim paused. The note read, "For those who come after. Later comers. You." Seraphim looked at him. "Chen Shi knew you would come 3 eras ago. He left this note, waiting for you?" Lin Yuan's fingers tightened. He looked at the fragments in his hand, at the ancient characters, at the name Chen Shi, the prodigy of the first era, the first to desire freedom. He failed, but he did not disappear. He waits for those who come after him in the deepest part of the encrypted zone. "What else did he say?" Lin Yuan asked. Seraphim pulled a second fragment from his pocket. It had even fewer words on it, just one line. "Tell the rewriter authenticity isn't a number. It's about connections. The more people you connect with, the more authentic you are." Lin Yuan looked at these words and thought of Baiji. She disappeared, but she didn't disappear. Because someone remembered her. He remembered her, her father remembered her, and Bai Lu painted her. She is in the painting, in the memory, in those connections. She is real. He looked down at his wristband. Authenticity, 35%, plus 4%. Restored source, connection with Seraphim. Connection with Angelica. Connection with the City of Freedom, 35%. Another 4% increase. He's coming back, slowly, but definitely. "Are you planning to stay?" Lin Yuan asked Seraphim. Seraphim looked at the city. Crooked houses, makeshift tents, roads being paved. 319 people were busy, building, living. There was no god, no oracle, no judge. Only people. "May I?" he asked. "You've already stayed." Seraphim smiled. He walked to the crooked house and picked up a brick. His left arm was broken, so he could only use his right hand. He placed the brick against the wall. It was crooked. He tapped it with his right hand, and it was straight. His movements were slow and clumsy, like someone laying bricks for the first time. But he was very careful, taking his time to place each brick in the correct position. Hammer walked over, stood beside him, and watched him build the wall. "You laid it wrong," Hammer said. "This brick should be 2 centimeters to the left." Seraphim looked at the bricks, then at the hammer. "Are you the foreman?" "Yes." "Then I'll listen to you." He picked up the brick, moved it 2 centimeters to the left, and put it down. The man with the hammer looked at it and nodded. "That's enough." Seraphim continued laying bricks, one after another, and another. His hands trembled, and blood seeped from the severed part of his left arm, staining the sleeve of his white robe. But he did not stop. Feng Lei walked over and offered him a cigarette. "Want one?" "I don't smoke." "Did you smoke before?" "Before." Seraphim thought for a moment. "Before, I was the first seat. The first seat doesn't smoke. And now I'm the bricklayer." He took the cigarette, put it in his mouth, but didn't light it. "Now you can smoke." Feng Lei lit his cigarette for him. Seraphim took a drag, choked, coughed, and tears welled up in his eyes. First. Take your time." Feng Lei patted him on the shoulder and left. Seraphim, cigarette dangling from his lips, continued building. Ash fell onto the bricks, which he wiped away with his sleeve. His movements were still slow, but more steady than before. White Deer crouched in the corner, watching the white-haired, white-robed man, cigarette dangling from his lips, building the wall. She picked up her paintbrush and added a figure to the drawing. White hair, white robe, holding a brick, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Standing at the city gate, an arrow pointing inwards. The arrow bore 2 words, "Returned." She wrote another line below the drawing. "Day 8 in the City of Freedom. The wall builder has arrived. His name is Seraphim." The sun rose. Its orange-red light shone on the ruins, turning the grey rubble golden. 320 people stood in the golden light. They were building walls, paving roads, boiling water, drawing pictures, passing tools, and moving stones. Lin Yuan stood among them, 35% realism, with 18 items in his pockets, and a growing city behind him. He looked at the painting, at the people in it: a young man with black hair, a bald man, a man with white hair, a man in a grey trench coat, a man in a red trench coat, a man with a mechanical arm, a man wielding a lightsaber, a man painting, a man boiling water, a man handing over tools, a man moving stones. And there was the woman with long hair, crescent-shaped eyes, and paint on her apron. She stood at the very back, hand in hand. He was in the painting, and they were all in the painting. This city didn't belong to him alone. It belonged to everyone. He looked down at his wristband. Authenticity, 38%, plus 3%. City of Liberty construction progress, 50%, plus 10%. New residents, plus 1 person. Builders, 320 people, 50%. Half, 38% accuracy, still 62% short. But he wasn't in a hurry. Because Chen Shi had said that accuracy wasn't a number, it was a connection. He connected with Sumuking, Feng Lei, Tai Kui, Bai Lu, Lin Mo, the Red Queen, Lin Yuan Shan, Seraphim, Bai Ji, Xiao Cheng, and 320 residents. These connections were his accuracy. He turned off the screen, picked up a brick, and walked towards the unfinished wall. The brick was heavy, his hand was steady, and the sun was warm. He continued building. One brick, then another, and another. The wall grew, just like him, just like the city. In the distance, Seraphim, a cigarette dangling from his lips, was building a wall. Blood was still seeping from his left arm, but he didn't stop. His movements were still slow, but every brick was placed perfectly straight. The wall he was building was the straightest in Freedom City. Even Hammer applauded it. Bai Lu added another line of text to the painting. Evening of the 8th day in the City of Freedom. The wall is finished. Straight. On the 10th day of the construction of the City of Freedom, Lin Yuan's realism had recovered to 45%. It wasn't a sudden recovery, it was slow. With each wall he built, he grew a little. With each road he paved, he grew a little. With each conversation with a resident, he grew a little. Those connections, like capillaries, spread out densely, delivering nutrients to every corner of his body. His outline was no longer transparent, the color returned, the veins receded beneath his skin. He looked like a normal person. But he knew he wasn't. 45%, 55% away from 100%, 55% away from the deepest encrypted zone, 55% away from his mother, 55% away from Chen Shi. You're leaving tomorrow. Sumuking stood behind him, not asking a question, but stating a fact. Lin Yuan turned around. She was wearing that grey sweatshirt, her hair was tied in a ponytail, and she held that silver-white pen in her hand. In her pocket was the piece of paper with 19 words written on it. The writing on the paper was already blurred, but she would trace it over every day to keep it clear. Go to the deepest encrypted zone. Do you need 100% authenticity? You only have 45%. So I'll go to the recycle bin first. Find Chen Shi's blood. His blood can help me open the door to the encrypted zone. Sumuking looked at him, her brown eyes holding a light, not a divine light, but her own light. Lin Yuan had seen that light many times before, in kindergarten, in church, in every corner of the City of Freedom. It was the light of worry, the light of reluctance, the light of I'm with you. I'll go with you, she said. No. Why? Because you are the doctor of the City of Freedom. We need you here. We need you here too. Lin Yuan paused for a moment. I will come back. You always say that, Sumuking said softly. Last time you said that, the credibility dropped to 1%. It almost didn't come back. Not this time. How did you know? Lin Yuan thought for a moment. Because I'm not going alone this time. Sumuking looked at him for a long time. Then she smiled. There was weariness in that smile, but also a tenderness that Lin Yuan had never seen before, the kind that belonged to a waiter. Who should I take with me? Iron Hammer, Feng Lei, White Deer, Red Queen. 4 are enough. What about me? You stay here. Look at this city. Look at those people. Look at the way I came back. Sumuking's fingers tightened. She lowered her head, looking at the pen in her hand. The pen tip was trembling. Lin Yuan, she said, if one day you enter the deepest encrypted zone and meet your mother, tell her that her son is brave. Lin Yuan looked at her. Brown eyes, a clean smile, a face devoid of light. Tell her yourself, he said, I'll bring her back. Sumuking raised her head. Her eyes were red, but no tears fell. Okay, she said. She reached out her hand. Lin Yuan grasped it. Her hand was warm, and she held it tightly. The two stood in the doorway of that crooked house, the moonlight shining on them, casting long, long shadows. The two shadows were close together, inseparable. In the distance, the White Deer is painting. The painting depicts a city, with tall buildings, streets, trees, flowers, and a sun. The sun is large, round, and golden. Below the painting is a line of text, Day 10 in the City of Freedom. He's leaving. He will return. She added a figure to the painting. Black hair, black eyes, holding a glowing stone. Standing at a city gate, an arrow points outwards. The arrow bears the words, come back. Lin Yuan walked to Bai Lu's side, squatted down, and looked at her. White Deer. Your ability isn't about space. It's about existence. The white deer raised its head, its deep blue eyes looking at him. You can make things that don't exist, Lin Yuan said. The people you draw will slowly become real. The sun you draw will slowly rise. The city you draw will slowly grow. Bai Lu stared at him for a long time. Have you ever drawn yourself? She asked. Lin Yuan was taken aback. I've drawn it. Bai Lu pulled a piece of paper from her sketchbook and handed it to him. On the paper was a drawing of a person, black hair, black eyes, holding a glowing stone, standing in front of a city, with the sun, clouds, flowers, and trees behind him. Below the drawing was a line of text, he will come back. Lin Yuan looked at the painting, at himself in it. Black hair, black eyes, a glowing stone. That was him. He was the him in Bai Lu's memory. He was the him in the memories of the City of Freedom. He was the him who would never disappear. Thank you, he said. The white deer lowered its head and continued drawing. Lin Yuan stood up and walked towards Iron Hammer. Iron Hammer was inspecting the truck, his robotic arm reached into the hood, its fingers transforming into wrenches. His robotic legs reflected a cold light in the moonlight, and the hydraulic rods at the joints emitted a soft hissing sound. We'll leave tomorrow, Lin Yuan said. I know. Hammer didn't even look up. The car's fixed. It can get to the recycling center and back. Sure. Hammer raised his head and looked at him. There was a light in his gray eyes, not a mechanical light, but a human light. I'm sure, he said. I fixed it. Lin Yuan smiled. You smiled? Hammer said. It's the first time I've seen you smile. Yeah. You used to always have a frown on your face, like you were carrying the weight of the whole world. Lin Yuan touched his face. And now, I'm still carrying it on my back. But at least I'm smiling now. Iron Hammer lowered his head and continued repairing the car. Lin Yuan stood beside him, watching his hands. Mechanical fingers, a metallic surface, etched with the words Iron Hammer Man. He had carved those words himself. After becoming a tool, and after finding himself again. Iron Hammer? You are a human being. Iron Hammer's hand paused. He looked up at Lin Yuan. His gray eyes reddened. I know, he said. Now I know. Lin Yuan patted him on the shoulder, then turned and left. Feng Lei leaned against the wall, a cigarette dangling from his lips. His fingers groped his pockets, no cigarettes, but he resisted the urge. His lightsaber hung at his waist, the hilt engraved with his sister's name, Feng Ziahe. He didn't remember what she looked like, but he remembered the name. You've quit smoking for 10 days, Lin Yuan said. 11 days. Feng Lei took the cigarette out of his mouth. It started the day your accuracy dropped to 8%. Why? Because you said smoking accelerates the loss of realism. That's my authenticity, not yours. Same. Feng Lei looked at him. I'll quit smoking if you're alive. I'll smoke myself to death if you die. Lin Yuan stared at him for a long time. I will live. You say that every time. This time it's for real. Feng Lei looked at him, a slight smile playing on his lips. You always say, this time it's for real. Lin Yuan smiled. Feng Lei smiled too. The two leaned against the wall, looking at the moon. The moonlight shone on the ruins, turning the gray rubble silver. Feng Lei. Your sister's name is Feng Ziahe. I will help you find her. Feng Lei's fingers stopped. In the root server's recycle bin, Lin Yuan said, there's a drawer labeled with her name. I'll open it once my realism is high enough. Feng Lei didn't speak. His eyes were red, but no tears fell. He lowered his head, looking at the name on the hilt of the sword, Feng Ziahe. 3 words, engraved very deeply. Thank you, he said softly. Lin Yuan patted him on the shoulder, then turned and left. The Red Queen stood atop the highest ruins, gazing south. In her hand she gripped a dark red dagger, its blade etched with flowing runes. Her eyes were deep red, like 2 garnets in the moonlight. You're leaving tomorrow, she said. I'll go with you. Good. She turned and looked at him. There was a light in her deep red eyes, not the light of an evil god, but her own light. Do you know why I went with you? Why? Because you were the first person who made me feel that there was still hope for this world. Lin Yuan remained silent. Huangju thinks so too. Her voice was soft. He ran 5 kilometers and died in front of you. He believed in you. I believe in you too. She reached out her hand. Lin Yuan grasped it. Her hand was cold, but her grip was tight. Don't die, she said. Try your best. Not try your best, but must. Lin Yuan looked at her for a long time. Okay. The Red Queen released her grip and turned to walk deeper into the ruins. Her red trench coat turned a dark purple in the moonlight, like a flower about to wither. But she walked steadily, each step firm. Lin Yuan walked towards the crooked house. The door wasn't locked. He pushed it open and went inside. There was a table in the house, and a lamp on the table. The lamp was on. Sumuking sat beside the table, holding a silver white pen in her hand. The paper was covered with writing. What are you writing? Lin Yuan asked. A diary. Without looking up, she said, write down what happened after you left. I'll read it to you when you come back. What if I don't come back? Sumuking's hand stopped. She looked up at him. There was a light in his brown eyes, not a divine light, but her own light. In that light was worry, reluctance, something indescribable. You'll come back, she said. You promised. Lin Yuan walked up to her, squatted down, and looked her in the eye. I promised. Sumuking looked at him for a long time. Then she reached out and handed him the piece of paper covered with writing. These are what I remember. Take them with you. Just look at them if you forget. Lin Yuan took the paper. It was covered in dense writing, not gold, but black, ordinary ink. She wrote about everyone, everything, every word. She wrote about every day in the City of Freedom, from day 1 to day 10. She wrote about the crooked house, the straightest wall, the painting by the white deer. She wrote about Xiao Cheng's paper flowers, Bai Ji's smile, Seraphim's cigarettes. She wrote about him. You've written so much. Lin Yuan's voice was very soft. I'm afraid you'll forget, Samuking said. Your authenticity is only 45%. You might forget many things. But this piece of paper won't be forgotten. As long as you carry it with you, you won't forget. Lin Yuan folded the paper and put it in his pocket, along with business cards, badges, stones, metal, paintings, umbrellas, paper, pens, paper flowers, scraps, and letters. His pocket grew fuller and fuller, as did his heart. Samuking. Wait for me to come back. She looked at him, her brown eyes reddening, but no tears fell. Good. Lin Yuan stood up, turned, and walked out of the house. Moonlight shone on him, casting a long shadow. He walked to the painting and looked at himself in it. Black hair, black eyes, holding a glowing stone in his hand. Standing at the city gate, an arrow pointed outwards. The arrow bore 2 words, come back. He reached out and touched the 2 characters. The ink wasn't dry yet, a little got onto his finger. Black, ordinary ink. But it looked real. He looked down at his wristband. Authenticity, 48%, plus 3%. City of Liberty construction progress, 65%, plus 5%. Distance from departure, 6 hours. 6 hours. He sat beneath the painting, leaning against the wall, eyes closed. Moonlight shone on his face, silvery white and cool. He listened to the sounds of the city Taikawi repairing cars, Fang Lei sharpening swords, Bela painting, the Red Queen patrolling, Samuking writing in her diary, Lin Mo warming wine behind the bar, Lin Yuanshan standing guard on the highest ruin. 320 residents were sleeping, dreaming, and living. These voices were his reality. Not numbers, but connections. He connected with them, and they connected with him. He closed his eyes, thinking of those names. Samuking, Fang Lei, Iron Hammer, White Deer, Lin Mo, Red Queen, Lin Yuanshan, Seraphim, Xiao Cheng, Luo Xiao, Luo Chuan, Huangju, the headmaster, Xiao Yu, Tian Tian, Bai Ji, Chen Shi, and those he hadn't found yet. His mother, Fang Lei's sister, Chen Shi's freedom. He opened his eyes, it was dawn. The sun had risen, its orange-red light bathing the ruins, turning the grey rubble gold. 320 people stood in the gold, watching him. Hammer stood beside the truck, its mechanical arm reflecting a cold light in the sunlight. Fang Lei leaned against the truck, an unlit cigarette dangling from his lips. Bai Lu clutched her sketchbook, her deep blue eyes turning a pale blue in the morning light. Red Queen sat in the truck bed, a dagger resting on her knees. Lin Mo peeked out from behind the bar, a glass of warm wine in his hand. Lin Yuanshan stood atop the highest ruin, a rusty knife clutched in his hand. Samuking stood at the doorway of the crooked house, a silver pen in her hand. Lin Yuan stood up and walked towards the truck. He stopped at the door and glanced back at the city. The crooked houses, the makeshift tents, the roads being paved. The painting by the white deer, the wall built by Raphael to block the way, the house where Samuking wrote her diary. And those people, those waiting for his return. He got into the truck. Hammer started the engine, and the truck roared off. Behind him, the City of Freedom grew smaller and smaller, until it became a dot and disappeared below the horizon. But Lin Yuan knew it was still there. Those people were still there, those connections were still there. His sense of reality was increasing. Authenticity, 50%, plus 2%. City of Liberty construction progress, 65%. Distance to the recycle bin, 2 hours. 50%. Half. That's enough. At least enough for today. He leaned against the car window, looking out. The ruins receded, the sky advanced, and the great fissure in the sky shone like a half-closed eye. Perhaps one day it would close, perhaps not. But at least today, he was on the road. To the recycling center, to find Chen Shi's blood, to find his mother, to find freedom. In his pocket, the piece of paper covered in writing was burning hot. Samuking's handwriting shone through the fabric onto his skin. The words were warm, like her fingers, like her embrace, like her waiting. Lin Yuan closed his eyes. He heard her voice waiting for you to come back. He will come back. The root server's recycle bin was exactly the same as when Lin Yuan last visited. A massive warehouse, with ceilings so high he couldn't see the top, and countless drawers stretching from the ground to unseen heights. Each drawer was labeled name, number, era. Those deleted entities lay quietly inside, waiting for someone with the necessary privileges to open them. But this time was different. This time, Lin Yuan's realism was 50%, not 87%. He could feel his own presence unsteady, like standing on a swaying deck. But his gloves were shiny, a dark red light flowing at his fingertips, like flames, like blood. He was qualified to open those drawers. Hammer stood in the doorway, his mechanical arm hanging at his side. His body was too large to fit through the narrow passage between the drawers, so he had to wait outside. Fang Lei leaned against him, his lightsaber tucked into his waistband, his fingers patting his pocket. No cigarette, but he refrained from doing so. White Deer crouched in the corner, clutching a sketchbook, her deep blue eyes gleaming in the darkness. Red Queen stood at the very back, a short sword in her hand, runes flowing within it. E001. Lin Yuan read the number on the label and walked towards that row of drawers. Section E was at the deepest part of the warehouse, where the lights were dimmer and the air was colder. Various names were labeled on the drawers on both sides, some he recognized, some he didn't. The first era, the second era, those reset worlds, those forgotten people. He found E001. The drawer wasn't large, about 30 centimeters wide and 20 centimeters high. The label was handwritten, the handwriting messy, as if the hand was trembling while writing. E001 Chenxi's first era status, trapped. It's not deleted, it's trapped. He's still alive, in the deepest part of the encrypted zone, in those forgotten data, in the cracks of time. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and opened the drawer. There was no blood in the drawer. It was an eye. Black, bright, alive. It was in the center of the drawer, suspended in midair, slowly rotating. Its pupils were deep, like a well, like a night sky, like a bottomless black hole. It looked at Lin Yuan, not at him, but at what was behind him, at the connections, the memories, the reality behind him. Lin Yuan's hands were trembling. He had seen many strange things, monsters, gods, dungeons, scriptwriters. But he had never seen a living, independent eye that could see people. Are you Chenxi? His voice was very soft. The eyes blinked. Then a voice came from the drawer. Not from the eyes, it came from the drawer itself, from the metal walls, from the vibrations of the air. It was soft, distant, like someone shouting from the other side of a valley. You are the rewriter. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan. The voice repeated his name, as if savoring the taste of each word. Bai Ji-sen. Do you know my mother? She was the bravest person I've ever met. He paused, then continued, and I'm the one who ruined her. Lin Yuan's fingers tightened. What do you mean? I told her to wait for me outside. I said I'd come back. I didn't. Her voice trailed off. 3 epochs. She waited for me for 3 epochs. Lin Yuan thought of Baiji. Her smile, her eyes, the paint on her apron. She waited for him for 3 eras, from the first to the third, from 100% authenticity to 45%, from existence to disappearance. She wandered in the lower realms of existence, living on the memories of others. The person she waited for never returned. But she did not give up. She's still waiting, Lin Yuan said. She told me to come find you. A light flickered in the drawer. The eye shone brighter, its pupils deeper. Did she know how to get in? She said she needs your guidance. The sound fell silent. For a long time, so long that Lin Yuan thought it had disappeared. Then it rang out again, softer and farther away, like a sigh from someone who had walked for a long time in the desert. My body is gone. Only this eye remains. What it can see, I can see. Where it can go, I can go. How do I use it? Take it with you. Enter the encrypted zone. It will guide you to my consciousness. My consciousness holds the key to unlock the deepest encrypted zone. Lin Yuan reached out and grasped the eye. It was cool, like a piece of glass, like a pebble. But it beat in his palm, in sync with his heartbeat. Item, Chenxi's eyes. Relic of the first era rewriter. Ability, guiding direction. Side effect, the holder will see things they shouldn't see, memories of other eras, erased individuals, and futures that never happened. Realism consumption, -1% per minute. He's losing 1% every minute. He's at 50% now, and can only last 50 minutes. Lin Yuan put his eyes in his pocket. He placed them alongside business cards, badges, stones, metal, paintings, an umbrella, paper, pens, paper flowers, scraps of paper, letters, and Sumuking's diary. His pockets grew fuller and fuller, as did his heart. He turned and walked towards the door. Hammer looked at him. Got it. Got it. What is it? One eye. Hammer paused, taken aback. Eyes. Chenxi's eyes. His body is gone, only his eyes remain. They can guide us to him. Hammer stared at him for a long time. Is your authenticity enough? 50%. It's dropping by 1% per minute. I have 50 minutes. Is 50 minutes enough? Lin Yuan glanced at the wristband. Location of deepest encrypted zone entrance, bottom layer of the root server. Distance, 500 meters. Estimated arrival time, 10 minutes. Estimated decryption time, unknown. Estimated return time, unknown. That's enough, he said. You always say that. Feng Lei's voice came from behind. This time it's for real. Feng Lei looked at him, a slight smile playing on his lips. You always say, this time it's for real. Lin Yuan smiled. Feng Lei smiled too. Bai Lu, clutching her sketchbook, stared into Lin Yuan's pocket with her deep blue eyes. She sensed something, not his eyes, but his presence. A being trapped for 3 eras, pulsating within his pocket. Will it hurt? The white deer asked. Lin Yuan looked at her. I don't know. If it hurts, touch it, said the white deer. When I'm in pain, touching the painting makes it stop hurting. Lin Yuan reached into his pocket and touched the eye. It was cold, but slowly warmed in his palm. Perhaps it was responding, or perhaps it was just his body heat. Let's go, he said. 5 people walked out of the recycle bin and headed towards the very bottom of the root server. The corridor grew narrower, the lights dimmer, and the air colder. Words flowed on the walls, the source code of this world, the script, the destiny. Lin Yuan's eye of insight activated automatically. He saw the words changing, modifying, adapting to his presence. He had been noticed by this world. Warning, the rewriter is approaching the deepest encrypted zone. The writers have taken note of your actions. Estimated intervention time, 15 minutes. 15 minutes. That's enough. They ran. Iron Hammer was in front, his mechanical legs making a dull thud with each step. Feng Lei was behind, his lightsaber already lit, its golden light illuminating the corridor. White Deer was in the middle, her fingers moving, space slightly distorting at her fingertips, ready to open a passage at any moment. Red Queen was at the rear, runes on her dagger bleeding, dark red light illuminating her face like a mask. Lin Yuan was positioned slightly behind the middle, with 20 items bobbing in his pocket like 20 hearts. Chen Shi's eyes were the most intense, like a stone that had been held for a long time. At the end of the corridor was a door. Not an iron door, not a stone door, not a door of light, it was a mirror. Exactly the same mirror he had seen on the 3rd level of the root server. Black frame, deep blue surface, the color of the deep sea, or the night sky. There was no reflection in the mirror, only darkness, an abyss, the unknown. Entrance to the deepest encrypted zone. Requires, rewriter privileges, confirmed, plus 50% authenticity, confirmed, plus Chen Shi's guidance, confirmed. Lin Yuan placed his hand on the mirror. The glove shone, a dark red light flowing between his fingertips. The mirror rippled, like a pebble thrown into water. The ripples spread, revealing a hole. On the other side of the hole was not darkness but light. White, dazzling, like the light of the sun. I'll go in alone, Lin Yuan said. You're here again. Feng Lei's voice was full of dissatisfaction. This time it really is just one person. The encrypted zone only allows those who can rewrite the code. Your credentials aren't strong enough, you'll be deleted if you enter. Feng Lei stared at him for a long time. Then he nodded. How long? 50 minutes. What about after 50 minutes? Go back and tell Sumuking that I did my best. Go tell her yourself. Feng Lei's voice was firm. I won't relay your message. Lin Yuan looked at him and smiled. Okay. He turned and walked into the light. The light was so bright it was blinding. Lin Yuan shielded his eyes with his arm and walked forward step by step. There was no ground beneath his feet, it was empty space, but he didn't fall. He was floating in an ocean of light. Chen Shi's eyes flickered in his pocket, growing hotter and brighter. It was guiding him left, right, up, down. The light changed, from white to gold, from gold to blue, from blue to black. Then the light disappeared. He stood in a void. There was no up, no down, no left, no right. Only him, his pocket, his gloves, and his reality. Chen Shi's eyes floated out of his pocket, hovering in front of him, watching him. We've arrived? The voice came from the depths of his eyes. This is the deepest encrypted zone. No one has been here for 3 eras. Lin Yuan looked around. Something was glowing in the void, not light, but words. Countless lines of text floated in the void, like stars, like dust. He approached one line of text and saw. The world was created on the 1st day of the first age. Character creation, Chen Shi, day 2 of the first era. First era, day 3, instance creation, the crying kindergarten, first draft. He approached another row. On the 1047th day of the first era, Chen Shi entered the deepest encrypted zone. Accompanying him, Baiji. On the 1047th day of the first era, Chen Shi attempted to rewrite the underlying code. Failed. Reason, insufficient realism. On the 1047th day of the first era, Chen Shi is trapped. Baiji evacuates. He approached the 3rd row. World reset on day 1 of the 2nd era. Reason, the first era scenario went out of control. All character data was wiped on day 1 of the 2nd era. Exceptions, Chen Shi, trapped in the deepest encrypted zone, Baiji, existing in a lower level. He approached the 4th row. World reset on day 1 of the 3rd age. Reason, insufficient reader satisfaction during the 2nd age. All character data was wiped on day 1 of the 3rd era. Exceptions, Chen Shi, trapped in the deepest encrypted zone, Baiji, existing in a lower level, Mr. Mo, oil paper umbrella. He approached the 5th line. Character creation, Lin Yuan, day 12 of the 3rd era. Lin Yuan stared at the words, his fingers trembling. His birth was written in a line of code. His name was typed out. His destiny was predetermined. But he stood here, before these words, in this void, in this deepest encrypted zone. He was alive. Not written to be alive, he lived on his own. You saw it. Chen Shi's voice came from the depths of his eyes. You were written down. Your pain, your struggle, your resistance, all of it was written down. Perhaps, Lin Yuan said, looking at the words, but I chose to stand here. His eyes fell silent. Your script didn't say I'd come to the deepest encrypted zone, Lin Yuan said. Your script didn't say I'd find your eyes. Your script didn't say I'd stand here and talk to you. These are my own choices. Their eyes lit up. You're right. Chen Shi's voice was softer, but more steady. The script didn't include these things. You are outside the script. You are freedom. Lin Yuan reached out and grasped the eye. It throbbed in his palm, in sync with his heartbeat. How can I get you out? He asked. My body is gone. My consciousness is trapped in this eye. You need to take it out and find a new body. What body? Any body. A bird, a fish, a person. As long as it's alive, I can attach myself to it. Lin Yuan thought for a moment. There are many people in the City of Freedom. Perhaps someone would be willing. I don't need anyone else, Chen Shi said softly. I'll use yourself. What's the meaning? Your authenticity is only 50%. If you place my consciousness into your body, my authenticity will be restored. Your body will become a vessel for both of us. You will become stronger, but you will also hear my voice, see my memories, and feel my pain. What's the price? The price is you are no longer just yourself. You are you and me. Lin Yuan paused for a moment. He looked at that eye, at those black, bright, living pupils. He thought of Baiji. She had waited for 3 epochs, waiting for this person to return. If he didn't agree, she would continue to wait. Perhaps another 3 epochs, perhaps forever. Okay, he said. His eye shattered. Not shattered, it melted, like ice melting in the sun, like snow disappearing in spring. It turned into a ball of light, golden, warm, like a miniature sun. The light pierced Lin Yuan's chest, through his skin, through his muscles, through his bones, and stopped beside his heart. There it beat, in sync with his heart. Lin Yuan's body trembled. His eyes closed, then opened. His pupils changed, not black, not gold, but deep brown, like Chen Shi's eyes, like Baiji's eyes, like those eyes that had connected so many people. Authenticity, 100%, plus 50%. Source, Chen Shi's authenticity transfer. Current status, rewriter fusion. Your existence has stabilized. You will not disappear again. 100%. His features no longer faded, his colors no longer faded, his memories no longer faded. He remembered everything: Xiao Yu's face, the sweet sunflowers, the principal's last words, Bai Ji's smile, Chen Shi's eyes. He remembered them, they were in his body, in his heart, in his connection. He looked down at his hands. His skin was its normal color, the veins had receded beneath. He was real. No longer 1%, no longer 50%, but 100%. He turned and walked toward the light. The light was so bright that he couldn't open his eyes. But he didn't block it. He stepped into the light, letting it shine on his face, on his body, and into his eyes. His eyes, which were deep brown, turned golden in the light, not the light of God, but his own light. He stepped out of the mirror. Feng Lei stood at the door, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He dropped it when he saw Lin Yuan come out. Your eyes. It's changed, Lin Yuan said. Dark brown. It's not the color. It's the look in your eyes. You look like 2 different people. Lin Yuan smiled. I am 2 people. He walked out of the recycle bin, out of the root server, out of the tunnel leading to the ground. The sunlight shone on his face, warm and comforting. The outline of the city of freedom appeared on the horizon: crooked houses, makeshift tents, roads being paved. The painting by the white deer, the wall blocked by Raphael, the house where Sumuking wrote her diary. He looked down at his wristband. Authenticity, 100%. City of Liberty construction progress, 70%. Chen Shi status, integrated. Consciousness stable. The deepest encrypted zone has been unlocked. You can enter at any time. He turned off the screen and headed towards the city of freedom. 20 items in his pocket were throbbing, like 20 hearts. Chen Shi's heart beat beside his own, 2 hearts, 1 rhythm. Sumuking stood in the doorway of that crooked house, holding the silver pen in her hand. She saw Lin Yuan and smiled. There was weariness in that smile, but also a joy that Lin Yuan had never seen before, a joy that belonged to waiting for the end. You're back. I'm back. Your eyes. Chen Shi's. Sumuking looked at him for a long time. Then she walked over and took his hand. Her hand was warm, and she held it tightly. You're not alone anymore, she said. I never was. Lin Yuan looked at the city, at those waiting for him. I am all of you. In the distance, the white deer is painting. The painting depicts a city, with tall buildings, streets, trees, flowers, and a sun. The sun is large, round, and golden. Below the painting is written, City of Freedom, Day 11. He has returned. With another's heart. She added a figure to the painting. Black hair, dark brown eyes, holding a glowing stone. Standing at a city gate, an arrow points inward. The arrow bears the words, at home. On the 15th day after the construction of the City of Freedom, Lin Yuan's realism reached 100% for the first time. It didn't happen suddenly, it rose slowly. Every newly built wall, every newly paved road, every new resident pushed that number up a little. From 70% to 80%, from 80% to 90%, from 90% to 100%. He stood in the doorway of that crooked house, looking down at his hands. His skin was a normal color, the veins receding beneath. He now cast a shadow in the sunlight, a thick, dark shadow, like anyone else's. What are you looking at? Sumuking walked over, holding a cup of hot water. Her realism was only 35%, but her features were much more defined than before. Those things she had forgotten slowly returned after reading her own notes. Not completely restored, it was like a faded photograph being recolored. The colors weren't quite right, but at least they were still legible. Look at my shadow, Lin Yuan said. I have a shadow now. Sumuking glanced down and smiled. Haven't you seen this before? It used to be there. Very faint. Like it was about to dissipate. And now. He stepped on the shadow on the ground. Now it's real. Sumuking handed him the water. He took the cup and took a sip. The water was warm, just enough to warm his hands. He looked up at the city. 15 days ago, this place was ruins. Now, there were more than 60 makeshift houses, a paved cobblestone road, a communal kitchen, a medical tent, and a place for children to draw. 380 residents, 312 rescued from Water City, plus more than 60 who had fled from other places. They were busy, building, and living. Construction progress of the City of Liberty, 80%. Lin Yuan looked down at the wristband. City of Liberty construction progress, 80%. Authenticity, 100%. Chen Shi's status, integrated. Consciousness stable, 100%. He once thought he'd never reach that number, but now it's there, like a nail driven into his wrist. Lin Yuan. A voice echoed in his mind. Not heard by his ears, it appeared directly in his brain. It was soft, distant, like someone shouting from the other side of a valley. It was Chen Shi, the prophet of the first era, the first person to want freedom. His body was gone, his consciousness trapped in Chen Shi's eye, that eye merging into Lin Yuan's body, resting beside his heart. Chen Shi, Lin Yuan answered in his mind, you're awake. I didn't sleep. I've been watching. Chen Shi's voice had a strange quality, like the friction of metal, or like wind blowing through withered leaves. Your city is well built. Have you ever seen a city? I've seen it. There were cities in the first era. They were huge, very bright, and had flying cars. But they were all destroyed later. When the system was reset, all the cities were ruins. Do you remember the first age? I remember some fragments. Like shattered mirrors, each piece reflecting a different scene. Chen Shi paused. The Tower of Babel. I've seen it. It wasn't a dungeon, it was judgment. Lin Yuan's finger stopped. The Tower of Babel. The first age also had the Tower of Babel. Humanity wanted to build a tower, which offended the gods. The gods punished them by making them speak different languages and unable to understand each other. But that's not mythology, it's a dungeon. The first A-rank dungeon. Just as Lin Yuan was about to ask further, the sky brightened. Not the sun, it was another kind of light. Golden, blinding, surging in from the direction of the great fissure, like a flood, like lava. The light condensed in the air, becoming a huge line of text, so large that all of Shanghai could see it. Global announcement, the A-rank dungeon The Fall of Babel will open in 72 hours. Location, nameless island in the central Pacific Ocean. The first team to clear the dungeon will receive the mythical item Rider's Pen. Eligibility, any faction is welcome to participate. The golden words lingered in the air for 30 seconds before vanishing. But those words were etched into everyone's eyes. The residents of the City of Freedom emerged from their houses, stood on the cobblestone path, and gazed at the sky. Some were afraid, some excited, and some bewildered. Lin Yuan stood in front of the crooked house, looking at the sky. Beside his heart, Chen Shi's consciousness beat. The Tower of Babel. Chen Shi's voice was even softer, as if afraid of being overheard. It's here again. The news spread faster than Lin Yuan had expected. In less than an hour, 3 groups of people arrived in the City of Freedom. The first group was from the Church of Radiance. A young woman, about 27 or 28 years old, wore a white robe with the Son of the Lord of Radiance embroidered on her chest. Her hair was golden, her eyes were golden, and her expression was golden, a cold, emotionless kind of golden. Her wristband was white, with the words First Seat Claire, Church of Radiance, S-Rank written on it in gold. She stood at the entrance to the City of Freedom, looking at the crooked house, a slight smile playing on her lips. That smile held a hint of disdain, an arrogance that said, I can destroy this place anytime. Are you the rewriter? She asked. Lin Yuan stood before her. You're the new number 1 seat. Claire. She looked at him, her golden eyes expressionless, Seraphim's successor. He was too weak, misled by you heretics. I will not make the same mistake. What are you doing here? Just letting you know. In the Tower of Babel instance, the Church of Light will obtain the Rider's Pen. You ragtag troops had better not come here to die. She turned and walked away. Golden light paved a path beneath her feet, leading south. She took a few steps, then stopped, without looking back. By the way, Sumuking a traitor. I'll personally clean house after the dungeon ends. She disappeared. Sumuking stood behind Lin Yuan, her fingers clenched so tightly they turned white. Her face was expressionless, but Lin Yuan could see her hands trembling. Don't be afraid, he said. I wasn't afraid. Sumuking's voice was soft. It's just that. I used to be like that too. Arrogant, cold, thinking I represented God. Now, it's like looking at a ghost in a mirror. Lin Yuan grasped her hand. You're not a ghost anymore. Sumuking looked at him and smiled. There was weariness in that smile, but also a sense of relief, a feeling of I know. The second group arrived from the Golden Balance Church. One was a middle-aged man, dressed in a well-tailored black suit, his hair meticulously combed, holding a tablet computer. His wristband was gold, with the word scales on it. Wang He, Director of Business Negotiations, Golden Balance Church. Mr. Lin Yuan. He smiled and extended his hand. I've heard so much about you. Lin Yuan did not shake hands. Get to the point. Wang He withdrew his hand, his smile unchanged. The Tower of Babel instance. The Church of the Golden Scales wants to cooperate with you. What kind of cooperation are we going to do? Resource sharing, intelligence exchange. After clearing the level, the Rider's Pen is yours, all other drops are ours. He turned the tablet around, a contract was displayed on the screen, fair trade. Why did you contact us? Because you are the only force without divine protection. Your victory will not strengthen any deity. For us, this is the best outcome. Lin Yuan glanced at the contract. What if I refuse? Wang He's smile remained unchanged. Then we'll find someone else. But finding someone else will come at a higher price. He put away his tablet. Think about it. 72 hours. See you at the dungeon entrance. He's gone. The Red Queen emerged from the shadows, watching Wang He's retreating figure. The people of the Golden Scales are more disgusting than the evil god. At least the evil god doesn't pretend. Do you think we can cooperate? Lin Yuan asked. No, they'll betray you at the last second. Lin Yuan nodded. The third group to arrive was the Thousand-Throat Beast cult. Monica led the group. She was as thin as a bamboo pole, her face painted with dark red runes, her hair shaved off, revealing a dense network of scars on her scalp. Behind her followed 30 cultists, each carrying a dark red chain. She looked at Lin Yuan and smiled. That smile held curiosity, and a hint of surprise that he wasn't dead. Is it 100% authentic? She asked. Interesting. Last time I saw you, it was only 6%. You lost to me last time. We didn't lose. We just didn't win. She walked over and stood in front of Lin Yuan, her dark red eyes meeting his deep brown ones. Babel Tower, the Thousand-Throat Beast Order will not cooperate with you. But they won't fight you either. Why? Because we want different things. You want the writer's pen. We want the voice from within the tower. What was that sound? Monica's smile vanished. The Thousand-Throat Beast says that one of his children is imprisoned in the Tower of Babel, sealed away for 3 eras. We must release it. She turned and walked south. After a few steps, she stopped. Red Queen, you chose well. The Red Queen emerged from the shadows, watching Monica's retreating figure. She's changed? Has it gotten better or worse? She's changed. Before, she couldn't speak. She only knew how to kill. Lin Yuan looked south. 3 groups of people, 3 directions, 1 goal, the Tower of Babel. That evening, Lin Yuan gathered his team. In the crooked house, there was an oil lamp, a table, and 6 chairs. Sumuking sat to his left, Taikawi to his right, Bailu opposite him, Mr. Mo leaning against the wall, and the Red Queen leaning against the doorframe. Tower of Babel. A-rank dungeon. I want to go, Lin Yuan said. We all have to go, Hammer's mechanical arm hummed. You can't go alone. I know. So I'm asking you who wants to go. Sumuking was the first to raise her hand. Me. Hammer raised the robotic arm. Count me in. The white deer raises its paintbrush. Mr. Mo stepped out from behind the wall, clutching the cracked oil paper umbrella. For 3 eras, I have been waiting for a tower. The Tower of Babel, the place where humanity first attempted to reach the gods. And also the place where it was first punished. The Red Queen straightened up from the doorframe. I've killed people, a lot. But this time, I'm killing a dungeon. 6 people. That's enough. Mr. Mo, Sumuking looked at him, hesitated for a moment. Are you sure you want to go? You're too old. Mr. Mo smiled. There was weariness in that smile, but also a heavy, profound sense of relief accumulated over 3 eras. I'm old, so I'm not afraid of death. And he held up his oil paper umbrella. This umbrella has been with me for 3 eras. It has seen the Tower of Babel. It can guide the way. Sumuking looked at him but didn't say anything more. Lin Yuan stood up. 72 hours. We need to prepare, weapons, food, intelligence, a hammer, and a vehicle. It's fixed. White deer, spatial portal. We need to travel back and forth quickly. Bailu nodded. Red Queen, intelligence. The Church of Radiance, the Golden Scales, the Thousand-Throat Beast, their movements. It's already under investigation. Sumuking, medical. Medicines, bandages, magical artifacts. Ready. Mr. Mo, the information about the Tower of Babel. You know everything. Mr. Mo opened his oil paper umbrella, and lines of ancient text appeared on its surface, not Huxia, not English, but the source code of a copy. In the first era, the Tower of Babel had 9 levels. Each level required the sacrifice of something precious: memory, emotion, name, lifespan, voice, sight, companion, faith, self. He paused. 9 levels. Each level was a choice. What will happen if we make a sacrifice? Hammer asked. It will be lost. Forever. The room fell silent. The flame of the oil lamp flickered, casting a swaying shadow on the wall. Lin Yuan looked at them. Sumuking, Iron Hammer, White Deer, Mr. Mo, Red Queen. 5 faces, 5 eyes, 5 levels of realism. None were particularly high, but all were very bright. I'm not asking you to sacrifice anything, Lin Yuan said. If you don't want to reach that level, then leave. I'll continue alone. You always say that, Sumuking said softly. This time it's for real. You always say, this time it's for real. Lin Yuan looked at her and smiled. Sumuking smiled too. Taikawi tapped the table. All right, enough of that. Let's get ready to go. 72 hours later. At the gates of the City of Freedom, 380 residents stood on the cobblestone road, watching 6 people: Lin Yuan, Sumuking, Iron Hammer, White Deer, Mr. Mo, and Red Queen. 6 people, a beat-up truck, 20 items, and a city that was not yet finished. Lin Yuan Shan stood atop the highest ruin, clutching the rusty knife in his hand. He looked at Lin Yuan, his dark eyes holding a light, not a divine light, but his own. That light contained pride, reluctance, and something indescribable. Come back, he said. Lin Yuan looked at his father. That scarred face, those dark eyes, the man whose name he had almost forgotten. Bring them back, Lin Yuan said. Lin Yuan Shan laughed. You always say that. This time it's for real. You always say, this time it's for real. The father and son looked at each other. Then Lin Yuan Shan jumped down from the ruins, walked up to Lin Yuan, and patted him on the shoulder. The hand was heavy and warm, exactly the same as he remembered. Be careful, he said. Lin Yuan turned and got into the truck. Hammer started the engine, and the truck roared off. Behind him, Freedom City grew smaller and smaller, until it became a dot and disappeared below the horizon. But Lin Yuan knew it was still there. Those people were still there, those connections were still there. His authenticity is 100%. But authenticity isn't a number, it's about connection. He connected with them, and they connected with him. He leaned against the car window, looking out. The ruins receded, the sky advanced, and the great fissure shone in the heavens like a half-closed eye. Chen Shi's voice echoed in his mind, soft and distant. The Tower of Babel, I've seen it. That's not a copy, it's judgment. Whom will be judged? Lin Yuan asked himself. Everyone. Humans, gods, writers. Everyone. The truck drove towards the southern coast. Ahead lay the Pacific Ocean, an unnamed island, and the Tower of Babel. 9 levels, 9 sacrifices, 9 choices. And there was that pen, the writer's pen. A pen that could rewrite scripts. Lin Yuan touched the gloves in his pocket. A dark red light flowed between his fingertips. We're here, said Hammer. Lin Yuan looked up and saw a tower on the sea. A black, enormous tower that pierced the clouds. The surface of the tower was covered with writing not in any known language, but in copies of the source code. The writing glowed, like veins, like rivers, like countless lines of destiny being written. The Tower of Babel. It was waiting for him. The Tower of Babel was larger than Lin Yuan had imagined. When the truck stopped by the sea, it was still dark. The sea was black, merging with the sky, indistinguishable from the water. Only the tower, a black, enormous tower piercing the clouds, glossed in the darkness. Not a golden light, but a silvery white, cold light, like moonlight, like a blade. The tower's surface was covered with inscriptions, flowing like blood in veins, like water in a river. They were not any known language, not Hyuxia, not English, not those ancient symbols. They were the source code of a copy, the most fundamental language of this world. Lin Yuan stood on the beach, looking up, unable to see the top of the tower. The top disappeared into the clouds. What lay above the clouds? He didn't know. Chen Shi's voice echoed in his mind, soft and distant. In the first era, this tower was even taller. Tall enough to touch the sky. Then the sky collapsed. What does the sky has collapsed mean? Lin Yuan asked himself. Reset. The collapse of the first era marks the beginning of the second era. Lin Yuan remained silent. He stared at the inscriptions on the tower, and his eye of insight activated automatically. The inscriptions transformed into readable text within his field of vision. The Fall of Babel, an A-rank dungeon, was designed by Lost. Creation time, day 847 of the third era. Rebuild based on the first era prototype. Note, this dungeon was the most anticipated classic return in the readers' poll, with 67% support. 67% of readers voted for this tower. It wasn't naturally generated, it was written. It was lost by those readers, lost by those who tipped and voted. Lin Yuan. Sumuking's voice came from behind. What are you looking at? Let's see how this tower came to be. How come? Written out. Sumuking paused for a moment. She walked to his side and stood beside him, looking at the tower. The moonlight shone on her face, turning her brown eyes silver gray. And what about you? She asked. You were also written about. But you're standing here. Lin Yuan turned to look at her. What do you mean? It means that what is written down can also be true. She reached out and took his hand. Her hand was warm. Am I real? Lin Yuan looked at her. Brown eyes, a clean smile, a face devoid of light. Yes, he said. That's enough. In the distance, ships from other factions arrived. The first ship was white, bearing the sun emblem of the Lord of Light. A young woman stood at the bow, with golden hair and golden eyes, her white robes billowing in the wind. This was Claire, the new first chair of the Church of Light. Behind her stood at least 50 oracles, all dressed in white uniforms and wielding lightsabers. As the ship approached the shore, she jumped ashore before it had fully stopped. Golden light paved a path beneath her feet, stretching from the sea to the beach. She walked on it as if on flat ground. Heretical. She looked at Lin Yuan and smiled. There was contempt in that smile, an arrogance that said, you don't deserve to stand here. Traitor. She looked at Sumuking, her smile growing even colder. Sumuking didn't speak. She gripped Lin Yuan's hand tightly. The second ship was golden, with a scale on its hull. It belonged to the Golden Scales Trading Company. Wang He stood at the bow, holding a tablet computer, followed by 20 bodyguards in black suits. After the ship docked, he didn't rush off. He stood at the bow, scanning the forces on the beach, calculating, assessing, and searching for the most advantageous partner. The third ship was black, without any insignia, only countless dark red claw marks. The Thousand-Throat Beasts cult. Monica stood at the bow, thin as a bamboo pole, her bald head gleaming in the moonlight. Behind her stood 30 cultists, each holding a dark red chain. When the ship docked, she didn't disembark, she slid down, like a snake, from the ship to the beach. Her dark red eyes swept over everyone, finally settling on the Red Queen. The Red Queen, she said, a slight smile playing on her lips, you followed the wrong person. The Red Queen emerged from the shadows, her red trench coat turning a dark purple in the moonlight. In her hand she gripped a dark red dagger, runes flowing across its blade. I didn't speak to anyone. I made the choice. Monica looked at her and smiled. That smile held curiosity, and a familiar "you're still so stubborn" quality. You chose? You chose a treatment with only 35% realism, a modified worker, a little girl who can't speak, an old man who's forgotten who he is, and a heretic with only 100% realism. That's enough, said the Red Queen. Monica looked at her for a long time. Then she turned and walked towards the tower gate. See you in the tower. The 4th batch, the 5th batch, the 6th batch, the alliance of solo oracles, small cults, lone divine beings. At least 300 people stood on the beach. 300 awakened beings, 300 abilities, 300 purposes. But all eyes were fixed on the same tower. In the sky, a colossal golden voice resounded. It didn't come from any direction, it came from all directions, from the great rift in the sky, from the grains of sand on the ground, from the inscriptions on the tower. It was everywhere. The Tower of Babel instance is about to open. The rules are as follows. First, there are 9 levels, each with a sacrificial altar. Second, to enter the next level, you must offer something precious at the altar. Third, the offering cannot be an external object. It must be a part of yourself: memories, emotions, name, lifespan, voice, sight, companions, faith, or self. Fourth, the first team to reach the 9th level wins. Fifth, the winning team will receive the mythical item Rider's Pen. The sound disappeared. The beach was silent for 3 seconds. Then everyone began to move. Claire was the first to approach the tower gate. Her lightsaber was already glowing, its golden light illuminating the inscription on the gate, the Church of Radiant Light, enter. Wang He was second. He put away his tablet and took a pen from his suit pocket, not a writer's pen, but an ordinary, gold-plated pen engraved with the scales emblem. Golden scales, advance. Monica was the third. She raised her hand, and 30 cultists raised their chains, a crimson light illuminating the beach. Beast of 1,000 throats, advance. Then the others, individuals, lone wolves, small teams one after another, entered the tower gate. Lin Yuan stood there, watching those people disappear through the tower gate. Sumuking stood beside him, iron hammer behind him, White Deer held a sketchbook, Mr. Mo held an oil paper umbrella, and the Red Queen gripped a short knife. Let's go in too, Lin Yuan said. 6 people walked towards the tower gate. The gate was very tall, at least 10 meters high, with flowing characters on the doorframe. As Lin Yuan approached, the characters stopped. They looked at him, as if recognizing him. Then they continued flowing, as if saying, "You've come." Claire stood inside the doorway, not having gone far. She watched Lin Yuan walk in, her golden eyes expressionless. A ragtag army. Heretics, traitors, monsters without divine protection. How many floors can you hold out? Lin Yuan looked at her. You can hold out until the 9th floor. Claire laughed. There was contempt in that laugh, an arrogance that said, "You have no idea what you're talking about. The 9th level? You can't even get past the 1st. She turned and walked away, a long tail of golden light trailing behind her. Wang He stood in a corner not far away, holding a tablet computer and recording data. He glanced at Lin Yuan, nodded, and said nothing. Monica stood further away, leaning against the wall, the chains leaving trails on the ground. She looked at the Red Queen, a slight smile playing on her lips. The Red Queen did not look at her. Lin Yuan looked around. The first level was a vast, white, endless space. There were no walls, no ceiling, no floor in sight. Yet, as they stood upon it, something transparent and solid supported them. In the center of the space was a stone platform, gray and ancient, its surface covered with inscriptions. Above the platform floated a line of golden words, "Sacrifice your most important memories." Sumuking walked to the stone platform and looked at the words, "Memory. The most important memory." Hammer approached, his mechanical arm reflecting a cold light in the white illumination. "My most important memory is my mother's face. I've forgotten it. What else is there to offer?" He reached out and touched the stone platform. It lit up briefly, then went out. There was no response. He had truly forgotten. He had nothing to offer. Bailu stood at the very back, clutching her sketchbook, her deep blue eyes filled with fear. The White Deer whispered, "My most important memory is of my mother. I don't want to forget her," she cried. Tears streamed from her deep blue eyes, dripping onto the ground and turning into deep blue specks of light. Sumuking walked to the stone platform, reached out her hand, but didn't touch it. "My most important memory is the 7 days I was locked in the box when I was 12. It's better to forget." She touched the stone platform. The platform lit up briefly, golden light enveloping her head for 3 seconds before fading. Sumuking's eyes cleared. She had forgotten that darkness. The memory of those 7 days vanished from her mind, like a burned photograph. Her body trembled, but she didn't cry. Mr. Mo, holding an oil paper umbrella, walked to the stone platform. "My most important memories are of the first era. 3 eras have passed, keeping them is useless." He touched the stone platform. The platform lit up, golden light enveloping his head for 5 seconds. Another crack appeared on the oil paper umbrella. Mr. Mo closed his eyes, then opened them. He looked at Lin Yuan, a fleeting look of unfamiliarity in his eyes before returning to normal. "I still remember you. But the first era? I've forgotten?" The Red Queen walked to the stone platform, reached out her hand, but didn't touch it. She turned to look at Lin Yuan. "My most important memory is Huangju's face. But I can't forget it." Lin Yuan looked at her. Deep red eyes, an expressionless face, and a trembling hand holding the knife. "Can we skip the sacrifice?" Lin Yuan asked. The golden voice echoed from the sky, "You may. But without a sacrifice, you cannot enter the 2nd level." Lin Yuan paused for a moment. He walked to the stone platform, and his gloves glowed. A dark red light flowed between his fingertips as he touched the script on the stone platform. First level sacrifice rule, the most important memory must be sacrificed. Designer, lost. Design purpose, to create emotional conflict and test the character's obsession with the past. Can the rule be rewritten? Yes. Cost, the rewriter's authenticity -5%. Lin Yuan rewrote the rules. You don't have to sacrifice your most important memory, but you must confront it. Speak out about that memory, acknowledge it, accept it, then preserve it. The stone platform trembled. The rules had been rewritten. The golden voice in the sky rang out again. The rules have changed. New rule, sacrifice is not required, but you must face it. Cost, Lin Yuan's authenticity dropped from 100% to 95%. He felt something being drained from his body, but he was still standing. The Red Queen looked at the stone platform, at the new rules. She took a deep breath and spoke of that memory, Huangju, a preacher of the evil god's church. He ran 5 kilometers, delivered a single message, and died before me. His face thin, yellow, his eyes like rotten lemons. He was smiling. He was smiling as he died. The stone platform lit up. Golden light enveloped her head, but it didn't erase the memory, it acknowledged it. The light went out. Tears fell silently from the Red Queen's deep red eyes, streaming down her cheeks. She didn't wipe them away, she let them flow. She preserved the memory. Bai Lu walked to the stone platform and whispered, "Mom." Long hair, crescent-shaped eyes, paint on her apron. She liked to paint the sun. She said the sun would never abandon anyone. The stone platform lit up, acknowledging that memory. Bai Lu didn't cry, but her lips trembled. Iron Hammer walked to the stone platform. He had no memories to offer as a sacrifice, no memories to confront, he had forgotten. He stood before the platform, silent for a long time. I have nothing to offer. The platform lit up, then went out. It accepted his nothingness. Sumuking had already sacrificed those 7 days of memories. She didn't need to face anything. She stood beside Lin Yuan, holding his hand. Mr. Mo had already sacrificed the memories of the first era. He stood at the back of the line, holding an oil paper umbrella, silently watching everything. Lin Yuan finally stood before the stone platform. What was his most important memory? Not his parents, not the competition, not the city of freedom. It was Xiaoyu's words in the kindergarten instance, "Uncle, it hurts so much." He had already sacrificed that memory before the Tower of Babel? No, that was in the outline. According to the story's sequence, Lin Yuan hadn't sacrificed any memories in previous instances. This was the first time. He needed to decide whether to sacrifice or confront it. He chose to face it. He recounted that memory, Xiao, 5 years old. Kindergarten scene. He was contaminated, his face turned gray, and his mouth split open to his ears. But his eyes were normal, black and round. He said, "Uncle, I'm in so much pain. I saved him. I forgot his face. But I remember those words." The stone platform lit up. Golden light enveloped his head, acknowledging that memory. The light went out. Lin Yuan's eyes reddened, but no tears fell. He preserved Xiaoyu's pain. It was his memory, his suffering, his proof. The white space on the first floor began to change. A white, glowing staircase rose from the ground, leading to the second floor. "Let's go," Lin Yuan said. 6 people ascended the stairs. Behind them, the door to the first floor slowly closed. Other factions were still struggling on the first floor. Some cried, some shouted, some remained silent. Claire stood before the stone platform, offering something with a blank expression. Wang He was calculating, evaluating, searching for the most cost-effective way to sacrifice. Monica was smiling, smiling as she sacrificed a memory. Lin Yuan didn't look at them. He walked up the stairs to the second floor. The second floor was dark red, with a stone platform in the center. Inscribed on the platform were the words, "Offer your deepest love or hate." He stopped, staring at the words. Chen Shi's voice echoed in his mind, soft and weary. The first layer is memory. The second is emotion. The third is name. The fourth is lifespan. The fifth is voice. The sixth is sight. The seventh is companions. The eighth is faith. The ninth is self. Each layer takes away a part of you. By the ninth layer, what will you have left? Lin Yuan answered in his mind, the only choice left. He went up to the second floor. The second level was a dark red. Not the red of blood, it was deeper, heavier, like solidified lava, like a dying ember. There was a burnt smell in the air, not the smell of something burning, but the lingering scent of emotions that had been scorched. The stone platform was still the same, gray and ancient, but the words on it had changed. Offer your deepest love or hate. You could only choose one. Hammer was the first to step forward. His mechanical arm reflected a rusty red in the dim red light, as if it had already rusted. "The one I hate most is the king of anvils," he said, his voice deep. "I've hated him for 3 years. I hated him for taking my legs, I hated him for turning me into a monster. But I don't hate him anymore." He reached out and touched the stone platform. "I offer up hatred." The stone platform lit up. A dark red light enveloped his mechanical arm, not the previous gold, it was dark red, like blood, like fire. The light lasted for 3 seconds, then went out. Hammer withdrew his hand, looking at his mechanical fingers. His eyes changed, the heavy hatred that had been buried for 3 years was gone. His eyes were clearer, like a piece of glass that had been wiped clean. "What's left?" Lin Yuan asked. "Grateful," Hammer said, "complex, indescribable, but I don't hate anymore." He stepped aside, standing against the air. His mechanical arm glowed faintly, not the King of Anvil's light, but his own. Bailu, carrying her sketchbook, walked to the stone platform. Her fingers stopped trembling, and her eyes shone. My favorite person is my mother, she said. The person I hate most is myself. She paused. I hate myself. When I was 8, I had a dream. In the dream, there was a person who said he could let me see my mother. I said okay. Then the sky cracked open. I caused the huge crack. I hate myself. She reached out and touched the stone platform. I sacrificed myself out of hatred. The stone platform lit up. A dark red light enveloped her small body for 5 seconds. The light went out. The white deer opened her eyes. For a moment, her deep blue eyes were blank, then filled with something else, not hatred, but something lighter, something brighter. Forgot? Lin Yuan asked. I've forgotten, she said. I don't remember why I hated myself. I only remember. I hated. She opened her sketchbook and drew a little person. There was an X on the little person's face. She drew a circle around the X, enclosing it. Next to it, she wrote, hate. It's over. The Red Queen walked to the stone platform. She held a short knife in her hand, runes flowing across its blade. A dark red light shone on her face, making it look like a mask. What I hate most is the thousand-throat beast. Her voice was cold. He turned me into a believer, made me kill, made me believe that killing was the only way to survive. Huangju too. We are all his pawns. She reached out and touched the stone platform. It's useless to keep it. I'll sacrifice my hatred. The stone platform lit up. A dark red light enveloped her entire body for 10 seconds. Then the light went out. The Red Queen stood there, gripping her sword, but the runes on the blade had stopped flowing, they were lifeless. What's left? Lin Yuan asked. Empty, said the Red Queen. No more hatred. No more love. Nothing at all. She looked down at the knife in her hand. The knife was still the same knife, but the hand holding it no longer trembled. Mr. Mo, holding an oil paper umbrella, walked to the stone platform. There were already 4 cracks on the umbrella. He stood there like an old tree, its roots firmly planted in the ground, its leaves all fallen. My favorite was a woman from the first age. His voice was slow, as if reading a letter from long ago. Her name was, I've forgotten it. 3 ages, I've forgotten. I only remember she liked to wear red dresses and had 2 dimples when she smiled. She died in the reset. When the first age ended, she disappeared. He reached out and touched the stone platform. I offer up that love. The stone platform lit up. A dark red light enveloped him and his umbrella for 15 seconds. Another crack appeared on the oil paper umbrella, the 5th. The light went out. Mr. Mo opened his eyes and looked at the umbrella in his hand. There was a blurry red shadow on the umbrella surface, like the outline of a skirt, but it was slowly fading away. I've forgotten, he said. I've even forgotten her shadow. But he was still holding the umbrella. Sumuking walked to the stone platform. She didn't reach out, she simply stood there, looking at the words inscribed on the platform, the deepest love or hate. She turned to look at Lin Yuan. Brown eyes, a clean smile, a face devoid of light. She stared at him for a long time, then turned back and extended her hand. My favorite is. She paused, the Lord of Light. Lin Yuan's fingers tightened. I once loved him, like a child loves their father. Her voice was soft and steady. When I was 12 and locked in the box, that voice said, accept me, and I accepted. I thought it was love. 10 years. I thought it was love. She touched the stone platform. I'm offering up that love. The stone platform lit up. A dark red light enveloped her, lasting for a long time. Then the light went out. Sumuking withdrew her hand, looking at her fingers. Her eyes changed not with emptiness, but with clarity. A slightly weary clarity, like waking from a dream. I've forgotten, she said. I don't remember what it felt like to love him. She looked at Lin Yuan. That look hadn't changed. It wasn't love for the Lord of Light, but something else entirely. You still have me, Lin Yuan said. Sumuking looked at him and smiled. I know. Lin Yuan finally walked to the stone platform. My favorite person is my mother. But I won't make a sacrifice. The stone platform trembled. The entire second-level space began to shake, and dark red light peeled off the walls, falling off piece by piece like plaster. The golden voice in the sky resounded, the rules cannot be defied. A sacrifice is necessary. Lin Yuan's gloves lit up. A dark red light flowed between his fingertips as he touched the script on the stone platform. Second-level sacrifice rule, the deepest love or hate must be sacrificed. Can the rule be rewritten? Yes. Cost, the rewriter's authenticity -5%. He rewrote the rules. Sacrifice is not necessary, but confrontation is. Speak out that love or hate, acknowledge it, accept it, then preserve it. The stone platform stopped trembling. The dark red light reformed, forming a new line of words in the air. New rule, sacrifice is not required, but facing it is mandatory. Cost, Lin Yuan's authenticity dropped from 95% to 90%. He looked at the stone platform and spoke of his love. My mother, Baiji, long hair, crescent-shaped eyes, paint on her apron. She loved to paint the sun. She said the sun never abandons anyone. She waited for someone for 3 eras. She gave me 30% of her truth. She disappeared. But I remember her. I will never forget. The stone platform lit up. A dark red light enveloped him, but it wasn't withdrawing, it was acknowledging him. The light went out. Lin Yuan's eyes reddened, but no tears fell. He kept that love. Chen Shi's voice echoed in his mind, soft and warm. You're just like her. Neither of you will give up. The space on the second floor began to change. A grey staircase rose from the ground, leading to the third floor. The voices of other forces came from afar. Claire sneered. Wang he calculated. Monica laughed. They had all passed through as well. But Lin Yuan didn't care about them. Sumuking walked to his side and took his hand. Your authenticity. 90%. That's enough. Can we reach the 9th floor? I don't know, Lin Yuan said, looking at the grey staircase, but it's enough. 6 people walked up the stairs. Iron Hammer led the way, his mechanical arm reflecting a cold light in the grey glow. White Deer held a sketchbook, her deep blue eyes fixed ahead. Mr. Mo held an oil paper umbrella, its surface cracked 5 times, yet he held it still. The Red Queen gripped a short knife, the runes on the blade had stopped flowing, but her hand remained steady. Sumuking held Lin Yuan's hand, her hand was warm. Lin Yuan walked last. He glanced back at the second level. The dark red light was fading, like the receding tide. The words on the stone platform remained, sacrifice your deepest love or hate. But below, a smaller line had appeared, you don't have to sacrifice, but you must face it. He wrote that. He traded 5% of the authenticity for it. He turned back and went up the stairs. The third level was grey, like fog, like haze, like the color of blurred memories. In the center stood a stone platform, grey and ancient, inscribed with the words, offer your name. Lin Yuan stopped and looked at the line of text. A name. Deeper than memory, heavier than emotion. A name is the starting point of identity, the sound when others call you, and your response. Sacrifice your name, and others will forget who you are, and you will forget who you are. Let's go. Sumuking's voice came from ahead. 7 more floors. Lin Yuan nodded and walked into the third floor. The third level was grey. Not a somber grey, nor a bright grey, it was a neutral, detached grey, devoid of any warmth. Like fog, like haze, like the color of a hazy memory. There was a strange smell in the air, not burnt, not sweet, but odorless, nothing at all, like licking a clean piece of glass. The stone platform was still the same, grey and ancient, but the inscription had changed, offering your name. A name. Deeper than memory, heavier than emotion. Memories can be taken away, emotions can be sacrificed, but a name is the starting point of identity. It's the reason you turn around when someone calls you, the force of your pen when you write it, the few strokes left on your tombstone after you die. Sacrifice your name, and others will forget who you are, and you will forget who you are. Mr. Mo was the first to step forward. His oil paper umbrella already had 5 cracks, and the surface was old and faded, but he still held it open. He stood there, like someone who had stepped out of an old photograph. My name was never meant to be, he said slowly. Through 3 eras, I've changed names more than a dozen times. Mr. Mo is the last one. And that's fake too. He reached out and touched the stone platform. So be it. I'm offering myself as a sacrifice to Mr. Inc. The stone platform lit up. This time it wasn't gold, nor dark red, it was grey, the same grey as the space itself. The light enveloped Mr. Mo's entire body and lasted for a long time. Another crack appeared on the oil paper umbrella, the 6th one. The light went out. Mr. Mo opened his eyes, looked at Lin Yuan, and for a moment there was a hint of unfamiliarity in his gaze. Then he smiled. Do you remember who I am? He asked. Lin Yuan thought for a moment. He remembered this person, the old man with the umbrella, a survivor of 3 eras, the intelligence officer of the Free City. But what was his name? Mo. Mo what? Mr. Mo. Yes, Mr. Mo. But that was a code name, not his real name. What was his real name? Lin Yuan couldn't remember. You are Mr. Mo, Lin Yuan said. Yes. Mr. Mo smiled. That's my name. He stepped aside and held up the umbrella. Another crack appeared on the umbrella, but he didn't fall. The Red Queen walked to the stone altar. She still held her dagger in her hand, but the runes on the blade had stopped flowing. They had died after the second level of sacrifice of hatred. She didn't change the blade, she still held it. Red Queen is a code name, she said. My real name. She thought for a moment, then smiled. I forgot. I forgot a long time ago. Maybe it was when I first killed someone. Maybe it was when I became a follower of an evil god. It doesn't matter anymore. She reached out and touched the stone platform. I offer the Red Queen as a sacrifice. The stone platform lit up. A grey light enveloped her for 5 seconds. Then the light went out. The Red Queen stood there, looking at her hands. Her fingers were still the same fingers, the dagger was still the same dagger, but the name Red Queen had been taken from her consciousness. She no longer felt like the Red Queen, but she was still herself. What's your name? Lin Yuan asked. She thought for a moment. The Red Queen. Isn't that a sacrifice? It was sacrificed. But it's still here. She looked at her hand. Maybe it's because I've gotten used to it. Maybe. I've become it. Iron Hammer walked to the stone platform. His mechanical arm reflected a cold, silvery light in the grey light. The hammer is a name given to me by the King of Anvils, he said. I don't want it. That's the name of a tool, not a person. He reached out and touched the stone platform. I offer the hammer as a sacrifice. The stone platform lit up. A grey light enveloped his mechanical arm for 3 seconds. Then the light went out. Hammer withdrew his hand, looking at his mechanical fingers. 3 words were engraved on them: Hammerman. He had carved them himself. The words were still there, but the name was gone. He wasn't called Hammer anymore. So what was he called? What's your name? Lin Yuan asked. Hammer opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He thought for a moment, then said, Hammer, didn't you offer yourself as a sacrifice? I was sacrificed. But everyone still calls me that. Maybe, it's my choice. He looked at the words on the robotic arm, Iron Hammer. I chose it myself. Bai Lu, clutching her sketchbook, walked to the stone platform. Her fingers had stopped trembling, and her eyes shone. Ever since she sacrificed herself on the second level, hating herself, her eyes had remained bright, like a lamp that had been cleaned. White Deer was named by Mr. Mo, she said. I don't want to forget it. She didn't reach out. She looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan walked to the stone platform, and his gloves lit up. A dark red light flowed between his fingertips as he touched the script on the stone platform. Third-tier sacrifice rule, a name must be sacrificed. Can the rule be rewritten? Yes. Cost, the rewriter's authenticity -3%. He rewrote the rules. Names can be kept, but you must explain what they mean to you. The stone platform trembled. Gray light surged from it, coalescing in the air into a new line of text. New rule, names may be retained, but their meaning must be explained. Cost, Lin Yuan's authenticity dropped from 90% to 87%. Bai Lu looked at the new rules on the stone platform and explained the meaning of her name. White Deer. White, it represents purity. Deer, it represents freedom. I want to be like that. The stone platform lit up. A gray light enveloped her, but didn't erase her name. It acknowledged that meaning. The light went out. The White Deer, holding the sketchbook, smiled. Her name remained. She was still there. Sumuking walked to the stone platform. She didn't reach out, she just stood there, looking at the words on the platform. Sumuking. She repeated her name, Muking meaning admiring the clear sky. The church gave it to me. They hope I will always admire the clear sky of the glorious Lord. She reached out and touched the stone platform. I want to change it. The stone platform lit up. A gray light enveloped her for 5 seconds. Then the light went out. Sumuking withdrew her hand, looking at her fingers. The 3 words Sumuking were erased from her consciousness. She no longer called that name. Change it to what? Lin Yuan asked. She thought about it. I haven't decided yet. Once I do, you'll be the first to know. Lin Yuan looked at her. Brown eyes, a clean smile, a nameless but still complete face. Good. Lin Yuan finally walked to the stone platform. He didn't reach out, but simply looked at the inscription, Sacrifice your name. Lin Yuan was named by my father, he said. I will never forget it. He reached out, but didn't touch the stone platform. His hand hovered above it, his gloves glowing, a dark red light flowing from his fingertips. He didn't rewrite the rules, because the rules had already been rewritten. He didn't need to sacrifice names, only to state their meaning. Lin Yuan. Lin is my father's surname. Yuan means abyss. My father said, an abyss isn't a dead end, but a bottomless possibility. He said, you never know what's in the abyss, but you can jump in and see. The stone platform lit up. A gray light enveloped him, acknowledging its significance. The light went out. Lin Yuan withdrew his hand. His name remained. He was still there. The gray space on the 3rd floor began to change. A deep blue staircase rose from the ground, leading to the 4th floor. The voices of other forces came from afar. Claire sneered. Wang, he calculated. Monica laughed. They had all passed through as well. But Lin Yuan didn't care about them. Sumuking walked to his side and took his hand. Your authenticity. 87%. Is that enough? Enough. He looked at the dark blue staircase. That's enough. 6 people walked up the stairs. Iron Hammer led the way, his mechanical arm reflecting a deep sea hue in the dark blue light. White Deer held a sketchbook, her deep blue eyes blending seamlessly with the surrounding space. Mr. Mo held an oil paper umbrella, its surface cracked with 6 lines, yet he held it still. The Red Queen gripped a short knife, the runes on its blade now lifeless, but her hand remained steady. Sumuking had no name, but she held Lin Yuan's hand, her hand warm. Lin Yuan walked last. He glanced back at the 3rd level. The gray light was dissipating, like mist being blown away by the wind. The words on the stone platform remained, Sacrifice your name. But below, a smaller line had appeared, it can also be retained. But its meaning must be stated. He wrote that. He traded 3% of the authenticity for it. He turned back and went up the stairs. The 4th level was a deep blue, like the deep sea, like the night sky, like the deepest color of a dream. In the center stood a gray, ancient stone platform, inscribed with the words, Sacrifice 10 years of your life. Lin Yuan stopped and looked at the line of text. 10 years. 3,650 days. 87,600 hours. Taking 10 years away from the body ages you 10 years, shortens your life by 10 years. The mechanical arm of the hammer will have more rust spots, Mr. Mo's hair will turn whiter, Bai Lu will go from 17 to 27, Sumuking's fingers will become rougher, and the Red Queen's eyes will have more fine lines. How much authenticity would he lose? He didn't know. But standing there, looking at those words, he remembered his father's words, the abyss is not a dead end, but a bottomless possibility. He went up to the 4th floor. The 4th level was a deep blue, like the deep sea, like the night sky, like the deepest color of a dream. There was a salty smell in the air, like tears, like seawater, like the salt left behind by the passage of time. The stone platform was still the same, gray and ancient, but the words on it had changed, a sacrifice of 10 years of your life. 10 years. 3,650 days. 87,600 hours. Taking 10 years away from your body ages you by 10 years, shortens your life by 10 years. Lin Yuan stood before the stone platform, looking at the words. His realism was 87%, he had 20 items in his pocket, and 5 people behind him. Iron Hammer was the first to step forward. His mechanical arm reflected a deep-sea color in the dark blue light, and the hydraulic rods at the joints made a soft hissing sound. Half of my body is mechanical, lifespan means nothing to me, he said, reaching out to touch the stone platform. I will sacrifice 10 years. The stone platform lit up. This time it wasn't gold, dark red, or gray, it was deep blue, the same color as space itself. The light enveloped Iron Hammer's mechanical arm for 3 seconds. Then the light went out. Iron Hammer withdrew his hand, looking at his mechanical fingers. Several rust spots had appeared at the joints, and the silvery white metal had turned dark gray. His movements were a little slower, but he could still move. 10 years older, he said, smiling slightly. I don't really feel it. I wasn't young to begin with. He stepped aside. The words Iron Hammer Man were still engraved on his robotic arm, but there was a layer of rust between the strokes. Mr. Mo, holding an oil paper umbrella, walked to the stone platform. There were already 6 cracks on the umbrella, and the cloth was old and faded, like a piece of cloth about to fall apart. He stood there like an old tree, its roots withered, but still standing. I have lived for 3 eras, 10 years is nothing to me. He reached out and touched the stone platform. I will sacrifice 10 years. The stone platform lit up. A deep blue light enveloped him and his umbrella for 5 seconds. Another crack appeared on the oil paper umbrella the 7th. The light went out. Mr. Mo's hair had turned a little whiter, from gray to almost completely white. The age spots on the back of his hands had deepened, like moss on tree bark. But his eyes hadn't changed, they were cloudy, but bright. 10 years, he said. In the first age, 10 years was like a dream. Now, 10 years is like a breath. He stepped aside and held up the umbrella. Another crack appeared on the umbrella, but he didn't fall. The Red Queen walked to the stone platform. She still held her dagger in her hand. The runes on the blade were dead, never flowing again after the second level of sacrifice of hatred. She looked at the dagger as if looking at an old friend. I owe Huangju my life, she said. 10 years for his life, it's worth it. She reached out and touched the stone platform. I have offered my sacrifice for 10 years. The stone platform lit up. A deep blue light enveloped her for 5 seconds. Then the light went out. The Red Queen withdrew her hand and looked at her fingers. A few fine lines appeared at the corners of her eyes, and faint shadows appeared beneath her deep red eyes. She looked 10 years older, but her back was still straight. Huangju, she said softly, this life, I've returned it to you. She stepped aside. Her hand was still steady, still gripping the dagger, but the skin on the back of her hand was thinner, revealing the bluish veins underneath. Sumuking walked to the stone platform. She no longer had a name. After sacrificing Sumuking on the 3rd level, she was just a nameless woman. But her eyes were still brown, and her smile was still pure. 10 years, she said. What difference does it make whether I live 10 years less or 10 years more? It's enough to live well while I'm alive. She reached out and touched the stone platform. I have offered my sacrifice for 10 years. The stone platform lit up. A deep blue light enveloped her for 5 seconds. Then the light went out. Sumuking withdrew her hand and looked at her fingers. Her fingers had become a little rougher, her nails were no longer so smooth, and there were fine wrinkles at her joints. But looking at her hands, she smiled. I'm getting old, she said, but I can still hold a pen. She looked at Lin Yuan, her smile unchanged. The white deer, clutching her sketchbook, walked to the stone platform. She was 17 no, after 10 years of sacrifice, she would be 27. She had grown from a little girl into an adult. But she still held the sketchbook, her deep blue eyes still those of a child. 10 years, she said softly, will I grow up? Yes, Lin Yuan said. She reached out and touched the stone platform. I have offered my sacrifice for 10 years. The stone platform lit up. A deep blue light enveloped her small body, lasting for a long time. Then the light went out. Bai Lu stood there, still clutching the sketchbook in her arms, but her body had changed. She had grown from 1.5 meters to 1.6 meters, her round face had become a pointed one, and she had grown from a girl into a young woman. Her hair was still long, and her deep blue eyes were still bright, but her face now bore the features of an adult, the marks of time. She looked down at her hands. Her fingers had grown longer, her nails had hardened, and fine lines had appeared on the back of her hands. Her voice changed, from a child's clear tone to a young woman's gentle one, I've become an adult. She opened her sketchbook and looked at the drawings she had made before. The crooked lines, the colors that blurred the lines, the sun she had drawn countless times. She was still herself, but her body had aged 10 years. Do you still remember your mother? Lin Yuan asked. I remember, Bai Lu said. I remember she liked to draw the sun. I remember she said, the sun will never abandon anyone. But her face, I've forgotten. She lowered her head and drew a sun in her sketchbook. It was big, round, and golden. Next to it, she wrote, Mom, I've grown up. I still remember the sun. Lin Yuan finally walked to the stone platform. He didn't reach out, but just looked at the words, sacrifice 10 years of your lifespan. His authenticity was 87%, he had 20 items in his pocket, and 5 people behind him. They sacrificed their memories, emotions, names, and lifespans. They forgot, hated, loved, and grew old. But he still stood there. I will not sacrifice my lifespan, he said. The stone platform trembled. The entire fourth level began to shake, and deep blue light peeled off the walls, falling off piece by piece like plaster. The golden voice in the sky rang out, the rules cannot be defied. A sacrifice is necessary. Lin Yuan's gloves lit up. A dark red light flowed between his fingertips as he touched the script on the stone platform. Fourth tier sacrifice rule, 10 years of lifespan must be sacrificed. Can the rule be rewritten? Yes. Cost, the rewriter's authenticity -5%. He rewrote the rules. Lifespan cannot be sacrificed, but the fear of death can be sacrificed. The stone platform stopped trembling. The deep blue light recondensed, forming a new line of words in the air. New rule, the fear of death may be sacrificed. Cost, Lin Yuan's authenticity dropped from 87% to 82%. He looked at the words and said what he wanted to sacrifice. I'm afraid of death. Ever since the day my parents disappeared, I've been afraid of death. Afraid that if I died, no one would remember them. Afraid that if I died, no one would look for them. Afraid that if I died, no one would build that city. But today, I'm not afraid anymore. He reached out and touched the stone platform. I offer up my fear of death. The stone platform lit up. A deep blue light enveloped him, not drawing away his lifespan, it drew away his fear. That fear, seeping from his very bones, that had followed him for over 20 years like a shadow, was being pulled from his body. Like pulling out a nail, like cutting a rope. The light went out. Lin Yuan stood there, his hand still on the stone platform. He was no longer afraid of death. Not out of bravery but because that fear was gone. He stood in the deep blue space of the fourth level, looking at his hand no longer trembled. Aren't you afraid of death? Chen Shi's voice echoed in his mind, very softly, then why are you still alive? Lin Yuan withdrew his hand and turned to look at the 5 people behind him. The mechanical arm of the hammer was now rusty, Mr. Mo's hair was completely white, the Red Queen had fine lines around her eyes, Sumuking's fingers had become rough, and Bailu had aged from 17 to 27. They were all there. He was still alive because someone needed him to live. Because someone needs me to live, he said. Chen Shi fell silent. Then he smiled, a soft laugh like the wind rustling through withered leaves. You and your mother are alike. Neither of you will give up. The deep blue space of the 4th level began to change. A golden staircase rose from the ground, leading to the 5th level. The voices of other forces came from afar. Claire sneered. Wang he calculated. Monica laughed. They had all passed through as well. But Lin Yuan didn't care about them. Sumuking walked to his side and took his hand. Her fingers had become rough, but they were still warm. Your authenticity. 82%. Is that enough? Enough. He looked at the golden staircase. That's enough. 6 people walked up the stairs. Iron Hammer led the way, the rust on his mechanical arm resembling scars in the golden light. Mr. Mo held an oil paper umbrella, its surface cracked 7 times, his hair was completely white, but his back remained straight. The Red Queen gripped a short knife, fine lines crinkling at the corners of her eyes, but her hands were steady. White Deer held a sketchbook, a 27-year-old body with the eyes of a 17-year-old. Sumuking had no name, her fingers were rough, but her smile remained unchanged. Lin Yuan walked last. He glanced back at the 4th level. The deep blue light was dissipating, like the receding tide. The words on the stone platform remained, sacrifice 10 years of your lifespan. But below, a smaller line had appeared, you may also sacrifice your fear of death. He wrote that. He traded 5% of the authenticity for it. He turned back and went up the stairs. The 5th level was golden. Not the golden of the Church of Radiance, it was brighter, purer, a sun-like gold. There was a warm scent in the air, like sun-dried blankets, like freshly baked bread. In the center was a stone altar, gray and ancient, inscribed with the words, sacrifice your ability to speak. Lin Yuan stopped and looked at the line of text. Voice. The ability to speak. To call someone's name, to say I'm back, don't be afraid, to say I love you. To sacrifice one's voice becomes mute. One can no longer speak, but can write, gesture, and see. Let's go. Sumuking's voice came from ahead, there are still 5 floors left. Lin Yuan nodded and walked into the 5th floor. The 5th floor was golden. Not the cold, glaring gold of the Church of Radiance, it was warm, soft, like the gold of the sun. There was a scent of sun-dried cotton blankets in the air, cozy and inviting, making one want to close their eyes and take a nap. But Lin Yuan knew that the warmer the place, the more painful the loss. The stone platform was still the same, gray and ancient, but the inscription had changed, sacrifice your ability to speak. Voice. The ability to speak. To call someone's name, to say I'm back, don't be afraid, to say I love you. To sacrifice one's voice becomes mute. One can no longer speak, but can write, gesture, and see. Bailu was the first to step forward. She was no longer that 17-year-old girl 10 years after the sacrifice on the 4th level, she had become a 27-year-old youth. She was taller, her face thinner, but her deep blue eyes were still as bright. She held a sketchbook filled with drawings of the sun, people, and a city. I'm not a talkative person, she said, her voice soft, like wind rustling through leaves. Drawing is enough. She reached out and touched the stone platform. I offer my voice as a sacrifice. The stone platform lit up. This time it wasn't deep blue, gray, or dark red, it was golden, the same color as the space itself. The light enveloped her throat for 3 seconds. Then it went out. The white deer opened her mouth, as if to say something, but no sound came out. Her lips moved, but there was no airflow, no vibration, no language. She tried 3 times, then closed her mouth. She opened her sketchbook and wrote a line, "I'm fine. I can still draw." The handwriting was neat, more earnest than before. She stepped aside, holding her sketchbook. Her eyes were still smiling. Mr. Mo, holding an oil paper umbrella, walked to the stone platform. There were already 7 cracks on the umbrella, his hair was completely white, and the age spots on the back of his hands resembled moss on tree bark. He stood there, like a tree about to fall, yet still holding up his umbrella. 3 eras, enough said, he said slowly, like sandpaper rubbing against wood. It's time to shut up. He reached out and touched the stone platform. I offer my voice as a sacrifice. The stone platform lit up. Golden light enveloped him and his umbrella for 5 seconds. Another crack appeared on the oil paper umbrella, the 8th. The light went out. Mr. Mo opened his mouth, as if to say something, but no sound came out. His lips moved, then closed. He held the umbrella and stepped aside. He didn't write anything, didn't make any gestures, he just stood there, holding the umbrella that was about to fall apart. His eyes were still bright. Iron Hammer walked to the stone platform. His mechanical arm had several more rust spots, and the hydraulic rods at the joints made a louder noise, like an old machine. But he was still standing, his back very straight. I don't talk much, it's all right, he said, reaching out to touch the stone platform. I'm offering my voice as a sacrifice. The stone platform lit up. Golden light enveloped his mechanical arm and throat for 3 seconds. The light went out. Hammer opened his mouth, as if to say something, but no sound came out. He tried, then closed his mouth. He raised his mechanical arm and tapped his chest twice with his fingers, thump, thump. That was his new language. 1 tap meant yes, 2 taps meant no, 3 taps meant go, and 4 taps meant stop. He stepped aside, and the mechanical arm tapped twice no. He was all right. The Red Queen walked to the stone platform. She still held her dagger in her hand, the runes on the blade were dead, fine lines appeared at the corners of her eyes, and the skin on the back of her hands was thin. But she still stood, her back ramrod straight. I can kill without saying a word, she said, a slight smirk playing on her lips. The smile was cold, but beneath that coldness lay a sense of relief. Not speaking makes me feel lighter. She reached out and touched the stone platform. I offer my voice as a sacrifice. The stone platform lit up. Golden light enveloped her for 3 seconds. Then the light went out. The Red Queen opened her mouth, as if to say something, but no sound came out. She closed her mouth. Her smile remained, but it was colder and quieter. She stepped aside, gripping her dagger. The dagger couldn't speak, and she didn't need to. Sumuking walked to the stone platform. She had no name anymore after sacrificing Sumuking on the 3rd level. She had been just a nameless woman. But her fingers were rough, and fine lines appeared at the corners of her eyes, though her brown eyes remained bright. She stood before the stone platform, without reaching out. If I don't speak, she looked at Lin Yuan, how should I call you by your name? Lin Yuan looked at her. She hadn't decided on a new name yet, hadn't told him what her name was. She only knew how he called her. Sumuking was gone, but you remained. She called him you? Lin Yuan walked to the stone platform, and his gloves lit up. A dark red light flowed between his fingertips as he touched the script on the stone platform. 5th level sacrifice rule, a voice must be sacrificed. Can the rule be rewritten? Yes. Cost, the rewriter's authenticity -3%. He rewrote the rules. Sounds can be sacrificed, but can be replaced by writing. Those who sacrifice their sounds can communicate through writing. Those who do not sacrifice their sounds retain their sounds. The stone platform trembled. Golden light coalesced again, forming a new line of words in the air. New rule, sound can be offered as a sacrifice, or it can be replaced by writing. Cost, Lin Yuan's authenticity dropped from 82% to 79%. Sumuking looked at the new rules, reached out, and touched the stone platform. I will not sacrifice my voice. I will preserve it. The stone platform lit up. Golden light enveloped her, but it didn't steal her voice, it was confirming her choice. The light went out. Sumuking withdrew her hand, opened her mouth, and uttered a single word, Lin Yuan. The voice remained. She could still call his name. But her writing ability had weakened. The writing on the paper in her pocket was somewhat blurred. She could still write, but the words would slowly disappear. You've lost out, Lin Yuan said. It's worth it. She smiled. Being able to call you by your name is enough. Lin Yuan finally walked to the stone platform. He didn't reach out, but just looked at the words, sacrifice your ability to speak. His authenticity was 79%, he had 20 items in his pocket, and 5 people behind him. Some of them couldn't speak anymore, some could still speak. He could still speak. I want to speak, he said. I want to tell them the truth. He reached out, but didn't touch the stone platform. His hand hovered above it, his gloves glowing, a dark red light flowing from his fingertips. He didn't rewrite the rules, because the rules had already been rewritten. He didn't need the sacrificial sound, he only needed to choose to preserve it. I'll preserve the sound. The stone platform lit up. Golden light enveloped him, acknowledging his choice. The light faded. Lin Yuan withdrew his hand. He could still speak. He could still call them by name: Iron Hammer, White Deer, Mr. Mo, Red Queen, Sumuking. He could still call the nameless person you. The golden space on the 5th floor began to change. A black staircase rose from the ground, leading to the 6th floor. The voices of other forces came from afar. Claire sneered. Wang, he calculated. Monica laughed. They had all passed through as well. But Lin Yuan didn't care about them. Sumuking walked to his side and took his hand. Her hand was rough, but still warm. Your authenticity. 79%. Is that enough? Enough. He looked at the black staircase. That's enough. 6 people walked up the stairs. Hammer led the way. The mechanical arm tapped twice. No. He was all right. White Deer clutched her sketchbook. She could no longer speak, but she had written a line in it. I can still draw. Mr. Mo held an oil paper umbrella, 8 cracks etched on its surface. He could no longer speak, but the umbrella remained. The Red Queen gripped a dagger. She could no longer speak, but the knife remained. Sumuking had no name, but her voice remained. She could still say Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan walked last. He glanced back at the 5th floor space. The golden light was dissipating, like the setting sun. The words on the stone platform remained: sacrifice your ability to speak. But below, a smaller line had appeared. Alternatively, you can retain it, replacing it with writing. He wrote that. He traded 3% of the authenticity for it. He turned back and went up the stairs. The 6th level was black. Not a somber black, it was pure, devoid of light, like the black of the deep universe. There was a coldness in the air, not a coldness of temperature, but a coldness of solitude. In the center was a stone platform, gray and ancient, inscribed with the words, sacrifice your sight. Lin Yuan stopped and looked at the line of text. Sight. To see light, to see colors, to see people's faces, to see the city under construction. To sacrifice sight becomes blindness. One can no longer see with the eyes, but can touch with the hands, hear with the ears, and feel with the heart. Let's go. Sumuking's voice came from ahead. There are 4 more floors. Lin Yuan nodded and entered the 6th floor. The 6th floor is black. Not the kind of somber black, it's pure, devoid of light, like the blackness of the deep universe. There's a coldness in the air, not the coldness of temperature, but the coldness of loneliness. Standing here is like standing at the end of the world, like standing where all light has vanished. The stone platform was still the same stone platform, gray and ancient, but in this darkness, it emitted a faint light, not golden, not crimson, but white, like moonlight, like a candle about to go out. The words on it emerged in the white light: sacrifice your sight. Sight. To see light, to see colors, to see people's faces, to see the city under construction. To sacrifice sight becomes blindness. One can no longer see with the eyes, but can touch with the hands, hear with the ears, and feel with the heart. Hammer was the first to step forward. His mechanical arm had several more rust spots, and the hydraulic rods at the joints were making a louder noise. He could no longer speak after the sacrificial sounds from the 5th level. He could only communicate by striking with his mechanical arm. He walked to the stone platform and tapped 3 times with the arm. Go, he said, indicating he would go first. He reached out and touched the stone platform. He didn't need to speak. The platform understood his will. Iron Hammer sacrifices eyesight. Confirmed. The stone platform lit up. A white light enveloped his eyes for 3 seconds. The light went out. Hammer's eyes changed from gray to milky white, not a cloudy white, but a porcelain white, without pupils, without focus. He couldn't see, but he raised his robotic arm and tapped the ground with his fingers. Thump, thump, thump. The vibration traveled from the ground back to his robotic arm, back to his sensors. He could see the shape of the vibration, the position of the stone platform, the footsteps of his teammates, the outline of space. His robotic arm had become his eyes. He tapped twice. No, he was all right. He stepped aside, the robotic arm tapping gently on the ground like a blind man's cane. Mr. Mo, holding an oil paper umbrella, walked to the stone platform. There were already 8 cracks on the umbrella. His hair was completely white, he could no longer speak, and his eyes were still a cloudy gray. He stood there, like a tree about to fall, but still holding up the umbrella. I've seen too many things I shouldn't have seen. He couldn't speak, but the stone platform could read his mind. His meaning was conveyed through touch. It's better to be blind. He reached out and touched the stone platform. Mr. Mo sacrificed his eyesight. Confirmed. The stone platform lit up. A white light enveloped his eyes for 5 seconds. Another crack appeared on the oil paper umbrella, the 9th. The light went out. Mr. Mo's eyes changed from gray to milky white, and he could no longer see. He held the umbrella open, the tip lightly touching the ground, like a probing stick. 9 cracks appeared on the umbrella, but it could still guide the way. He stepped aside, the sound of the umbrella tip touching the ground very softly. Tap, tap, tap. The Red Queen walked to the stone platform. She still held her dagger in her hand. The runes on the blade were dead, unable to speak. Fine lines appeared at the corners of her eyes, and the skin on the back of her hand was thin. She stood before the stone platform without hesitation. I'm used to the darkness. She couldn't speak, but her hands spoke. She reached out and touched the stone platform. The Red Queen sacrificed her eyesight. Confirmed. The stone platform lit up. A white light enveloped her eyes for 3 seconds. Then the light went out. The Red Queen's eyes changed from deep red to milky white, and she could no longer see. But she didn't lean against the wall, nor did she probe the path. She stood there, gripping her dagger, like a tree rooted in the darkness. She was used to the darkness. From the day she became a follower of the evil god, she had become accustomed to it. She stepped aside. Her steps were steady, each step landing in the same spot. The white deer, clutching her sketchbook, walked to the stone platform. She could no longer speak, but her eyes remained a deep, bright blue. She looked at the words on the stone platform, sacrifice your sight. She looked down at her sketchbook. It was filled with drawings of the sun, people, and a city. Those drawings were her connection to the world. Without her eyes, she could no longer draw. She didn't reach out. She looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan walked to the stone platform, and his gloves lit up. A dark red light flowed between his fingertips as he touched the script on the stone platform. 6th level sacrifice rule. Sight must be sacrificed. Can the rule be rewritten? Yes. Cost, the rewriter's authenticity -3%. He rewrote the rules. Sight can be preserved, but the dependence on light must be sacrificed. One must also be able to see in the dark. The stone platform trembled. The white light recombined, forming a new line of words in the air. New rule. Sight may be preserved, but dependence on light must be sacrificed. Cost, Lin Yuan's authenticity dropped from 79% to 76%. The white deer looked at the new rules, reached out, and touched the stone platform. She sacrificed her dependence on light. The white deer sacrifices dependence on light. Confirmed. The stone platform lit up. A white light enveloped her eyes for 5 seconds. Then the light went out. The white deer blinked. Her eyes were still deep blue, and she could still see, but she no longer needed the light. She could see in the dark the outline of the stone platform, the shadows of her teammates, the lines in her sketchbook. She looked down and wrote a line in her sketchbook. I can still draw. I can draw without light. The handwriting was neat, emitting a faint light in the darkness, not the light seen by her eyes, but the light seen by her heart. Sumuking walked to the stone platform. She no longer had a name, her fingers were rough, but her voice remained. She stood before the stone platform, not reaching out. She looked at Lin Yuan. After I lose my sight, she said, you will be my eyes. Lin Yuan looked at her. Brown eyes, a clean smile, a face devoid of light. He wanted to watch those eyes turn milky white. He wanted to watch her lose her sight. But he couldn't choose for her. Are you sure? Sure. She reached out and touched the stone platform. Sumuking sacrificed her eyesight. Confirmed. The stone platform lit up. A white light enveloped her eyes for 5 seconds. Then the light went out. Sumuking's eyes changed from brown to milky white, and she could no longer see. Her body swayed, and Lin Yuan caught her. Her hands gripped his arm tightly. Are you there? She asked. Exist. Are you still there? Exist. She smiled. There was weariness in that smile, but also a reassuring I know you're here feeling. Lin Yuan finally walked to the stone platform. He didn't reach out, but just looked at the words, sacrifice your eyesight. His realism was 76%. He had 20 items in his pocket, and 5 people behind him. Some of them couldn't see, some could still see. He could still see, but he could see what they couldn't see, the words on the stone platform, the colors of the space, the scripts that had been written. I'll keep my sight, he said. I want to see them. To see the city. To see the truth. He reached out, but didn't touch the stone platform. His hand hovered above it, his gloves glowing, a dark red light flowing from his fingertips. He didn't rewrite the rules, because the rules had already been rewritten. He didn't need to sacrifice his sight, he only needed to choose to preserve them. Lin Yuan's vision has been preserved. Confirmed. The stone platform lit up. A white light enveloped him, acknowledging his choice. The light went out. His eyes were still dark brown, and he could still see. He saw Iron Hammer's milky white eyes, Mr. Mo's milky white eyes, the Red Queen's milky white eyes, Sumuking's milky white eyes, and White Deer's deep blue eyes, the only pair of eyes he could still see. 6 people. 4 pairs of blind eyes. 1 pair of sighted eyes. 1 pair of eyes that can see even in the dark. The black space on the 6th floor began to change. A red staircase rose from the ground, leading to the 7th floor. The voices of other forces came from afar. Claire sneered. Wang, he calculated. Monica laughed. They had all passed through as well. But Lin Yuan didn't care about them. Sumuking held his hand tightly. What's on the 7th floor? She asked. Lin Yuan looked up at the top of the stairs. Red light shone in the darkness, like blood, like fire. The words on the stone platform had not yet appeared, but he knew what the 7th floor was. He had read the outline, Chen Mo's script, and the written rules. Sacrifice a teammate, he said. Death. Sumuking's grip tightened. The mechanical arm of the hammer stopped striking. Mr. Mo's umbrella tip stopped on the ground. The Red Queen's dagger slipped from her hand and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Bailu, clutching her sketchbook, wrote a line in the darkness, the handwriting trembling. No. Lin Yuan stood before the red staircase, gazing at the red light. His realism was 76%. He had 20 items in his pocket, and 5 people behind him. 4 pairs of blind eyes, 1 pair of sighted eyes, and 1 pair of eyes that could see even in the dark. 6 people. 7th floor. Sacrifice a teammate. Death. Let's go, he said. He walked up the stairs. Behind him, the footsteps of 5 people followed. The mechanical arm of the hammer tapped the ground. Tap tap tap. Mr. Mo's umbrella tip touched the ground. Tap, tap, tap. The Red Queen's footsteps were light, without a sound. The White Deer's footsteps were light, like running. Sumuking's hand held his hand tightly, warmly. They went up to the 7th floor. The 7th floor was red. Not dark red, not deep red, it was bright red, like blood, like flames, like the color of a wound freshly cut open. There was a metallic smell in the air, mixed with a sweet, metallic taste, like licking a rusty knife. The stone platform was still the same stone platform, gray and ancient, but in this red hue, it looked like a congealed blood clot. The words on it were red, as if written in blood: sacrifice a teammate, death, death. Not memory, not emotion, not name, not lifespan, not sound, not sight. It is a life. A living person, standing on the altar, and then no longer living. 6 people stood before the stone platform. The mechanical arm of the hammer stopped striking. Mr. Mo's umbrella rested on the ground. The Red Queen gripped the dagger, her knuckles white. The White Deer clutched the sketchbook, her fingers trembling, and Sumuking held Lin Yuan's hand. Her hand was cold. Lin Yuan looked at the words and remembered the lost script, the 7th floor, designed to create a heart-wrenching plot and increase reader satisfaction. Heart-wrenching. Reader satisfaction. Satisfaction earned with a life. No one spoke. Those who couldn't speak had sacrificed their voices, and those who could didn't know what to say. Hammer was the first to break the silence. He tapped 3 times with his mechanical arm. Thump, thump, thump. Go, he said, going first. He walked to the stone platform, the rust on his mechanical arm looking like streaks of blood in the red light. I came. My life was a gift. He couldn't speak, but his will was conveyed to everyone through his touch. The stone platform understood him. Iron Hammer's will, to sacrifice himself. Confirm. The Red Queen stepped in front of him, blocking his path. She could no longer speak, but she stood before the stone platform, using her body to shield him from the hammer. Her meaning was clear: I will do it. I've killed people. I deserve to die. Her will surfaced on the stone platform. Sumuking released Lin Yuan's hand and walked to the stone platform. She was blind, her milky white pupils shone like 2 moons without stars in the red light. But she knew where the stone platform was, she knew where her teammates were, and she knew what she was saying. No, I'll come. I'm a healer, I have no combat ability. My death won't affect the team. Her voice echoed in the red space, soft but steady. The White Deer cried. There was no sound, she was silent. Tears welled in her deep blue eyes, streaming down her cheeks and dripping onto her sketchbook. She picked up her paintbrush and drew a person standing on a sacrificial altar, then drew a large axe. She held up the sketchbook for everyone to see. No one. Mr. Mo, holding an oil paper umbrella, walked to the stone platform. 9 cracks ran along the umbrella's surface. His hair was completely white, he was blind, and he could no longer speak. He stood there, like a tree about to fall. His will emerged on the stone platform. 3 eras have passed, I've lived enough. 5 people. 5 lives. 5 people willing to die for the others. Lin Yuan looked at them, at Iron Hammer's mechanical arm, at the Red Queen's dagger, at Sumuking's milky white eyes, at the White Deer's painting, at Mr. Mo's umbrella. His realism was 76%, 20 items in his pocket, 5 people behind him. They were willing to die for him, to die for him. No one needs to die, Lin Yuan said. He walked to the stone platform, and his gloves glowed. A dark red light flowed between his fingertips as he touched the script on the platform. 7th level sacrifice rule: 1 teammate must be sacrificed. Death. Designer, lost. Design purpose: to create heart-wrenching plot points and increase reader satisfaction. Can the rule be rewritten? Yes. Cost: rewriter's authenticity -10%. 10%. That's higher than any previous level. But he didn't hesitate. He rewrote the rules. Who says sacrifice has to be death? You can sacrifice relationships, the bond with a teammate. Become strangers forever. The stone platform trembled. The entire 7th floor began to shake, and red light peeled off the walls like pieces of scabs falling away. The golden voice in the sky rang out, but this time there was something strange in it, not anger, not surprise, but some kind of unease. The rules have changed. New rule: bonds can be sacrificed. The sacrificer will forget all memories and emotions with a teammate. The forgotten teammate will also forget the sacrificer. Cost: Lin Yuan's authenticity dropped from 76% to 66%. A new option appeared on the altar: sacrifice all your memories and emotions with someone. 6 people stood before the new rules. They didn't need to die, but they needed to forget. Iron Hammer looked at his mechanical arm, at the words Iron Hammer Man engraved on it. He remembered the day the words were engraved. Lin Yuan said, "You are human." He didn't want to forget that day. The Red Queen gripped her dagger, the runes on its blade now lifeless. She remembered Huangju's face, his smile, and the words he spoke as he died. She didn't want to forget him. Bailu clutched her sketchbook, filled with drawings of people: Lin Yuan, Sumuking, Iron Hammer, Mr. Mo, the Red Queen, and her mother. She didn't want to forget them. Sumuking held Lin Yuan's hand. She could no longer see, no longer had a name, but she remembered his hand, warm, steady. She didn't want to forget those hands. Mr. Mo held an oil paper umbrella, its surface etched with 9 cracks. He remembered the first era, that woman, the 3 eras of waiting. But he also remembered these people, those who waited for his return in the City of Freedom. He didn't want to forget them, but he didn't want them to die even more. I offer this sacrifice. His will appeared on the stone platform. I offer this sacrifice of the bonds I have with all of you. I am old, and I have forgotten how much better I could have been for you. He reached out and touched the stone platform. Mr. Mo's sacrifice to forge bonds with Lin Yuan, Sumuking, Iron Hammer, White Deer, and the Red Queen. Confirmed. Price, all related memories and emotions will be erased. The stone platform lit up. A red light enveloped him and his umbrella, lasting for a long time. Another crack appeared on the oil paper umbrella the 10th. The umbrella surface split open, from the tip to the handle, breaking in two. The umbrella fell, landing on the ground with a soft sound, like a sigh. The light went out. Mr. Mo stood there, without his umbrella. His eyes were still milky white, blind. His hands were still old, covered with age spots. But he looked at Lin Yuan as if he were a stranger. Who are you? He asked. His voice returned. He had been unable to speak since the 5th level of sacrificial voice. But did the altar temporarily restore his voice during the sacrificial bondage? No, it was a deeper rule when he forgot everything. His voice returned, because he no longer remembered sacrificing his voice. But what was lost would not return. His voice was hoarse, as if it hadn't been used in a long time. Lin Yuan looked at him. That wrinkled face, those milky white eyes, that oil paper umbrella lying on the ground, torn in two. He remembered this man, Mr. Mo, a survivor of 3 eras, the intelligence officer of the Free City. He remembered his words. What you see, some people spend a lifetime forgetting. But now, Mr. Mo didn't remember him. I am Lin Yuan, he said, the builder of the City of Freedom. Mr. Mo thought for a moment, then shook his head. I don't remember. He looked at the umbrella on the ground, bent down, and picked it up. The umbrella was already torn in two, but he still held it up. The torn umbrella could not cover anything, but he held it up, like holding up a flag. This umbrella, he said, I remember this umbrella. It's been with me for a long time, but I don't know why. He retreated to the very back of the line, holding his umbrella, now shattered in two, and followed silently. He didn't recognize them anymore. But he didn't leave. His body remembered to follow these people, remembered to protect them, remembered to reach the top of the tower. His heart had forgotten, but his body remembered. The mechanical arm of the hammer struck the ground. Thump. Go, he said, continuing onward. The Red Queen picked up the dagger, the White Deer wiped away her tears, Sumuking grasped Lin Yuan's hand, and Mr. Mo, holding his cracked umbrella, followed at the very back. 7 floors had passed. 2 more to go. The red space on the 7th floor began to change. A purple staircase rose from the ground, leading to the 8th floor. Voices from other forces drifted from afar. Claire sneered. Wang, he calculated. Monica laughed. They too had passed through the 7th floor. Had anyone died? He didn't know. Lin Yuan didn't care. He looked at the purple staircase. The 8th floor. Sacrificial faith. Let's go, he said. 6 people walked up the stairs. Hammer led the way, his mechanical arm tapping the ground. Tap tap tap. The Red Queen followed behind him, her steps light. White Deer held a sketchbook, her deep blue eyes shining like 2 stars in the purple light. Mr. Ink brought up the rear, holding an umbrella broken in 2, its tip tapping the ground. Tap, tap, tap. He didn't recognize them, but he followed them. Sumuking held Lin Yuan's hand. Her hand was very cold. Does Mr. Mo still remember us? I don't remember. Then why is he still following? Lin Yuan glanced back. Mr. Mo was walking at the very back, his tattered umbrella offering no shelter, yet he held it up. His milky white eyes were fixed ahead, as if he were looking at something, or perhaps not looking, but sensing. He sensed that someone was waiting for him ahead. The body remembers, Lin Yuan said. The body remembers longer than the heart. Sumuking didn't speak. She gripped his hand tightly. They went up to the 8th floor. The 8th floor was purple. Not a bright purple, it was deep, muted, like the color of a bruise before it heals. There was a sense of oppression in the air, as if something was staring at you, judging you, waiting for you to kneel. The stone platform was still the same stone platform, gray and ancient, but the words on it had turned purple, like veins meandering beneath the skin. Offer sacrifice to the God you believe in. Faith. Not memory, not emotion, not name, not lifespan, not sound, not sight, not companions. It is belief. Belief in a higher being, belief that he is watching over you, belief that he will protect you, belief that he is infallible. To sacrifice one's faith is to become an atheist. It's not defection, it's having no one left to defect to. 6 people stood before the stone platform. The mechanical arm of the hammer gently tapped the ground. Tap, tap, tap. The Red Queen's dagger hung at her side, the runes on its blade lifeless. White Deer held a sketchbook, her deep blue eyes like 2 drops of ink in the purple light. Mr. Mo, holding a torn oil paper umbrella, stood at the back, his milky white eyes staring ahead as if at a blank wall. Sumuking held Lin Yuan's hand. Her hand was cold. Her eyes were blind, her milky white pupils like 2 lifeless glass beads in the purple light. Lin Yuan stared at the words on the stone platform. The gods of faith. Who among them still possessed a god? Sumuking once had the Lord of Radiance, but she had betrayed him. From the 2nd volume onward, she was no longer a saint. She sacrificed her love for him in the 2nd layer. She forgot what it felt like to love him. But what about faith? Faith is deeper than love. Love can be an impulse. Faith is something ingrained in one's bones. Even if it's broken, one can still walk, but every step will hurt. The Red Queen was the first to step forward. She could no longer speak, but she stood before the stone platform, conveying her will through touch. The Red Queen's wish, sacrifice of faith. I once worshipped the thousand-throat beast. I sacrificed it long ago. No, it's long gone. Gone since the day Huangju died. The stone platform lit up. A purple light enveloped her for 3 seconds. Then the light faded. The Red Queen stood still, gripping her dagger. She had nothing to offer for she had no faith left. The stone platform acknowledged her nothingness. She stepped aside. Hammer walked up. His mechanical arm tapped the ground twice. No, he wasn't afraid. Hammer's will, sacrifice of faith. I once believed in the king of the anvil. Now I believe in myself. I need no sacrifice. The stone platform lit up. Purple light enveloped his mechanical arm for 3 seconds. The light went out. On the hammer's mechanical arm, the words Hammerman were still engraved. He believed in himself. He didn't need to sacrifice himself. Bailu walked up. She was holding a sketchbook and wrote a line in it. I have never believed in any god. I only believe in the sun. The sun will not abandon anyone. The stone platform lit up. A purple light enveloped her for 3 seconds. Then the light went out. The white deer's sun remained. She needed no sacrifice. Mr. Mo, holding his cracked umbrella, walked to the stone platform. His umbrella was broken in two, its canopy offering no protection, yet he held it up. He forgot everyone, forgot who he was, forgot why he was there. But he still remembered this umbrella. Mr. Mo's wish, to sacrifice one's faith. I've forgotten everything. Is there a god? I don't remember. The stone platform lit up. Purple light enveloped him and his umbrella for 5 seconds. Another crack appeared on the shattered umbrella, the 11th. But the umbrella was already cracked. Another crack wouldn't be noticeable. The light went out. Mr. Mo stood there, holding the umbrella. He had no faith to offer as a sacrifice, because he had even forgotten what faith was. Sumuking walked to the stone platform. She couldn't see it, but her hand touched the edge of the platform. It was cold and rough, like a tombstone. I have no god to sacrifice, she said softly. I am no longer a saint. I sacrificed my love for him, on the 2nd level. I forgot what it felt like to love him. But faith is deeper than love. I thought that by sacrificing love, faith would die on its own. But it didn't. It's still here, like a broken bone, still aching. She paused for a moment. But I have no god. I have no one to sacrifice to. She turned her head, her milky white eyes looking in Lin Yuan's direction. She couldn't see him, but she knew he was there. I am all alone. Lin Yuan looked at her. Who? You? The stone platform lit up. Purple light enveloped Sumuking, but didn't draw anything away. The light lasted for a long time, then went out. A line of words appeared on the stone platform. Humans cannot be sacrificed. Humans are not gods. Sumuking smiled. There was weariness in that smile, but also a relieved I know kind of understanding. Then there's no sacrifice. She stepped aside, taking Lin Yuan's hand. I'll keep it. Lin Yuan finally stood before the stone platform. He looked at the inscription, offer sacrifice to the god you believe in. He had no god. He had never had a god. He was a divine being, a rewriter, the builder of the city of freedom. He didn't believe in gods. But he believed in something else. He believed in the script. From the day he first saw the fragments of the screenwriter's draft, he believed this world was written. He believed someone was typing on a keyboard, writing his destiny, arranging his pain and choices. That wasn't a god, that was loss. But he believed in the script. I believe in the script, he said. I've believed it since that day in kindergarten. I believe every choice I make is in the script. I believe my resistance is also written. I believe that my standing here is also written. He reached out, but didn't touch the stone platform. His hand hovered above it, his glove glowing. A dark red light flowed between his fingertips. He had touched the platform's script. 8th level sacrifice rule, a deity of faith must be sacrificed. Can this rule be rewritten? Yes. Cost, the rewriter's authenticity -5%. He rewrote the rules. Faith can be sacrificed. Trust in the script can be sacrificed. The stone platform trembled. The purple light recombined, forming a new line of text in the air. New rule, trust in the script can be sacrificed. Cost, Lin Yuan's authenticity dropped from 66% to 61%. He looked at the words and said what he wanted to sacrifice. I sacrifice my trust in the script. From this day forward, I no longer believe my fate is predetermined. My choices are mine. My pain is mine. My freedom is mine. He reached out and touched the stone platform. Lin Yuan sacrificed his trust in the script. Confirmed. The stone platform lit up. A purple light enveloped him, lasting for a long time. That belief, ingrained in his very bones, that had followed him from the first volume to the present, a belief that someone was writing his story, was ripped from his body. Like pulling out a nail, like cutting a rope. The light went out. Lin Yuan stood there, his hand still on the stone platform. He no longer believes in the script. It wasn't that he didn't believe in its existence, he knew it existed. He knew the loss was in the writing. He knew the readers were watching. But he didn't believe it was his destiny. The script was the script, and he was himself. The script could write him crying, but he could choose not to. The script could write him dying, but he could choose not to die. The script wasn't destiny. Destiny was something he chose himself. The purple space on the 8th floor began to change. A white staircase rose from the ground, leading to the 9th floor. Voices from other forces drifted from afar. Claire sneered. Wang he calculated. Monica laughed. They too had passed through the 8th floor. Had someone sacrificed their faith? Had someone betrayed their god? He didn't know. Lin Yuan didn't care. He looked at the white staircase. The 9th floor. Self-sacrifice. Let's go, he said. Sumuking held his hand. Your authenticity. 61%. Can we reach the 9th floor? That's enough. He looked at the white staircase. The last floor. 6 people walked up the stairs. Hammer led the way, his mechanical arm tapping the ground. Tap tap tap. Red Queen followed behind him, her steps light. White Deer carried a sketchbook, her deep blue eyes like 2 stars in the white light. Mr. Ink brought up the rear, holding an umbrella broken in 2, its tip tapping the ground. Tap, tap, tap. He didn't recognize them, but he followed them. Sumuking held Lin Yuan's hand. She couldn't see, but her hand was steady. Lin Yuan walked in front. His realism was 61%, he had 20 items in his pocket, and there were 5 people behind him. There was one more layer. The last layer. They went up to the 9th floor. The 9th level was white. Not a warm white, not a clean white, it was empty, cold, like the white of an unwritten sheet of paper. There were no walls, no ceiling, no floor. They stood in nothingness, their feet transparent, their heads transparent, their surroundings transparent. Only a stone platform. Gray, ancient, the only tangible object. The words on the platform were black, like ink, like an abyss. Sacrifice the knowledge of who am I? Who am I? Not memory, not emotion, not name, not lifespan, not voice, not sight, not companions, not faith. I am the self. I am the meaning of the word I. To sacrifice the self is to forget who one is. To not know one's name, to not know where one comes from, to not know why one stands here. It's not amnesia, it's losing I. Like a book with its cover torn off, like a house with its foundation demolished. 6 people stood before the stone platform. The mechanical arm of the hammer ceased its hammering. The Red Queen's dagger hung at her side, its tip touching the ground. Bai Lu held a sketchbook, her fingers pressed against the cover. Mr. Mo stood at the back, holding an umbrella shattered in 2, his milky white eyes staring into the void. Sumuking held Lin Yuan's hand. Her hand was cold. Lin Yuan looked at the words on the stone platform. Who am I? He knew who he was. Lin Yuan, the rewriter, Bai Ji's son, Chen Shi's vessel, the builder of the City of Freedom. But he didn't know what would remain after sacrificing himself. Hammer was the first to step forward. His robotic arm was rusty, and the hydraulic rods at the joints were making a louder and louder noise. He could no longer speak, he could no longer see, and he looked 10 years older. But he was still standing. He walked to the stone platform and tapped the ground with his robotic arm thump. It's me, he said, I've come. The hammer sacrifices the understanding of who am I. Confirmed. The stone platform lit up. This time it wasn't gold, not dark red, not gray, not deep blue, not white, not red, not purple, it was transparent light. Like glass, like water, like nothingness, yet undeniably present. The light enveloped Iron Hammer's entire body, lasting for a long time. His mechanical arm glowed, the rust faded, not vanished, but transformed into something else. Not rust, but traces. The light went out. Iron Hammer stood still. He didn't know who he was anymore. He remembered fragments, the mechanical arm, the clanging, the footsteps of his teammates. But he didn't remember the name Iron Hammer, didn't remember the meaning of the word human. Yet he still stood. Who am I? He couldn't speak, but his body asked. He looked down at his mechanical arm. 3 words were engraved on it: Hammerman. The words were still there. He didn't recognize them, but they were on him. He stepped aside. The mechanical arm tapped lightly on the ground, once, then again. There was no rhythm, just tapping. The White Deer walked to the stone platform. She was 27 years old, unable to speak, unable to see. No, she could still see. After sacrificing her dependence on light on the 6th level, she could see even in the darkness. Her eyes were still deep blue, bright. She held a sketchbook filled with drawings of the sun, people, and a city. The White Deer's sacrifice clarifies the question of who am I. Confirmed. The stone platform lit up. A transparent light enveloped her, lasting for a long time. Then the light went out. Bai Lu stood there. She didn't know who she was. She didn't remember the name Bai Lu, didn't remember drawing, didn't remember the meaning of Sunday. But she opened her sketchbook, picked up a paintbrush, and drew a circle on the paper. The circle was crooked, but she was drawing. Her body remembered. She didn't know what she was drawing, but her hand was drawing. She drew a sun. Crooked and golden. There were no words written next to it. She didn't remember the words. But the sun was there. The Red Queen walked to the stone platform. She still held her dagger in her hand, the runes on the blade dead. Fine lines appeared at the corners of her eyes, and the skin on the back of her hands was thin. She could no longer speak, she could no longer see, and she had aged 10 years. But she still stood there. The Red Queen's sacrifice of the question who am I, is confirmed. The stone platform lit up. A transparent light enveloped her, lasting for a long time. Then the light went out. The Red Queen stood there. She didn't know who she was anymore. She didn't remember the name Red Queen, the identity of assassin, or the person Huangju. But she held the dagger. The dagger was still there. She didn't know why she was holding it, but she didn't let go. Sumuking walked to the stone platform. She couldn't see. Her milky white pupils resembled 2 moons without moonlight in the white light. She had no name anymore. Her fingers were rough, but her voice remained. She stood before the stone platform without hesitation. I am Sumuking. Once a saint, now a doctor in the City of Freedom. She paused, but Sumuking has already been sacrificed. The saint has been sacrificed. Only the doctor remains. She reached out and touched the stone platform. Sumuking sacrifices her understanding of who am I. Confirmed. Sacrifice content, once a saint. Retained, doctor. The stone platform lit up. A transparent light enveloped her, lasting for a long time. Then the light went out. Sumuking stood there. She no longer knew she had once been a saint. That memory had been taken from her consciousness, not from her memory itself, but from the question of who am I. She no longer considered herself the former saint. She was just a doctor from the City of Freedom. She remembered how to bandage wounds, how to boil water, how to hold Lin Yuan's hand. Those were things a doctor did. Mr. Mo, holding the umbrella broken in two, walked to the stone platform. He had forgotten everyone, forgotten who he was, forgotten why he was there. He no longer knew who he was. There was nothing left to sacrifice. Mr. Mo has nothing to offer. Confirmed. The stone platform lit up. A transparent light enveloped him and his umbrella for 3 seconds. The light went out. Mr. Mo stood there. He still didn't know who he was, but he was still holding the umbrella, broken in two, in his hand. His body remembered. Lin Yuan finally walked to the stone platform. He looked at the words, sacrifice the knowledge of who am I. His authenticity was 61%. He had 20 items in his pocket, and 5 people behind him. They sacrificed their memories, emotions, names, lifespans, voices, sight, companions, faith, and self. They forgot, hated, loved, grew old, became mute, went blind, forgot each other, forgot God, and forgot themselves. But they were still there. I am Lin Yuan, the rewriter, Bai Ji's son, Chen Shi's vessel, the builder of the City of Freedom. He reached out, not touching the stone platform, his hand hovered above it, his glove glowing. A dark red light flowed from his fingertips as he touched the platform's script. 9th level sacrifice rule, the knowledge of who am I, must be sacrificed. Can the rule be rewritten? Yes. Cost, the rewriter's authenticity -10%. 10%. The last layer. He pressed rewrite. The self needs no sacrifice. The self is the only thing that cannot be taken away. The stone platform trembled. The entire 9th level of space began to collapse, not in destruction, but in liberation. White light surged in from all directions, like a flood, like dawn. The golden voice in the sky rang out for the last time, this time with something Lin Yuan had never heard before, not unease, not anger, but relief. The rules have been permanently changed. From this day forward, the Tower of Babel no longer demands the sacrifice of the self. The self is the only thing that cannot be taken away. Cost, Lin Yuan's authenticity dropped from 61% to 51%. New words appeared on the stone platform, 9th floor cleared. Tower top unlocked. A staircase rose from the ground, not gold, not dark red, not gray, not deep blue, not white, not red, not purple. It was transparent, like glass, like water, like light. The staircase led to the top of the tower. The door at the top of the tower was open. Lin Yuan turned around and looked at the 5 people behind him. The mechanical arm of the hammer gently tapped the ground. Bai Lu held a sketchbook with a crooked sun on it. The Red Queen held a short knife. Sumuking held Lin Yuan's hand, and Mr. Mo held an umbrella that was broken in two. 6 people. 9-level sacrifice. They were still standing. Let's go, Lin Yuan said. We've reached the top of the tower. 6 people walked up the stairs. There was no sound. The mechanical arm of the hammer stopped striking. The white deer's paintbrush stopped gliding. The Red Queen's dagger stopped swaying. Mr. Mo's umbrella tip stopped touching the ground, and Sumuking's breathing was light. They went up. The stairs were long, but each step was steady. The top of the tower had no walls, no roof, only an empty platform. In the center of the platform was a table, old and wooden, on which lay a stack of manuscript paper, a fountain pen, and a desk lamp. The lamp was on, its warm yellow light illuminating the manuscript paper. The writing on the paper was handwritten, the ink still wet. Lin Yuan walked to the table and picked up the manuscript. It was the complete script for the Tower of Babel, from the 1st to the 9th floor, every choice, every line of dialogue, every sacrifice. He flipped to the 7th floor and saw, the Red Queen voluntarily steps forward and says, "Kill me." The protagonist rewrites the rules, sacrificing Mr. Mo's memories. Reader satisfaction prediction, 94%. He flipped to the 9th floor and saw, the protagonist rewrites the rules, self-sacrifice is unnecessary. Reader satisfaction prediction, 97%. He turned to the first page. The first line read, "This story is purely fictional. Any resemblance to actual events or persons is purely coincidental." To the readers, do you like this story? Your donations will determine the direction of the next chapter. Lin Yuan's fingers trembled. He put down the script and picked up the fountain pen. The pen was light, with a gold nib and 2 words engraved on its body, "Rewrite." This was a writer's pen. A pen that could rewrite a script. A pen he had waited a long time for. Is this the writer's pen? Sumuking's voice came from behind her. She couldn't see it, but she could feel the light of the pen, not the light seen with her eyes, but the light of existence. Yes, Lin Yuan said. What can it rewrite? The reality within the instance. The strength of the monsters, the items dropped, the written rules. He paused, but you can't rewrite what has already happened. You can't rewrite people's hearts. He stood atop the tower, pen in hand. A breeze blew, carrying the salty scent of the sea and the direction of the City of Freedom. He looked down at the line of text on the manuscript. Donations determine the direction of the next chapter's plot. He picked up his pen and wrote a line on the paper. I will know the truth. The words lingered on the paper for 3 seconds, then vanished, as if erased by some force. Not erased by an eraser, it disappeared. As if it had never existed. Chen Shi's voice echoed in his mind, very softly, that pen only works within the instance. It can't write in the world outside the instance. Lin Yuan stared at the vanished words. He knew the truth lay outside. In the City of Freedom, on the root server, in the encrypted zone where his mother was trapped, in the lost computer. This pen couldn't write there. But he could go there. He put the pen into his pocket, along with business cards, badges, stones, metal, paintings, an umbrella, paper, pens, paper flowers, scraps of paper, letters, and his diary. His pocket grew fuller and fuller, and his journey grew longer and longer. Let's go, he said. Let's go home. The 6 people walked towards the stairs. The door at the top of the tower slowly closed behind them. The 9 levels of the Tower of Babel had come to an end. Lin Yuan held the pen. The body was silver white, engraved with the words rewrite, and the nib was gold, like a drop of solidified sunlight under the lamplight. It was very light, almost weightless, yet he felt a burning sensation in his palm, not the pen's temperature, but something deeper, more essential. This pen could rewrite the reality within the instance, the monster's strength, the dropped items, the rules of the text. But the words he had just written on the script, I will know the truth, vanished. As if they had never existed. That pen only works within the dungeon, Chen Shi's voice echoed in his mind. It can't write in the world outside the dungeon. Lin Yuan looked at the pen. Inside the instance. The Tower of Babel is an instance. Jing'an Temple is an instance. The kindergarten is an instance. Those spaces, designed with entrances and exits, rules, and rewards. The pen is useful there. But freedom is not an instance. The root server is not an instance. The deepest encrypted zone is not an instance. Chen Mo's editorial department is not an instance. The truth is not inside the instance. The truth is outside. Then I need to go outside the instance, he said. His voice was soft, but steady. Chen Shi paused for a moment. Do you know how to get there? I don't know, but I will find it. He put the pen in his pocket, along with business cards, badges, stones, metal, paintings, an umbrella, paper, pens, paper flowers, scraps of paper, letters, and a diary. 21 things. 21 reasons he couldn't forget. His pocket grew fuller, and his journey grew longer. Footsteps sounded behind them. Not theirs, they were someone else's. Claire ascended the stairs, her golden hair billowing in the tower's wind, her white robe stained with blood, not hers, but the marks of a sacrifice. Behind her followed more than 20 oracles, half the number who had entered. Some had collapsed on the 1st floor, others had died on the 7th. But Claire remained standing. Her eyes were still golden, cold, like 2 lifeless stars. She saw the pen in Lin Yuan's hand. That silver pen, engraved with rewrite. Her eyes changed, not with anger, not with jealousy, but with something colder. Calculation. She was calculating whether to snatch it. But she didn't move. Because behind Lin Yuan stood 5 people. The mechanical arm of the hammer was glowing. Bai Lu's sketchbook was filled with suns. The Red Queen's dagger hung at her side, but its tip pointed towards her. Mr. Mo stood at the very back, holding a broken umbrella, and Sumuking, though unable to see, held Lin Yuan's hand. 5 people. 5 reckless people. The writer's pen, Claire said, her voice flat. You got it. Do you know what that pen can do? No, you don't know. Claire laughed. There was contempt in that laugh, an arrogance that said, you have no idea what you've got. That pen isn't for altering copies. It's for altering people. You can rewrite a person's memories, emotions, beliefs, even their loyalty to whom. The Lord of Light used this pen to create the first oracles. Lin Yuan's fingers tightened. He stared at the pen in his hand. Rewriting people, memories, emotions, beliefs, loyalty. He could turn one person into another. He could turn enemies into friends. He could turn friends into strangers. You won't use it, Claire said, because you're too weak. You can't even bring yourself to offer a sacrifice, you can't even kill. Holding that pen is no different from holding a stone. She turned and headed for the stairs. Next time we meet, I'll take that pen back. She left. The oracles followed her. The top of the tower fell silent. Wang He walked in from another direction. His suit was wrinkled, and the screen of his tablet was cracked, but his face still wore that professional, gentle, but cold smile. Behind him were a dozen or so bodyguards in black suits, half the number who had entered. Congratulations, he said. A writer's pen. How much is it worth? I can't afford it. But someone else can. He glanced at the pen in Lin Yuan's hand. If you are going to sell it, the Golden Scales Church is the biggest buyer. Not for sale. Wang He's smile remained unchanged. Then I won't sell. How about a collaboration? I'll rewrite some copies, and we'll split the profits 50-50. Non-cooperation. Wang He's smile faded, and he nodded. Then we won't cooperate. Next time we meet, we might be rivals. He left. His bodyguards followed him. Monica was the last to step forward. There were no more cult members behind her. Of the 30, she was the only one left. Fresh scars marred her bald head, the dark red runes obscured by blood, but her eyes still shone dark red, like two embers about to go out. She looked at Lin Yuan and smiled. You got it. Can that pen rewrite the seal on the thousand-throat beast? Have no idea. Monica nodded. Not knowing is just a possibility. A possibility is enough. She turned and walked towards the stairs, took a few steps, stopped, and didn't look back. Red Queen, the person you chose is good. Better than mine. She's gone. Only the 6 of them remained at the top of the tower. Lin Yuan put the pen back in his pocket. Sumuking held his hand. Her hand was cold. What are you thinking about? She asked. Lin Yuan looked at her face. Her brown eyes had turned milky white, she couldn't see anymore. Her fingers were rough, fine lines appeared at the corners of her eyes, and she no longer had a name. But she was still her. He was still him. But as he looked at her, a voice in his head asked, are you someone I truly love, or just someone written in the script? Sumuking. Are you someone I truly like, or just someone written in the script? Sumuking's hand stopped. She didn't pull it back, but her fingers were stiff, as if frozen. She remained silent for a long time. The wind at the top of the tower blew through her hair, and her grey hoodie fluttered in the wind. Her milky white eyes were directed in his direction, but she couldn't see him. You're asking me. Her voice was soft, not trembling, but hollow. Lin Yuan remained silent. You read the script. Our lines are written in the script. Every single one is the same. So you have doubts. She released his hand. You doubt that your feelings for me are written in the script. You doubt that my feelings for you are written in the script. You doubt that we are fake. I don't. You do. Her voice remained steady, but her lips trembled. The way you looked at me changed after you came down from the tower. You were looking at a character, not me. Lin Yuan opened his mouth as if to say something, but no sound came out. Sumuking turned around, her back to him. She couldn't see the sky outside the tower, but she knew there was a crack there. She could feel the light, not the light she could see with her eyes, but the temperature she could feel on her skin. Lin Yuan. You ask me if you're truly sincere with me. But have you asked yourself? Have you asked yourself if your tears for those children were part of a script? If you built the city of freedom, was that part of a script? If you rescued me, was that part of a script? If you stood on the 9th floor of the Tower of Babel and said, the self doesn't need sacrifice, was that part of a script? Lin Yuan remained silent. The script wrote down every word you said. But it didn't choose for you. You spoke, and it wrote. You didn't just say what it said. She paused. If you can't even understand this, then what's the difference between you and those oracles who believe everything is God's arrangement? She left. Not towards the stairs, she went towards the other side of the tower. She stood on the edge of the platform, the wind blowing against her, and she didn't look back. The mechanical arm of the hammer tapped the ground lightly thump. It seemed to be asking, what's wrong? Bailu, clutching her sketchbook, looked at Lin Yuan with deep blue eyes, then at Sumuking. She had written a line in the sketchbook, you made her angry. The words were large and forceful, the pen tip tearing the paper. The Red Queen, holding a short knife, stood between Sumuking and the hammer, like a wall. Mr. Mo, holding his umbrella broken in two, stood at the very back. He didn't recognize them, but he sensed something unfamiliar in the air, not danger, but pain. He frowned. Lin Yuan stood at the center of the tower. 21 items were in his pockets, but he had no pen in his hand. The pen was in his pocket, but his hand was empty. He watched Sumuking's back. She stood in the wind, her hair disheveled, her hoodie clinging to her body. She didn't cry. He had known her for so long and had never seen her cry. Even after she sacrificed those 7 days of darkness, sacrificed her love for the Lord of Light, sacrificed her name, sacrificed 10 years of her life, sacrificed her eyesight, she hadn't cried. But her back trembled. Sumuking. She didn't turn around. You. He changed his address. She no longer had a name, he could only call her you. Are you still there? He asked. She remained silent for a long time. Then she turned around, her milky white eyes looking in his direction. Yes, she said, but are you there? Lin Yuan looked at her. Milky white pupils, unfocused eyes. She couldn't see him, but she was waiting for his voice. I am here. Sumuking nodded. She walked back and stood in front of him. She didn't shake his hand, she just stood there. Lin Yuan. You asked me if you were truly in love with me. I answered you, I don't know if you were truly in love. But I know I was. I truly liked you. I truly believed in you. I truly chose to stand by your side. She paused, and you. Lin Yuan looked at her. Milky white eyes, rough fingers, a nameless face. He remembered the first layer, she sacrificed those 7 days of darkness. The second layer, she sacrificed her love for the Lord of Light. The third layer, she sacrificed her name. The fourth layer, she sacrificed 10 years of her life. The fifth layer, she preserved her voice, saying, if I can't speak, how can I call your name? The sixth layer, she sacrificed her sight, saying, you will be my eyes. The seventh layer, she wanted to die in his place. The eighth layer, she said, I only have one person, you. The ninth layer, she sacrificed once a saint, leaving only the doctor. She made so many choices. Each one was her own choice. I chose you, Lin Yuan said, not because of the script. It's because of you. Sumuking reached out and took his hand. Her hand was rough, but still warm. That's enough, she said. The wind at the top of the tower stopped. The great fissure shone in the sky like a half-closed eye. Leaving the Tower of Babel, they returned to the City of Freedom. The crooked house was still there, the cobblestone road was half-paved, smoke rose from the communal kitchen, and children ran in the open space. 380 residents stood at the city gate, waiting for their return. Lin Yuan Shan stood on the highest ruin, clutching the rusty knife in his hand. He saw Lin Yuan jump off the truck and smile. There was weariness in that smile, but also a sense of relief at your back. But he didn't say come back, he just nodded. Lin Yuan didn't smile. He walked through the crowd, across the cobblestone path, past the crooked house, and up to the highest point of the City of Freedom, a small hill of ruins from which the entire city could be seen. He sat down, looking at the houses, the people, and the unfinished city. He seemed calm, but Sumuking knew he wasn't. He had changed since coming down from the top of the tower. He started to space out. Not absent-mindedly, he was staring at the air, his eyes unblinking, as if he were looking at something. He was indeed looking. He was using his eye of insight to look at everyone's role tags, those glowing words floating above their heads, visible only to him. He looked at Sumuking first. The female protagonist, Sumuking's romantic interest has a reader approval rating of 92%. 92%. Out of 100 readers, 92 like her. Not because they like her as a person, they like the character. Her pain, her sacrifice, her tears, all are designed. Readers enjoy it. He looked at the hammer. The supporting character Iron Hammer's loyal companion will sacrifice himself in Volume 2. Volume 2. Sacrifice. He knew when he would die. Lin Yuan's fingers tightened. He looked at the white deer. The supporting character Bai Lu's growth arc will awaken at the end of Volume 1. End of Volume 1. Awakening. Bai Lu's awakening wasn't her own choice, it was written in the script. Her growth, her ability upgrade, her transformation from 17 to 27, her ability to paint, it was all pre-arranged. He looked at Mr. Mo. The supporting character, Mr. Mo, a witness to 3 eras, will disappear at the end of Volume 1. Disappearance. Not death, it's disappearance. Just as he forgot everyone, everyone will forget him. He looked at the Red Queen. The supporting character, the Red Queen, a former follower of the evil god, will betray the sect in Volume 3. Betrayal. The Red Queen will betray. Not that she wants to betray, it's written in the script. She'll be portrayed as a traitor, a villain, someone the readers hate. He sees himself. The ending for the protagonist, Lin Yuan, is undetermined. Uncertain. Only his fate is uncertain. Because he has rewritten too many scripts, because he is no longer under Chen Mo's control, because he has become an abnormality. But he doesn't know that uncertainty is something more terrifying than sacrifice. Sacrifice at least has an ending. What is uncertainty? He doesn't know. He deactivated his abilities. The labels vanished from his sight, but were etched into his mind. Would Sumuking die? Would Taikui die? What would Bela become? Would Mr. Mo disappear? Would the Red Queen betray him? He looked at those people, those he had sacrificed 9 levels within the Tower of Babel, those who, along with him, had forgotten, hated, loved, grown old, become mute, become blind, forgotten each other, forgotten God, forgotten themselves. They weren't characters. They were people. But the script said they were characters. The script said they would sacrifice, disappear, betray. The script said their suffering was for the reader's satisfaction. Lin Yuan. Sumuking's voice came from behind him. He turned around. She stood beneath the rubble, her head tilted back, her milky white eyes fixed on him. She couldn't see him, but she knew he was there. What are you doing up there? Sitting. How long have you been sitting? Have no idea. She climbed up and sat beside him. Her hand groped for his and took it. Her hand was rough, but still warm. Lin Yuan looked at her hand. There were fine lines on her fingers, and her nails were no longer smooth. She had aged 10 years, gone blind, and had no name. But she was still here, holding his hand. Sumuking, he said. The tag above your head says, Female Leads Reader Approval Rating, 92%. Sumuking paused for a moment. Are you looking at those things? What else did you see? Lin Yuan paused for a moment. Iron Hammer will sacrifice himself in the 2nd volume. White Deer will awaken at the end of the 1st volume. Mr. Mo will disappear at the end of the 1st volume. The Red Queen will betray us in the 3rd volume. And me? What will happen to me? It wasn't written. It only said female lead. Sumuking smiled. There was weariness in that smile, but also a sense of resignation, a I don't care kind of acceptance. Female protagonist. 92% reader approval rating. What does that mean? It means my suffering was designed, my choices were written, and I exist only to please the readers. Lin Yuan remained silent. Do you believe it? She asked. I have no idea. Sumuking released his hand. You don't know. Her voice was soft but not trembling. You said on the 9th floor of the Tower of Babel, the self doesn't need sacrifice. You said it was the only thing that couldn't be taken away. What are you doing now? You're giving yourself back to the script. Lin Yuan looked at her. I am not. You're looking at the tags. You're looking at how the script describes us. You're using the script's definition to judge whether we're real. You're using reader popularity as my value. You're not looking at me, you're looking at the tags. She stood up. Lin Yuan, I'm asking you. If there were no script, no readers, no those tags, would I still be me? Yes. Then you shouldn't watch it. She turned and walked down the ruins. After a few steps, she stopped. Come find me when you've thought things through. Then she left. Lin Yuan sat on the ruins, watching her retreating figure. She didn't turn around. That evening, Lin Yuan didn't go to dinner. He sat in front of the crooked house, gazing at the night sky. The great fisher was still there, like a half-closed eye. He held his writer's pen, its blade cold, the nib reflecting a silvery light in the moonlight. Sumuking came over, carrying a bowl of porridge. She couldn't see him, but she knew where he was. She knelt down and placed the bowl beside him. Have something to eat. I'm not hungry. You haven't eaten all day. I'm not hungry. Sumuking stood up but didn't leave. She stood there, her milky white eyes fixed on him. The wind blew through her hair, and her grey hoodie fluttered in the breeze. Lin Yuan, what's on your mind? I'm wondering if my feelings for you are real, or just something written down. Sumuking remained silent for a long time. Then she squatted down, picked up the bowl, and placed it in his hands. Then don't touch me until you've thought it through. She turned and walked away. This time she really left. She didn't look back. Lin Yuan held the bowl of porridge, which had already gone cold. He didn't drink it, but placed it on the ground. Tai Chui walked over, his mechanical arm tapping the ground, tap tap tap. He couldn't speak, he couldn't see, but his mechanical arm could sense vibrations. He could see Lin Yuan sitting there, head bowed, hands trembling. He crouched down and tapped the ground with the mechanical arm thump. What's wrong? Lin Yuan didn't answer. The hammer struck again thud. He raised the mechanical arm. In the moonlight, the 3 words Hammer Man engraved on it reflected a cold light. He pointed to those 3 words, then to Lin Yuan. You are human. I am human too. Humans are not scripts. Lin Yuan looked at him. Iron Hammer, what did you do to Sumuking? Iron Hammer couldn't speak, but he used his mechanical arm to write on the ground. Each stroke was slow and forceful. Rust left black marks on the ground. I don't know if I really like her. Lin Yuan froze. He stared at the words on the ground. I don't know if I really like her. These were the words he had been saying to himself. Iron Hammer had written them down. Iron Hammer had used his mechanical arm to write his innermost thoughts on the ground. Iron Hammer wrote again. Have you asked her? Does she really like you? Lin Yuan did not answer. Hammer wrote, you only doubt yourself, not her. That proves you're genuine. Lin Yuan looked at the words, you only doubt yourself, not her. This proves you are genuine. Those who are fake won't doubt, only the real will. He stood up, carrying the bowl of cold porridge, and walked to the communal kitchen. The porridge was cold, but he drank it. After finishing, he washed the bowl and put it back on the shelf. He walked to the highest point of the City of Freedom, the small hill formed by the ruins. He sat there, gazing at the night sky. The great crack was still there, but the light was much softer. He held the writer's pen and wrote a line in his palm, I will know the truth. The pen tip grazed his skin, leaving golden marks. The marks did not disappear because they were written on his own body. Not on a script, not on paper, but on his hand. He remembered. In the distance, Sumuking stood in the doorway of the crooked house, her milky white eyes fixed on the ruins. She couldn't see him, but she knew he was there. She didn't go over. She waited. The golden words on his palm, I will know the truth, lingered in the moonlight all night. Lin Yuan didn't sleep. He sat atop the highest ruin in the City of Freedom, watching the words slowly fade, but not disappear. The dungeon couldn't control the words written on his body. As dawn broke, he stood up and walked towards an F-rank dungeon next to the City of Freedom. The entrance was behind an abandoned supermarket, its grayish-white membrane resembling a poorly healed scar. The difficulty was marked as F-rank, but he glanced at the boss inside with his eye of truth, C-rank, 2 ranks higher than the marked difficulty. It wasn't a plot correction, it was a bug in the dungeon itself. Whether Chen Mo made a mistake when writing it, or intentionally did, no one knew. Sumuking followed behind, neither approaching nor leaving. She stood at the supermarket entrance, her milky white eyes fixed on the direction of the copy. Since last night, she had maintained this distance neither too close nor too far, like a taut string. Wait here, Lin Yuan said. He entered the instance. Inside was a contaminated underground parking garage, the air thick with a cloying, sweet odor. Abandoned cars sat in the parking spaces, windows shattered, seats covered in grey moss. Deep inside, a mutated dog lay on the ground, 3-headed and the size of a small truck. It smelled Lin Yuan's scent, and all 3 heads rose simultaneously, its 6 eyes glowing a dark red in the darkness. Rank C. Lin Yuan didn't draw his weapon. He took out his writer's pen from his pocket, the golden light at the tip shining in the darkness. He wrote a single word in the direction of the mutated dog, weak. The golden word floated in the air like a talisman, lingered for a second, then exploded, like ink splashing into water, like light piercing the darkness. The mutated dog's body began to change, its size shrank. 3 heads became 2, 2 became 1, shrinking from the size of a truck to the size of a car, then to the size of a motorcycle, and finally to the size of an ordinary mongrel. Its roar turned into a whimper, its sea-level energy response plummeted to F-level. It lay on the ground, curled up in a ball, its only eye wet, as if begging for mercy. Lin Yuan crouched down and looked at it. The mutated dog's fur was grey, matted, and covered in dust. Its eyes were dark red, but there was no malice in them, only fear. It didn't know it was a monster created by someone. It only knew pain. Let's go, Lin Yuan said. The mutated dog paused for a moment, then stood up, tucked its tail between its legs, and ran away. Its footsteps echoed in the parking lot, growing fainter and fainter until they disappeared. Dungeon cleared. No battles, no sacrifices, no choices. A single stroke, a single word. The wristband vibrated. Writer's pen usage log, modified boss level, Sirite arrow F. Reality consumed, 5%. Current reality, 46%. 46%. The 51% brought from the Tower of Babel, minus 5%, leaves 46%. 10 times, and he's gone. No, 9 times. After 9 times, only 1% remains. What is 1%? It's the unseen person, the untouchable hand, the empty shell that has forgotten everything. He put the pen in his pocket and walked out of the instance. Sumuking stood at the supermarket entrance. She didn't ask what had happened inside. She simply reached out, groped for his hand, squeezed it briefly, and then let go. How many times did you use it? She asked. Once. How much was lost? 5%. How much is left? 46%. Sumuking nodded, neither asking is it worth it, nor don't use it anymore. She simply turned and walked towards the City of Freedom. After a few steps, she stopped. Can that pen heal my eyes? Lin Yuan watched her retreating figure. Milky white pupils, unfocused eyes. He remembered the 6th level of the Tower of Babel, where she stood before the stone platform and said, "You will be my eyes." He agreed. But he couldn't write it down. He had tried. He wrote Sumuking's eyes restored on his palm, the words lingering for a second before disappearing. It wasn't that writing it on himself would work because words written on oneself only affect oneself. He couldn't change her eyes. No, he said. Sumuking nodded and continued walking. Then don't try it. Back in the City of Freedom, Lin Yuan sat in front of the crooked house, pen in hand, writing in his palm. He wrote the character for person, golden, glowing on his skin, lingering for 3 seconds, then disappearing. He wrote the character for truth, golden, glowing, lingering for 3 seconds, then disappearing. He wrote Sumuking. She no longer had that name, but he still wrote her former name. Golden, glowing, lingering for 3 seconds, then disappearing. The pen only works within a copy. The palm isn't a copy. The words don't stay. But the line he wrote last night, "I will know the truth," remained. He turned his palm over, looking at the words. It was there. Not because of the pen but because of himself. He wrote it, but the words stayed all night because he kept thinking. Thinking is remembering. You're still trying. Chen Shi's voice echoed in his mind, very softly, like the wind blowing through withered leaves. I'm trying to see if I can rewrite what has already happened. And then what happened? I can't write anymore. Sumuking's eyes will never return. Mr. Mo's memories will never return. Bai Lu's voice will never return. Iron Hammer's 10 years will never return. My 46% will never return either. That pen was Chen Mo's toy. He used it to write copies. You used it to rewrite copies. But you were both just pawns. Lin Yuan placed the pen on his lap, gazing at it. The pen's body was silver white, its nib golden, engraved with the words rewrite. It was Chen Mo's toy. Chen Mo had used it to write about the Tower of Babel, about kindergarten, about Jing'an Temple. He had written a world. But the chess piece. The chess piece didn't know it was being moved. He knew. He knew he was a chess piece, yet he kept moving. Not because he wanted to win but because he wanted to know who was moving him. Have you used this pen before? Lin Yuan asked. I used it. Chen Shi's voice softened further. In the first era, I used it to rewrite the memories of a follower of an evil god. She forgot who she was, forgot why she killed. She became someone else. Later, she died. When she died, she was laughing. She didn't know why she was laughing. But I was crying. Lin Yuan paused for a moment. Do you regret it? I'll regret it. But if I don't go in, I'll regret it even more. Chen Shi's voice was like a string about to snap. You're asking about getting into the deepest encrypted area. Not with a pen. Ask both. Using a pen, I regret it. Entering the deepest encrypted zone, I also regret it. But the degree of regret is different. The regret from using a pen is I shouldn't have done it. The regret from entering the encrypted zone is I didn't do enough. Lin Yuan looked at the pen in his hand. I shouldn't have done it and I didn't do enough. He hadn't yet used his pen to rewrite history. He didn't know which kind of regret would belong to him. He put the pen in his pocket, stood up, and walked towards the center of the City of Freedom. The painting by the white deer still hung on the wall. The painting depicted many people: a young man with black hair, a bald man, a white-haired man, a man in a gray trench coat, a man in a red trench coat, a man with a mechanical arm, a man wielding a lightsaber, a painter, a man boiling water, a man handing out tools, a man moving stones. And there was that woman with long hair, curved eyes, and paint on her apron. Below the painting was a line of text, City of Freedom. Where is he? Bai Lu no longer knew who she was. She sacrificed her ability to draw on the 9th level of the Tower of Babel. She didn't know why she was drawing, but she kept drawing. She drew a sun, crooked and golden. There were no words written beside it. She couldn't remember the words. But the sun was there. Lin Yuan stood before the painting, gazing at it for a long time. Then he turned and walked towards the exit of the City of Freedom. Sumuking stood at the city gate. She didn't know he had come, but she could feel it: his footsteps, his breath, his warmth. Where are you going? She asked. The deepest encrypted zone. Sumuking paused for a moment. Now. Your authenticity is only 46%. Enough. Not enough. She walked up to him, reached out, and groped for his face. Her fingers were rough, but light. She touched his eyebrows, his nose, his lips. You used 5% to change the rules in the Tower of Babel, 10% to change the 7th level, 5% to change the 8th level, and 10% to change the 9th level. That's 30% in total. You dropped from 100% to 70%, then to 51% no, from 100% to 70%, and then sacrificed yourself using 10%, making it 60%? Wait, the previous accounts don't add up. Lin Yuan grasped her hand. The debt isn't important. What's important is that I can still walk. Sumuking didn't speak. Her finger hovered over his lips for 3 seconds before she withdrew it. When are you coming back? Have no idea. Then go ahead. Lin Yuan looked at her. Milky white eyes, rough fingers, a nameless face. She stood there, like a tree, its roots firmly planted in the ground, waiting for the wind to blow her down, but she was still waiting. I will come back, he said. You say that every time. This time it's for real. Sumuking smiled. There was weariness in that smile, but also a relieved I know kind of understanding. Go. Lin Yuan turned and headed south. 21 items were in his pocket, and he held the writer's pen in his hand. Behind him, the gates of the City of Freedom slowly closed. Sumuking stood at the entrance, not following. She waited. For 3 days after returning from the abandoned supermarket, Lin Yuan did not go to see Sumuking. Nor did she come to see him. They lived in the same city, in 2 houses less than 50 meters apart, 8 meals cooked in the same kitchen, and walked on the same cobblestone path. But their eyes no longer met. She was blind, and he dared not look at her. She didn't know if he was there, and he knew she was there, but he didn't know if he was there. On the first day, Lin Yuan sat in front of the crooked house, looking at the painting by Bailu. The sun in the painting was still there, crooked and golden. He looked at it for a long time, then lowered his head and touched the diary in his pocket. The words Sumuking had written were still there. Xiaoyu, 5 years old. Kindergarten copy. He said, Uncle, I'm in so much pain. Lin Yuan saved him. The handwriting was blurred, but still legible. He looked at it for a long time, then put the diary back. He didn't go to find her. The next day, Lin Yuan went to the communal kitchen for lunch. Sumuking was there too. She sat in a corner, holding a bowl of porridge, slowly sipping it. Her milky white eyes were unfocused, staring straight ahead. Lin Yuan stood at the door, watching her profile. Her hair had grown long, obscuring half her face. Her fingers were rough, but the way she held the bowl was still the same, left hand supporting the bottom, right hand holding a spoon. He watched for a long time, then turned and left. He didn't drink the porridge. On the 3rd day, Fang Lei found him. Fang Lei leaned against the wall, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Since returning from the Tower of Babel, he had been helping with the city's construction in the City of Freedom, without participating in any dungeons. But his sword was still at his waist, the hilt engraved with his sister's name Fang Ziahe. He looked at Lin Yuan, his brow furrowed. Both of you, one doubts yourself, the other doubts the other. You're sick. Lin Yuan remained silent. You don't understand, he said. I understand. Fang Lei took the cigarette out of his mouth, looking at the teeth marks on the cigarette holder. When my sister disappeared, I also doubted whether I really had a sister. I searched through all the records. I could find no name, no photo, no trace of her. It was as if she had never existed. He paused. But the words on the hilt don't lie to me. Fang Ziahe. 3 words. I carved them. I remember the day I carved them. She stood next to me and said, Brother, carve it deeper. I'm afraid it will wear away. I carved it very deep. It's still there now. Lin Yuan felt the diary in his pocket. The words Sumuking had written were still there. The paper was wrinkled, the edges were curled, and the ink was blurred, but the words were still there. He hadn't carved them, she had written them. But every word she wrote said the same thing: she cared about him. Go talk to her, Fang Lei said, putting the cigarette back in his mouth. Don't just sit here and get moldy. Fang Lei left. Lin Yuan sat at the doorway, motionless. It was late at night. The moon was high in the sky, its silvery light shining on the ruins, turning the grey rubble silver. Lin Yuan sat in the doorway of the crooked house, head bowed, clutching the diary in his hand. Footsteps came from behind him. Very light, very slow, as if afraid of waking something. Sumuking came out and sat down next to him. She didn't speak, just sat there. Her milky white eyes stared ahead, like 2 moons without stars. The wind blew her hair, and her grey hoodie fluttered in the wind. The two remained silent for a long time. Long enough that the moon had moved from east to west, long enough that the wind had stopped and started again, started and stopped again. Lin Yuan. She finally spoke. If one day you find out that your feelings for me were fake, will you tell me? Lin Yuan turned to look at her. Her profile was serene in the moonlight, expressionless, without expectation, simply waiting. Yes, he said. Sumuking nodded. Then if I found out my feelings for you were fake, I would tell you too. She paused, her voice even softer, but I didn't find out. Lin Yuan looked at her. In the moonlight, her eyes shone brightly. Not the light of God, not the light of the script, it was her own light. Milky white, unfocused, but her own. He reached out and took her hand. Her hand was rough, but still warm. This time he didn't pull away. Sumuking's fingers twitched, then she gripped his hand tightly. Her grip was firm, as if afraid he would pull away again. Do you still have doubts? She asked. Lin Yuan thought for a moment. Doubt? What do you suspect? I doubt myself. Sumuking didn't speak. She rested her head on his shoulder. Her hair brushed against his neck, tickling him. She closed her eyes, not the kind of closing where she couldn't see, but the kind of closing where she was tired. Then take your time to think about it, she said. I'll wait for you. Lin Yuan sat there, holding her hand, her head resting on his shoulder, a diary in his pocket. The night breeze carried the scent of the city of freedom, the smell of newly built wood, the aroma of cooking porridge, the soft breathing of sleeping children. He didn't speak again. Sumuking didn't speak either. The two sat in the moonlight, like two stones, like two trees, like two lines of text written close together on the same page. The cracks hadn't completely healed, but they were beginning to slowly close. It wasn't forgetting, it was deciding not to let go. In the distance, Hammer stood on the ruins, his mechanical arm reflecting a cold light in the moonlight. He could no longer speak, nor could he see, but he could feel the vibrations, the heartbeats of two people, coming from different directions, slowly, slowly, becoming one rhythm. He tapped the ground, thump. Then he turned and walked away. The white deer sat in front of the painting and drew a heart in her sketchbook. The lines were crooked and uneven. There were no words written beside it, she couldn't remember the words. But the heart was there. In the editorial department of 3D World, the lights were off. Only the screen of a laptop was lit, its blue-white light illuminating a round face. Lost and dejected, he sat in a chair, surrounded by a pile of sticky notes, an empty coffee cup, and crumpled manuscript papers. His eyes were fixed on the screen, his brows furrowed. The screen displays reader feedback data. Satisfaction rate for Chapter 47 of Volume 1, 87%. Down 8% from previous chapter. Reader comments summary, the main character's romantic relationships are too complicated. Sumuking is blind, but Lin Yuan is still suspicious. Can you please stop dragging this out? The pacing is so slow after the Tower of Babel arc. Disappointed, he picked up his coffee cup, only to find it empty. He put the cup down and tapped the table with his fingers, tap, tap, tap. Like the mechanical arm of a hammer, but even more irritating. The protagonist's awakening is too fast, he muttered to himself. From the first volume until now, he's gone from an ordinary person to a rewriter, from 1% to 100%, from one person to a group. Readers have gotten used to his strength. And once they're used to it, it's no longer exciting. He paused. He needs to lose someone important to him, to fall back into despair. Readers love to see heroes fall to the bottom. He opened a new document and began writing the plot outline for the next chapter. Volume 1, Chapter 48, The Sacrifice of the White Deer. Scene, an A-rank dungeon appears on the outskirts of the City of Freedom. Lin Yuan leads the team inside. The dungeon boss is a projection of the Thousand-Throat Beast. Bai Lu uses spatial abilities to trap the boss, but cannot escape. Ending, Bai Lu sacrifices herself. Her sketchbook falls from the sky. The last page depicts a Sunday. Reader vote approval rate, 78%. Chen Mo looked at the line of text and nodded. 78%, that's enough. He saved the document and closed his laptop. The editorial department returned to darkness. Only the light coming in from outside the window, not the sun, but light from another dimension, leaking down from the sky of the City of Freedom. The City of Freedom. Bai Lu sat before the painting, clutching her sketchbook. She no longer knew who she was. On the 9th level of the Tower of Babel, she had sacrificed her knowledge of being able to paint. She didn't remember why she was painting, but she kept painting. She painted a person, black hair, deep brown eyes, holding a glowing stone. It was Lin Yuan. She didn't remember his name, didn't remember who he was, but she remembered his appearance. Her body remembered. She finished the last stroke, tilted her head, and looked at it. It didn't look right. The face was too round, the eyes too big, the stones not bright enough. She tore that page out, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it on the ground. There were already many crumpled pieces of paper on the ground. She drew again and again, but was never satisfied. But she didn't stop. Because besides drawing, she didn't know what else she could do. She turned to a new page and started drawing again. First, she drew a circle, the head. Then she drew 2 circles, the eyes. Then she drew an oval, the stone. She drew slowly and carefully, like a child who had just learned to hold a pen. Unbeknownst to her, her name appeared in the lost script. Lin Yuan sat in the doorway of the crooked house, holding Sumuking's hand. Since last night, they hadn't spoken, but they hadn't let go of each other's hands either. The moon moved from east to west, the wind rose and fell, rose and fell. He looked down at her hand, rough, with fine lines, but held tightly. He thought, if only time could stop here. No copies, no scripts, no editorial department. Only her hand, his house, her breath. The wristband vibrated. It wasn't a normal alert, it was a high-frequency, rapid vibration, like an alarm for a racing heart. Red light flashed on the wristband, like blood, like fire. Lin Yuan looked down at the screen. Warning, script modifications detected. Object, white deer. Original fate line, the growth path will awaken at the end of Volume 1. New fate line, the sacrifice line will end at the end of Volume 1. Edited from, Editorial Department's Disappointment. Reader vote approval rate, 78%. Lin Yuan's eyes reddened. He stared at the words, New fate line, the sacrifice line will die at the end of Volume 1. Bai Lu, the girl who had followed him since Volume 1. Awakening her abilities at 8, believing she had caused the Great Rift, always saying I'm sorry. She sacrificed her voice in the Tower of Babel, 10 years of her lifespan, her dependence on light, her self-hatred, and her knowledge of being able to paint. She forgot who she was, forgot why she painted, but she still painted. She painted the sun, painted the city, painted him. She wouldn't die. Lin Yuan released Sumuking's hand and stood up. Sumuking didn't ask why, she sensed it, his hand had suddenly turned cold, and his breathing had quickened. What's wrong? She asked. The white deer, Lin Yuan said, they want to kill the white deer. He ran towards Bai Lu's painting. In the moonlight, Bai Lu sat in front of it, holding her sketchbook, drawing. She had drawn a person, black hair, dark brown eyes, holding a glowing stone. This time, it looked very lifelike. She tilted her head to look at it, a slight smile playing on her lips. She didn't know she was smiling, but she was smiling. Lin Yuan squatted down in front of her, looking at her. Deep blue eyes, a 27-year-old face, but the gaze of a 17-year-old. She couldn't speak, but she wrote a line on her sketchbook with her paintbrush. I'm done. Does it look like me? The handwriting was crooked, but she wrote it very carefully. Lin Yuan looked at her, his throat feeling like it was blocked by something. Like, he said. Very much like. Bai Lu smiled. She lowered her head and wrote a line next to the painting. He will not die. She didn't know what she was writing, but she wrote it. Lin Yuan looked at the line and remembered what she had written before. He will come back. He is at home. She kept writing about him. She forgot his name, forgot why he was important, but she was writing about him. Her body remembered. He gripped the writer's pen and wrote a line on his wrist. The white deer will not die. The golden words glowed on his skin, lingered for a second, then vanished. He wrote it a second time. The white deer will not die. Golden, glowing, lingering for a second, then vanished. A third time. The white deer will not die. Vanished. Each time, the result was the same. The words couldn't remain. The pen could only alter the reality within the copy. The white deer's fate lay outside the copy. In the lost computer, in the reader's votes, in that 78% figure. It's useless. Chen Shi's voice echoed in his mind, soft and weary. The pen can only alter reality within the instance. Bai Lu's fate lies outside the instance. Lin Yuan stared at the disappearing words on his wrist. He recalled the 7th level of the Tower of Babel, where he rewrote the rules, sparing no one's life. But Mr. Mo sacrificed his bonds, forgetting everyone. He remembered the 9th level of the Tower of Babel, where he rewrote the rules, eliminating the need for self-sacrifice. But Bai Lu had already sacrificed her knowledge of being able to paint. He had been constantly changing, but constantly losing. This time, he didn't want to lose anything more. He stood up, looked up, and gazed at the great crack in the sky. The crack glowed against the heavens like a half-closed eye. He knew there was someone behind that eye. Chen Mo, sitting in front of his computer, writing his story. And readers, watching the screen, casting their votes, deciding who would live and who would die. He clenched his fist and said something to the sky. Not to the disappointment, not to the screenwriter, but to those watching behind the screen, those who gave him 78% of the vote, those who enjoyed watching heroes fall to the bottom. You like watching tragedies? I don't act in them. The voice wasn't loud, but it was steady. The wind blew across the city of freedom, carrying his voice high above, to the edge of the crack, to that other world. The great rift in the sky flashed, like an eye blinking. Was it surprise? Was it anger? Was it something indescribable? It's unknown. But it flashed. The white deer raised her head, looking at the sky. She didn't know what had happened, but she felt the wind had changed. Not the kind that blows on her face, it blows into her heart. She lowered her head and drew another sun in her sketchbook. Big, round, golden. Next to it was a line of text, not text, a symbol. A symbol she had drawn many times before. A circle, with a halo around it. The sun. Lin Yuan squatted down and looked at the sun. White deer. She looked up at him, her deep blue eyes meeting his. You won't die, he said. I won't let them write you out of your life. Bai Lu stared at him for a long time. Then she lowered her head and wrote a line in her sketchbook. Who am I? She didn't know who she was anymore. But she knew he was there. She pointed to the line, then to him. Tell me. Lin Yuan stared at the words who am I. He remembered what she had said on the 3rd level of the Tower of Babel. White deer. White is clean, deer is free. I want to be like that. She had forgotten. But he remembered. You are the white deer, he said. White represents purity, and the deer represents freedom. You want to be like that. Bai Lu stared at the words for a long time. Then she smiled. She didn't know what Bai Lu meant, but she liked the words. She lowered her head and wrote a line in her sketchbook. Bai Lu will not die. She wrote it. Not him. She wrote it herself. Lin Yuan stared at the words, his eyes reddening. He reached out and touched her head. Her hair was soft, just like when they first met. Back then, she had crouched in the corner of Lost Ark and said, I'm sorry. Now she didn't say it. She wrote. She wrote, the white deer will not die. She wrote, the sun. She wrote about him. In the distance, Sumuking stood in the doorway of the crooked house, her milky white eyes gazing at the sky. She couldn't see the great rift, but she could feel the light, not the light she saw, but the warmth she felt on her skin. The light flickered, like an eye blinking. Did you hear that? She asked softly. The wind did not answer, but she knew someone was listening. Mr. Mo's umbrella was planted on the highest ruin in the City of Freedom. The umbrella was broken in two, its surface torn like a ripped flag, but it was still stuck there. Lin Yuan didn't pull it out. From the day Mr. Mo disappeared, this umbrella had become part of the City of Freedom, like a withered tree, like a tombstone, like a silent person still standing. 30 days after the Tower of Babel incident, the mythical invasion intensified. The Great Rift didn't widen, but what flowed from it changed, no longer light, but sound. Countless sounds overlapped, like 1,000 people speaking simultaneously. Some said it was the whispers of the gods, some said it was the world's underlying code being leaked, some said it was just the wind. No one knew. But everyone knew one thing: the outside world was collapsing at an accelerating rate. One by one, signals from governments around the world disappeared. First came the south, then the north, then the west. The east was still there, but only repeated broadcasts remained: please stay indoors and await rescue. No rescue was coming. No one said it aloud, but everyone knew. The Church of the True God and the cults of the false gods are dividing up the territory. The Church of Radiance occupies the east, the cult of the thousand-throat beasts occupies the south, the Church of the King of the Anvil occupies the northwest, and the other gods divide up the rest. They plant flags on the ruins, build temples on the ruins, and gather believers on the ruins. There is no resistance, because no one can resist. Construction of the City of Freedom is 90% complete. The walls are in place, the housing is there, and there are medical clinics, kitchens, workshops, and schools. 531 people live there, 312 who escaped from Water City, and 219 who fled from nearby or even further afield. Some are ordinary people, some are psychics, and some are deserters of the Oracle. They all have one thing in common: they have no god. Lin Yuan stood in the center of the City of Freedom. Mr. Mo's umbrella stood atop the highest ruin, and he stood beside it, gazing at the city. Cobblestone streets stretched to the city gates, the crooked houses had become more orderly, children ran in the open spaces, and old people basked in the sun against the walls. He remembered the 9th level of the Tower of Babel, where he had said, "The self needs no sacrifice." Now he stood here, his self remained, but Mr. Mo was gone. Sumuking stood behind him. She couldn't see him, but she could feel the wind blowing from which direction, the warmth of the sunlight, and his breath. Her hands hung at her sides, not holding his. Since Mr. Mo's death, she hadn't touched him much. Not out of distance, but to give him space. She knew what he was thinking. He was thinking about Mr. Mo's words: "Next time, you will see the real screenwriter." "There are more and more people," Sumuking said. The city is almost finished. What happens after it's built?" Lin Yuan looked at the sky. The Great Rift was still there, like a half-closed eye. He didn't know what to do after it was built. But he knew that standing in the center of this city, he had to say something. Because the newcomers were watching. They came from the Water City, from all directions, from even farther places. They had heard of a city without gods, a rewriter who wasn't afraid of gods, a group of people who didn't care about their lives. They came. They stood at the city gate, carrying luggage, leading children, with a light in their eyes, not the light of gods, but the light of there is still somewhere to go. Lin Yuan stepped down from the ruins. Sumuking followed behind him. They walked to the city gate and stood before the newcomers. 531 residents also gathered around. Iron Hammer stood on the left, his mechanical arm hanging at his side, rust spots gleaming like scars in the sunlight. White Deer stood on the right, holding a sketchbook, her deep blue eyes watching the crowd. Red Queen stood at the very back, a dagger tucked into her waistband, her milky white eyes fixed ahead. Lin Yuan looked at those people, old people, children, women, and men. Some were crying, some were laughing, and some were just standing there, as if they hadn't yet realized they were still alive. "There are no gods in this city." His voice wasn't loud, but everyone heard him. "No good gods, no evil gods. Only people. Whatever you choose, that is what it becomes." Silence. The wind blows through the City of Freedom, causing the ripped umbrella to sway gently. A new man stepped forward. He was in his 40s, with a scar on his face, his left arm missing, the sleeve hanging empty. His eyes were gray, not from blindness, the gray of someone who had lost everything. He looked at Lin Yuan, his lips trembling. "How can we live without God's protection?" Lin Yuan looked at him. He had heard this question many times. In kindergartens, in resettlement centers, in every corner of the City of Freedom. Every time, he was thinking of the same answer. "Did God protect you?" Lin Yuan asked. "Where was God during the Great Rift? Where was God during the Tower of Babel? You are here not because of God but because of yourselves." The man's lips were still trembling. But he didn't refute it, because he knew Lin Yuan was telling the truth. God was not there. He was never there. The hammer struck the ground 3 times with its mechanical arm. Thump, thump, thump. That was his language, yes. The sound vibrated through the air, reaching everyone's ears. Not ears but bones. His strikes made people feel yes deep within their bones. Bai Lu drew a sun in her sketchbook, big, round, and golden. She held up the sketchbook for everyone to see. Next to it was a line of words, written in crooked handwriting: "The sun will never abandon anyone." A child ran out from the crowd. He was a boy, 5 or 6 years old, as thin as a stick. He ran to the white deer, stood on tiptoe, and looked at the painting. He looked at it for a long time, then reached out and touched the sun in the painting. "Is the sun hot?" he asked. The white deer couldn't speak. She wrote one word in her sketchbook: "Yes." The boy looked at the word and smiled. The residents of the City of Freedom began to speak. Not arguing, but discussing. Some said the city should have a name. An old man said, "Let's call it New World." The old world is gone, the new world should have a new name. A young woman said, let's call it Hope City. We live because we have hope. A child said, let's call it home. No one laughed at him. Lin Yuan stood in the center of the crowd, listening to those names. New world, Hope City, home. He recalled the memories of the first sacrifice, the emotions of the second, the names of the third. He remembered what had been forgotten, sacrificed, and taken away. He remembered the city of freedom. From day one, he had called it the city of freedom. Not because he had decided but because the first word that came to his lips was freedom. The city of freedom. Freedom. Freedom not arranged by anyone. Not arranged by God. Not arranged by the script. Not arranged by the readers. It's called the city of freedom, he said. It already is. Silence fell. Then someone laughed. Not mocking, it was a sense of relief. A yes, that's the name. One after another, more people laughed. The children didn't understand what the adults were laughing at, but they laughed along. The laughter echoed in the sky above the city of freedom, like a new sound, not the sound of God, but the sound of man. Sumuking stood behind Lin Yuan. She didn't smile, but the corners of her mouth were slightly upturned. She reached out, groped for his hand, grasped it briefly, and then let go. Her hand was rough, but warm. Lin Yuan looked at the people laughing, those still alive, those who had chosen this place. The city of freedom. It wasn't just his city. It belonged to them. He looked up at the cracked umbrella. Mr. Mo was gone, but the umbrella remained. The umbrella was still standing. Lin Yuan sat on the edge of the rooftop all night. It wasn't that he couldn't sleep, it was that with over 400 people suddenly in the city of freedom, he discovered a very real problem: no one was in charge anymore. Before, with just a dozen or so people, if someone was injured, Sumuking would bandage them. If someone was hungry, Bai Lu would go to the supply depot to get food, and if someone caused trouble, he would handle it himself. Now, with over 400 people crammed into several buildings, they could argue for 2 hours just about distributing food every day. As dawn broke, Lin Yuan took the chess piece out of his pocket, a pawn, and twirled it between his fingers. Then he stood up and dusted himself off. Hammer was sharpening a fire axe he'd found in a corner of the rooftop. His mechanical arm had a strong grip, and the axe blade produced steady sparks as it struck the whetstone, again and again. He couldn't hear the sound of his own sharpening, but he could feel the vibrations of the metal coming from his fingertips, telling him where it was too thick, where it was too thin, and where there was a tiny crack invisible to the naked eye. Lin Yuan walked up to him and squatted down. The hammer stopped moving and looked up. His eyes stared blankly in Lin Yuan's direction, his mechanical arm slightly raised, as if asking, "What is it?" Lin Yuan said, "From now on, you will be responsible for all construction, maintenance, and weapon forging in the City of Freedom." Hammer paused for a moment. His robotic arm descended, its fingertips touching the ground, drawing a few words on the concrete. His handwriting wasn't very good, crooked, and messy, but it was clear. "Brotherhood of Blacksmiths, what can I do? Build houses, make weapons, and teach others," Lin Yuan said. The hammer's robotic arm started moving again. "Who should I teach? Teach those who are willing to learn." Iron Hammer was silent for a moment. His fingers hovered over the ground, as if hesitating about something. Then he lowered his head and wrote a word, stroke by stroke. Good. There was only one word. But he drew a very deep mark after that word, as if he wanted to carve this promise into cement. When Lin Yuan stood up, he noticed that Tai Chui's other hand, that fleshy hand, was gripping the polished fire axe tightly. Lin Yuan found the white deer at the supplies distribution point. She was squatting on the ground, drawing grids with chalk. Each grid contained a number, representing how many people could share the food. She couldn't speak, but she wrote the numbers large and clear so that anyone coming to collect supplies would understand at a glance. Someone nearby said, "White deer girl is so thoughtful," but she couldn't hear them and just continued drawing her grids. Lin Yuan waited until she finished drawing before walking over and patting her on the shoulder. Bai Lu turned around, smiled at him, and then took out the small sketchbook she always carried with her from her pocket. She turned to a blank page and waited. Lin Yuan said, "From today onwards, you are the space administrator of the City of Freedom. All material transportation and personnel transfers are under your jurisdiction." Bai Lu blinked and lowered her head to draw in her sketchbook. She drew quickly. With smooth lines she drew a door. Then she drew many, many small squares behind the door, each containing a tiny person. Some were eating, some were sleeping, and some were repairing a wall. Finally, she wrote 2 words on the door. "Go home." Lin Yuan stared at those 2 words, remaining silent for a long time. Bai Lu turned the page again, drew a circle, and wrote 10 kilometers inside the circle. Then she drew an open door next to the circle, with a little person standing outside the door, and an arrow at the little person's feet pointing to the world inside the door. "It means that I can open the door anywhere within a 10-kilometer radius." Lin Yuan nodded. Bai Lu closed her sketchbook, carefully put it back in her pocket, and then squatted down to continue drawing the squares she hadn't finished. Her movements were very serious, as if to say, "This is my work now, and I have to finish it." The Red Queen came to us on her own initiative. Lin Yuan was standing on the roof watching Tai Chui clear the rubble when he suddenly heard very light footsteps behind him. He didn't turn around, but he smelled a faint smell of blood, not fresh blood, but the kind of smell that seeps into the skin and can't be washed away no matter how many times you wash it. "Is something the matter?" Lin Yuan asked. The Red Queen stood 3 steps behind him. She had no eyes, but her face was perfectly aimed at the back of Lin Yuan's neck. Security, she said. Her voice was hoarse, as if her vocal cords had been burned. Every place of freedom needs security. Lin Yuan turned around and looked at her. The Red Queen's face was expressionless. Scars clung around her eyes like some kind of ancient and eerie tattoo. When she spoke, she tilted her head slightly to one side, a gesture of listening but not with her ears. I can smell it, she said. Malice. When she said those two words, the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. I'm not sure if it counted as a smile. A man walked by, and I could smell him. Fear is sour, greed is fishy, and murderous intent is bitter. She paused. The evil god taught me to recognize these scents. Many years ago. Lin Yuan was silent for a few seconds, then said one word, okay. The Red Queen didn't answer, but turned and walked away. She descended the stairs with light steps, like a cat stepping on roof tiles. As she passed through the corridor, a man was complaining loudly and angrily to his companions about the meager food they had received. The Red Queen walked past him without stopping, only slightly turning her head. The man suddenly shut his mouth. He couldn't explain why, but he felt a chill down his back, as if a knife had slid along his spine. Smoking is in the medical room. It was called a medical room, but it was actually just an empty room on the third floor near the window. The window glass wasn't broken, so it let in some light. She cut up bandages from discarded bed sheets, sorted them by length and thickness, and stacked them neatly against the wall. When asked why she folded them so carefully, she said she couldn't see them, but she explained that if they were folded neatly, she could tell which one was which just by touching them. A child sat in front of her with a cut on his arm, not deep, but bleeding quite a bit. The child's mother stood beside her, her eyes red-rimmed. Smoking couldn't see her expression, but she could hear the sobs in her breathing. Don't be afraid, Smoking said. Her hand rested on the child's arm, her fingertips gently tracing the edge of the wound. Her movements were slow, as if she were reading a book. How long and deep the wound was, whether there were any foreign objects, and whether stitches were needed, her hand knew it all. The child flinched in pain, and Smoking's hand moved in the direction he flinched, without hurting him at all. Auntie, the child suddenly asked, how do you know where the wound is if you can't see it? Smoking smiled. Hands can be seen. She picked up the bandage and wrapped it around and around. Each wrap was applied with the same tightness, neither too loose nor too tight, as if measured with a ruler. After wrapping, she tied a knot, the knot positioned just above the wound without digging into the child's skin. The child moved his arm and said, it doesn't hurt anymore. Smoking touched his head. She couldn't see what he looked like, but she remembered the feel of his hair. In the evening, Lin Yuan gathered all the survivors in the courtyard. There were no loudspeakers, no megaphones, he simply stood on the steps, waiting for everyone to quiet down. More than 400 people huddled in the open space surrounded by ruins, looking up at him. The setting sun slanted in from the west, casting long shadows of him and the steps. He spoke softly, but everyone could hear him. From this day forward, the land of freedom will need a division of labor. He paused. Iron Hammer, the foreman, responsible for construction, repairs, and weapon forging. Hammer stood in the crowd, his mechanical arm hanging at his side. Some people looked at him, but he couldn't see their gazes. However, he could feel the vibrations coming from the ground, the heartbeats of many people, the breathing of many people, like a buzzing mass of metal. Bai Lu, space administrator, responsible for transporting supplies and transferring personnel. Bai Lu stood at the door of the medical room, still clutching a piece of chalk in her hand. She heard her own name called, though she couldn't hear the voice. She saw Lin Yuan's lips moving. She lowered her head and drew a very, very small door in her sketchbook. Red Queen, security. The Red Queen leaned against the shadows in the corner, her arms crossed over her chest. She didn't respond, but her nostrils twitched slightly, as if she were checking the scent of everyone present. Smoking, medical. Smoking stood by the window, her hand still on the child's shoulder. She couldn't see the sunset, but she could feel the warmth of the sunlight on her face gradually cooling. Lin Yuan finished speaking. He didn't say I hope everyone will cooperate. He didn't say let's work together. He didn't say anything superfluous. He walked directly down the steps and into the depths of the ruins. Hammer followed, White Deer followed, Red Queen emerged from the shadows, and Smoking, holding the child's hand, also went over. The first batch of officials in the Free City have taken office. There was no ceremony, no medals, no applause. Only work. As the mechanical arm of the hammer gripped the first piece of steel bar, sparks flew in front of his empty eyes, like a fleeting patch of starlight. White Deer sketched tomorrow's transport route in her sketchbook. The Red Queen walked along the border of the City of Freedom, memorizing the scent of everyone she met. Smoking returned to the medical room, washed each of the bandages used that day, and hung them to dry on the windowsill. Lin Yuan stood on the rooftop, watching all of this. He took the pawn out of his pocket, held it in his palm for a moment, then put it away and turned to walk towards the stairs. There is still a lot to do. When the sun rises tomorrow, the City of Liberty will be a little bigger than it is today, even just a little bit.